lâcher bientôt ce micro. Superbe, il fonctionne. Bonsoir SpeeDons. Merci. Merci à vous surtout. Et merci aux personnes qui nous ont accompagnés, qui viennent faire le set avec nous cette année. J'ai nommé Tequila Tex. Qui a joué à domicile, Saku Sarah. Au visuel pour la 2e année consécutive, Neurotypique.
Et faites du bruit pour la 46e année consécutive au SpeeDons. C'est nul autre que le fucking Time Master, Can Blaster.
Merci bien évidemment à SpeeDons, toute leur équipe, de nous avoir fait confiance une nouvelle fois. Vous savez qu'on est là pour une raison très précise, qui est de... Donnez, bien sûr, donnez tout votre argent, bourrez les dents. Médecins du monde. Bon, sur ce, il va y avoir 10 minutes de changement de plateau et après, c'est parti pour le premier run.
Et bonsoir Lyon. Salut. Bienvenue à SpeeDons 5 dans une petite salle communale à la cool. Petite ambiance LAN de quartier, on va se régaler. Bienvenue donc, c'est la 5e édition de SpeeDons, donc 75 heures de speedrun non-stop alors que tout pète pour collecter des dons bien sûr pour Médecins du Monde. L'année dernière, nous avons levé plus de 2 millions grâce à votre générosité. C'est historique, c'est que le début, comme dirait Dwagby. Et donc, comment dire, circonstances exceptionnelles, salle exceptionnelle, contexte mondial dégueulasse, on en reparlera bien entendu. Et aussi, bien entendu, nouveauté, nous allons à l'international, nous avons 3 Restream internationaux cette année, voilà, on peut les applaudir chaleureusement. Alors je vous avoue que le Restream allemand, German, je m'ai envoyé une phrase à dire en allemand, mais je n'ai pas eu le temps de réviser, donc j'ai pas envie tout de suite, d'un incident diplomatique avec un petit accent malvenu. Mais je vais les remercier. Thank you every Restream. So thank you Games Done Quick. It's pretty amazing to have you guys following this event. Whoa, knowing where we started when I decided in 2011 to savagely stream with other people your marathon. So welcome aboard. German, bien évidemment, l'entente franco-allemande sur les événements de speedrun, c'est bien connu. Thank you, German, for the German Restream. Et, incroyable mais vrai, je suis japonais car, bien entendu, nous avons le Japanese Restream. Thank you, guys. It's very late over there. Merci. Bien sûr. Voilà, nous y sommes. Alors, il va falloir qu'on bouge parce qu'on a une interview et il va falloir enchaîner. Bien entendu, on va parler des enjeux et accueillir Médecins du Monde. Bref, vous avez tout. On va mettre à jour le titre sur Twitch, mais vous avez bien sûr du point d'exclamation don, du point d'exclamation défi, du point d'exclamation lot, du point d'exclamation résonance, ou album, point d'exclamation album, résonance est encore là. On parlera de tout ça à venir et bien d'autres choses encore. Donc pourquoi on est là? Oui, pour voir du beau spectacle, et il y en aura, le planning est absolument fou, même la nuit, il y a des dingueries. Mais nous sommes surtout là pour Médecins du Monde et je vais demander à Joël, bien sûr Joël Weller, directeur général de Médecins du Monde, et Dr Jean-François Corti, le président de Médecins du Monde, de me rejoindre. Bien sûr. Je sais pas où on se met. Je me mets au milieu? Bon, désolé, on va vous tourner le dos. Voilà, on va vous tourner le dos. Oui, mais c'est pour qu'on vous voit, là. Ceux qui ont pris les premiers rangs, là, avec les affiches et tout, là. Très bien. Bon, Joël, 5 ans déjà. J'ai perdu énormément de poids pour que notre relation retrouve un petit peu de vigueur. J'ai l'impression que les efforts n'ont été faits que d'un côté, mais...
Ouais. Non, je confirme. Moi, j'ai pris énormément de poids depuis le premier speedon. Donc, ça balance.
Non, mais moi, j'y crois. Speedon 6, on est tous les deux à notre meilleure shape.
Allez, engagement pris.
Et ça va envoyer. Quel plaisir, en tout cas. Jean-François, bienvenue. Ton premier speedon, donc.
Mais oui, je voudrais pas vous déranger. Là, vous formez un beau couple. Là. Vous avez plein de choses à vous raconter.
C'est vrai qu'on a partagé
C'est passionnant. Je suis très heureux d'être là. C'est mon premier speedon sur la scène, mais j'étais là l'année dernière avec le conseil d'administration. On était venu vous voir. Pour le premier jour aussi, j'avais pu mesurer l'ambiance, l'engouement du public qui est là, toujours aussi présent.
Mais oui.
L'engouement aussi de tous les bénévoles, et je sais que c'est des centaines de bénévoles qui sont engagés pour que cet événement soit un succès. Donc,
oui.
Je suis très heureux d'être ici et faire en sorte que nos univers se rencontrent, la passion du jeu, mais aussi la solidarité, qu'on soit ensemble pour une cause qui vaille la peine. Merci pour tout, et merci au public d'être là et donner à fond.
Eh oui. Donner, bien sûr. Bah tiens, très très bonne intervention, mon cher Jean-François, car j'ai oublié de dire quelque chose pendant mon intro. J'espère que Selzar m'entend. Nous sommes donc en public dans une salle anormalement trop grande, et ça régale. Et donc, il y a quand même un truc cool, c'est que la billetterie va être ajoutée directement dans la cagnotte, la coquette somme de 116 098 €. Merci à toutes et tous d'être là et d'avoir... Ça va arriver. D'avoir fait le déplacement, pris les passes 4 jours, pris les passes individuelles, même si la première salle de billetterie, c'était intéressant, ça avait explosé en 10 minutes. On s'est régalé. Joël, l'habitué, le taulier, bien sûr. Alors, qu'est-ce que tu penses du changement, cette nouvelle étape, nouvelle salle, et donc les Restream étrangers, nouveautés hein.
Très impressionné déjà par la salle.
Oui.
Je crois qu'on est 3 fois plus nombreux qu'on était les autres années déjà en présentiel. Et puis tu l'as dit dans ton introduction, mais en direct aux États-Unis, en Allemagne et au Japon. Écoute, on va voir. Je suis plein d'envie, plein de curiosité là pour ce week-end. Et comme vient de le dire Jean-François, on compte énormément sur vous. Merci d'être présents déjà, ceux qui sont là.
Oui.
Et merci de nous suivre en ligne.
Merci, déjà beaucoup de gens, énormément de gens sur le stream. Ça va un peu péter tous les records. On s'est mis en stream together avec les streams internationaux, donc toutes les audiences vont être cumulées. Il y a Twitch également qui va mettre en avant et ce stream et les restreams aussi internationaux d'intervalles réguliers. Ils sont présents ici aussi, donc merci Twitch. Je sais que des fois je peux être taquin, mais là, merci. Alors, depuis la dernière édition, Jean-François, évidemment, au fur et à mesure que le week-end va progresser, Médecins du Monde va intervenir chaque jour et on va rentrer dans des gros sujets et des thématiques un petit peu dures. Mais depuis la dernière édition, quels ont été vos temps forts, votre actu, entre guillemets?
Comme tu disais en intro, en 2024, ça a été une année un peu pourrie dans le champ, on va dire, de la solidarité.
Pas dingue.
Un empilement de crises, de conflits dans le monde qui touche beaucoup de civils, à Gaza, en Cisjordanie, en Syrie, en République démocratique du Congo, en Myanmar, enfin tout un tas de conflits où les civils et les aidants aussi payent un lourd tribut. Donc une année où à l'international, on travaille dans une trentaine de pays, Médecins du Monde, on a dû observer de la violence qui augmente et au global, c'est près de 300 humanitaires qui ont été tués à l'échelle de la planète, une majorité sur le territoire de Gaza. Donc le droit international humanitaire qui est censé protéger les civils, mais aussi les soignants, les aidants, on voit qu'il est remis en question régulièrement et donc c'est compliqué de travailler dans ce contexte-là. Et puis en France, tu le sais, parce que toi aussi tu es engagé, on milite pour un État social, pour la démocratie en santé, on milite pour aussi une éthique médicale où on ne choisisse pas entre les bons et les mauvais malades. Et donc on s'est opposé, et c'est assez historique, au moment des élections législatives l'année dernière, on a appelé à ne pas voter pour les idées d'extrême droite et le Rassemblement national, parce qu'on considère que c'est un danger pour la solidarité.
Moi, je suis apolitique, j'ai pas d'avis là-dessus, je pense qu'on l'a vu.
Alors, oui, je sais très bien que tu t'es engagé, c'est pour ça que je suis très à l'aise pour en parler.
Bien sûr, ouais, non,
mais nous sommes une organisation humanitaire, on a des principes d'impartialité, de désintéressement, de certaine neutralité parfois, et puis en théorie, on est non partisan, c'est-à-dire qu'on est ni de droite ni de gauche, il est en même temps. Bien sûr, on fait de la politique parce qu'on challenge des politiques publiques, on défend les droits fondamentaux, mais là, on a pris le parti de dire non, on va appeler à ne pas voter pour le Front National. Après, vous faites ce que vous voulez, vous votez pour qui vous voulez, mais pas pour le RN, pas pour les extrêmes droites, pas pour des acteurs qui méprisent la solidarité.
Eh bien voilà, ça va permettre de modérer le chat directement. C'est parfait. Parfait. Jean-François, toujours les perspectives donc pour cette année déjà en cours pour 2025, vos enjeux.
Écoute, j'espère qu'on aura plein de dons parce que ça nous permettra d'être encore plus forts sur le terrain. On est une organisation indépendante, on dépend aussi de fonds issus de la générosité du public, donc on compte sur vous. Les enjeux, c'est de faire en sorte que le droit international humanitaire soit respecté. On va suivre ce qui se passe, vous le savez, notamment au Moyen-Orient, avec un cessez-le-feu qui est très fragile. C'est pas un traité de paix à Gaza. Oui. On voit qu'en Cisjordanie, la colonisation active continue, que c'est de plus en plus difficile d'y travailler. On voit aussi dans d'autres contextes, comme en République démocratique du Congo, que la guerre est encore plus violente. Il y a eu des millions déplacés et on a fait de nouveaux projets, notamment sur la frontière avec le Rwanda, à Goma, je ne sais pas si tu vois où c'est, dans les Kivu, à l'est du pays. Donc on s'investit, on continue à s'investir dans les zones de conflit. On continuera aussi à travailler sur les droits en santé sexuelle et reproductive. On sait que Trump, aujourd'hui, est en train de remettre en cause le droit des femmes. Joël va en parler. Et c'est un sujet pour nous de faire en sorte que les femmes, si elles veulent avorter, elles aient le droit de le faire sans demander l'avis à d'autres personnes. C'est un combat fort. Et sur la France, on va continuer à défendre un État social, la solidarité. On va continuer à dénoncer les morts en mer Méditerranée aussi entre la France et l'Angleterre. Essayer de travailler sur de nouveaux projets aussi en lien avec les nouvelles précarités. C'est important pour nous d'être sur le terrain et de montrer qu'il n'y a pas que le RN qui aurait le monopole de certaines populations. On est là pour être une alternative de solidarité et d'indépendance et de démocratie surtout.
Bravo, bravo. Ah, mais il est bien là.
Il est bien.
Ah, tu m'en as ramené un bon là. Alors, on parlait du RN, on parlait de Donald Trump. Ne vous inquiétez pas, il n'y aura pas de salut romain sur cette scène. Oui, il y a également évidemment une dynamique de baisse des financements publics et Trump donc qui veut geler les aides. D'ailleurs, c'est déjà arrivé, c'est déjà en cours. Comment cela impacte votre financement à vous, Médecins du Monde?
Alors nous, ça nous impacte un peu, mais ça impacte énormément le milieu humanitaire. Jean-François parlait qu'on est une organisation politique, pas au sens partisan, mais on est sur des sujets qui ne plaisent pas à l'administration de Trump. On en a parlé un petit peu, mais le droit des femmes, le droit humanitaire, je le dis souvent ici, même la guerre a des règles, il n'y a plus grand-chose qui est respecté. Ce qui est très compliqué pour nous, et c'est là où on a besoin de vous, c'est que nous, on a une vraie indépendance financière. C'est pour ça qu'on est une vraie ONG. On a une vraie indépendance financière, entre autres grâce aux SpeeDons, aux gens qui nous donnent. Donc, on avait quelques financements américains. On les a tous perdus. Ce qui est très compliqué aussi, c'est nos partenaires. Je vais vous donner un exemple. À Gaza, on a des cliniques. Ces cliniques, elles réfèrent à un hôpital. Cet hôpital, aujourd'hui, il est fermé parce qu'il n'a plus les financements américains qu'il avait. Donc est-ce qu'on reprend l'hôpital? Est-ce qu'on trouve d'autres solutions? Et c'est un peu, je dirais, toute la chaîne humanitaire qui se casse la gueule. Et on a vraiment besoin, plus que jamais, de dons. Et je le dis chaque année qu'on a besoin de vos dons, mais c'est d'autant plus vrai qu'il n'y a pas que les Américains. Les financements allemands, je sais qu'ils sont derrière, ont diminué aussi. Il y a aussi des soucis en Allemagne. Dans notre propre pays, ici en France, les fonds pour l'humanitaire devaient peser 1 milliard en 2025. Ils seront de 200 millions. Donc c'est plein d'enjeux comme ça, où on va voir aussi qui sont les vraies organisations qui sont indépendantes, qui sont soutenues par le public pour aller, je le dis souvent aussi, pour faire des projets improbables dans les pays improbables sans être obligé d'aller sur la Mexico City Policy, sur ces histoires d'avortement, du droit de choisir pour les femmes, sans avoir à renoncer à ce qu'on est. C'est ce qui me fait très peur avec Trump et son administration, mais avec d'autres, c'est pour avoir accès à des fonds, il va falloir avoir beaucoup de renoncements. Médecins du Monde ne va pas s'embarquer dans cette voie-là. On continue à compter sur la générosité du public et en particulier vous, qu'on retrouve chaque année, quoi.
Et oui, plus que jamais besoin de vous. Je sais que c'est pas comment dire le scénario idéal, peut-être pas comment le monde devait fonctionner, mais voilà, en l'occurrence, voilà, Médecins du Monde, plus que jamais.
Mais on résiste.
Les ONG.
On résiste. On fait une campagne en ce moment qui s'appelle Résister. On va résister et c'est grâce à vous, entre autres, qu'on a les moyens de résister.
Très bien, eh bien écoutez, résistons ensemble. Ça y est, vous voyez, dans la cagnotte, ça a été alimenté. Donc voilà, on démarre très très fort. On compte sur vous pour casser des records. Il y aura des défis qui seront mis à jour au fur et à mesure. Déjà, toutes les bid wars, les choix d'options sont disponibles quand vous faites des dons pour SpeeDons, pour Médecins du Monde. Et aussi, au fur et à mesure que vous débloquerez les unlocks, d'autres s'ouvriront. Là, le premier, c'est pour affronter le vrai dernier boss dans Lies of Peace ce soir à 5000, me semble-t-il. Puis plus tard, il y aura des choses de plus en plus folles, de plus en plus chères. Peut-être même qu'on verra des quarantenaires jouer avec des canards. Bref, quoi qu'il en soit, Jean-François, c'est ta première année sur scène. Je te laisse le mot de départ, de lancement, avant qu'on retrouve. Je le dis maintenant parce qu'après, ça va être la confusion, ça va gueuler. Et après, on retrouve nos ambianceurs qui vont lancer. Vous savez que sur SpeeDons, on a des ambianceurs, des ambianceuses. On est presque à la parité, on va y arriver. Qui animent et qui lisent vos dons entre chaque run et pendant les runs aussi. Et donc, le premier créneau sera assuré dans quelques instants par Antoine, Daniel et Zerator. Voilà. Je te laisse, bien entendu, le mot de la fin.
Écoute, merci beaucoup.
Merci. Ils sont là, vas-y.
Ils sont là, ils arrivent. Merci beaucoup. Merci pour cet accueil. Surtout, prenez du plaisir, jouez à fond, faites en sorte que nos univers se croisent pour une bonne cause. Et surtout, profitez, éclatez-vous et faites en sorte que la générosité soit présente. On n'a pas peur de faire la promotion de la générosité décomplexée, comme il y en a d'autres qui font, du racisme décomplexé. Nous, on est des acteurs de solidarité et de démocratie décomplexée. Éclatez-vous et merci pour tout.
Allez,
Merci.
SpeeDons, c'est parti. Merci beaucoup.
Lors de cet événement. En tout cas, un plaisir d'être ici. On a déjà pas mal de dons.
Bien sûr.
Et ça va être incroyable. On va commencer d'ailleurs sur une run de Portal 2.
Absolument.
Si je ne dis pas de bêtises. Un de mes jeux favoris, bien sûr. Un classique.
Ouais.
Classique, indémodable. Et je vois pas mal de dons. Déjà, je vois pas mal de dons de 100 €, y compris pas mal de dons anonymes de 100 €. Baba Bouin qui a donné 100 balles en disant arrêtez d'envoyer votre thune dans les gachas et donnez votre argent pour des causes qui en valent la peine.
C'est vrai, notamment un certain Mister MV. Hein. S'il pouvait faire un ou deux dons, c'est vrai qu'il a l'habitude de jouer au gacha, ce serait pas mal. Mais tu l'as dit, en effet, une run de Portal 2, ça va être environ 1 heure de run. Vous avez vu le concert de Can Blaster qui était en plus accompagné cette année et c'était toujours hyper impressionnant. Ça commence à se remplir la salle. Vous êtes bien installés, ça va ?
Alors oui, c'est une salle de 3000 personnes.
Tout à fait, l'amphithéâtre 3000 à Lyon, salle iconique et en plus en arc de cercle parfait, c'est assez impressionnant.
Magnifique, magnifique.
Donc c'est très cool.
Alors si vous voyez quelques fauteuils vides derrière, ce n'est pas grave, ne vous inquiétez
Parce
pas.
que les gens arrivent.
Parce que l'événement est un bide, on peut le dire.
Ah, l'événement.
Voilà, c'est un...
Ah, t'y vas direct.
Ah bah, je vous le dis. On a 500 € d'une personne anonyme. Voilà, je tiens à le dire.
Tu tiens à le dire.
Incroyable.
Bon alors,
voilà.
évidemment, il va falloir que les choses s'installent, mais vous ne le savez peut-être pas, mais donc SpeeDons, c'est un marathon de 5 jours, enfin de 4 jours en l'occurrence de speedrun, donc finir des jeux le plus vite possible, parfois avec des défis spéciaux. Il y a notamment des défis sur lesquels vous pouvez vous-même ajouter votre petite patte, puisque ce qu'on appelle des incentives, en gros, c'est des objectifs de dons, dans lesquels vous pouvez nommer le nom d'une sauvegarde, d'un personnage, ou parfois forcer ou empêcher le runner de faire quelque chose. Donc c'est du speedrun, mais parfois avec quelques petites contraintes. Et vous avez ça sur le site.
Tout à fait, exactement. Là, il y a déjà quelques incentives qui sont déjà ouvertes à l'heure actuelle. Par exemple, quel est le meilleur Zelda ?
Ah, ça c'est important, ça.
Très important.
Là, il ne faut pas répondre en criant.
Dites-y, quel est le meilleur Zelda ? C'est bien ce que je pensais.
Appuyez vos revendications avec vos dons.
Exactement.
Évidemment.
Tout à fait.
Et d'ailleurs, actuellement, je vois qu'ils viennent d'ouvrir l'incentive à l'instant. Donc, on n'a pas encore de premières estimations de ce meilleur Zelda.
Pour l'instant, il n'y a rien.
Mais ça arrivera.
Il y a aussi d'autres incentives ouverts. Par exemple, sur la run de Yellow Taxi Goes Vroom,
Tout à fait.
on aura quelle sera la langue français, anglais et English. Français, anglais, japonais ou allemand. Moi, j'ai voté japonais. Bien sûr, j'ai mis 10 000 € dans le japonais.
Je mettrai 1 € dans l'allemand.
Dans l'allemand,
évidemment.
Dommage.
On a aussi la run de Resident Evil 4 dans laquelle il faut sauver ou tuer le chien. Donc là, désolé, mais il va falloir envoyer effectivement pour manifester vos revendications.
Exactement.
On a de l'incentive sur Lies of P, sur Final Fantasy Adventure.
Absolument, WannaFest 22. De toute façon, tout est disponible, si je ne dis pas de bêtises, sur le site de SpeeDons. Et vous pouvez du coup faire votre don avec l'incentive que vous voulez pour faire avancer tel ou tel truc sur les incentives.
Tout en sachant qu'il y a d'autres incentives qui vont se débloquer au fur et à mesure du week-end. Et c'est du non-stop. C'est-à-dire que là, on est là jusqu'à dimanche minuit minimum. Et ça va permettre de parfois débloquer certains petits défis. Il y a notamment, peut-être, est-ce que MV runnera un jeu cette année
Oh là là.
Peut-être.
On l'a vu récemment, il a battu un record.
Tout à fait, de DuckTales. Enfin, il a repris son record en réalité.
Voilà.
Il a repris son record sur DuckTales. Le fera-t-il sur scène? Je l'espère.
Le rêve.
J'aimerais bien.
Peut-être la fameuse run Joël sur Mario.
Ah bon, alors ça,
le dream.
C'est vrai que l'an dernier, on a parlé de cette run Super Mario de Joël. Bon là, je comprends que c'était pas forcément le meilleur moment pour lui en parler tout de suite, mais il me semble qu'il y avait eu
Moi, je pense
un engagement.
C'est un truc à faire, moi, je pense.
Peut-être, effectivement.
Moi, c'est mon rêve, en tout cas.
C'est peut-être un truc à faire, effectivement. En tout cas, voilà. Sachez que tous vos dons sont déductibles des impôts, si vous en payez, évidemment. Donc, jusqu'à 1 000 €, c'est 75% déductible. Et ensuite, c'est 65%, il me semble. Au-delà de ça, on vous rappellera tout ça. Et voilà, tous les dons vont à Médecins du Monde en direct. Ça ne passe pas par le compte de qui que ce soit. C'est directement sur Médecins du Monde qui interviendra tout au long du week-end pour décrire les actions et comment vont être utilisés vos dons.
Exactement, c'est ça. C'est exactement tout ce qui va se passer. Et je vois déjà qu'il y a encore pas mal de dons et de gros dons, d'ailleurs, plein de dons. Il y a
Merci beaucoup.
Vive le gaming et vive le speedrun, bien sûr.
Ça s'applaudit tout à fait. Alors moi, je vois pas encore les trucs, mais et tu vas nous donner les...
Non, absolument rien, c'est vrai.
Pour moi, il n'y a pas de don. Donc si vous pourriez juste donner...
Il n'y a aucun don chez Zerator. Tout l'argent qui est là est pour moi.
Je vais probablement en faire. Mais ça va arriver, j'en suis convaincu.
On a Eric Neri qui a donné 100 balles. Bravo pour cet événement et bon speedrun à tous. Ectobogan qui a donné 100 € aussi. Des bisous. Plus petit que le chiffre après le 2 et avant le 4. Un mystère, une énigme peut-être que je ne comprends pas pour l'instant, j'avoue.
Alors vous avez évidemment les t-shirts, on en a parlé. Hein. Antoine en a déjà parlé. Évidemment.
Achète le t-shirt.
Acheter, il y a du collector, il y a, je sais pas s'il y a les bonnets aussi. Il y a les bonnets ou pas? Parce que MV il a un bonnet, mais est-ce que c'est ça se vend, ça? Oui.
Il y a apparemment des bonnets se vendent.
Faudrait peut-être que je me briefe hein, sur
ouais,
ça.
moi, il y a 1 heure, j'étais dans un train, hein, donc.
C'est vrai.
Voilà.
Non, mais on va, voilà, on est au début, hein, et encore tout fonctionne, hein, parce que là, il y a 1 heure, il y avait encore des problèmes techniques, comme souvent. Il y avait la cagnotte, on n'était pas sûr qu'elle pouvait démarrer, mais tout va bien, tout fonctionne, donc voilà. Et d'ailleurs, un petit big up à la technique quand même. Hein, vous pouvez les applaudir parce que c'est un sacré défi technique. Voilà, d'organiser tout ça, et vous allez voir que on n'est pas toujours sur des ordinateurs, enfin si récents pour le coup, mais on n'est pas toujours sur des consoles récentes. On n'est pas toujours avec des runners récents aussi. Ça
c'est souvent le cas.
Ça peut être très compliqué.
Et attends, alors des ambianceurs encore moins récents.
Alors les ambianceurs, alors là, c'est carrément le bas du panier.
Ah oui, là vraiment.
C'est-à-dire ceux qui viennent, c'est ceux qui peuvent.
Ah oui, exact. C'est ceux qui ont la capacité physique de venir.
C'est ça, exactement.
Mais plus pour quelques années, évidemment.
Voilà, d'ailleurs, c'est notre dernier speedon, on peut le dire, je pense.
Ah, peut-être.
Peut-être.
Ah, en tout cas, écoute.
On espère pas, on verra.
On espère pas.
Après, moi, s'il y a 3 millions, je peux revenir, tu vois.
Voilà.
On sait jamais.
Peut-être cette année. L'année d'avant, on a fait. Enfin, il y a 2 ans, on a fait 1,2 million.
C'est vrai.
Là, l'année dernière, on a fait 2 millions.
2 millions, 66 663
663 €. Ça serait pas mal de peut-être, hypothétiquement.
Je pense qu'il faut d'abord dire les 2 millions de et ensuite
le 3 millions.
Peut-être 3 millions.
Peut-être. Et pour cette run Portal qui va bientôt commencer, Portal 2, nous sommes accompagnés d'un dessinateur que j'aime beaucoup, qui est un ami, bien sûr, il s'agit Ah non, ce n'est pas possible.
Ah non, on me fait signe que non.
Et il me fait signe, on me dit c'est bon en régie, mais lui il me fait signe.
À la limite, on peut le voir.
Il n'a pas de micro.
On peut le voir, mais il ne pourra pas parler.
Parle-nous avec des gestes, Nio.
Il s'agit de Nio, regardez, il est là.
Voilà.
Exceptionnel.
Voilà.
Qu'est-ce qu'il a fait comme geste très bizarre?
Ouais, bizarre.
Très bizarre ce geste. Comment
Je sais pas, on m'entend? On m'entend?
Oui, non, mais...
Oui, on m'entend.
Alors, on t'entend dans la salle, mais nous, on ne t'entend pas.
Et ça va arriver.
Je vous entends pas, mais c'est super.
Je t'entends pas. Voilà.
Bonsoir, Speedon, ça va?
Non, mais en tout cas, c'est super d'être là, Nio. Merci beaucoup.
Salut, Adrien.
Ah, c'est bon, on t'entend.
Ah, eux l'entendent.
Moi, je vous entends toujours pas.
Ah si, c'est bon.
Adrien.
Ça va aller.
Ta gueule.
Antoine.
Ta gueule. Là, c'est bon, tu m'entends?
Non.
Allez.
Bon, de toute façon, voilà, il va dessiner.
Tu vas nous faire des gribouillis, quoi.
Oui, ouais.
Voilà, c'est ça.
Je vais dessiner Portal, ça va être super.
Tu vas dessiner Portal 2.
Portal,
super.
Je vais dessiner le Portal 2.
Ah, le Portal.
Le deuxième portail.
Oui, exactement.
C'est ça.
Je vais en faire 2.
Tu coloris, on se retrouve après, ok?
Oui, ok.
Allez, c'est super.
Merci beaucoup.
Merci,
Et on
Nio.
rappelle que vous pouvez gagner ce dessin, si je ne dis pas de bêtises.
Bien sûr, les dessins.
Ah, ça y est, je vous entends.
Ah,
Incroyable.
Les dessins et d'autres lots vont être à gagner. Il y a plein de gens qui fournissent des choses.
Exactement. Et il y a aussi un autre petit truc que je voulais faire passer comme message parce que du coup, nous, on bosse avec Gozulting et je voulais faire un petit big up à mon équipe de graphistes qui a bossé sur la DA de cette année que je trouve trop stylée. Et j'espère qu'elle vous plaira.
Oui,
et voilà.
Très bien, magnifique.
On a même d'ailleurs des petites mascottes dont il faudra trouver un nom. On m'a dit. Alors, c'est pas ça.
Voilà, débrouillez-vous.
Ça, c'est évidemment.
Qu'est-ce que c'est que cette merde?
Non, Antoine.
Je plaisante.
Sûrement quelqu'un de très aimable qui
Ça
a
a
fait
été fait
ça.
avec amour. Je
Exactement.
plaisante. C'est bon, on rigole.
J'en ai quelques-uns ici aussi.
C'est une merveille, voilà tout.
Voilà, c'est super.
C'est une merveille.
Donc il y a des petites mascottes, vous verrez, il faudra leur trouver des noms, sachant qu'en régie, il y a un nom différent selon chaque personne qui les appelle.
C'est un débat.
C'est un vrai débat, mais on devrait pouvoir trouver ça. Vous avez 4 jours. Vous avez 4 jours pour trouver. Donc
Peut-être une
allez.
incentive pour leur donner un nom.
Peut-être une incentive. Ah oui, avec des votes où les gens pourraient proposer
Une
des...
propale.
Ce serait super.
Une propale.
Ce serait super, effectivement. Pourquoi pas.
Propale. Avant de partir, je tenais à dire un petit 420 balles de la part de Dark Noobs, prêt à Pipoji et à ouais.
Ah, c'est bien ça. C'est chez moi ça. Je connais.
Comme jamais, vivre la
Parfait.
vitesse courir, bien sûr. Un grand plaisir. Maisie qui a donné 150 €. Bisous. Et bon courage. Coucou les lapins de Lulu. Vive Majora's Mask, très très bon Zelda.
Ah, j'espère que la personne a mis dans l'incentive Majora's Mask. J'espère.
Je pense. En tout cas, ça durera tout l'événement, si je ne dis pas de bêtises, ces grosses initiatives ouvertes.
Oui, alors pas toutes, mais normalement, il y en a pas mal qui restent, ouais.
Je pense que le Zelda va rester, c'est un peu comme les Final Fantasy dans les précédents.
Effectivement.
Et voilà. Donc, on a aussi d'autres dons, pas que des dons de 150 € ou de 200 €. On a aussi des dons de 10 € de la part de LV. SpeeDons, meilleur event, désolé, ever, toujours impatient chaque année. Des Ozerator,
Je m'en fous. Je suis très bien ici.
Ça lui casse les couilles.
Non, j'adore. Moi, je suis invité, je suis là, j'ai les pieds sous la table. On se régale.
T'as bien raison. Merci à tous et à toutes pour cet event et surtout, achète, bien sûr. Manabé qui a donné 10 €. Je fais des dons depuis la salle. Magnifique. Bravo.
Ça, c'est bien, ça.
Bravo. Satron qui a donné 100 balles. Merci. La vieillesse emmerde le Front National. Des bisous.
La vieillesse emmerde.
C'est vrai.
D'ailleurs, profitez-en si vous voulez acheter un t-shirt, faire un don, etc., vous pouvez le faire maintenant. Vous savez qu'en fin de marathon, c'est toujours un peu compliqué, notamment pour les t-shirts, la boutique, etc. Donc moi, je vous conseille, si vous êtes sûr que vous allez prendre un t-shirt, prenez-le maintenant.
Voilà.
Prenez-le maintenant. Comme ça, c'est fait. Vous n'aurez pas le truc de « Ah, mais moi, là, la boutique, elle marchait plus, il y avait trop de gens. »
Si vous hésitez, c'est que vous avez déjà, en fait, au fond de vous, pris la décision de l'acheter, achetez-le quand même. Et si vous n'avez pas envie de l'acheter, achetez-le quand même et cassez pas les couilles, merci.
Achetez-le à quelqu'un.
Achetez le t-shirt. Les gamers, là, c'est la 5e édition de SpeeDons. Là, vous allez pouvoir faire une rotation machine à laver de 5 t-shirts.
Ah oui, pour la semaine.
Voilà, vous allez pouvoir faire ça, exactement.
Il en faut un pour le week-end. Vendredi, tu le gardes 3 jours.
Voilà, c'est bon. Tu le retournes.
Oui, tu le retournes.
Les t-shirts SpeeDons, tu peux les mettre dans les deux sens, hein, c'est ça qui est bien.
C'est ça qui est super.
On me fait signe que Portal 2, c'est prêt. On va pouvoir partir là-dessus. Ça va être à vous. La première run de SpeeDons.
Tout à fait. Et je crois d'ailleurs qu'on lancera la run, il me semble. Hein. Il me semble que c'est ça, historiquement. Je sais pas si là, ça va être fait.
Je ne sais pas du tout.
Faudra nous prévenir, en tout cas. À vous, à la table de commentary. Et bonne première run à toutes et à tous.
Bonne chance.
Merci tout le monde. Bonsoir SpeeDons, est-ce que ça va? Quel plaisir, mon cher TPK.
Super.
Moi, je suis trop heureux. Comment tu vas?
Ça va, tout va très bien. Évidemment, top départ d'un marathon extraordinaire où pendant 4 jours, personne se douche. Interdiction. Interdiction de se doucher.
Et surtout, on commence pas par n'importe quelle run. D'habitude, on commence toujours par des runs de plateforme, des choses un peu calmes, etc. Là, on a décidé, non. Vas-y, on met direct la max et on part sur Portal 2. Ouais. Et encore plus que de mettre la max et mettre un très bon jeu, on a mis une très bonne speedrunneuse en la personne de Zadada, s'il vous plaît.
Das, comment ça va?
Pardon.
Ça va. Je sais même pas si on m'entend.
Alors nous, on t'entend pas très bien. Je ne sais pas si c'est chez nous ou pas.
Allô?
C'est la première run, vous inquiétez pas, ça va se régler.
Est-ce que ça marche?
Ça arrive. Bah, si tu me reviens vers toi, Zadaz, ne quitte surtout pas.
Non, ne pars pas. Hein.
Votre appel va être pris en compte.
Oui.
On est donc sur la première run. Eh bien, en attendant que le son revienne, évidemment, faites-nous un petit geste en régie. Portal 2, oui. Bon, alors un jeu que vous connaissez évidemment désormais par cœur. Et si vous ne le connaissez pas, vous allez apprendre à le connaître. Et vous allez voir qu'il est plutôt stylé. On est ensemble pendant un peu plus d'1 heure.
À peu près, ouais, c'est ça. À peu près 1 heure. Portal 2, évidemment, qui était sorti en 2011 sur PC et console notamment. Et oui.
Le jeu va avoir 15 piges.
Tu viens de me foutre le seum en espace de 2 secondes. T'as
Ah
ça?
Oui, c'est vrai. Bien sûr.
Comme dirait un certain commentateur qui devait être là mais qui n'est pas là, donc le jeu est en 3e, il me semble, c'est ça. Même au lycée, même.
Le jeu est au lycée, ouais.
Maintenant, il est au lycée, hein, c'est ça.
Le jeu va prendre économique et social, a priori.
Bien sûr.
Ou plutôt bac littéraire. Non, ça n'existe plus.
Je sais pas, je suis jamais allé au lycée, donc...
Moi non plus. C'est pour ça qu'on est là, dans la caméra.
Exactement.
Superbe. Ah, alors que yes, we have a signal from the production. Zadadas, are you with us?
Allô?
Ouais! Yeah! Et ben voilà, fin de SpeeDons, on peut clôturer là-dessus, c'est bon, on est en liaison avec Zadadas. Comment tu te sens?
Ça va, étonnamment.
Trop bien.
Enfin, ça va pour un début de marathon devant 3000 personnes, concrètement.
Ils sont pas là, il y a personne.
Personne ne nous écoute.
Il y a personne derrière nous, il y a personne dans un chat, je te rassure.
Je les regarde pas, donc ça va.
Non.
Voilà, ne pas regarder en bas.
Non. Et au pire, si tu te stresses un peu, imagine qu'ils sont tout nus. Voilà.
Hello, GDQ, and welcome to the English rebroadcast of SpeeDons 2025. I'm super excited to be here on the opening run, barring more tech issues or anything. And with me is the Portal 2 guy. would you like to introduce yourself?
Hello, everyone. My name is the Portal 2 guy, apparently. Yeah, my name's Sushi. Me and Limey here are going to be walking you through the opening run here, Portal 2 by Zadadas. And yeah, for those all aware, this is the GDQ Restream, SpeeDons' awesome French speedrun charity event, and it's going to be here on GDQ for the next 3 days, I believe, or 4 days.
4 days, yeah, like 3.5, 4, right? Like,
yeah, the math works out.
Yeah. I am super excited to watch this just because I knew that SpeeDons was like a huge event, especially like for Europe standards. I didn't realize it was in an arena that was like this big. It is like huge.
Speedrunning is global. I mean, it's incredible. And while we're all speaking different languages, we're glad to bridge that barrier here and enjoy some awesome speedrunning.
Yeah, and I just want to shout out everyone in chat who's doing like just like real quick translations of things all the hosts are saying, because I personally can understand French like a little bit, but they're speaking way faster than I can understand. So I appreciate everyone in chat making it easier for everyone to watch at home.
But yeah, and I'm sure you'll be hearing much more about the event as it goes on. But quickly to talk about Portal 2, because I believe Zadadas is explaining some of the run. The category is going to be full game, no SLA. We're going to be playing through the whole single-player campaign, and that little caveat, no SLA, is an acronym. It stands for No Save Load Abuse. Within most Source Engine games, you can quick save and quick load. You can actually see it on the pause right there, save game and load last save, although you can't save right now because you're in a cutscene. But we're allowed to save and load, but we're not allowed to use any glitches that require saving and loading. If you're curious, if you have some time, take a look at a Portal 2 SLA run, any percent run. They're very, very different. Usually a lot of out-of-bounds glitches are attributed to saving and loading. So we'll be staying in bounds for all of it and solving most of the test chambers just in very clever and slightly glitchy ways.
Yeah, and if you've ever seen Portal before, it is all about doing these fast solves that are just like mind-boggling to people who've never seen it before, and all about the movement as well. And you're going to be seeing plenty of that here, even if you don't go out of bounds.
And we're off. So the start of Portal 2 is actually a 5-minute long cutscene, so always the most anticlimactic thing. Normally for PB attempts, we actually skip this, but we'll have some chance to explain some of the things, and as you see over in France, they're getting the crowd into it. But yeah, this is like the Source Engine like tutorial without being a tutorial. So we're waking up, moving around, looking around. Look at this awesome painting that got modded into the game. There are some custom textures in the game, and they're also going to be showing off a really cool prize later. I won't spoil anything.
Yeah, modding's a big part of like the Portal run, and, like the culture of like Source games as well. Like personally, I don't play too much Portal 2, but I even have like a custom Portal gun.
Yeah, it's a nice little accent on everyone's run. If you scroll through the Portal 2 leaderboards, you'll see everyone's colorful guns.
Yeah, after getting through the tutorial, there is nothing that goes wrong. Never ever.
Clueless. I always like when commentating Portal 2, just hyping up the main story points, and it's like ironic in a sense, but I'm like, I wonder if there are people who haven't played Portal 2 yet. If you haven't and you're hearing this, go play Portal 2. It goes on sale for...
They said it's 15 years old, which like that hurts my brain.
Just about. But you can get it for the price of a gumball every Steam sale. So.
Oh, I didn't realize they also modded like the SpeeDons logo into the TV.
Yep. If you're curious, the Portal 2 community stance on like texture modding is that as long as you upload your mods, so the moderator team can see what you're actually changing in the game, everything that's purely visual or like for fun, as long as it doesn't provide you a competitive advantage, you can change. So theoretically, if Zadadas PB's here, they can submit the run.
In a case of serious brain damage.
But let's use some of this time to talk about all the great things happening in Portal 2. We're going to see some Source Engine gameplay. Limey, do you know anything about the Source Engine?
Oh, I know so much about the Source Engine. So, in the Source Engine, and this is pretty universal between a lot of the entries or a lot of the games in the Source Engine, there is this thing called bunny hopping, which is super important for a lot of Source Engine runs, where you jump and kind of move your camera to one side and strafe to that side as well, because you move faster while you're air strafing, obviously in the air. And you can use this, like you can buffer them with the scroll wheel, or if you're very good at it, you can time it with the space bar, which is necessary in some games. But you can keep chaining these hops together to move a lot faster in the air. But Portal 2 has one super important caveat with that, where if you go over 300 units per speed, you actually start to lose air control, and you can't take a lot of turns tighter. So you have to strategically slow down so you can take corners faster and get your speed back up. It's very important to be doing that, and it's a very hard balance to strike, especially as someone who's new to Source Engine like gameplay. But you'll be seeing a lot of like great gameplay, a lot of great B-hops here.
Yeah, there's always, sometimes you gotta go slow to go fast, and Portal 2 movement is one of those things. As cool as Half-Life bunny hopping is, you're not gonna see bending around corners like that in the hard strafing. You're gonna see not slow, we will be going quite fast, but around corners it's going to be very calculated. Other than that, some of the main things we're looking for in a Portal 2 run is dialogue. A lot of things people remember about Portal 2 is the writing, because it is that good. It is also a product of its time to some extent, but it is quite entertaining. And the writers knew this, and they actually implemented it in the game so that every level, most levels, I should say, will not end until the ending dialogue is done. And there are actually a lot of elements in the game that they don't let you progress until the dialogue is over. So for a lot of levels, you're going to see Zaradas wait right before an elevator. There's a complicated, slightly more complicated bus metaphor where the game checks if the dialogue has ended every second, so we want the dialogue to end right before one of those checks. But for the most part, you're going to see them waiting right before an elevator. That's just because the elevator won't load out of the current level until the dialogue is over. And for some very few levels, we'll actually be doing the puzzle slightly slower if it means we can trigger the ending dialogue earlier. But here we go, ending the 5-minute cutscene into the vault for another 30-second cutscene.
Yeah, I'm so used to watching this 30-second cutscene because I'm a huge Portal 2 stream watcher, and I really just forgot how long 5 minutes is, but we were about to get into the run, and if you've never seen it before, you really don't want to blink for this first 5 minutes. It is absolutely absurd.
Yeah, it's crazy. With all the things we do in the speedrun now, this first chamber is actually the only boring chamber. And we're gonna see Zaradas start bunny hopping. This is what it looks like, right? Bend that corner hard, and simplest puzzle in Portal, take a cube, put it on a button. And you can even see they're super slight waiting before walking to the ending there. There's a dialogue line that you can skip if you enter the Fizzler at the right time. Super small and subtle. But coming into the second chamber here, Portal Carousel, really cool trick called Turkey Toss. I'm not even going to talk about this one. I'll talk about it after, but check how cool this looks.
Inside your head.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just taking the cube, pushing it over the glass, and you have about half a second until the game says, "Oh my gosh, you're holding a cube through the wall. I need to stop you from holding that." And in that time, you can just push it onto the button. Circumvents just a small amount of the puzzle, saving a couple of seconds.
Yeah, and if you've played Portal 1, you would kind of know that if you push the mouse button down while you're holding an object to throw it, that doesn't exist in this game. So you have to actually kind of intentionally move your camera or move your body to throw objects in this game. And it's really weird, but once you get the hang of it, it can be really cool sometimes.
Here's the portal gun. Check out this office movement. Our awesome SpeeDons portal gun. We are going to wait here for a dialogue skip.
Good. If you feel that a lethal military android has not...
You can see there Wheatley cut off the announcer, and then the announcer cut off Wheatley again. Again, in the almost 15 years this game has been out, we have found all the ways to manipulate the dialogue to our advantage. And there are cool things like that that actually save up to around 10 seconds waiting to drop out of that room.
This next test is very dangerous.
Yeah, we don't have a time to catch our breath. We're going to Smooth Jazz, and my personal favorite chamber in the game. Check this out. Oh, cube didn't fall
very
into the
slightly
button.
off.
Yeah. That's kind of RNG. But check out this sorcery, putting the portal next to the door, and we're going to take the cube,
The exit door is now
slide it right through. There's an anti-soft lock measure here where if the cube is in this room, the game believes the puzzle is soft locked, so it just opens the door and lets you through. We can glitch the cube through the door by putting a portal next to it, and it'll just open right for us.
If the Enrichment Center is currently being bombarded with fireballs, meteorites, or other objects from space.
And so with the single portal gun, some of these levels can be surprisingly quick when you find the right way to cheese them. Like this one, we're just going to grab this cube in air before it falls. Oh, not quite. Let's try it again, Zadadas. No, the cube is flying so high upwards. Let's try it again. No! Fantastic. This happens sometimes. But there you go, just grabbing the cube before gravity can act on it makes the test quite easy.
Low power environments of as few as 1.1 volts.
Yeah, you can even see there the window wasn't even super that big, so it could be a lot of things on top of just the difficulty of the trick as well.
Yeah.
Physics no longer apply in the future.
And coming in, you're going to see a similar technique here.
Who has discovered this facility amid the ruins of civilization. Welcome. And remember.
And then going into the second part of this chamber called Future Starter, because the future starts with you. When do a quick
not ever
lineup
seen this
here.
lineup before.
Yeah, there are tons of different lineups to stick this button. Zadadas is using the lower part of this light, but basically you just need to hop on that button for a tick or a frame 1/60th of a second, and if you do that, the button will actually just stay open. You can't use that on all buttons in the game. It's dependent on large variable amount of things, but it's pretty easy to do there.
Power remains for core testing protocols. All safety devices have been disabled. The Enrichment Center respects.
All right, and this is a big cutscene level. This is where we reunite with Wheatley, and he'll tell us his plan to get us out of here, but we're going to completely skip it with a tech known as pancake shots. What you just saw there was Zadadas. There's a big industrial door later in the chamber that only opens after we talk to Wheatley for about a minute and pick him up. But these industrial doors have a super tiny gap in them. Also, check this out. Wheatley will just spawn in now. The game doesn't expect you to beat this level without Wheatley, so when it loads in, it just gives you Wheatley. But like I was saying, these industrial doors have a super small gap. It's not even a glitch or a seam shot or anything like that. There's just a hole in the model. It is so minuscule, we didn't notice it for 9 years. But you can just shoot through it there, and it gets to the other side, saving about a minute from that level.
Yeah, and we're about to be getting into another cutscene with, I would say the villain, but I have a soft spot for her, so maybe not the most villainous character in all of Source Gaming.
Escape pod. All right, don't touch anything else. Not interested.
And during that cutscene, we're going to be doing another glitch. Probably one of the cooler ones to run, where the beauty isn't exactly shown fully, but this trick is called Bets Rider. Limey, what do you know about this trick?
Yeah, I know that there's like a clipboard and like a cool little jump over here, but I don't know too much. But I'm excited to see it.
Right, so basically, this elevator is going to rise up into the main. Oh no, we have to get on top of Wheatley. We have to jump on Wheatley to get on top of the pod here. Basically, when we rise up, we're going to see GLaDOS start her waking up sequence. And at the end of that waking up sequence, GLaDOS is going to pick us up and drop us in an incinerator, ending the level. What we're going to do here is we're going to do a pause abuse on this rising elevator to get a huge boost off of it. There's a massive invisible wall surrounding the pod, and we're going to be able to jump over it. Once we're over it, we're free into the chamber, and we're going to try to break into the incinerator a little early. First try, great job, Zadadas. Okay, now we're going to take this clipboard. The goal is to get into this incinerator early. The incinerator opens about 6 seconds before GLaDOS drops us in, so if we can get into it, we'll save 6 seconds. However, due to source engine physics being a little weird, if we just stand on the incinerator, the action of the incinerator opening will actually drag us with the flaps, and we'll get pushed to the side. So the way to solve this is we stand on a clipboard, and we have some really precise setups for this now, so it doesn't even look like Zadadas is standing on the clipboard, but trust me, the game thinks they are, and as a result, when the incinerator opens, they'll drop right in and save about 6 seconds. And it looks super weird because we get pulled back into this cutscene, but the way this cutscene technically works is that GLaDOS just steals the player's camera, where they see, but the player's actual position is still over the incinerator right now, and you should be able to see that when the camera pans, that there's going to be a very faint blue dot over the incinerator, and that is where Chell is currently standing. You'll see the incinerator open, and just for an instant, we'll see her in third person. Look at this. Little blue dot, and there's Chell falling down. A great first try bets rider from Zaradas. We saved 6 seconds, and as a result of that, since we ended the level prematurely in a cutscene state, we're actually invincible for the rest of the run. In a cutscene, we can't take damage because, don't want to die during the story. But because we ended the level during that state, it never gets turned off. And we end up reaping the benefit of that invincibility. It's not used super often in the run, surprisingly, but we are invincible.
You have a dual portal device there.
Now coming here, we're picking up the dual portal gun, and as you see here, we can just blitz through a simple chamber super easily.
Thing is, you're back with me.
Yeah, one thing I'm actually thinking about that we didn't mention earlier was, this is very slight, but in Source Engine games, and particularly this game, you can hold diagonally forward into walls, and it helps you go a lot faster, which is one way that Zaradas is actually gaining a lot of speed, especially like from these corners, like holding diagonally into these rails, even here like up the stairs to gain just a little bit of speed. And it's super slight, but it is used everywhere. Now that I notice it, for some of you not Source heads, you might start seeing it everywhere.
Not bad. I forgot.
Some hiccups here at the start of Chapter 2. I just got to fling through a portal there. It is a slightly weird timing because if you wait too long on it, GLaDOS moves the wall and it gets rid of your portal, and it's kind of annoying. But yeah, now we have the dual portal gun, and this is where tests just get really unleashed, and we can kind of cheese our way through them like laser stairs. This level right here, super quick. Just gonna portal up, portal over to the end, grab this cube, place it on the button. Just that easy.
A horrible person. That's what it says. A horrible person. We weren't even testing for that. Don't let that horrible person thing discourage you. It's just a data point.
And coming to the next chamber here are dual lasers. We're going to be using a glitch called the laser switch glitch. There are 2 laser receivers in this chamber, and there are 2 lasers, but Zaradas is only going to use one to solve the puzzle. So it's going to look like this, and then we're going to push against the door, hit the other laser receiver, and just for one tick, 1/60th of a second, both of the lasers are activated because there's a small delay as the portal disappears. As a result, when we're pushing against the door, the game doesn't want to crush us, so it'll let us through the door. How nice of the game.
You are navigating these test chambers.
Yeah, and that's used in a couple of different places of this run, right?
Yes, it is.
Do whatever it is you
Coming up here, a really nice flashy trick using something called a reportal. This is called Wetmaker. Check this out.
I guess you are listening to
Bang!
For the record,
That scares me every single time.
Yeah,
I know how to do it, it still scares me.
A reportal, if you shoot a portal while standing in a portal, you get a 200 velocity speed boost, which is about another increment of walking speed, so it's quite significant. If you use this combined with a very nice bunny hop jump, you can just clear that entire gap.
here's an interesting fact. You're not breathing real air. It's too expensive.
And another really cool trick, check this out. Zaradas is going to try to jump off the cube in midair. Oh, yes, sir.
Oh, yeah.
Looks so cool.
Yeah, I feel like after you get to a certain point with like being really good at this game, like everything just like starts to feel like you're swagging out, even if you might not intentionally be.
Yeah. A lot of unique flashy strats. Thankfully, this chamber's a little more mellow. It's called Trust Fling, and we just have to trust these aerial faith plates will take us to the right place. If you don't know, aerial faith plates are just catapults. You hit on them. You don't hit on them, but you hit them, and they'll send you in their designated path.
Standing around, smelling and being useless.
And while we wait for the garbage to land on the button, Just a reminder, this is the GDQ English restream of SpeeDons. We'll be here for the whole week/weekend. And yeah, if you want to support the charity Medicines du Monde, Doctors of the World, I don't know if we have a donation link up in chat, but you should be able to find it quite easily.
That's why I had to call you garbage.
Yeah, there should be a command, I think it's !donate, and it should take you to their tracker, donate to them, and, you know, doing this all for a great cause.
I don't know how that went wrong.
Also, look at this glitch right here. This is called a super reportal.
Just an interesting science fact.
Oh, not quite. Need one more portal there. Basically, Zaradas is trying to get stuck in the ground temporarily and compound those reportal speed boosts. This is quite hard. I actually mess up this trick more than I should, so I empathize with Zaradas here. But yeah, we're just gonna shoot the portal at a particular angle in the ground, get a ton of speed upwards, and just barely strafe to the end. An awesome skip.
It's such a satisfying skip.
It really is.
And then also playing with a little bit of scripted momentum at the end, because it's always fun. This is a surprise tool that'll help you later.
Et ça vous permet de voler très très haut, comme là vient de se passer pour notre cher Zadadas, qui pour l'instant est en train de nous faire une masterclass.
All right, Fizzler intro. This one's easy. Just shoot under the floor, of course. That's how I did in my casual playthrough.
Yeah, there's actually a time limit on that, right?
Yeah, the floor does eventually reconstruct and you can't shoot through it. Okay, this is Zadadas highlighted. This is the coolest strat they do in the run. It's called ceiling skip. We're going to use the aerial faith plate here to strafe up onto some debris in the corner. This is all very tough. Definitely, in my opinion, maybe the hardest trick in the run. So getting this in a couple tries is quite expected. But hopefully you're going to bounce off the corner, land on the debris, and it's so tough. You have to do air strafing perfectly. Ugh, barely tapping it. But once we get up there, Zadadas is going to bunny hop off of the edge of the observatory room and land in the main chamber. Normally, you have to wait for GLaDOS to lower the ceiling, and it's quite cumbersome and slow.
Yeah, it takes like 4 flings and then also some time in the middle.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. Onto it. Nice. And here's... This part's even harder if you believe it. We have to jump off of this edge. It doesn't even look like you can jump here. You see Barry gonna jump off, but not enough speed. Nice. Second try on that jump is awesome. And now we're going to finish off the chamber. In style, some reportals. Grab the cube, yoink it over the glass. Oops, accidentally fall through. That's okay. We'll come back, aim the lasers. And then, oh, we're doing the stair skip as well. Check this. Big momentum fling through the portal. Oh, hit their head. There we go, flying through the air. Oh, missed the portal shot, but that's okay. One of my favorite strats in the game, but in my opinion, also the hardest. So hats off to Zadadas. Super cool to showcase.
C'est vraiment, au pire des cas, ça faisait gagner 2 secondes grand max. Mais techniquement, je crois avoir vu les escaliers se déployer au moment où Zadadas...
Whoa, these on-screen little guys at the bottom are sick.
Enjoy this next
Yeah, I didn't even know that they had
those. They just disappeared, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful day out. Yesterday I saw...
SpeeDons always does such a great job on these shows. It's really incredible.
Maybe I'll let you...
Gonna make me go to France one day and learn the language.
I wouldn't even be mad. I'd be so tempted to do it.
Oh, check this out. Panel fling. Boom. If you time it perfectly, you can slope off of the panel in the middle of the chamber. Just get right to the end, avoid all the other faith plates. And yeah, we're in chapter 3. In my opinion, this is like one of the harder segments in the run, just because a lot of the test chambers are quite involved in a lot of really hard technical tricks. Thankfully, this level here, bridge intro, is not too bad. This is the introduction to hard light bridges. They're just floors or walls that can go through portals. Oh, jeez. Nice. Clutch. Jump, get back up, hit the button. Gonna go retrieve a cube and put on a button. The only asterisk about this chamber is that we are going to do this. Yeah, just push it right through the glass. Unfortunately for Zadadas, did not land on the button, so we can try it again.
Excellent. You're a predator, and these tests...
There we go. Third tries the charm.
Speaking of which, I was researching sharks for an upcoming test. Do you know who else murders?
Yeah, like I said earlier, tossing cubes onto buttons is like, in my opinion, as someone who's all right at the game, the hardest part of the game.
Yeah, it is deceptively hard.
I figured out what to do.
Next chamber, Bridge the Gap. There's a cutscene at the start of this level, but we're going to skip it by doing some masterful bunny hopping. Zadadas is going to land 4 bunny hops here, and if done right, we're going to make our way through the door before it closes. It's quite a tight timing. You do have to place your bunny hops in just the right spot at just the right speed. So a couple of tries here, and hopefully we'll see. We're through and into the chamber, and now check this. Portal, reportal. Oh, okay, we'll try it again. Portal, reportal, through, down, floor, grab the cube. This trick is so involved and hard, and it looks so flashy and cool when you get it.
Don't get up. Well done. In fact,
There we go, bunny hop on the center of the platform and fling perfectly to the end. It is almost uncanny how perfectly that speedrun strat just works.
Yeah, and I just want to shout out that, like Sushi said earlier, a lot of these test chambers in this chapter are super involved, and that is no exception. That is extremely difficult.
Yeah, this is turret intro. We're introduced to the turrets, but we can't take damage, and they're quite easy to avoid. So for now, we're just going to be flying right through it. But yeah, worth noting too, if you haven't found out from the commentary, Portal 2 has a lot of unique strats that are challenging and only relevant to one chamber. Makes it hard to commentate and even harder to speedrun. So shouts to Zadadas. They're an awesome FPS speedrunner, and I know they even normally play the co-op speedrun for Portal 2. So single player isn't even their main wheelhouse. So it's super impressive to be able to get all these tricks down and show it off.
Yeah, the co-op run for this is super interesting. If you've never seen it, please watch it, just because all the chambers are different. It is like a completely different story. It's not just like the same story with 2 people.
technically, it's a medical experiment.
And yeah, so I'm fooling around here. The second you fully activate the lasers for 1/60th of a second, the dialogue is started, so you have some time to burn.
That jumpsuit you're wearing looks stupid. That's not me.
Okay, this chamber is hopefully where we're going to show off invincibility for the first time. Again, back in Chapter 1, the cutscene glitch gave us invincibility, so right here we're going to grab this turret, and, we're taking turret fire, but it's fine. We'll just hop on the platform and yoink that cube. They can fire all they want. It's not going to do anything.
Do the bullets in this game boost you at all?
They do, but because we don't take damage, we can't get the boost.
Okay, I see.
That's why
I
normally...
wasn't sure if it was like a real god mode, or if it was you can take damage but you don't actually receive the damage.
Yeah. No, we just straight up cannot take damage. That strat is actually slightly possible. It is possible without damage, but it makes it really hard because even if you take 1 bullet, they can just send you to Jupiter with a knockback of the shots.
For those who don't know, Jupiter is very far away.
Thank you for the explanation, Limey.
That's why I'm here.
I love all these custom portal prizes in the bottom right.
It says this next test was designed by one of Apple's.
Yeah, there's so much, and it's so impressive, and I'm super happy that even a lot of the overseas events are getting as much support as GDQ does.
Yeah, I think it is worth noting. I think we have an obligation to tell people that I believe not all people in all countries are eligible for those prizes.
I'm getting choked up.
Yeah, I think that's the case. It's only people in France and... Ooh, I'm going to look at this.
We'll get some information for you on that, but you should donate regardless of if you want to receive prizes or not. Regardless of how sick they look.
Switzerland, there we go.
There you go. France, Belgium, and Switzerland. So if you're in those countries and you're on the fence about donating, you should.
If it makes you feel any better, they abandoned you at birth. So I'm very
All right, going to Chapter 4 here. This chamber is called Column Blocker. This is the most WTF ? Chamber. We're going to be using a glitch here called, the skip's called Chorus Fruit Skip because we're basically going to do a down warp within this chamber to get to the end from this observatory room. Got to uncrouch here, do a tick perfect portal shot. And if you do it right, you can clip below you. Right below this observation room is the ending door. Takes a couple of tries. This is very tough.
I've genuinely never seen this done first try. I thought this was like you had to like save load abuse for this.
This is one of the biggest run killer with PBs, but there we go. We got to the door, and now we're going to do a trick called Jerry Skip or Dane Skip. There's a 40-second cutscene in this elevator, and we do not want to wait through that, so we're going to clip through the elevator. This is pseudo RNG. It only works on like certain game engine ticks, so it only works 1/3 of the time, but first try for Zaradas, that's so awesome. Also going down the elevator shaft, instantly ending the level. Yeah, that trick, it's a huge PB killer because you can do the exact same inputs. You can be a tool-assisted speedrun, and it will only work 1/3 of the time, and even then, the inputs are kind of precise. So first try is incredible. You love to see it. And some more flashy chambers here. Laser chaining. We're going to be chaining all these lasers together. Normally there's a receiver at the end, but we can kind of skip it with an air strafe. So coming up, aiming these two. And then that opens the ending door. So we'll just come down here, portal through, and use air strafing to get right next to the door.
Yeah, the air strafing in this game is so cool to watch just because it's really difficult. You have to move your camera so much and like so precisely to be able to make a lot of these gaps and a lot of these like strats.
My favorite speedrun strat here, triple laser. Check this. 3 lasers. Just activate them all at the same time. Forehead. I mean, that's literally what it is.
I did that casually.
Yeah, exactly. There's a small delay between when the laser is stopped, when the laser is pointing at it versus when it activates. So there's a couple of ticks of delay. So if you just shimmy your mouse, you can just activate all 3 for a single tick. And if the door is open for a single tick, it'll just let you through. All right, and coming here, we're going to be going to the escape sequence or the behind-the-scenes map, as Wheatley is going to reintroduce himself and break us out of these test chambers.
Yeah, we haven't heard from Wheatley for a bit, so
no.
Hopefully he's all right.
Yeah, now we're on the run. GLaDOS, of course, wants to keep us locked up and testing forever, but Wheatley's on our side. He wants to help us get out of here. And these next couple levels are just all going to be movement. Bunny hopping, so you can kind of see how Zaradas will navigate some of these sections, and especially going around corners because of the Portal 2 movement. Can be a little tricky, but Zaradas is pretty good at this, so you can see here, if they go for the skip, there's an invisible wall here that you can bunny hop around. Playing it on the first try is fine. Okay, it's fine. It only saves like 2 seconds. It's okay. And we'll bunny hop down these catwalks here and go deeper behind the scenes.
Yeah, and like we mentioned earlier, there is that like soft speed cap of 300 minutes. So strategically slowing down to take these corners and then speeding back up with wall hugging and b-hopping. A lot of involved movement.
Retrouver ma liberté. Voilà.
Liberté, chérie. Alors, chapitre 5.
And this chamber is called Turret Factory. While we're behind the scenes here, we're going to have 2 major objectives. We want to stop GLaDOS' turret production and stop her neurotoxin production, so that way we can, she hopefully won't kill us when we face off with her. This level here is quite dark, because Zaradas is going to turn on a full bright console command so we all can see. But it's mostly just bunny hopping through this somewhat disturbing factory. Yeah, normally GLaDOS turns off all the lights in the facility because she knows you're creeping around back there, and you have to have Wheatley use a flashlight so you can navigate your way around. But Wheatley is so slow, so we don't.
Yeah,
really have
if we know
time
where to go,
for
then
him.
we can just do it if we know where to go.
The flex I always like to say too is that speedrunners can navigate this level in the dark. It's not that bad. So the lighting is just nice, and also so everyone at home can see. And coming down here through all these tubes, jump right to the end. And loading into deeper into the turret factory, this level is called Turret Sabotage, where we'll actually take care of the turret line. SpeeDons attempting a cool... Nope, they're not going to be attempting it because it's quite hard, so failed on the first try. So I don't need to talk about it. But coming for the turret line here, normally you'd switch out the model turret to a defective turret. So GLaDOS will stop producing those. Or stop producing normal turrets, but instead we're just going to completely skip doing that. There's a thing I mentioned earlier called a pancake shot. Those large industrial doors have a super small hole in them. We're going to do the same thing here and shoot through the industrial door, barring us from exiting the turret factory room. So check this out.
Thank you very much.
Gonna do a view snap setup. Oh, failed, so we'll try it again. And if everything is right, the portal shot goes through the door. We're on the other side. Even though the turret line is still producing perfectly good turrets, you know, we're invincible. Who cares? We'll get to that problem when we get there.
That did not end well.
But yeah, also quickly worth noting, the technique there that was being used, view snap, it's a slightly controversial technique we use in some Source Engine games. We use Portal and Portal 2 when we need a really precise shot. You set your in-game sensitivity to a super high value, something close to the hundreds or thousands, when a normal player plays between like 0.5 and 10. And then we can use that to manipulate our angle to go to the exact spot with one kind of increment of our mouse. It's a little weird. Something I haven't surprisingly mentioned so far is that if you're curious about the more inner workings of Portal 2 speedruns, I make a lot of videos on my YouTube channel, Sushi, all about it. Unfortunately, not even a plug, just a genuinely good resource. So once you're done watching all the SpeeDons runs this weekend, consider checking it out if you remember this run.
If you were going to plug it, I was going to plug it, so it works out.
There we go. But yeah, here, this is the Neurotoxin Sabotage. There actually is a skip, too, where you can skip sabotaging the Neurotoxin here. It's called Implosion Skip, but SpeeDons taking it safe. It doesn't save that much time, so just destroying the Neurotoxin generator, and then everything will explode, and we'll be through to the big cutscene portion of the run where we confront GLaDOS.
They just really don't like that chair, I guess.
No, yeah. Well, so yeah, the funny lore is that that chair is used in the Implosion Skip, which is the very, very hard skip that some runners do here. And basically, we didn't even realize that chair was there for like 10 years for like routing purposes. Like, we just totally forgot that was something we could pick up. And the second someone was like, hey, can we use this? We just found the route instantly.
That's so funny. I didn't realize it was that fast, but I remember seeing the video, and like you said, good resource.
Awesome. So the next 5 minutes of the run are just going to be some big cutscene levels as we're introducing GLaDOS to what we've done behind the scenes, and hopefully getting Wheatley in control of the facility. In the meantime, as SpeeDons was playing Tetris, we have a speedrun plugin, and it has some awesome things like a completely embedded Tetris game that you can turn on and off. So maybe we'll see some more of that.
I didn't know that existed. I need to update my source split or whatever plugin.
There's also we have there's a command like a rhythm game where if you turn it on, it goes based off your bunny hop timing. So if you get a tick perfect bunny hop, it'll show on the screen a text. It'll be like perfect, and then if you miss it by a couple of ticks, it'll be like bad. And if you get it a tick later, it'll be like good. There are a lot of goofy things in our speedrun plugin.
Yeah, most of my interactions with like the Portal 2 community have been in like situations where we're not speedrunning. Like, I've played Minecraft with like quite a few of you actually. And yeah, this doesn't surprise me at all. Oh, apparently I'm seeing in the chat there's also Minesweeper.
I believe that sounds correct, yeah.
I might need to pick this up.
It's great to get these cutscenes through. But yeah, in the meantime, we have about 2 minutes till I need to like talk about the next skip. Lamy, if you want to take a second, are there any runs on the SpeeDons calendar you want to highlight?
I am excited about most of it, honestly. Like, I saw the schedule. It's really good. As a quick runner, I think it would be like sacrilegious for me to not mention Doom 2. That's later today, I think, actually. I need to check what else is there, but there is a lot on the schedule that is really good. I'm also going to be on commentary for Kuru Kuru Kururin, which is a super cool like GBA like puzzle game. What about you?
I'm so sad. I have not had that much time to check the schedule. This is one of those things that like I'm doing this commentary and I know I'm only doing it, one, because I'm the Portal 2 guy, and two, because it's the first run of the event, so I didn't have to look at anything. But I'm so excited for the rest of the day today and tomorrow at work to just have the stream on in the background and watch all this awesome stuff.
I'm like skimming the schedule. Yeah, there's also Fire Red Leaf Green 80%, and if you've never seen Glitch Generation 3, it is gonna be a treat. Please watch that. But, you know, I would be remiss to say you should just watch the whole event, pretty please.
Yeah, it's no wrong answers. So I come in here, we hit a button, and that's going to allow Wheatley to take control of the facility over GLaDOS. And because we all know Wheatley is the good guy, that's going to end the run, I think.
Yeah, so this is a huge PP and honestly like record as well, maybe, right?
I think so.
His head is too small for like GLaDOS's body in it.
Right? It looks a little weird.
Yeah.
But coming up here, actually the biggest skip in the run, and it might not look like it. It's called Elevator Skip. This elevator is going to rise up from the floor, and Zaradas is going to jump on top of it. Boom. That's it. That's the skip. Normally, you have to enter the elevator from the bottom, and then it closes in on you. But by standing on top here, we can still progress the cutscene. The elevator will close, but we're able to break free from the cutscene. There is a huge invisible wall surrounding this elevator, so we have to wait for it to rise a little bit, and then we can jump out and go into the hole on the bottom to progress the game. The skip saves 2 minutes worth of straight cutscenes. And yeah, normally you'd be stuck in the elevator while Wheatley talks to you as he goes crazy or something. I don't know. I haven't played that part of the game in forever.
Yeah, that sounds right. It's like he gets control of the facility. He's like, wow, I'm going to be so good and I'm going to free you. Or actually, what if I just keep testing instead? That would make me feel really good. And then he tries to kill you by sending you to Old Aperture. And then, yeah. I did my homework.
Yep. So now GLaDOS is a potato, and we're falling down this pit to Old Aperture, and Zaradas is playing Tetris. Ooh, that's a Tetris. Okay.
Ooh,
let's keep going. Okay. Do you play Tetris at all? I don't.
I play Puyo Puyo, but because there was Puyo Puyo Tetris, I actually used to be really, really good at swapping that game. And I, like, in my state, I was, like, ranked, like, top 20 at one point. So, I can hit a couple Tetrises.
I have a perilous situation here. Okay, got the right file on
almost a Tetris setup here.
Yeah.
Oh, this could be huge.
The line's coming.
Oh.
What? You had the lines on it.
You had the line. Oh.
All right. Hey,
pretty soon, no.
You know,
okay.
You know, I'll be nice and not backseat their Portal 2 gameplay, but I cannot stand for subpar Tetris gameplay. All right, and we're coming here at the nice, technically not halfway in time, but halfway through the game, like chronologically speaking. We're now in Old Aperture. Yeah. We're now in Old Aperture, and we're seeing a lot of destroyed test chambers. We're not even in a testing track yet, so we're going to have to find our way through that. This first level, called Underground, has some cool movement and a nice long shot in the middle to skip some walking. Or in our case, bunny hopping, but...
Yeah, bee hopping generally is the fastest movement in the game, except if you're going through a portal, then that is the one that counts, actually.
Yeah, teleportation is pretty good movement.
Yeah, so the more we can use portals here, then generally the better.
And now we're going to see this massive vault door open.
I forgot you can stand up here.
Yeah.
Like, threw me off.
Giant invisible wall.
Yeah, this is a very funny segment of the game because like this massive vault door opens and then it's just like a 6-foot tall door.
Mm-hmm. Just brilliant visual comedy.
This game might have held up.
All right, this chamber is called Cave Johnson. Normally we get introduced to that man called Cave Johnson. However, it actually holds one of the fastest, hardest, and coolest tricks in the run. We're going to start with a cliff shot here. There's a portal surface later in the chamber that we can't access. But by getting on the edge of this catwalk over here, and actually we usually have to jump off the edge just a little bit and come back, we can land a portal shot on that edge, on that surface. It's quite tough, but there we go, second try. And then we're going to stand onto the main chamber, and we're going to do a scripted momentum abuse plus a reportal. First try. Awesome job by Zadadas. That's a tick-perfect trick, and it's deceptively hard. By going into that portal at a particular angle off the side of the little catwalk there, you're able to trick the game into triggering something called scripted momentum. Every fling in the game has a kind of mechanism that says, okay, if you're going a certain speed, I'm just going to hard code the fling trajectory. We're basically able, I don't know the specific reasons why, but we're able to trick the game into activating that mechanism, and we fling to the end. If you combine it with a reportal, we jump on top of the thing, and you go fling off of it right to the end. It's super cool, and while all that's happening, we're in the next testing chamber, and everything goes so fast in this run. Our repulsion intro at the start, Zadadas did a seam shot to skip the first part of the chamber. Gonna use some momentum here to get onto this blue gel, which I'll explain in a second. After this trick called Step Dad, we're going to step on the button, and we're going to glitch it open by walking forward and left. It's called Step Dad because the first setup we found for the trick involved pressing DAD, so that's why we call it Step Dad. Step on the button, press DAD. But that's kind of the old setup. Yeah. So. But yeah, now we're in the old testing tracks. The big thing about these is we're introduced to the gel. The blue gel makes you bounce, and the red gel makes you go fast. Fun fact, the red gel is actually only used once in the entire run. And that's only for a strat that saves 2 seconds. It's actually one of the harder strats in the game, and it wasn't implemented, a rough bunny hop there, but it wasn't implemented into the speedrun for about until a year ago. So for the first 10, 12 years of the speedrun's existence, we actually didn't even use the red gel at all.
I totally forget how infrequently it's used in single player, because there's quite a few chambers in co-op that use it.
Yeah. Here's a super cool trick. This is a super reportal with the blue gel. Zadadas is going to suck in the wall by placing a portal specifically and shoot a ton of portals while jumping on the gel. And if you do it just right, you get a WTF question mark, question mark, question mark. How do you do that? Fling right to the end. Oh, not quite. This trick's very, very hard.
Yeah, it's almost like a plot armor-esque amount of speed that you get.
Yeah. It's so beautiful just to fling right to the end. And another cool chamber here, Crazy Box, we're going to do a view snap and a seam shot. There's a very precise shot you can do to shoot into the second or last part of the chamber. And Zadadas is going to turn their sensitivity all the way up so they can get that precise angle needed to get that shot as fast as possible. There you go, into the second part of the chamber. Grab the cube and just a little stretch it to the end. Yeah, now all the glitches are in full swing.
Yeah, this is my favorite part of the game, just to casually go through super fast, because there's so much going on that it's just if you kind of generally know about everything, you can still get through this really quickly. But with all of the super high level, super specific strats, super involved strats, it's just completely unreal to watch.
Cool trick here, we're going to shoot a portal through a wall, because why not? There you go. There's something in the game called a portal helper, where usually when you're shooting portals during flings, the game likes to kind of provide a magnet to a portal surface. But that magnet is actually so large, it will grab our portal shot through the wall. And then normally here we'd pick up Potato GLaDOS, but we can actually skip her by doing a very cool fling here. If this portal shot cooperates, this is the most frustrating thing in the game. Okay, awesome. Boom, boom, boom. And just flying over the Aperture logo there into the elevator. Very nicely done.
I'm happy that it's not just me. I didn't realize that was just frustrating for everyone.
And now, even though we didn't get Potato GLaDOS, she'll appear on our gun, because the game assumes we must have collected her if we beat the last chamber. And here's a cool one, just a cool shot to the end, then a reportal and a bunny hop. And strafing like a madman gets you right to the end.
Listen up down there. That thing's called an elevator, not a bathroom.
Comment on dit, alimenté par patate, puisque même dans la vraie vie, vous pouvez alimenter des trucs par patate.
And then more super reportals. It's such a cool glitch, but also so goofy. But here we're going to do it on this wall here, and we'll actually slope off of that ramp in front of us and fling perfectly to the end. Again, it's almost goofy. You'll see when Zadadas gets this, that like some of these super reportal flings look like they were like almost intended in the sense that like they fling you perfectly.
Yeah, like I said earlier, it's just plot armor, it feels like.
Speedrunner plot armor.
All you gotta do is let us disassemble you. We're not banging rocks together here. We know how to put a man back together. So that's a complete reassembly. New vitals, spit shots.
Also, one small thing I wanted to call out. Zadadas actually submitted this to the last SpeeDons, and it got in on backup. And this is the one right after the last one. And now it's the opener. I think that's like super cool. They must feel super great about that.
That is really cool. I did not know that. Coming up here is a fan favorite skip, or maybe a fan not favorite. It's called Lemonade Skip. It's called that because there's a certain line Cave Johnson delivers in this chamber about lemons, and we skip it by doing a very precise super reportal setup. This one is like incredible. We're just gonna get a ton of speed. I think Zadadas got stuck just the right way. It's a very precise setup, and then boom, fly all the way up to this catwalk later in the chamber. Perfect height. Great job, Zadadas. And if you do all of that, you skip Cave Johnson talking about lemons. Fun fact, the reason why it's called Lemonade Skip is because we had a slower variant of it called Lemon Skip, and then we found a way to do it faster. So we called it Lemonade Skip, an improvement.
Yeah, I feel like speedrunning communities who have been around for long enough, who find skips for skips or like improved versions of skips, just have like the most entertaining names. Like stuff like, it's just like area skip skip, or like lemon versus lemonade skip.
I wonder what speedrunning community has like the most skips in a skip name. Like, there's got to be a trick out there that's like level 2 skip, 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 skip,
Yeah.
There's got to be some game. And look, dude, this is what happens. We talked about something gooey for a second, and Zadadas does an incredible, crazy strat that we don't have time to explain. How does that happen?
That's my fault, except just know that they went fast, and that's generally what happens in this game.
Another super reportal. Unfortunately, you can say super reportal for like half of the chambers here in Old Aperture. A vault opens in the ceiling, and that vault behind it has the elevator back to the surface. Usually there's an elevator where GLaDOS shares a nice moment with us, but we don't have time for that, so we want to get through right when the vault opens in the ceiling. So we'll gather speed with a super reportal and fling upwards over an invisible wall. Nicely done.
And I feel like this is a silly question, but I want to make sure. Stuck launches are in this game, right? Because I know they're in Half-Life 2.
Yes, stuck launches are in this game. That's actually what Zadadas did at the start of this chamber, a stuck launch.
Okay, that's what I was making sure. I wanted to make sure I understand.
Yeah, they're quite useful. I think I don't know the total amount of chambers that have them, but there are 2 chambers I know that were useful, and they're both in Old Aperture. And the reason why they're useful is because if you don't know stuck launch, you can get stuck in a piece of geometry, and you will very slightly be moving down, but the game will still give you full acceleration due to gravity. So as a result, you can build up downward speed super quickly. In Portal 2, it's actually quite helpful because you can place blue gel right below you and turn that downward speed into upward speed. But back in Aperture Laboratories, what's been now called Wheatley Laboratories, We're gonna say hi to Wheatley here. Well, you would normally in that room, but Zaradas does a trick called cube throw, where you're throwing the cube onto the button and standing against the door. Normally, Wheatley blocks the door right after the cube goes on the button, but since we're in front of the door, we just get pushed into it. So quite nice. Saves a 50-second cutscene.
Yeah, we haven't seen Zaradas throw a cube in a while, so of course,
no,
the next time we see it, it has to be like a minute-long time save.
All right, and this chamber is called Test. It's just pressing a button. Nothing too crazy. Wheatley is in a kind of a desperate state to test, so he's gonna make us do it again.
Yeah, in the story here, he's kind of revamped the testing area, after testing area, and he's just kind of going mad with power at this point. He wants to test. He tries making you do the test twice, actually, to see if he feels any better, and it doesn't make him feel better, so he lets you go to the next one.
All right, and now it's time for the most broken glitch in the run, and maybe also one of the silliest. Limey, what do you know about the excursion funnel crouch fly glitch?
I am unfortunately very familiar as someone who loves the co-op of this game, but please, I would love to hear an explanation because I don't know how to explain it.
So the main elements here in the Wheatley test chambers are these excursion funnels or tractor beams. They're quite intuitive. If you're within them, you get zero gravity and you float in the direction it's sending you. However, there is a huge glitch in the game called the excursion funnel crouch fly glitch that Zaradas actually has right now, where if you crouch while at a complete stop in a funnel, you can trick the game into thinking you're still in a funnel even when you exit it. As a result, we keep the zero gravity state, and we can just jump into levels like this, float around the ceiling, and skip most of the testing elements by ignoring gravity. The fun fact for this is that this glitch was found on day 1 of the game's release, and it's actually still in the game. We've run on the current Steam version of the game. I think Valve knows this exists, but it's the kind of thing that, like, they're homies about it, and they know casual players aren't finding this, and it's pretty cool in the speedrun, so it's right there. You can download Portal 2 right now on Steam and pull off this trick. It's quite easy, actually.
How do you disable this, by chance? Since Zaradas has had this for the 3rd chamber now.
Right, there are a couple of properties behind it. The big thing about this state is that you can preserve it between levels, and the way you lose it actually changes between whether or not you got it in this level or preserved it from a previous level. If you preserved it like Zaradas has, the only way to get rid of it is by touching a funnel. If you touch a funnel, the game kind of recalibrates, like, oh, whoa, you shouldn't be flying. I'm gonna set your number of funnels to 0, so you're not in a funnel. However, it's different if you got crouch fly on that level. If you got it on that level, all you need to do is crouch or uncrouch, and you can get rid of it. And also, going to a funnel does not reset it if you got it that level. But it's a weird technicality. We don't do that at all. We only preserve it in the speedruns. As you see there, Zaradas entered a funnel, and now they're back on the ground.
Yeah, and now b-hopping is a thing again that they can do.
Correct. And another thing here is that you can just shoot on the edge of that grate. It's called a grate shot.
Great shot.
And it makes this level quite easy. And yeah, nearing the end of the run here, still probably about 8-10 more minutes to go. But I hope you all have been enjoying this Portal 2 run. Again, this English restream of the SpeeDons is going to be here for the whole weekend, so please do stay with us. This chamber, we're going to yoink that cube out of midair. Fun fact here about cube throws is we're going to go down here and place the cube on the button, but the individual level strat here is actually just to throw that cube on the button and just have it stick the landing. It is so goofy.
Yeah, if you've never seen any of the individual level runs in this game, please check them out. A lot of them are so fast, it's kind of hard to comprehend.
All right, well, now we've been on the ground for a little too long, so Zadadas is going to get the fly glitch back. And as you see now, we're going straight upwards. A weird side effect you wouldn't think of zero gravity is that in some cases, well, the game is designed to be played on the floor. So if you're on the ceiling, it's actually quite easy to soft lock yourself in certain places. So you saw there, Zadadas actually used a pipe decal on the ceiling to kind of slope off of and lower their height. So there are a lot. We'll see that more in the final chapter of the game, but there are a lot of clever ways to manipulate it. But in this chamber laser platform, if you were to get stuck in the ceiling, you're actually just soft locked. There's nothing you can do about it. So, but thankfully Zadadas gets the cube cleanly. It's going to angle it perfectly on the portal surface here. There you go. Opens the door. Super cool strat. And tap the funnel there to lose the crouch fly, get gravity back, and go to the end of the level here.
Yeah, who would have thought strafing in the air while you're flying is a little bit faster than just being in the funnel?
Yeah. Here's the one strat I mentioned that uses the speed gel. Normally, you could just use this funnel here to get crouch fly, but instead we're going to use it to transport some gel because the speed gel is faster than air strafing within reason. So Zadadas is going to do a quick jump. Oh my gosh!
That
stuck the landing.
That landing terrified me.
It is so tight. Yeah, that strat is very hard, so hats off to Zadadas. Getting that on the first try.
I've got a big surprise for you two. Seriously, look forward to it.
And we're almost done with chapter 8 here. Only one more level. It's called Repulsion Polarity. Super cool chamber casually, but as a speedrunner, we have access to the crouch fly glitch, and it makes it quite trivial. This crouch fly glitch, though, is super important because we're basically going to keep this for the next handful of levels, and it helps us skip a lot of things. So I'm going to shoot on the edge of this funnel so we can get into it, come to a complete stop, crouch, uncrouch, and then shoot a portal over here to fly to the ending door.
He's inexplicably happy all of a sudden, even though he should be going out of his mind with test window.
Yeah, I think if you've seen like any of the GDQ runs of Portal before, this might be the part where, like, you might have struggled doing a lot of these puzzles or a lot of these segments, and it's just like, oh, we can just crouch fly through here, and it just works out perfectly, actually.
Only 2 more chambers.
So now Zadadas will not be bunny hopping because they have the zero gravity glitch, but when it's time, they're going to set it off into the air. They're going to hit their head on a pixel walk here, and now we're off into the finales. These are the final 4 levels of the game. It's also known as the part where he kills you because Wheatley tries to kill us.
Pretty
yeah, this is,
if you ask me.
Yeah, despite the fact that we just flew through a wall, there's actually a trapped faith plate there that you'd normally take. Instead of taking the faith plate, we're just flying through. And we're going to say hi to Wheatley, who is kind of just purely in shock at seeing us fly through the air. Normally we're supposed to land down there, but yeah, we're going to slope off of his monitor and land on the catwalk behind him to progress.
I've decided I'm not going to kill you, okay?
And this is where you can start seeing the routing of, getting all your height in order. We're going to go on the bottom side of that catwalk lip there, and then we'll get just the right amount of downward speed to land on the ending catwalk over there. It's quite tricky, as you can kind of see a couple of reloads. Oh, here's a crusher.
Hi, Crusher.
But yeah, at the side of here, normally we have to wait for Wheatley to lug this chamber kind of through our path, but we can just fly around it and fly through that because it doesn't have a texture at the point it's moving. It does have collision where its destination is, but that's fine. We'll just fly through here. And then another cool height manipulation, using the bottom side of these stairs on the catwalk to lower ourselves enough. Actually, they lower themselves too much, so I'll try it again. Just barely sloping, hitting our head on the bottom side of the catwalk, getting to where we need to be, down over here.
Yeah, a lot of this just feels almost intentional.
Yeah, it does. It almost feels too perfect.
Yeah. This is like the Cinderella story of like speedrunning, I think.
All right, and here in, oh gosh, Zaradas accidentally got themselves up the ground. This can be a little awkward to recover. Oh gosh, do they know? Okay, they do know. That can be annoying. If you like pop yourself out of a portal, the game might just pop you out in air when you have to crouch fly. And again, if we don't have control of our height while in the air, it's almost deceptively bad. Or it's deceptive in the sense that it's bad when we think flying is a good thing. But coming through here, we're gonna phase through this wall because it breaks down anyway, so it doesn't have collision, and then jump off of a little tab down there.
Every time they hit a ceiling, it just like terrifies me. It's like I think this is fine this time, but
yeah. All right, and now we're coming to the last chamber of the game, the Wheatley boss fight. We got rid of the crouch fly by tagging the funnel in the previous chamber, so we will be bunny hopping. And yeah, what do you know about the Wheatley boss fight, Limey?
I don't know too much about it, but I will say there is some clownery afoot, I'll say. You know, some cores,
clownery.
some juggling maybe.
Some buffoonery.
Yeah.
That's a Velatro reference, by the way. Can't believe Velatro came up with that word, buffoon.
I know just enough about Velatro to have a little trouble.
All right. This is the Wheatley boss fight. This is finale for the last level of the game. Time will end when Zaradas shoots the moon. Spoilers, that's the ending of the game. To do this, we are going to have to hit Wheatley 3 times with bombs. Like any video game boss fight, the magic number is always 3. Wheatley will shoot bombs at us, and our goal is to use portals to redirect the bombs back at him. To do this, first we need portal surfaces, so there's a conversion gel pipe in the chamber, which we'll have Wheatley throw bombs at, which will make the whole chamber portable. Once that's done, we will set up portals to hit Wheatley, but we're going to do this in kind of a precise way. We're going to do some buffoonery here called bomb juggling. Of course, we need to hit Wheatley with 3 bombs, but Wheatley actually shoots out a rally of bombs, almost up to 3 at a time. So we're going to preserve the other 2 bombs Wheatley throws, and hopefully we'll use them later in the fight. But now that Wheatley's stunned, GLaDOS is going to send us a core. We'll pick it up, grab it, and attach it to Wheatley. Going a little early here. 3rd try is the charm. Now we can see these bombs are just in perpetual motion, flinging through one portal to another. And basically, right when Wheatley wakes up, we're going to hit him with a bomb. Beautiful. Yeah, normally you'd have to wait about 4 or 5 more seconds for him to fully wake up and start throwing bombs. But instead, we can basically just spawn camp him and get the bomb right on him.
Core corruption at 75%.
And after the second core is on, we just have 1 more to go with this bomb that's still juggling through those portals.
Will self-destruct in 2 minutes.
I told you not to put these cores on.
I've said this before, but this is almost like the Cinderella story.
Yeah, everything's too convenient. And we'll pick up this last core, attach it to Wheatley. Perfect. Now there's just 1 more trick in the game called early moonshot. Usually Wheatley has bombs planted in the stalemate resolution room here that we have to press a button in. And as a result of the facility kind of collapsing, the ceiling will open and we'll shoot the moon to suck Wheatley out into space. There's actually a super small overlap, though, between when you can shoot the moon and when you get blown away from the bombs. And Zaradas is going to shoot the moon during that time. It's actually perfect timing. If you just hold down the mouse button on the portal gun, it'll just work. So you should hear a small shine, and that is when time will be. And we'll all clap and celebrate. Not quite. Yeah, you need the timing just right so you fall through the portal while shooting. A little deceptive. You got this, Zaradas. Get the crowd into it. Just barely missed it. Aimed a little too high. It's surprisingly tough. The save 16 seconds, by the way, so it's worth going for. But you will every once in a while have a hiccup on PB pace like this. That's just so unfortunate. There we go. So that's Portal 2 by Zadadas. And the opening run here of SpeeDons 2025.
Yeah, for everyone in Twitch chat, reminder, exclamation schedule, exclamation donate. You can see, I think it's exclamation SpeeDons, anyways. Exclamation donate. This is all for a great cause. We are doing an English restream of this event that's taking place in France, usually with French commentary, so everyone around the world could enjoy this.
Yeah, and it's truly an honor and a privilege to be able to explain to the English-speaking community some of the insane tricks that's happening over in France. Again, speedrunning is its own language in itself, so it's nice to translate what's going on here. But yeah, personally, I'm super excited for the week ahead, and I hope you all are too.
Yeah, real quick, where can everyone find you, since, you know, that this is the only run that you're going to be doing for the event?
Hey guys, if you want to follow me, you should type msushi into Google. I guess. Do that. I also been checking out Zadadas. I don't think they stream too much, but a lot of cool FPS games. I know they're also English speaking, so cool person to check out. And Limey, how about yourself?
Yeah, you can find me pretty much everywhere, Limey or Limey SR. You can also tune into GDQ most days, and I'll be involved in some capacity. msushi to Google, it didn't work. What do? Okay.
Try DuckDuckGo, I guess. Or whatever. Hope I'm not butchering any future search engine sponsorships with SpeeDons or Games Done Quick. Regardless, I think that's all we have here, right, Lemmy?
Yep, that is all we have here.
So do check out the SpeeDons schedule. Donate if you can, supporting Doctors of the World. And yeah, hope you all enjoyed Portal 2. I believe the English commentary will come back for the next run, Yellow Taxi Goes Room.
Je ne recommanderais que de faire le jeu, même si vous l'avez déjà vu là tout de suite. C'est vraiment un jeu exceptionnel et vous n'en avez pas vu grand chose vu que je suis allé vite normalement. Je vous encourage vraiment à le faire. Et encore une fois, merci d'avoir été là et d'avoir pris la bonne.
Eh bien, merci beaucoup, Zadadas. C'était une rêve incroyable de cette ouverture. Merci beaucoup, mon cher PPK.
Merci, mon cher Chamax.
C'était incroyable de passer un moment exceptionnel. Voilà.
Oui.
Quel début de Speedon. On va tout de suite rendre la main aux ambianceurs pour pouvoir faire la suite. Des bisous, à plus tard.
Et bravo pour cette bonne bravo. Et merci Chachamax et TPK pour ce commentaire incroyable. Alors, tout de suite, il va y avoir très bientôt là Yellow Taxi Goes Vroom et vous pouvez avec vos dons choisir la langue du jeu. Actuellement, il y a une fervente bagarre entre l'allemand et le japonais.
Ah oui.
Il y a 200 € d'écart à peu près, mais pour l'instant, c'est bien l'allemand.
L'allemand à 54% pour 42%.
Tout à fait.
2% les Français et 0% pour les Anglais.
C'est vrai qu'en anglais, tout le monde s'en fout. Mais il y a à peu près 200 € d'écart. Et il y a notamment quelqu'un qui a fait un don de 500 € pour mettre le jeu en allemand et qui nous a fait un don en allemand que je suis incapable de lire.
Tout à fait. Tout à fait.
En tout cas, force à lui.
Force à lui. Et c'est lui.
Et grand merci.
C'est lui qui a fait passer l'allemand en premier.
Exact.
Sur cette incentive.
Et mais il y a aussi alors le problème, c'est qu'il y a eu un don de 1000 € qui dit vroom vroom des. Mais le problème, c'est que je pense que ça n'a pas été mis dans l'incentive. Il est dead, malheureusement. En tout cas, voilà, Feniben qui a fait le don de 2000 €, mais
je pense qu'il n'a pas été coché dans le défi, donc pensez-y.
Il faut le
bien
refaire.
cocher les cartes.
Refais ton don de 1000 euros, s'il te plaît. Tu peux refaire ton don de 1000 euros.
Nous, on peut pas les intégrer, c'est trop tard après. Hein, voilà,
c'est pas si facile. Alors, on a aussi pas mal de dons. On a Biberly qui a dit let's go. Ouais.
Ah, bien sûr. Est-ce qu'on peut encore envoyer
le petit ouais?
Moi, je l'ai envoyé là. Ça marche pas.
Ah si, il est là.
Ah si, il est là. Ah voilà, parce qu'on envoie les bonhommes, hein, bien sûr.
On envoie les bonhommes.
Qui n'ont pas de nom hein, pour l'instant. Il va falloir
peut-être une incentive.
Il va falloir que vous trouviez un nom, effectivement. On va essayer. Ouais, peut-être on met ça en place quand.
Je sais pas. Il ressemble à ça. Qu'est-ce que ça vous inspire comme nom?
Ou à ça, voilà. Ça
on verra. On verra quoi.
Vous exprimez qu'en don, bien sûr.
On a le Père Noël qui a donné 500 euros.
Ah, ça, c'est sympa.
Et oui, les enfants, il existe, suivi de le Père Noël 2.
Il pourrait donner.
Qui a donné 500 euros aussi.
Il pourrait ah oui, le Père Noël 2,
tout à fait.
Effectivement.
Mathieu qui a donné 300 euros. C'est parti pour un Speedon 5 légendaire. On n'en sait rien. Ça se trouve, ça va être nul.
C'est vrai qu'on peut pas le savoir. Il dit légendaire, mais pour l'instant, on peut pas le savoir.
On est qu'au début, on sait pas.
On a Tornade de Caca qui a envoyé 100 euros. Vraiment, merci et bravo.
Tornade de Caca, futur président, bien sûr, on adore.
Voilà.
Merci Juste Taille pour les 300 euros. Bourrez les dons, oui.
Bien sûr. On a un don de 2000 euros que j'ai vu de Hacharas qui dit comment est-ce qu'on appelle une abeille qui donne plein de sous.
Moi je sais, j'ai vu le don. Mais le savez-vous?
C'est un bourdon.
Eh oui.
Super.
Moi j'appelle ça tout simplement une masterclass.
1000 euros la blague. Hein.
1000 euros la blague.
1000 euros la blague. Elle est donc très bonne.
Et quelle blague?
Elle est excellente. Excellente.
Tatav qui a donné 100 euros. Let's go, le meilleur event de speedrun de l'année. La botte à Dédé qui a donné 200 euros. Bourrons les dés. Ok, très bien. On a aussi I Am Blunt 21 qui a donné 500 euros. Ah non, c'est lui qui avait fait le message en allemand que je ne peux pas lire.
Et oui,
je vais essayer de le lire. Ich preich ein bisschen Deutsch. Ce qui s'est passé aussi.
Franchement, je pense que c'était pas mal.
Il faut le dire aussi, pendant cette run sur Portal 2, on a eu un magnifique, enfin je l'espère magnifique. Hein,
c'est pas encore.
On sait pas.
On sait pas, vous savez pas encore.
Nio nous a fait un dessin en direct.
Quel est-il ce dessin?
Quel est-il? Montre-le
devant.
Qu'est-ce que tu as dessiné?
Oui.
Oui. Oh, c'est super.
C'est le colorial, bien sûr. C'est Whitley. Comment on dit le nom à chaque fois?
Whitley. Je pense que c'est Whitley.
Il n'y a pas de H, hein, donc.
Whitley.
Ça dépend.
Voilà.
Magnifique. Est-ce que tu peux le remontrer? Et sachez que si vous faites un don à l'événement, vous pourrez
Si vous l'avez fait pendant la run, si je ne m'abuse.
C'est trop tard dans ce cas-là. Voilà. C'est tout simplement trop tard.
C'est pas pour vous.
Voilà, c'est pas pour vous. Mais si vous avez fait un don pendant la run de Portal,
voilà.
Tu ne vas pas faire de dessin pour le
suivant,
mais celui juste.
Et je reviens pour Prince of Persia.
Exact.
Crown, bien sûr.
Tout à fait.
Voilà.
Ça.
Et je rappelle qu'on est plein d'illustrateurs et illustratrices à venir pendant tout l'événement.
Absolument.
Vous verrez plein de jolis dessins. N'hésitez pas à donner pour les runs.
Tout à fait.
Il y a des illustrateurs et illustratrices.
Merci beaucoup, Nio. Très beau dessin. Et on espère que quelqu'un va le remporter.
J'espère.
Mon cher Antoine, la bataille fait rage entre Allemands et Japonais. Là,
encore
dans le jeu pour l'instant. En tout cas, nous avons 1247 euros pour l'Allemand et 948 pour le Japonais. Donc la bataille n'est pas perdue.
J'ai l'impression que c'est quand même l'Allemand. Moi, j'aurais misé tout sur le Japonais, j'avoue. Hein, en tant que moi-même.
En tant que Japonais.
Enfin, je ne suis pas japonais, bien sûr, mais j'ai.
Et pas loin, quand même.
J'adore ça, bien sûr.
Pas loin.
Ténébreuse Fool qui a donné 200 euros. Let's go, vive Speedon, vive Portal 2.
Bravo.
C'est tellement vrai ce qu'il vient de dire.
C'est tellement vrai.
Gomcap qui a donné 173 euros en disant bon Speedon à tous.
Le Japonais qui va bientôt dépasser les 1000 euros pour le prochain jeu, je rappelle, pour choisir la langue du jeu, avec écrit et audio, hein, il me semble.
Et on dit ça, mais il reste pas beaucoup de temps. Hein,
c'est pour ça que je dis ça.
De maintenant, là.
C'est pour ça que je dis ça. Là, vous avez 5 minutes grand max pour faire vos dons dans l'incentive. Donc quand vous faites vos dons, pensez à cocher les incentives.
Voilà. Non.
Sinon, un petit peu de nouvelles du meilleur Zelda, parce que c'est vrai que c'est aussi la grande incentive qui est en cours. Pour l'instant, c'est Phantom Hourglass sur DS qui gagne, avec 1025 euros.
Vous avez tout l'événement pour voter. C'est vrai que c'est surprenant.
Suivi de Wind Waker, c'est vrai.
Voilà.
Mais suivi d'assez loin, pour être honnête. Hein, donc,
oui, bien. Non, mais c'est que le début.
C'est que le début. C'est en effet que le début, effectivement. Mais en tout cas, voilà, c'est le meilleur Zelda, ça avance.
Ça avance. C'est quoi ton meilleur Zelda, toi, Zeratan?
Le meilleur Zelda, moi, je dirais celui de Super NES. J'ai oublié le nom.
Link to the Past.
Ouais. J'en ai pas fait beaucoup, donc.
Très bonne réponse.
Il y a la nostalgie qui joue.
Bien sûr, évidemment.
Moi, ce serait Link to the Past.
Bien sûr, bien sûr. Voilà. On a un don anonyme qui a donné 500 euros.
Ce serait Breath of the Wild, j'imagine.
Je sais pas.
Ah ouais?
Non, peut-être Ocarina of Time.
Ah ouais?
Oui, peut-être Ocarina of Time, c'est toujours plaisir.
De toute façon, nos avis n'ont aucune valeur s'il n'y a pas de don avec.
Évidemment, et je n'ai pas fait de don.
Pas encore.
Pas encore, évidemment. Bryce Canard, encore un breton. Super, ça fait plaisir, qui a donné 500 euros.
Ça veut dire quoi? D'ailleurs, j'ai pas vu de drapeau breton dans la salle, c'est un peu étonnant. Il n'y a pas de drapeau breton pour l'instant.
On est saved pour l'instant.
Pour l'instant, on est sauvé.
Pour l'instant.
Je suis sûr que ça va finir par arriver, Antoine.
Bryce Canard qui a donné 500 euros, qui dit le public, vous êtes chaud? Non, ils ne le sont pas.
Quand même.
Je ne trouve pas, je suis désolé.
En même temps, il est assez tôt. Moi, je trouve que c'est un peu tôt pour.
Mais oui, vous l'êtes. ça.
Eh oui, vous l'êtes.
Bien sûr.
Et ça se remplit doucement d'ailleurs, hein, c'est quasiment plein ce soir.
J'avais pas lu le nom, il y a fait Hannibal qui a donné 1000 € en disant. Ah non, c'est lui qui a dit vroom vroom des sous.
Et oui, vroom vroom des. Et qui malheureusement n'avait pas mis dans le japonais.
Remets.
Et oui, il faut remettre.
Remets.
Effectivement.
Camillou qui a donné 300 €. Le salaire est tombé aujourd'hui, donc 0 excuse pour pas participer.
Ah, ça c'est bien.
Alors qu'en vrai, je trouve qu'il y a plein d'excuses pour pas participer. L'envie déjà.
Déjà,
je l'ai pas envie. Le temps. Voilà, tout simplement. C'est déjà 2 bonnes excuses, je trouve. Mais bravo, bourrez les dons. Et courage à toutes tous pour ce marathon.
300 € d'écart, hein. C'est pour l'instant l'Allemand qui gagne la bataille pour la langue du jeu. Mais le Japonais a dépassé les 1000 €. On est à 1017 € contre 1200.
Mais j'ai l'impression que tu as envie que ce soit japonais, en fait.
Ah non, j'ai envie que ce soit l'Allemand.
Ah, voilà.
Ce serait un chef-d'œuvre.
Ce serait un chef-d'œuvre.
On passerait un superbe moment.
Ça serait magnifique.
Mais la bataille n'est pas terminée. Hein. Voilà, même si les runners et les commentateurs ont l'air d'être quasiment prêts. Donc il vous reste, allez, 1 minute, 2 minutes peut-être.
Ah là là, si vous avez, je sais pas, 10 000 € à mettre d'un coup, là.
Ouais, franchement.
Je sais pas, je veux dire, c'est le moment.
10 000, ça suffira.
10 000, ça sera bon.
Mais 1000 aussi. Oh, il vient d'y avoir un gros don pour le Japon, 100 € qui arrive. Donc là, on est à 130 € d'écart.
Je remonte les dons, mon cher Adrien.
Le Japonais,
c'est compliqué.
Peut-être à la dernière minute.
C'est peut-être Père Castor qui a donné 100 € en disant bon Speedon.
Ouais, peut-être.
Peut-être que c'est lui, on ne sait pas, on ne saura jamais. Mais par contre, ce que je peux te dire, c'est qu'il y a Ocario qui a donné 150 € en disant Speedon les dons. On est là pour médecin du monde.
Et peut-être qu'il les a donnés pour l'Allemand, puisque c'est remonté à l'instant. mais c'est formidable. Non, mais c'est une superbe bataille.
C'est quelque chose.
De toute façon, on attendra que les runners et les commentateurs nous demandent la langue pour vous donner le résultat final.
Tout à fait.
On va pas arrêter tant qu'on nous demande pas de choisir la langue du jeu.
Tout à fait. Pour l'instant, rien n'est joué.
Pour l'instant, c'est l'allemand, mais
rien.
À peine 100 balles d'écart. 100 balles d'écart.
Qu'est-ce que c'est 100 balles
100 balles sur les... Et d'ailleurs, on vient de dépasser les 150 000 €. Bien joué à tous. Et merci pour votre générosité. Alors que nous sommes au tout début, parce que Speedon a démarré, la cagnotte a démarré à 18h. Et voilà, on va arriver sur cette deuxième run, on rappelle, de Yellow Taxi Goes Vroom, qui sera évidemment commenté.
Tout à fait. On a Moutmout38 qui vient de donner 300 € en disant la phrase suivante. On rappelle qu'on peut évidemment balancer ces petites merdes là. Attends, voilà.
Voilà,
on les balance.
C'est vrai que si on en envoie plein.
Ah oui,
voilà.
Voilà,
ça c'est le souci.
Ah bah oui, c'est comme ça.
Ça me fait penser à l'achat d'appareils photo. Mais...
Ah oui, bien sûr, ça te donne envie d'acheter des appareils
photo. Ça donne envie d'acheter des appareils photo. Alors on a un don de 1 € qui dit le meilleur Zelda c'est Twilight Princess. Donc voilà, ça va rentrer directement dans l'incentive.
Pas une mauvaise réponse, je trouve.
Pas une mauvaise réponse, mais seulement 1 €. Donc était-il vraiment le meilleur
20 € de la part de Issal qui dit Utsuru, let's go. Utsuru qui va run, un Utsuru qu'on connaît très bien ici. Et qui a beaucoup de fans dans le chat, tout à fait.
Oui.
Et du coup, ça me permet de faire cette transition puisqu'ils sont prêts sur scène.
Continuez pour le japonais ou l'allemand.
À tout de suite.
Très peu de temps.
À tout de suite. À tout de suite.
Et bonsoir. Bonsoir tout le monde. Je suis Nimeda, je suis en compagnie de Yari.
Enchantée.
On va vous commenter le vroom vroom. Le tutut, oui, le vroom vroom de tutut, c'est vrai. On va vous présenter les runneuses qui vont vous faire une race incroyable ici. Donc on a Guillaume. Allez, un peu de bruit s'il vous plaît.
On ne s'entend pas dans la salle. Hein.
Ouais, ça c'est un peu timide quand même. Et on a Utsuru. Let's go. Du coup, est-ce que vous avez un petit mot à nous dire, les runneuses?
Oh, you're good. Hello, everybody. My name is Happy by 3, and I will be one of your 2 English language commentators for this intense any % race of Yellow Taxi Goes Vroom, and I am joined by...
Hello, I am Selkuth Mayan. You can call me Sel, and I am super excited for this any % race between you and Utsuru. They both PB'd in the past couple of days, and they are now 1 second apart. So this run is going to be super hot, super fast, and just an absolute delight.
Yeah, I believe within the last 48 hours, they have gotten within a second of each other's PBs. So this is about as close of a race as you are gonna see. And especially with a game like this that is pretty much all execution, it's going to be really close and really skill intensive and really exciting. Not only within 1 second of each other, but within 1 second of each other in the top 3 on a very active leaderboard.
Indeed. So this is, it's going to be super competitive, super fun. This is like the second run of the event, and it's going to be so hype. I'm just very excited.
Yeah, it looks like they are getting into it. We have one runner in each of the two languages, and yeah, they are right into it. Looks like the top two both got chosen.
German and Japanese.
So I'm going to cover a little bit of the basic mechanics. You may notice the runners going vertically quite a bit, but there is not, in fact, a jump in this game. So the main mechanic of Yellow Taxi Goes Vroom is that you can accelerate, you can brake, you can go backwards, and you can flip yourself upside down, but you cannot jump. Luckily, using the other four mechanics, we can get vertical height. But it's, I think, very important as you are watching all of the incredible vertical stuff that these runners are doing, that it is not actually jumping. It is using a combination of momentum and flipping themselves over. And then this ability, the Flip-O-Will, a spin dash that you can interrupt mid-dash to gain vertical height, change your direction, get extra movement speed horizontally, and navigate this 3D collectathon platformer without, some might argue, the most important mechanic in a 3D collectathon platformer, jumping.
That's what makes this game so fun and such a cool speedrun as well.
Yeah, absolutely. There are, so you'll notice they're collecting these gears, these little green guys, similar to like a Mario 64 or Mario Odyssey. They are collecting these to unlock more areas where they can collect more of those and then eventually get to the final boss. There's 219 gears in the game, but we only need 130 of them for any percent, so they're only going to collect 130 in this round. And right now we are going through kind of the first like hub area, so to speak, that links us to other levels. This is Morio's house. That O in the second letter is very important.
Yes,
this is Morio.
Mm-hmm. We'll explain the lore a little bit later on, but yes, Morio, very important character.
Yeah, and as you can see, this is really tightly routed. The speed with which they're collecting these gears is absurd. It takes usually casually about as much time to just find the next gear as they're taking to go collect 3 of them. So this is a very tightly routed, very, very quick run. And as you can see, they are literally frame for frame right now, collecting gears at the same time. It's wild how tight this race is already.
Don't worry, there's a level later on that can shake things up, but yes.
Oh, yes. So the best way for the runners to get vertical height, you're going to see start to happen in the next level after this. This is another fairly straightforward level. They're just going around using these ramps to get in the air, interrupt the dash, and then get over so you can get the gear. But we are going to see the one glitch in the run coming up soon, which is called spider climbing. So, as is tradition in any good speed run, the walls are often a suggestion. Sometimes the walls are made out of blocks stacked together. Sometimes they are not there at all. And so what that allows the runners to do in some cases, as you just saw on Utsuru's screen, is they are able to kind of run into the wall, interrupt their dash, do a flip, and then rinse and repeat to multi-jump their way up the wall. That's called spider climbing. And that is the only glitch that you will see in the whole run. Everything else is just pure expected, intended developer mechanics done extremely cleanly.
Yeah, I believe the area they're in right now is called Gym Gears, and this is sort of the tutorial for jumping. As much as there isn't jumping in the game, this is sort of the tutorial for really getting the hang of these mechanics to be able to jump around without having a jump button. But don't spend a whole lot of time there, and they're off.
I believe to the law office.
Oh, yes, the law office. Oh, right. So, very important thing here from the lawyer in-game. This is a work of fiction that contains crude humor. Any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, actual events, or actual companies is purely coincidental. This is very important. Chat, remember this.
We have a little bit of time before Arcade Panic. Do you want to?
Absolutely, we can definitely talk about the lore. So, obviously, we are playing as this mechanical toy taxi, also known as Morio's son. We were created by Morio to help take down Tosla. The oil in this world has been corrupted by its sole provider, which is the company Tosla, owned by Alien Mosk. And so our goal is to defeat Mosk by collecting these green gears, which are corrupted oil. And this oil that's corrupted is actually causing other cars, which are not mechanical, to become self-aware and like attack people. So very important. We are literally saving the world here and defeating an evil corporation at the same time.
And that's why you'll notice we have a wind-up on the back of our taxi. Our father, Morio, created a wind-up car that would not require oil, because that's the only way that we can save the world without being corrupted like everybody else.
Although there's something about if we get too far away from Morio, we actually slow down and have a harder time moving because we're powered by Morio's mind juice.
Yes, and that is not... The lore explanation is that it is about your physical distance from Morio, but in-game it has nothing to do with your location relevant to Morio. It's just in certain levels, this game goes from like being a 3D Super Mario into being Crazy Taxi. And in the Crazy Taxi levels, the game says, oops, now you're too far from Morio, so you have a limited time. And what happens in those situations is that there will be a timer in the top right, just like that. Thank you. Great timing from the runners giving me the timer. There is that timer in the top right is how long we have until we run out of Morio's mind juice and cannot move anymore. Luckily, grabbing gears gets us more time, and these runners are plenty fast enough that they are never going to run out of time.
Yeah, so with the Crazy Taxi S segments, there's a few of these in the game, few of these levels. They're only going to pick up, I believe, about 4 passengers throughout the entire run. There's way more that you can collect, but that's all they need in order to obtain the gears and to maintain time for some of these levels. So, unfortunately, if you love Crazy Taxi, sorry, we're not going to be doing a whole lot of that today.
Yeah, there's a lot of interacting with the passenger to pick them up and then being like, anyway, instead of driving you where you asked us to go, we're just going to drive all around the island and collect a bunch of gears and then leave. So we are technically a taxi service. We're just a really bad one.
Hey, we're too busy saving the world. There's also some cool strats with the bombs in this area where you can use the bombs to help like launch yourself even further. So there's actually quite a bit of strategy to the timing and the triggering of these bombs.
Yeah, and one of the really nice things about the movement in this game is that you pretty much always have a failsafe because you can chain together those spin dashes and flips. So you can always, if something doesn't quite go as anticipated, you can always start another spin dash, change your direction, flip to get a little extra height. Like you can almost always find a backup strat, which I think is also what makes this a really fun race, because even if these runners miss something, they have like 8 different ideas of what to do next to fix it, to make up for it. And with top level runners like these two, that improv is something they excel at, that you will see done very cleanly. So cleanly that it may sometimes look like intended movement. And you now is getting into Arcade Panic. There's not a lot of really hard stuff in Arcade Panic. It's one of those levels where nothing you do is incredibly difficult, but everything is really optimized with the movement. So any mistake you make is really sets you off course because you have like a set course you're trying to do. They do have to take the bowling ball for those bowling pins. You might think it would be faster to just run into the pins, but if you run into it with your car, the game plays a really loud clown horn and calls you a cheater, and you don't get the gear. So you have to use the bowling ball. But yeah, for the rest of this is pretty much just clean, optimized movement, but not really any new mechanics. So, Sel, do you want to chat about some lore or some of our charity stuff?
One of the things I love about this level is the devs of this game are Panic Arcade, and this is Arcade Panic. So I love when indie games have these little references in them to the devs themselves, which, like, just much love to indie devs.
Also, shout outs to Italian devs. Panic Arcade is a two-person Italian indie dev duo.
Indeed. But yes, of course, we are here for SpeeDons 5, and SpeeDons has raised over 4.5 million euros since 2021. You can learn more at speedons.fr and check out past marathons at youtube.com/@SpeeDons. This is so incredible that in such a short time, they've raised so much money for Médecins du Monde, or Doctors of the World. Like, that's an incredible amount. I believe their goal this event is 3 million euros, which I believe we can get there. There is a way, if chat wants to check out the schedule and potentially donate. Let me find it. Oh yes, it is tracker.speedons.fr. We'll get you to the tracker. There's also merch, I believe. Happy, do you have the information on that?
I sure can grab it. It's in another tab from my notes. But yes, there is... SpeeDons t-shirts are available, and the goal for this event is to reach a milestone of 50,000 total t-shirts sold since like the beginning of SpeeDons selling t-shirts. When you buy a SpeeDons t-shirt, 10 euros of that is donated directly to Médecins du Monde. So if you want to make a donation and also get something cool out of it, you can get a t-shirt. But that shop is only open until Sunday at midnight. So make sure you get those orders in ASAP while you still have the chance. It is also worth noting there is a lottery going on, and while this lottery is only available to folks in France, Belgium, and there's one other, and I want to make sure I get all three of them. France, Belgium, and Switzerland. If you are located in any of those countries and you purchase a t-shirt, you will be entered into a lottery. 2 randomly selected people from those countries will receive a full 4-day pass for the next SpeeDons event and a backstage tour with the Médecins du Monde team.
That is very cool. So if you're in those countries, absolutely check that out. But I have a question now for chat and for Happy. What's your favorite pizza? Because we're in the next level, pizza time.
It's pizza time. Pizza time's another crazy taxi level. Also Hawaiian, because I'm a monster. But
yes, Hawaiian.
Pineapple, ham, and a little like jalapeno or green pepper for a little extra something.
Indeed, I agree.
This is a crazy taxi level, but none of the drop-offs in this level give us a gear, so we ignore all of them. And this level is pretty darn straightforward. There's not a ton to talk about the mechanics here. It's just we're going around getting gears. But the next level has something really big, so I'm going to start talking about it because it's a really quick skip that you might miss if you don't know what's happening before it happens. So the next level is the Tosla Core offices, and we are going to do a skip because, like I mentioned, this is sort of like a 3D Mario collectathon where getting gears opens new areas, and the runners get enough gears that they don't actually ever have to go to the Tosla offices level. However, this game is also a Metroidvania, and there are movement mechanics that you only unlock by collecting items. There's a really, really important item inside of the Tosla offices, but it's a long level. It's like a big vertical, very, very long level, and so we don't want to do the level. but we need the movement mechanics. So what we're going to do, if you're seeing on Gu's screen right now, is we're going to do a little bit of a spider climb here, get this guy, and then in this area... This is a really hard skip, but what Gu is trying to do right now is get up and clip through this wall to collect that item without doing any of the Tosla office. Runners have described this skip as kind of just vibes, and second try, not bad at all.
That is
we take
not
second
bad at
try
all.
on that. I've heard lots of runners describe this as like basically just vibes when you're like, oh, is it like a 50% chance or like 1 in 3? And they're like, none of us know. It just sometimes works and other times it doesn't. Oh, and Utsuru gets it too.
Hey, let's go.
Yes, so now that little skip through the wall has gotten them the item they need without doing this like multiple minutes long level. So that's absolutely massive. And then we go to Maurizio's city. What's a Maurizio, do you suppose, Sel?
Well, Maurizio is a legally distinct giant monkey on top of a legally distinct skyscraper.
Oh. Surely no one's ever done a monkey on a skyscraper before.
Clearly not. Definitely
I cannot think of any piece of media, film nor video game, that has had a monkey on a skyscraper. Except this.
Definitely. Our lawyers are just being overly cautious with the legally distinct thing.
Yeah. Yeah. This is another one of those crazy taxi levels, but we actually pick people up this time. And so you'll see a little face above the taxi when someone is in your taxi. And that face is showing how happy they are, basically. And as time goes on, they get less happy because you take longer to get them there. That big yellow face that looks really, really horrifying and creepy and terrible is actually the best option. If we get the creepy face, something is going well.
Oh, there's also a fun little character that you might be able to spot if the runners are going really fast, but you might be able to spot it somewhere in the background. There's a character called Van Biodiesel in this level. It's a van that is legally distinct, of course.
That runs on biodiesel?
Yes, of course.
It's also a helpful way to remember some conjugations in Spanish. You just remember that Van Diesel has 10 ve ponce.
Huh, I did not know that. We are learning things today.
That joke was for like 3 people in chat, but those 3 people are going to be so happy with me. As we are finishing up Maurizio's city, we are preparing to go into a level that kind of fundamentally changes everything. So Gu is headed that direction right now. We are headed over to Crash Test. And so Crash Test basically takes everything you've learned so far, and then it says, just kidding, now you have to control your movement with the joystick, and you can no longer cancel your spin dash mid-dash. So once you lock into a spin dash, you are locked into it. You do not have the option to change direction like you have the rest of the game. So nothing in this area is really, really difficult. It's just so punishing because you don't have access to those backups and those fail-safes we were talking about. So if you make a mistake, you just have made the mistake. Like, I have seen a ton of runs die here just to a single off angle, and you have no way to fix it, and you just watch yourself fall into the abyss. But there actually is a lore reason that you're not allowed to cancel your spin dash here. So, Sel, if you want to talk about why it definitely makes sense.
So you may have spotted in the level, as you can actually see on Gu's stream right now, there's another little taxi in this level, and her name is Okra Taxi Goes Smooch. She is our love interest, and, you know, she doesn't like jump cancels. She doesn't like them, and so we are trying to impress her by completing this level without using any of them, because the things we do for love. Except, actually, she's a double agent sent from Tosla to try and sabotage us, but she's so impressed with us that she actually does fall in love with us. So I guess it's a happy ending?
Yeah, they hit us with the the double plot twist she was actually a double agent, but also plot twist, your mission succeeded because you were so impressive.
Alors, il faut savoir que de temps en temps, le jeu décide que la barrière en fait n'existe pas. Oui, aussi. Et vous tombez dans le coup à la place.
Ça peut arriver, effectivement. Le jeu est taquin, bien sûr.
This level's just so impressive.
That is a really... Using the corner of that fence to get enough height to get over to this last gear, I remember watching when the game first came out, one of the runners trying to get that. That was the kind of thing that like they were all convinced was possible, but couldn't quite do. And so it's really cool to see these runners now doing this as just like a standard strat in the run. Utsuru did it right there. And getting it on like the second or third try, because I remember when it was a new strat and they were like, this might not actually be possible. It's really hard. And now, where are we headed, Sel?
All right, we are headed now to Morio's mind. That's where he was at, just entering there, because Morio has forgotten his password. So we need to go into his subconscious to retrieve it for him. Except in his subconscious, Morio's going to be shooting lasers at us the entire time. This is one of the most terrifying levels in the entire game, just because that is a one-shot hit if it hits you.
Yeah, this is absolutely a level where runs can die, but also where races can even out. You know, if one runner is a little bit ahead, it just takes one hit from those lasers and suddenly everyone's all tied up again. Oh, Utsuru was millimeters away from taking a laser hit there. That was super lucky.
This is definitely the most stressful level in the game. Or at least for the speedrun. Also, Happy, do you remember what that password is again? I think it must be really complicated if Morio forgot it.
Surely if he can't remember it and needs us to go into his brain to get it back, it must be complicated and really secure. That's the important thing. Yeah. I appreciate that these developers care about cybersecurity.
Indeed. It couldn't be that the password is 1111.
Surely no. But
definitely
alas,
not.
It is. You get to the end of this very long, stressful level, and it's like, oh yeah, that was my password, 1111. Thank you so much. You're like,
you can
really?
see that key there that you just drove past. That is when you click that's when you obtain the password.
Zerk in chat just said in before it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You're not far off.
Not far off indeed.
You were actually pretty close.
Oh, this next level is very cool because we get a new mechanic.
Yes, we get the propeller hat. So you still can't jump, but now if you cancel a spin dash, it pushes you into the air. So you can cancel a spin dash to get a lot more height, which is kind of almost a jump, but not quite. It is, of course, limited. You only have 3 uses of the propeller hat before it needs to cool down. And you'll see that counter right underneath the taxi. So the users do need to be precise about where they use it. Oh, that's really rough from you. That's a huge bummer to miss that. But this actually gives a huge opportunity for Utsuru to catch up because they're pretty much neck and neck now, other than the couple seconds it's going to take for Utsuru to sit through those pickup animations. They're very, very close here.
Again, for those of you who maybe missed the very start of this run, these runners, their PBs currently are 1 second apart. So an absolute incredible match in a race here.
And now the race is about 1 second apart. That's wild. They're so close to each other. But Limey, you know what 1111 means. We said that's that's Morio's password that he couldn't remember. We need to
make sure it's written in chat so that Morio does not forget it again.
Yes, Robert, you are correct. Ruined Observatory is really difficult. There have been a couple levels where I kind of said, like, it's not that hard. It's just really optimized, so it's easy to make mistakes. Observatory is just hard. Like, it's not like, oh, you know, it's not that bad. It's just speed running. Like, no, casually or speed running or anything, Observatory is just tough. And by design, because it is the last level before the last level. Ruined Observatory is when we get the last new movement mechanic and play around with that. And then after this, we go to Tosla HQ, which is our first kind of put all the pieces together level. And then we go to our very last level, which I won't spoil. But the very last level is, you know, pretty straightforward, actually, mechanically. And that's the end of everything. Lore-wise, it's fascinating. The mechanics are like, yeah, fine.
Yeah. All right, Tosla HQ. This is a really long level, and you normally have to like go all through the building, and that's just way too slow. So instead, we're just going to spider climb our way around. I see you is choosing to go around the outside. Looks like Utsuru is also choosing to go around the outside as well. Some runners will choose to climb straight up, but some will sort of wrap around like this.
Yeah, going straight up is a little slower. It's just safer because you only use vertical movement rather than this horizontal movement. And when some of your movement goes horizontal, that takes away from your vert, and then you might miss this. Oh my god! Utsuru millimeters away from missing that, but they did both get it. That was huge.
All right, we're on the moon now. This is the final level. Gravity is lower here. This is why the game gets comparisons to Super Mario Odyssey. And we are here to confront Alien Mosk, the evil CEO of the evil Tosla Corporation. Happy, do you think we're going to have a successful boss fight against Alien Mosk?
Probably. And surely that's the only bad guy we need to deal with here.
Yeah, what if I told you the real bad guy is an Alien Mosk?
Who else could it be? There's no other characters. Is it Morio?
No,
not our dad.
It's not our father. But unfortunately, it is a family member. It is in fact Morio's grandmother, aka our great-grandmother. She is the evil mastermind behind all of this, and time will be coming up very quickly for both runners when they destroy 3 of these pillars. I also believe our great-grandmother is an alien that wants to take over the world or something like that. The lore is...
There's a lot
happening in this level lore-wise, but anyway, surprise, it's not Alien Mosk, it's our grandmother, our great-grandmother, who's the villain.
The last level kind of takes all the lore we've learned for the last however many hours of your playthrough and is like, just kidding. Actually, none of that was true. It was all a ruse. We are the taxi.
Hey.
Limey, that is a good question. We are literally the taxi.
For both of them, they are like 2 seconds apart. Incredible race.
A second and a half. That's ridiculous.
Incredible race.
That's amazing. Yeah, in-game timer 4 seconds, but wild. That's incredible.
Bravo à nos deux runnereuses. Est-ce que ils ont peut-être envie de nous dire un mot?
GG's to both runners. Ridiculously close race. Congrats to Utsuru for the in-game time victory and to Gyu for the RTA victory.
Yes, indeed, and congrats to both of them on their recent PBs as well.
Fabulous. Well, that...
Oh, hello, Arnold the Bunny. That is a tradition in the community. Hello, Arnold.
Hi, Arnold. That flew by. That was so quick.
It did.
This
Such a
run's so much
fast
fun.
run.
It's just over before you know it.
Indeed.
So as far as I know, that is all the time we have for the time being. I believe both of us will be back doing some commentary for future runs.
Indeed.
So
yes.
Looking forward to seeing y'all there.
Yeah, have a great SpeeDons, everyone.
Yeah, thanks for hanging out. Stick around for our upcoming runs. We've got fabulous commentators for everything on the schedule. And yeah, look forward to seeing y'all in chat. Goodness knows I'll be hanging out all day.
Take care, everyone.
C'est vrai que en termes de taxi, ouais, c'était pas.
En termes de vitesse, en termes de performance,
pas dingue.
c'est quelque chose, mais en termes de pur taxi, je suis en mode, bon, écoute, on ne sait pas trop.
Alors, en plus, on a eu japonais et allemand finalement. Il y a eu réconciliation.
Magnifique.
Au dernier instant, mais c'est vrai qu'on avait 4 langues possibles et il y en a eu 2. Et voilà, je précise d'ailleurs que cette mascotte ici est à gagner. Elle est en crochet, mais c'est fait partie des lots qui sont gagnables.
Les petits aussi ou pas?
Les petits, je sais pas. S'il n'est pas gagné, je le prends avec moi.
Bah pareil, mais
j'en sais rien. J'en sais rien. Mais en tout cas, peut-être on est en train de militer.
Achète la mascotte, ok?
On est en train de militer pour que l'incentive soit créé, pour que vous puissiez nommer ces choses, bien sûr, qu'on vous envoie sur live. Et d'ailleurs, je précise que c'est la personne à qui on a dit de remettre 1000 € qui a remis 1000 € pour que le jeu soit en japonais. Ouais, c'est ça, Feniben.
La blague, bien sûr, c'était une blague.
Tout à fait.
Voilà.
Il l'a remis.
Il l'a remis, tout simplement. Il a juste remis 1000 balles.
Il a remis. Il a totalement.
Il y a Namorgan qui a donné 250 €. Merci aux runners, commentatrices, aux orgas, médecins du monde, bravo.
On a aussi I Am Blend 21 qui avait dit Welcome to our English, German and Japanese speaking friends on Restreams. Parce que c'est vrai que cette année, enfin c'est le cas souvent, mais cette année on a beaucoup de langues qui restreament le marathon, notamment Games Done Quick. Ce qui est rigolo parce que SpeeDons existe parce que Games Done Quick existe.
Justement,
et c'est un retour.
Voilà, la boucle est bouclée.
C'est superbe.
C'est effectivement restreamé sur Games Done Quick, mais aussi sur le restream allemand et japonais, justement.
Tout à fait.
Voilà, absolument.
Le Germensch qui sera extrêmement puissant. On a aussi Ola Meumeu qui a dit vous êtes tous moins beaux que MV, mais c'est pas grave, donnez quand même. C'est très réel.
Non, c'est pas.
200 € de Bevito qui dit merci à tout le monde pour l'organisation de cet événement fabuleux. Bourrez les dons.
Jack Sparrow qui a donné 200 € en disant pas grand chose à dire, vive SpeeDons, Zelda, Twilight Princess, supérieur à All, tout simplement.
Tout à fait. Alors, à suivre, nous aurons une run, il me semble, de Prince of Persia qui va arriver, il me semble, c'est ça?
Tout à fait, ça va être absolument Prince of Persia. Il y aura aussi un artwork.
Oui.
Et il y aura aussi un artwork de la part de la même personne, Nio.
Tout à fait, Nio qui va dessiner. C'est une run d'à peu près 1 heure, encore une fois. 1h10.
Est-ce qu'on m'entend?
Oui.
Non, on t'entend.
Adrien?
Oui, allô?
Okay. On t'entend.
Et d'ailleurs, juste après Prince of Persia, ce sera Breath of the Wild.
Breath of the Wild.
Gros. La grosse run attendue.
La brise de la nature sauvage. C'est ceci même.
Tout à fait. Mais alors, c'est une run qui va être faite avec 2 joueurs et un seul contrôleur. Donc une run assez rigolote.
À regarder, à ne pas rater, j'ai envie de vous dire.
Tout à fait. Ce sera dans environ 1h30, juste après la run de Prince of Persia, qui est déjà grotesque. Et d'ailleurs, on me fait signe.
Et déjà prête, surtout.
Ouais, on est déjà prêt. Et ça tombe bien parce qu'on a pris un tout petit peu de retard sur le planning. Léger, très léger. Ne vous inquiétez pas, ça peut aller très vite. À vous la scène. Nous, on reste là, de toute façon, on bouge pas.
On est là.
À vous la scène. Hello.
Bonsoir tout le monde. Je vous entends pas assez, un peu plus. Merci. Alors, aujourd'hui, vous allez voir le premier jeu Prince of Persia en plus de 13 ans. Et pour cela, on a quand même ici sur la scène de SpeeDons le meilleur runner mondial, Antoine 16. Comment tu te sens, Antoine?
Un peu stressé, mais sinon ça va.
Bon, si c'est un peu de stress, ça devrait aller.
Oui.
Qu'est-ce que tu attends de cette run?
Juste un bon temps, peut-être un sub 1 heure si possible, mais on va jouer au mieux, on va essayer de faire le maximum.
Ça marche. Bah écoute,
Shake chat. I hope you are having a wonderful evening, afternoon, morning, I don't know, and enjoying the SpeeDons marathon. And I'm Juanpa. I am one of the runners of this game, the Prince of Persia, The Lost Crown, the world record holder for 80% restricted. I'm with Karim. Karim, you may introduce yourself.
Hello everyone, I'm Karim. I'm also a runner for this game. Also the former world record holder for the restricted category. Funny enough, Wamba is also the unrestricted world record holder. So yeah, I'm really excited to show you this amazing run of Prince of Persia.
Honestly, it's an amazing Metroidvania. Apparently the run seems to be starting. soon.
Ok, bah
Yeah.
super. Alors dans ce cas-là, on va pouvoir démarrer dans 5, 4.
Okay, yeah, this game is okay. 3, 2, 1, and it begins. So, go ahead.
So yeah, we have the any percent restricted category, which is basically a no major glitches rule set. And yeah, our objective is just to get to the end of the game as fast as possible. And this is our first kind of tutorial in the game. The game teaches us how to fight and stuff, but we're gonna say like, nah, we don't want to do that. And we do something here called infinite wall climbing, which usually when you jump off a wall, you're kicked away. But if you / and bury, you're giving a little bit of forward momentum, and you can use that to catch back on the wall, and repeating it, you're able to climb that wall without needing any other power of like dash and stuff. And here's another arena that we're supposed to fight and learn fighting in, but we're gonna do another trick called sword hovering, which is basically when we / up and down the game, we are staying in the air, hovering, it's in the name, and we're able to climb on an invisible wall and skip the arena as well.
The main problem with this strat in particular is that you will get shot by a lot of arrows in the process, so it might be kind of tricky sometimes. And here in this fight, we can skip this one, but there's a small trick that I don't mind doing. Ideally, you want to hit all the soldiers at the same time they spawn with the charge attack, and they will all die in one hit. And it's pretty much one of the first things that was found on the game.
Yeah, unfortunately, like the enemy movement is very RNG, and they can just dodge and miss your combo off, so it's a little bit tough to get sometimes. But it's not that major time loss, so it doesn't matter that much. Here's another arena that we have to fight this time, and we get our potion.
Yeah, as you can see, this game has a huge focus on combat. This is our first boss of the run, General Luishka. So we're basically trying to... Our main character, Sargon, is part of the Immortals, which is like a squad that is in charge of keeping Persia safe. And yeah, they're trying to fight the... How are they called?
Yeah, Immortals are like the best of the best warriors of Persia. And Persia was basically being attacked by General Yuvishka and his soldiers, and we're defending it. Now is a perfect time to talk about our main movement of this game, which is slide cancelling, which you can see here. So basically, we're interrupting a slide by another slide by mashing the direction and slide button at the same time, and that causes us to go very, very fast. And a side effect of that is that it also gives us a lot of iframes.
We'll see that throughout many of the fights later.
Exactly. So right now I'm being introduced to the super anime powerful attacks of this game, which is called Astra Surges. Astra is like kind of like the spiritual powers that they use to do a lot of cool attacks. And here's another mini boss, which is actually not a boss at all. It's just a normal enemy put here with a health bar. And you just unlock it in a corner. It's over.
The Dark Souls treatment.
Yeah.
And that was basically the two parts of the tutorial of the game. Here we're thrown into the main area of the game. You will see a lot of slide cancelling from here on. We're introduced to the rest of the Immortals. And as you can see, this area has a lot of anomalies in terms of time and space, which is like the whole area is messed up in terms of So here is another usage of the sword hovers. Normally you're supposed to go to the right from here, where you're pretty much trapped into the Mount Caf, which is this area. But instead, with a sword hover and a few infinite wall jumps, we can enter an area that's accessed way later on the run, which is a prison into the library archives, sacred archives. And this basically skips a lot of cutscenes, unnecessary cutscenes, a few pickups that we don't need, and it also allows us to get a teleport that we were going to use a few more times on the run, so it's really convenient. Right here, we're going to also get an amulet. The amulets are like equipments that you can wear on the save points, and they give you buffs like the shades in shades is a nice charms in Hollow Knight, is it?
Yeah, charms.
Yeah. I will be explaining that later on. We're going to explain that later on. But yeah, right now we're trying to get to that teleport while also skipping a lot of these rooms as fast as we can. And yeah.
Yeah, we're basically doing this part now. Like, we're gonna come back here later on in the game, and we're just progressing through it, unlocking a bunch of shortcuts, and going to the teleports that's mentioned to go back to kind of our main route, which is back to the Haven. So here's our teleport. And actually, taking this teleport also skips the tutorial for teleportation. And here we're gonna do another tiny skip, which we're gonna do a bunch of sword hovers here to skip talking to that mage. And, like, it's a long talk. You get to like get another amulet, so it's a big of a long like forcing thing, but yeah, we skip it using that sword hovers. And here's a bunch of platforming, and we can see the signature Prince of Persia, like spikes and trap. And it's pretty much a standard of the Prince of Persia series. And right here, the game is like trying to give us some puzzles and tell us, okay, here's a water wheel puzzle, and we're gonna say like, no, we don't want to do that. And another abuse of infinite wall climb, skip it. And that's another boss that we skip right away as well. We don't want to fight that. And what happens right here basically is that the door of the boss closes in the cutscene. So if you skip that cutscene using slide cancels, which is our really super fast movement, you can slide under that door before it closes, and if you get out of the room and enter again, that despawns the boss for some reason. Right here we're also introduced to our save point, which is the walk trees. This one is actually mandatory. You cannot go run past it. You have to, the game forces you to take it. And we get also one other Astro Surge that's called Bauman, or as we like to call it in the community, Batman. And it was one of these very useless Astros. And we believed it was useless, but actually really big. And by the way, there's a little movement here. We skipped a mandatory boss, but it's really small. It's found very early on in the game's development. But yeah, what Bauman allows us to do later on, it saves us around 2.5 minutes after being pretty much useless for so long. And here we pick up our first skill, which is the bow. And weirdly enough there, we actually pick it up from a dead body of us. Like, we found ourselves dead there, and we had the bow, which is the bow of our friend Menelaus, one of the immortals. So a lot of questions raised there about how weird this place can be. And right now we're doing a little bit of backtracking back to Haven to continue on. So earlier on, as like if we went through the intended route, we would have like encountered Anahita, our general, who actually kidnapped the prince, and that's why we're here on Mount Caf to rescue the prince. We were introduced to, we were taught in a cutscene that like we need the bow to break some kind of crystal to be able to climb up and face them. But since we took the alternate route through the prison, we skipped that cutscene. And here's a chest with money, which is, we don't actually need that much money collection, or like there isn't really a lot of money routing in the run. But this chest is mandatory.
Here we want the... Okay, here we get another skill, which is like an extension to our bow, which is the chakram. We can just charging the bow instead of using it. And it's mostly used for a lot of puzzles. And here we also get an amulet holder, which is like an extra slot for the amulets. It's the only one we'll be getting, but it's the only that we need. The money that we're going to use on the shop. We need it right now because it's the only instance and the closest that we have to buy a coin called Cerces. We need 3 Cerces to buy something, another amulet later. We buy it here on the mage. And with that said, we're reaching the first big main boss of the run, Shanander, if I didn't butcher the name.
Yeah.
This is the room Karim was mentioning earlier. Okay, go ahead, sorry.
So here we are starting to use the bow, which we needed before to get through that room. And here's the cutscene that's supposed to tell us, like, Anahita is actually one who kidnapped, and now we're chasing after her and the prince. And yeah, right now, as Wamba said, we're going to the first main boss of the game. Anyone before that was pretty much a joke, and this is the first serious boss of the run. And let's talk a little bit about like how we do combat in this game. So there's pretty much 3 forms of attacks we're gonna be mainly using for the speedrun, which first is down sword slams, which is who you saw us unlocking Sword Master with, and you see a little bit here. Second is air combos, or air slashes, which is our fastest form of attack. And when available, we'll also use the Astral Surge that we are introduced to at the very start of the game, which it doesn't dish out that much damage later on, but it does help interrupt boss attacks, and we use that to basically here interrupt the boss and unlock it a little bit, preventing it from flying away, and that's our first boss.
Amazingly fought.
Here we do a little bit of a kick. Yeah.
We do a small kick as soon as we enter the room. This kick allows us to skip a really long walk up on to a feather, which is basically the main skills of the game. In this case, we get dash. Usually dash before a ruling slate cancelling that up to a certain point. Was the fastest way of going through the game, but then slide cancels were allowed, and that's the... I did, thankfully, because jumping and dashing was really annoying.
Yeah, especially since you have to do it in like, you have to jump really low on the ground, so you're able to go back on the ground faster to chain dashes, and that was extremely hard, especially with input delay on and stuff. It was really tough. And here we are back again to Sacred Archives, which we progressed a little bit earlier to the alternate route. And right now we're climbing up to the Prince. We're gonna visit this room again later on, so this is not the last time we're gonna be seeing it. And here hitting the bells activate a form of power-up called Clairvoyance, and the circle around the bell triggers these platforms. Here we take a little bit of intentional damage, and we're pretty much coming up on a fight. You know how video games sometimes give you boss fights that whether you win or lose, you still lose in the cutscene and stuff for story purposes. And yeah, we're setting up our HP to just lose faster. The intended route here was to go down and to the right and around through a bunch of puzzles and trap rooms, but we use something here called bow hovering, which is basically if you try to fire an arrow in the air, but instead you spin the bow around your center, you end up gaining a lot of horizontal distance without really losing any height. And you're only in this category, you're only allowed to do 2 bow hovers before needing to reset your movement by basically touching a wall or the ground again.
Here we unlock one of the teleports we will also be using later on, and we're pretty much reaching that mandatory defeat boss fight. One is going to do a kind of, it's not difficult, but it can go wrong sometimes. A strat where you shoot our enemy, which is Boran, our leader. Oh, that was so clean. You shoot him, he will deflect your arrow while he's hitting you, and you get hit twice, cancelling a cutscene that takes like 15 seconds. Yeah, perfectly done by Antoine. We reached the depths, our favorite area of the Last Crown community, because there's a lot of awful stuff in here, as you may see. There's a lot of poison around, enemies that are really annoying to deal with. You can pretty much die everywhere. So there's a lot of downtime here, so might as well talk about a little bit of charity. So, nicely done. SpeeDons is raising money towards Doctors of the World, which is an international human rights organization providing emergency and long-term medical care to vulnerable people. Thanks to your donations, Doctors of the World can help 3.4 million people. And if you're interested and want to support the charity, you can learn more about it at doctorsoftheworld.org, I believe, and you can donate and support the charity on speedons.fr. Or I believe there's a exclamation mark donate or exclamation mark SpeeDons command in the chat. Maybe someone can help me there. So yeah, if you can support the charity, greatly appreciated. So back to the depths, which is a horrible place. We're reaching another mini boss fight and another power-up that we're going to obtain soon. But what we're going to do instead, remember the boss fight that we skipped earlier by slide cancelling? Well, we might be able to do the same with another one in this case.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate because the boss coming up is supposed to be the reveal that there's other Sargons in Mount Koth, not just us, as we can see Sargon for a brief moment there, but we use the skip again to slice through the door and skips that boss as well, which is quite unfortunate, but it's a little bit of a long fight, especially with no damage increases or upgrades at this point. And here we access our second time power, third bell or skill, which is a shadow, which is basically you place a shadow in a certain spot, and as long as it's in the same room, you can press the key again to teleport back to that shadow. And our bar-ups here are basically we're picking up the feathers of a kind of very powerful being called the Simorgh. And the Simorgh feathers grant us time powers, which is dashes on one of them, and now shadow. So here comes a lot of there's a lot of mashing here. We love that. But basically we are taught that Varum is blaming us for the prince's murder, which is what happens in the boss fights that we lose. And basically what Varum did is that he killed the prince and tried to kill us as well, but we are alive, and he blamed us for killing the prince and trying to overtake the throne. Pretty much all the immortals now are out to get us, except Nahid, which we saw earlier, who doesn't quite believe that story. And here we're climbing back up to get a teleport to go to another area, and this is our third and last Xerxes that we're collecting during the run. And right now we're going to get Evil Eye, which is the other amulet that we were talking about earlier. And I guess now is the perfect time to explain what our amulet setup basically is doing. So what Evil Eye does is that it takes your health all the way down to 1, but in exchange it gives you pretty much triple the damage. And that can be really, really useful. But at the same time, being at 1 HP the entire run is a little bit tough. And that's why we picked up the Dragon King amulet early on in the run. And what Dragon King amulet does is that it prevents your deaths. Or like it prevents you from dying once, pretty much.
Yeah, it basically revives you and gives you a few wireframes that you can use at your advantage. And the Shadow basically lets us access this area, which is the area Temple of Knowledge inside the Sacred Archives. We're going to obtain the next skill that for now is mandatory. Sadly, it's one of the skills that we like to skip. Either way, please, if someone finds a way of skipping the next skill, greatly appreciate it. Also, I guess it's a good time to mention, if anyone is interested in running this game, feel free to ask. We have Pop Run's Discord where we can answer your questions. The run is in a really good state right now, so highly recommend it running. It's a really nice game, casually also. It's out on Steam quite a few months ago, I believe. The game is a year old, so it's quite fresh for now. And here we get an ingot, which we're needing for upgrading our swords later when we go through the forge. It's mostly used for overall damage in general, but it will enable some certain bosses strats that will stuff quite less difficult.
So right here we see that a lot of enemies are covered in some sort of yellow aura kind of thing, and that basically means that the enemies cannot be killed unless you do something, and perfect execution there of this room. So what basically happened in that room that since we cannot kill the enemies, we kind of have to go around them really fast, but also the enemies move in a really weird pattern sometimes, and mostly RNG. So a lot of runs die in that room, and I'm sure Juanba feels me so much.
Being at one-shot range doesn't make it easy, thanks.
Yeah.
So yeah, the main gimmick, there's 4 puzzles that we need to do to unlock the Clairvoyance room, which are basically puzzles that we need to do with clones. We get up to 3 clones, and each clone has to do a specific action that lets you proceed. And we have strats to skip most of the puzzles. You will be seeing that mostly in the 3rd and the 4th room, because we can also use our shadow to teleport, because the shadow for some reason is maintained through each one of the clones. So yeah, we can use that to our advantage. This room, the second one in particular, is just a matter of speed and leaving the clone inside the switch to open the door, and then just rushing and waiting until the clone hits the switch.
Voilà. Donc normalement ça doit être fait en 3 cycles.
Clean.
Mais voilà, Antoine,
really clean execution.
Il nous fait ça en 2 cycles. Le prochain, pareil, on va le faire en 2 cycles.
In this third puzzle, we're going to leave a shadow on the top of the room, because we're just barely close to touching the room. So, as soon as we enter the room, we touch the switch, so the clone can warp to that shadow as soon as the countdown starts. It's a really clear solution. Next room, there's a really funny strat. I will probably explain how it works later when we have to do it again. But you're basically wall jumping into a corner and then just keeping the room entirely. That was a first try, really amazing, really clean.
Yeah. This swamp puzzle specifically is supposed to be like the most complicated out of the 4, and we just skipped it fully. Like, we didn't even engage with the mechanics or even use the clones at all.
Oh,
sadly, here we see, like, this is what we call in the community the walk of shame, and somebody said
I'm a master at that.
Oh yeah, we all do it sometimes. But we're also here trying to skip a lot of the slow down walk that we see here. And now we picked up our third Simorg feather, which is a clairvoyance power-up, which remembers the bells from earlier that enable certain platforms. This is basically what clairvoyants do, so we are a moving bell right now. But sadly, clairvoyance is pretty much the most useless power in the entire run. Unless you're doing other side stuff, you pretty much only use it once in the run, and that usage is why we even go through this entire area again. So here we're gonna see a little bit of a route split. Usually there's 2 options from this point. You can either backtrack through the area from earlier on where we got the bow from and go down to the Pit of Sands, or you can kind of backdoor to the Tower of Silence, which is one of the later areas of the game, and use that to use another detour and access a Bit of Sand another way, which are both similarly timed. Here we're gonna see the use of Bowman that saves us a lot of time. So what's happening here pretty much is for Astra Surges, it changes your camera, and what changing that camera does is that it unlocks a certain tree that you can use later on to teleport to. Because for some reason, to unlock a tree, pretty much all you have to do is just to have it in your vision, and Astra Surges allows us to do that. It's not quite any Astra Surge as well, it has to be an Astra Surge that moves your camera in the direction of it, and Bauman just fit perfectly for that use. So here we're going down to the Sometry. This is basically the Sometry route, we call it. We're gonna unlock another teleport here to use later, because we need to come back to this area to pick up another power, which is supposed to be mandatory to get to the next area, but we're gonna do another skip. So why are we trying to get to the Bit of Sands? And the reason is, after Viking Shadow, we met Alcara, and Alcara told us that there's actually a way that we can save the prince. And the way can only be taught to us by a really big snake that is banished in the Bit of Sands, and that's why we're trying to go to the Bit of Sands to ask a snake called Ashtaha on how to save the prince. And spoilers, it involves a little bit of time travel.
It can be a Prince of Persia game without time travels.
Oh yeah, exactly.
So yeah, here we're going to be reaching the Bit of Eternal Sands, but first we're going to unlock the teleport that we want to use later on. That was a clean shot, nice. Yeah. What happens in the Pit of Eternal Sands? It's locked by 2 doors, not 2 seals, or 3 seals actually, and 2 of them require 2 skills, 2 different skills. We got one which is Clairvoyance, which is actually the only use we have for Clairvoyance, that's why we want to skip it, and the other one requires Dimensional Claw, which is obtained in the area we just went through, the Soma tree, but we're going to delay that one for later. And here Antoine is going to do what happened earlier in the Clairvoyance puzzles, which is a corner jump how it works is basically while you're dashing, the character's hitbox, that was a nice one, the character's hitbox gets smaller, so you can clip inside a ceiling. And when you exit of the dash animation, your hitbox gets normal. You can then do a wall jump of a corner. And you can pretty much jump through corners like that. And in that case, skip the dimensional claw for now. It's the only use strategy for that skill. It's really hard to do sometimes. And now, inside the Pit of Eternal Sands, we have to reach Ashtaha's boss fight entrance, which is locked by 2 seals. Another 2 seals, by the way. And each side of the seals basically uses a different type of puzzle mentality, but it's mostly parkours and puzzles. And we won this tree for dead warping a few times, so we grab it right now. We go to the left side first, most probably, yeah. This part is cycle-based, but we have a few tricks under our sleeves we can use. For example, the size of those centipede things don't really hurt you. We can clip a little bit on the spikes, which is scary, but it works. And by doing this stuff, we can basically do cycles a little bit faster. On this room, there's another cycle that we can do, which is slightly RNG because it depends on the enemy being rendered and breaking the spikes. Oh, he went for the RNG and that didn't work sadly. And it sometimes works, it sometimes doesn't. It's a really harsh strat. And basically those spikes will break and you can go through. Yeah, it's not a time loss, a big time loss, since we need to get 1 HP to dead warp soon. This is a really hard segment of the run. In my opinion, it's one of the hardest, but Karim might differentiate with me. Okay, here we open the seal and then we do the dead warp. And now we're going to the right side. The right side is mostly movement and baiting a few platforms that will try to crush us. And this one is kind of the camera usually plays against you. That's a nice record. That was a really nice record.
That is really scary.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty much baiting these kind of home builders to try to hit us, and then using them as platforms to jump on and progress. This area isn't 3D that hard usually, but since you are pretty much on 1 HP or 2 HP, it's really tough, especially dying and redoing the whole area. It's you can imagine it's really hard.
Yeah, there's no room for mistakes. On this one, we ideally don't want to lose one of the lives we have, but it's not needed. I thought he was going to dead warp, but you can dead warp even if you lose 1 HP. So we do need both lives for the upcoming boss fight, which is Ashtaha. We want to say something about the fight.
Yeah. So Ashtaha is a snake that we were talking about earlier that is supposed to teach us a way to save the prince. And the boss fights in this game, they're mostly scripted in this run already. And they mostly split into 3 phases. And here we're gonna see an attack that we cannot actually dodge, so we're gonna use a Dragon King amulet to tank it. And how are we supposed to dodge this attack is using the power-ups that we skip. And now Ashtaha is teaching us that there is actually a way to go back in time, but we need to use the celestial arrows and hit 4 celestial. What are they called? Celestial stars, I think. Yeah, celestial groups.
Yeah, constellations.
Yeah. consolation, yeah. So we're gonna hit a few consolations, and hitting the 4 of them, then we can go to the observatory, and that will allow us to go back to a certain point in time and save the prince. And here we're gonna pick up another feather, which is a double jump feather. So most of them are like, okay, so we have double jump, we have dash. How very classic of Metroidvanias, huh? And here we're gonna take another intentional death, and that will cause us to warp back to the tree.
You're supposed to... As we don't enter the next room, we will warp to a tree. Otherwise, there's a checkpoint, really sneaky checkpoint on the next room. So, rely on those spikes.
How we're supposed to do this normally is to go to the right and climb up, but of course it's a really, really long way.
It's like
as long as you don't enter the room, you don't... Yeah, it's really long. But as long as you don't enter the next room, as Wamba said, you don't get a forceful save. If you got it, dying doesn't help anymore. You're gonna be forced on doing that job. And here comes one of the deadliest room in any speedrun, and as you can see, it kills pretty much a lot of runs. Any runs that reaches this point in the game has a chance of dying here, and you can see a lot of archers, and this is really well executed by Antoine here. Amazingly. And we take this tree here, and it's not really for safety, and it's not for refilling our HP, it's actually for a death sword later. And from this point on, and for the next, there is a huge part, maybe like, how long is it? Like 4 or 5 minutes? It's a long time we have to go through without dying to anything except bosses, because bosses have retry mechanics. Because if we die, we go back to that tree, and that tree is kind of secluded from any teleports that would help us go back on track. And yeah, so right now we're going up to our friend Menelaus, who's of course thinking that we killed the prince. He doesn't want to believe that we didn't actually kill the prince, so he's adamant on finding it. So, yeah, as we saw, a lot of traps here. Classic Prince of Persia. And here we are supposed to use Shadow twice to get up, but through some precise movement, we can catch that platform before it closes, and then we can use the Shadow to basically skip half of it.
Coming next, there's another use of Drowned King that we'll be seeing. Ideally, we do the entire puzzle. It only takes like another extra 10 seconds, but by using the iframes of the Drowned King amulet, we can do a funny little wall jump on the spikes on the right, as you can see right now. And that was close. And we reached the Menelaus fight,
which is one of the toughest boss fight of the entire run. This is basically the most practiced boss fight, or maybe second most practiced boss fight for any run. It's really precise, and well, basically what we're gonna see here most of the time is that Menelaus, if you slash attack him normally, you usually have like ways to get you away from him and to elongate the fight and to get him to do more attacks. But down slashes don't count for that, or down slams. So right here we're seeing spamming spike canceling in the corner, and that's what allows us to do is basically we're dodging all of the arrows, or nearly dodging all of them. They can still hit us in between iframe. And as you can see here, using the sword slam, we're able to phase Menelaus without actually triggering any of his retaliation defense mechanism. And that's a perfect
clean fight. Woo!
It's a very clean Menelaus. You can tell Antoine put a lot of practice into this. That's one of our friends dead. And what Menelaus gave us right now is probably one of the most useful power-ups in the game, pretty much. Like, what we got right now is something called Chakram Teleporting. And what Chakram Teleporting does is that it combines the chakram and the shadow to allow us to teleport to wherever we throw the chakram. And you can imagine how much that is used to either skip certain parkour stuff in certain parts of the game. And we're actually going to see probably one of the biggest applications of that glitch coming up in the next section. So we're going back to Symmetry, which we accessed earlier to go back to Bit of Sands. We're supposed, as we said before, we're supposed to do this area before Bit of Sands, but due to the skip we talked about, we were able to delay that part. Sadly, we cannot complete the game without Dimensional Claw, and so we have to go pick it up. And it is locked behind a boss called Kiana, but I'm not gonna spoil what happens to Kiana. Here we're gonna see a small application of Chakram teleporting, which there is basically an arena here, but we skip the trigger using Chakram teleporting. One thing that is also worth mentioning is that if you bounce the Chakram off something, if you bounce it off the ground or walls, it goes out for a longer distance. And we also skip like a little puzzles there as well. And right here we're gonna see pretty much, so this is supposed to be the boss arena for Kiana, and the trigger for the boss is actually like near the ground. And we use Chakram teleporting to get up high in the room, since it doesn't really have a roof. It's one of the few rooms that doesn't have a roof. And we can use sword hovers, double jump to kind of like hover across and skip the trigger for the boss. And will he pull off the kick? He did. And that's our Dimensional Claw, which basically what Dimensional Claw allows us to do is we can take enemies, bombs, or even projectiles from enemy attacks into our claw. And then we can use the claw again to fire out. Here we're gonna see an intentional death, which we talked about earlier, to walk back to this tree. And now we can go up to probably, it's not a hard area, but there is one room that all of us hate.
Yeah. And by the way, this is the only area we need a Dimensional Claw for, so there's a small cutscene here that there's no point in skipping, and we're going to get a small Wak tree that we're going to use later. Actually, we only need to pass by. You will see why later. And yeah, this is a perfect use of Dimensional Claw. It can work for grabbing objects or grabbing enemies and making them friendly. And yeah, it's mostly used for puzzling in general. And this is another interesting use of the Chakram TP. If you do a jump as soon as you're teleporting, that will give you an extra boost as soon as you warp. So this is the aforementioned clockwork room, the one we want to skip a lot. There's many ways of doing this room. One is going to do this one, which is kind of the safest. The way this room works is that there are 3 cycle-based switches, and you want to align them all. So by staying inside of that switch, you can pretty much just keep that switch in place and focus on the other 2. Otherwise, you have to align them better, and that makes it awful. Also, missing a cycle in this place can make you lose like 10 to 15 seconds per cycle. So it's a really painful place.
Oh,
that was a perfect synchronized. That was perfectly synchronized. That's the best case scenario that you can have in this.
Yeah. So if you miss that, you automatically lose like 10-15 seconds and have to like sit on one switch until the other cycles all the way around. You get to sync up. And that's our 3rd celestial arrow. And our 3rd constellation. That only leaves 1.
Yeah. And we're going to go to the coolest area of the game. What are you going to say?
Yeah, pretty much the coolest. I would agree on that. So we use this teleport to get to another teleport that we also accessed earlier, which is Pirate Village. That one we sniped. We went through this room really quickly. I don't blame anyone for not noticing this because it goes by so quick. And we're going back down here. This is a similar route to where we used to go to the bit of sand, but if we go to the right here instead of down, we go to Raging Sea, which is the upcoming area. And a little bit of climbing up here and use the claw again to destroy this wall. And now you see a little bit of camera manipulation here. So holding the camera to the left delays the cycle of one of these swinging bike logs. So you can cross under it without slowing down at all. Usually you need to slow down. And here we see Orad basically foreshadowing that we're gonna fight him in this area. And surprisingly enough, like, Orad is not really interested whether we killed the prince or not. Not because he's evil, but he likes to fight strong opponents. And since he heard that we killed the prince, that must mean that we're, like, really powerful. And we were also the one to defeat the general from the tutorial, so we have a lot of praise in Persia. So right here, this area is pretty much one of the scariest, because even though we have Dragon King amulets that can save us from death, it cannot really save us here, since everything pretty much two-hits you. So these jellyfish, especially, if you hit it, not only will it damage you once, it will also explode and send electricity balls out, and those can hit you again and basically kill you and reset you to the tree, and that's a lot of time lost. Here we see another mandatory arena, and there isn't really much to say here. There isn't really a strat. You just go for whoever spawns first. Especially since we have Evil Eye and one sword upgrades, we have so much damage that we're able to just two-hit all these enemies real quick and kill them. And that's why Evil Eye is so good. Here we're gonna see a use of Chakram teleportation again to skip. We're supposed to like climb on these jellyfish and like they electrocute you sometimes, but just Chakram teleport above them all.
Yeah, here's also... Oh! Okay. Normally you're supposed to hit this orb with sword slashes, but you can do that with the jellyfish, and that breaks the jellyfish and breaks the orb in one hit. And it's a minor time save, but it's really useful. And we're reaching the next boss fight, one of the toughest. It's also a really scripted fight, but it can go wrong. Like the biggest issue is you have to react on what it's going to do, but after you get a certain pattern, you can pretty much...
Yeah, it's pretty much only on phase 2 that you need to react. It's pretty much a fully scripted fight, but on the start of phase 2, he can do one of 3 attacks, depending on the RNG. Really fast phase 1 here, and now that's actually really good RNG, and... Okay, this is one of the worst attacks that he can do.
Ideally we want... Okay, that's the second worst attack that you can do. Ideally we want him to do a jump, then throw the weapon. He has the anchors, and we can use that because it has a really long downtime. It's basically... And here with the Natural Surge we can stun him enough to keep doing sword slams.
Ooh, unlucky. But it actually could have died there, but...
It makes it through.
By Antoine. Yeah, it makes it happen.
Yeah, this fight can go wrong really quickly.
Yeah, like especially with his movement, him like jumping away for a second or two, like especially since your slashes deal so much damage, missing one can be a huge difference. And that's our last Celestial Arrow, and now we can pretty much rescue the prince and go back to the observatory. Here we're gonna see a little bit of this is an intentional death, but you cannot really die as fast as you could because of this cutscene. And if you die, it doesn't really prevent this cutscene from playing, so it will play during the you died animation thing. And when that happens, it doesn't only soft lock the game, it actually hard locks it. And you have to fully restart the game. Like, if it comes on a certain time as well, it will also give you a glitch called zombie. Won't soft lock your game, but will give you a glitch called zombie, and to basically like despawn all the texture and make you unhittable. But as you can imagine, this is of course not allowed in this category.
Yeah, we reached the observatory where we're going to work back in time to save the prince. And remember the ambiguous fight we did earlier? We're back to it with more skills and more knowledge. So we're going to fight Baram. Here we skip a small slowdown. There's a lot of slowdowns on this fight, so
yeah,
I couldn't even explain. I couldn't even explain the fight. That's crazy. Really clean fight, amazing. And we do another death warp to go back to the teleport and then to Haven. In Haven, we're going to buy a really useful, sadly, really endgame item, which is the Wak Wak teleport. Remember the Wak Wak tree that we unlocked really earlier in the run? Now we're going to teleport to it. And yeah, that skips a really long trail inside the Tower of Silence, which is basically the last area of the run, the last main area at least.
Yeah, it basically skips the entire thing. You have to do like a small puzzle at the end, and that's about it. But all like the platforming sections that you're supposed to use all the power-ups that you've collected so far to go through, just skip all of them. And while this area isn't necessarily tough, it can be precise. And again, being 1 HP and dying here especially is maybe more than 30 seconds of time. It's a lot, because you have to go all the way back to Raging Seas and come back here. And as you can imagine, it's really, really hard. And you wouldn't have that teleport as well. And we took...
By the way, we got a grappling hook.
Oh yeah, we got some grappling hook from Baram. We didn't even have a chance to talk about Baram because how fast the fight was done. We take an enemy here in our Dimensional Claw, and what's that? Oh my god! That looks scary. Why is... I can't. That nearly gave me a heart attack.
Yeah, same.
So what we did is we got an enemy on our Dimensional Claw to basically skip the run backs to the areas, or back to the main hub. So what we're doing right now is that we're collecting 3 gongs accessible by that area that had the tree. So usually you finish it and you climb back up, go to a little bit of a section, climb up to go back and take on another gong. But using the Dimensional Claw, you can take an enemy with you, and then if you shoot it, it turns from friendly to foe, and it can kill you, and making you Death Warp again. And that's 1 out of 3 gongs. You're gonna see a second one. All the 3 gongs usually have an arena protecting them, but this one we can access from under. And what we saw there is something called a fling. So what happens if you chakram teleport while using your hook shot, or fabric of time in this game, you can fling yourself really, really far. And that of course gives you a lot of speed rather than climbing up normally. There's other ways to get to that, to get to that gong from under, but this is by far the best. You take another
one of
here.
these mages. Is it a mage or We're going to visit again.
Ghost Soldier?
Yeah, Ghost Soldier. I like that. The mini Darius. Spoiler.
Yeah, we never really named them, so...
Here's another fight. It's pretty much the same as the other one. We want to get hit at least once to speed up the next Death Warp after hitting the gong. So yeah, it's a simple fight. It can go wrong sometimes depending on how the auto aim of the bow goes against you or not. And yeah, we do a dead warp, and that's all the 3 gongs that we need to access the next boss fight, which is King Darius, the father of Baram, the real king, basically.
Yeah, so one detail that we skipped over. King Darius is basically the ruler of Persia, and what happened in the past is that when Baram was young, Prince, what was her name? Tamira or something?
Or what?
I forgot her name. But he basically killed King Darius and then told the people that he died of natural causes, just to take the throne for herself and her family.
This fight is also really scripted.
This is really scripted, and as you saw here, like, we use the Astra Surge during the flame wheels, and Astra Surges give us a little bit of invulnerability frame. That's perfectly executed again by Anton. Anton is on a roll today with the strat.
Really well played so far.
But yeah, Varam is technically the rightful owner of the throne, but he's kind of going the wrong way about it and just trying to kill his way through it. Kind of. Yeah, he tried to kill he killed the prince, and he was pretty much here to gain all the Samorg powers, and then he can pretty much change the whole world to his like image. And here we see pretty much the last area of the game, which or Dewey, exactly, because we're gonna see another use of our previously useless bombing, and we're gonna use it to unlock another tree using the camera manipulation, and it pretty much skips this entire area and saves nearly another minute, and that's 2.5 minutes for this skip alone, which is insane.
And that's pretty much it for almost the entirety of the game. We're up to the last boss fight of the run.
Yeah. I guess one thing to say about Varam is if you guys know like the Prince of Persia game, you would realize that most of the time the prince has either a slowdown or a time stop ability, and we don't really have that, but Varam does. So we're kind of finding like the old prince.
So yeah, you will be seeing the boss fight is kind of squishy, and it has 4 phases. Each phase has a really small HP bar, but you can usually burst through it with few combos. The first and the third phase are usually the easiest, with easiest quotes. And
that's unlucky. Okay, we recovered from this. Was good RNG.
Yes, and that was the second phase. It's mostly react. The third phase, you will have the 2 clones of Baron. You want to hit one many times until the barrage ends, the barrage of fireballs, and you can pretty much finish the entire phase. And that's the last phase next, where we get the super power, super dash, and super abilities.
Yeah, we get the power of friendship and a little bit of the Samorg helping us here. And we get pretty much Super Saiyan. Another enemy.
No!
Ah, unfortunate. Unfortunate. This is really unlikely to happen. Especially since spamming dash in that phase also gives you invulnerability frames. You cannot really do slide cancels, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, also there's
really
a funny thing that happens with that boss fight. On the 4th phase, since it's a cinematic phase, if you die, you get sent back immediately to a respawn point. Without asking if you want to retry the fight or respawn, it just sends you back immediately. So yeah, we're going to see the small walk fight again.
Okay, that's a nice phase 1.
Première phase terminée. Le timing pour les parades n'est pas si simple d'ailleurs.
Okay.
On l'a tapé. Super.
Parry a few slashes and wait until the third slash to start dealing damage. Again, I think he can burst through this attack. Perfect.
Yeah.
That's the slowest attack you can get, but if the boss is at a little bit less of the half HP mark, you can pretty much skip it. So that's what happened just now. That's a really late work. It might not work.
Yeah, and we get
another.
Again, that's really unfortunate,
crazy.
but it doesn't matter because he's basically dead anyways. And we come up to the fourth and final phase again, but right now with Dragon King, we're...
Yes.
Is this enough?
Ooh.
Great RNG.
Yes, and
that's
prefer to time.
Game.
That's time. Sorry, I got
really wonderful.
That was a really clean run. That's a sub 1 RTA, which is kind of... It's not difficult, but it's not free either way, so it takes some time.
And especially doing it on as big of an event as SpeeDons is really impressive. I can't
that's a really
imagine the
impressive run.
tons of pressure. Yeah, the tons of pressure Antoine must be feeling right now is probably insane.
Yeah, it's crazy. GG's, but an insane run, really cool run. I hope you all enjoyed it, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the marathon. There's a lot of cool runs coming up. Yeah, I'm Juan, but I don't really have much to say about me, so Karim, do your...
Shout also Karim with you guys, and Karim FSR on Twitch. That's where you usually find me. And yeah, shout outs to all the runners of the Prince of Persia community: Antoine, Razor, Wamba, Ensalado, GMB. These are a lot of. Without these people, the run wouldn't have got to the beautiful spot that it is in now. And I believe that there is still much more to find in this category, so hopefully soon. You never know. If you're interested in running this game, feel free to join the Prince of Persia SpeeDons Discord. And you'll find tons of runners to help you there.
Pour encore une fois applaudir Antoine qui nous a fait une run magnifique. Merci beaucoup. Profitez de l'événement.
So I guess this is a point where we get on to the next run after the break.
Bravo Antoine, un des meilleurs Antoine que j'ai jamais vu.
Bravo Antoine, vraiment.
Tout à fait extraordinaire.
Antoine a du talent.
Ah oui, absolument.
Alors peut-être avant qu'on cite quelques petits dons, déjà, il y a eu des raids pendant cette run.
Alors on les a peut-être pas tous vus, les raids, mais j'en ai noté 3. Mister JD, Super Brioche et Kachan VT, merci beaucoup pour vos raids sur les chaînes.
Merci pour les raids.
Merci beaucoup, j'en ai peut-être raté d'autres, je suis désolé.
Et nous avons également le dessin.
Le dessin de Nio.
Le dessin de Nio.
Allô.
Oui.
Voyons-le. Terminé au pilot time.
Oh là là là, Lilo.
Oh, incroyable.
Magnifique. Pilot time, il a fini au time.
Oui, vraiment.
Waouh. Vous expliquer ce que c'est quoi? C'est Pikachu, c'est Mario, c'est quoi?
Excusez-moi, il est très très bête.
C'est un portrait d'Adrien.
Rien à voir.
Ah, c'est un portrait de moi?
Oui.
Ah, ça me ressemble.
Je suis fan. Très, très.
Ça me touche, merci.
Non, voilà. Si vous avez fait un don pendant la run, Prince of Persia,
oui.
Prince de Perse,
le Prince de Perse en français.
Vous pourrez gagner ce magnifique dessin de la part de Nio, l'original, bien sûr, qui vaudra très cher après sa mort, on le rappelle, bien sûr.
C'est vrai.
Qui on l'espère.
Non,
non, arrivera tard, c'est ça.
Arrivera très tard, bien sûr.
Bien sûr.
C'est un peu un investissement de faire un truc sur cette run.
Tu le lègues à tes enfants.
Bien sûr, bien sûr.
Tout à fait.
Merci beaucoup en tout cas.
Mais de rien.
Moi je reviens samedi.
Tu reviens samedi?
C'est ça.
Tu vas nous faire d'autres petits gribouillis?
Oui, je vais faire un petit dessin de Metal Gear Solid 2 ainsi que Mirror's Edge.
Oh, nice. Que des masters.
Voilà.
Tu me permets.
Donc passez une bonne soirée, mesdames, messieurs, et on se retrouve. De toute façon, continuez d'être là en fait et de faire des dons.
Eh bien, voilà.
Merci beaucoup Nio.
Merci beaucoup.
Tout à fait.
Et bravo pour le dessin.
Bravo pour le dessin, incroyable.
Et d'ailleurs, à propos des dons, j'ai eu un don d'un des développeurs du jeu qui a dit bravo aux devs et aux collègues pour ce super jeu. Prince of Persia, ravi de le voir représenté à SpeeDons. Et le meilleur Zelda est bien sûr Skyward Sword. Il a fait 100 € dans cette petite cagnotte. Donc c'est vrai que ça a été développé à Ubisoft Montpellier. Donc il y a beaucoup de gens qui ont dû voir cette run du studio.
On a eu beaucoup de dons effectivement pendant toute cette séquence. Il y a Mousquetaire qui a donné 100 balles. Elle est branlée là, cette cagnotte qui est montée. C'est son
Allez, hop là, c'est celui-là que tu as décidé de lire.
Vous me le branlez, celui-là, tout à fait. Ténébreuse Foule qui a donné 200 € pour être sûr d'être dans la loterie des lots Portal 2. Est-ce que c'est trop tard ou pas
Ça dépend de
Non, il l'a vraiment... C'était il y a 2 minutes qu'il a envoyé ça.
Je pense que c'est finito pour lui.
Je pense qu'il faut que tu remettes pour une autre cagnotte. Hein,
mais pas pour Portal, à mon avis. À mon avis, c'est terminé, effectivement. Bon, il y a beaucoup de gens qui votent pour le meilleur Zelda. Sachez qu'en coulisses, nous, avec Antoine, on est en train de militer pour avoir cet incentive sur le nom de...
On a eu des bons dons. Des bons dons de propositions de dons.
Tout à fait. Non, c'est vrai.
On en a eu de très bons, mais on ne peut pas les citer à l'heure actuelle. Et ça serait bien qu'il y ait, effectivement...
Et ça va arriver.
Cet incentive, effectivement. Oui,
dans les coulisses, on me dit que ça va arriver. Et nous avons Geoffrey qui vient de donner 1000 balles, mesdames. Et qui nous a dit un petit 1000 balles. Voilà, un petit 1000 balles, tout simplement. Donc merci à toi pour les 1000 €. On a une salade qui a donné 1 € et qui a dit je ne peux pas donner plus car je ne suis riche qu'en fibres. C'est beau.
C'est beau. Mais il a pris.
C'est pas mal. Et ça fait quand même 1 €.
Et oui.
Voilà.
On a Drygun qui a donné 100 balles. Merci à MV et tout leur gars pour cet événement merveilleux. Voilà. Et bourrer les dons pour Médecins du Monde.
Voilà, tout simplement. Ozzy Light qui a donné 100 €. Dedo le Grec qui a donné 100 € sans forcément mettre de message. Et nous avons Alex Tradius qui nous dit pour 200 € une seule chose à dire, bourrer les dons.
Oh bah oui. 20 € de la part de Ramish. Merci à Speedons, au vieux monsieur, et à toutes les personnes rendant tout ça possible. Des bisous. Ouais.
Un écho, cette salle.
Un petit peu.
Un bel écho. Quel bonheur de retrouver Speedon. C'est comme une réunion annuelle avec la famille lointaine, mais sans le tonton raciste, nous dit Matt Gill pour 100 €.
Ah, bah, il dit ça parce que Riley n'est pas encore arrivé.
Et oui, alors qu'il arrivera bientôt. Et ça aura changé.
Eh oui. Drag Avenir qui a donné 50 € petit don depuis la salle. Où es-tu? Nulle part tu mens alors. Je ne t'ai pas vu.
Trop lent peut-être.
Juste mensonge en fait, c'était là.
Peut-être tu l'as laissé restaurer.
Mais non, c'était il y a 1 seconde. Je viens de voir ce don arriver à l'instant. Je me suis dit, je vais voir cette personne, il n'est pas là.
Un mensonge.
Petit don depuis la salle. Ah, t'es là.
Ah, il est là.
C'est toi. C'est bon, ok.
On l'a vu, c'est bon.
On l'a vu.
C'est vrai.
Et bien cette personne que vous venez d'indiquer, où tout le monde sait où tu es maintenant, désolé les puristes, a-t-il dit, c'est Breath of the Wild, le meilleur Zelda.
Aïe. Donc il a non seulement des goûts arrêtés, mais en plus il est riche. Attention.
Et n'oubliez pas...
Vous avez vu où il était dans la salle.
Il a dit, et n'oubliez pas, achète et donne.
Ah, c'est bon alors.
C'est bon.
Dans ce cas,
c'est bon.
Dans ce cas, c'est bon. On a eu donc Thériault qui a dit let's go Antoine 16 pour Prince of Persia. C'était pendant la run. Il a dit t'inquiète pas, grand monde.
Ça fait plaisir de voir le 16e Antoine réussir de cette façon.
Effectivement.
Ça me régale.
Toi, t'as même pas eu besoin de mettre un numéro.
Non, bien sûr, je suis le.
Évidemment.
On a... Tout à fait, absolument. On a eu Flo qui a donné 100 balles, t-shirt acheté, dont fait achète.
Superbe. Le t-shirt qui sera achetable évidemment. Et d'ailleurs, je précise que si ils en vendent, on en vend plein.
C'est quoi? Je vais te mettre une petite animation t-shirt. Regardez.
Vas-y, mets-le.
Où est-il?
Ici.
Il est là.
Il arrive
en bas. Regardez, il ouvre le coffre.
Et là, grâce à son épée.
Et je vous mets l'animation achète en même temps. Hop là. Vous voyez ce qu'on est capable de faire à l'heure actuelle, messieurs, dames.
Très moderne.
C'est incroyable.
Et donc, j'allais dire, s'il y a beaucoup de t-shirts vendus, sachez que la part par t-shirt va être augmentée. Mais je pense que Mister MV en parlera plus tard en vous donnant des sources et des chiffres, bien sûr, plus précisément.
Ah oui, tout à fait. Nadjoub qui a donné 1 €. Je suis le fils de Mister MV.
Ah.
Je vous donne l'euro symbolique, sorti de sa poche. Ah. Voilà, merci beaucoup, Nadjoub.
Des enfants cachés, peut-être.
Ce 1 €. Sachez qu'à l'heure actuelle, si on prend la liste, effectivement, des Zelda à l'heure actuelle, quel est le meilleur? À l'heure actuelle, à 32% en tête, c'est Phantom Hourglass.
Encore?
Oui, encore. Suivi de The Wind Waker, puis Twilight Princess.
Et Phantom Hourglass, on a des baleines dessus parce qu'on est à plus de 2 000 €.
Oui, tout à fait.
Je ne sais pas s'ils sont nombreux, mais en tout cas, ils sont riches. Et ça, c'est une certitude.
Ils sont riches et nombreux. Ça, c'est quelque chose.
Probablement. Alors,
donc,
actuellement, un don de la mère Noël qui a donné 1000 balles également. Et qui a dit, mais il y en a combien dans cette famille? Parce qu'on a vu le Père Noël tout à l'heure.
Énormément.
Effectivement, donc la mère Noël a complété.
Alors que, justement, pour revenir à l'initiative Zelda, Gros Mochi qui a donné 30 €. Golédon, je vote pour Zelda, Souffle de la Nature.
Souffle de la nature.
Tout à fait, absolument.
Effectivement, et je rappelle que quand vous faites un don, vous pouvez ajouter votre don à une cagnotte, un défi. Il y en a de plus en plus, et il y en a qui vont être ouverts au fur et à mesure du week-end. Donc vous pouvez aussi vous faire un petit budget défi.
De toute façon, à l'ambiançage, on vous tiendra au courant de manière générale des futures incentives, celles qui vont arriver. Mais là, celle sur le Zelda, c'est celle qui va durer un petit peu tout le long de l'événement, bien sûr.
Ouais, tout à fait. On a le save ou Kill the Animal sur Resident Evil 4. Pour l'instant, le save gagne très fortement. 90% de save. On a, qu'est-ce qu'on a d'autre? Le nom de personnage dans Final Fantasy Adventure. Pour l'instant, c'est Kaku qui gagne ce nom.
Je ne sais pas pourquoi.
Personnage.
Je ne sais pas pourquoi.
On a le choix du skill de bloc de sauvegarde dans One Fest 22. On a des choix de costumes. Bon voilà, il y en a quelques-unes qui sont ouvertes, mais il y en a d'autres qui arrivent en même temps. Et on a un nom de fichier de sauvegarde dans Kuru Kuru, pour l'instant dominé par Snamet.
Ah oui, bien sûr. Voilà. Il y a aussi dans Kuru Kuru, il y a un nouveau fichier de sauvegarde qui a été proposé qui s'appelle.
Tout à fait.
Magnifique.
J'aurais plutôt dit.
Moi, je le fais comme ça. Moi.
Et je comprends.
Wes Lemon qui a donné 5 €. Merci au personnage principal, les Zerator, ainsi qu'au runner et au vieux monsieur d'Abyss.
On a El Mousticos qui a mis 200 € et qui a dit bisous aux organisateurs, casters, speedrunners et bénévoles. C'est vrai qu'il y a aussi beaucoup de bénévoles qui sont là.
Ah, énormément.
À travers l'événement, qui sont dans le staff.
On peut les applaudir.
Qui sont dans la régie, dans les boutiques, dans l'accueil,
dans les campagnes, sur les réseaux sociaux. Ils sont partout. Absolument.
Bénévoles. Et voilà. Qu'est-ce qu'on a d'autre?
On a 50 € de la part de la Tauge. Petit don. Il n'y a pas de petit don, on le rappelle. C'est vraiment une phrase qui est devenue un peu impulsive maintenant, mais c'est la vérité.
C'est la vérité.
Voilà. Petit don par pure générosité, bien sûr, absolument pas pour la réduction d'impôts de 75% OMG.
On a un don anonyme de 10 € qui dit des bisous à Pépette qui est dans la salle. Est-ce que Pépette est dans la salle? Ah oui, là-bas, c'est bon.
Pépette,
c'est bon, c'est vérifié. Donc le message est passé.
Ça, j'aime bien les dons dans la salle, comme ça, moi ça me fait plaisir.
Ouais, voilà, faites-nous vivre un petit peu des émotions.
Voilà, on vit des choses.
C'est vrai qu'il y a beaucoup de gens qui sont venus. D'ailleurs, je précise qu'il y a encore des places pour, il me semble, demain, mais c'est tout. Je crois que samedi, c'est plein.
Vérifiez quand même.
Et vérifiez sur le site de SpeeDons, mais je crois qu'il n'y a que vendredi qu'il reste de la place.
Et oui, parce que
très peu de place, mais il en reste.
Il en reste, effectivement. C'est à Lyon, pour le si jamais.
C'est à Lyon.
C'est à Lyon, tout à fait.
Cité des cons, ouais.
Tout à fait. Une très très jolie ville, bien sûr.
Et voilà.
1 € de la part de Franck Trinidad. Un don, c'est bon. 2 dons, bonjour les dindons.
Okay. Oui.
Je ne sais que dire de ce truc-là.
Non, c'est bien ce que tu as dit.
C'est vachement bien. On a Étienne qui a donné 70 €. Premier don le week-end, force aux speedrunners et aux bénévoles. Ouais.
On a Satsoul qui a donné 100 € et qui a dit merci à tous et donnez les dons. Il y a Denis Brognard qui a donné 1 €. Je pense qu'il aurait pu donner plus.
Eh oui.
Je pense qu'il aurait pu donner plus, à mon avis.
Nicolodi.
C'est déjà pas mal.
Qui a donné 1 €. Un premier petit don du week-end, juste pour dire que le meilleur Zelda, c'est Minish Cap.
Tout à fait. Alors qu'on nous dit que c'est bientôt prêt et nous avons
quelqu'un au dessin avec nous. Comment vas-tu?
Tout à fait.
Est-ce qu'on peut t'avoir? Comment vas-tu?
Mais oui, hello, ça va très bien, presque pas stressé.
Tu vas quand même avoir un peu de temps, normalement, parce que le estimate est à, il me semble, 30 minutes.
Oui.
J'ai vu que ça pouvait être moins éventuellement.
C'est faisable. C'est faisable. Donc on rappelle que le dessin que tu vas faire est gagnable si on fait un don pendant la run sur Zelda.
Tout à fait. Et d'ailleurs, run de Zelda qui va être un peu particulière parce que ça va être 2 joueurs, 2 personnes qui vont jouer. Vous allez avoir évidemment les détails avec nos commentateurs, mais c'est vrai que c'est une partie un petit peu spéciale.
Tout à fait. Je ne sais pas si le jeu est prêt derrière.
Je crois que si. Hein.
Tu crois que si ou est-ce qu'on peut me confirmer en régie peut-être?
C'est tout à fait prêt pour la run de Zelda.
Tu penses que c'est prêt? En tout cas, je n'ai pas eu de confirmation pour l'instant.
Moi, j'en ai une.
T'en as une. Moi, apparemment, tu as des choses que je n'ai pas. Oh, attendez! Un don anonyme. Un don anonyme de 5 000 € qui vient d'être...
5 000 balles!
5 000 €! Anonyme, incroyable. On ne sait pas qui c'est.
Exceptionnel.
Sur ces 5 000 € et sur cette run de Zelda...
Est-ce qu'il l'a mis dans un défi?
Je ne sais pas. Mais en tout cas, ce que je sais, c'est que sur ces 5 000 € et sur cette run qui va commencer sur ce bon vieux Zelda, nous allons partir, Zerator et moi-même.
Pas de défi. Oui, tout à fait.
Nous allons partir, Zerator et moi-même.
On s'en va.
Nous allons laisser la place à cette très chère Jarmou et à cette très chère Vicky Spin. C'est sa première fois en tant que... comment dire? Ambianceuse, tout à fait. À Speedon. Donc, donnez-lui de la force, évidemment. On leur souhaite bien du courage, bien sûr. Et surtout, de prendre beaucoup de plaisir. Évidemment.
Voilà, nous on se retrouvera autour du week-end.
Tout à fait, on se retrouvera le long du week-end
avec
d'autres personnes. Et voilà. Et c'est à vous pour la run. Merci beaucoup.
Merci à vous, bonne soirée, à tout à l'heure.
Et bonsoir Speedon. Bonsoir. Bonsoir Speedon, bienvenue pour cette run de Zelda Breath of the Wild, Any% en 2P1C. Vous allez voir, ça va être exceptionnel, on va se régaler, une run très spectaculaire. Et j'ai le plaisir d'être là ce soir avec mon flat. Quand tu vas, mec?
Ah, ça va super, mais est-ce que ça va derrière?
Ouais, dites bien, dites bien.
Voilà, dites bien. Et surtout, est-ce que ça va nos deux goats, Arna, Roms? Comment allez-vous?
Ouais, bah...
Ouais, ça va. Enfin, on va essayer de faire le max. On joue à deux, donc
ouais,
ça va demander pas mal de coordination et tout. Donc ouais, on va voir comment ça va se passer, mais en tout cas, on est prêt. Voilà.
Ouais, au top. Très content d'être là,
Ouais.
And yo, what's up? Games Done Quick, our English speaking audience over here on the channel. We're watching SpeeDons, and we got a couple of the Peanut Gallery over here. Talk a little bit about the run while they're doing this 2 players, 1 controller. I'm Spike Vegeta, and I am joined by...
I am Oksani, and I used to think about running this game, but I don't.
Yeah, you're gonna hear that a lot from us. That we're kind of scrounging together. Any commentators we can between us. I did a little bit of halfway casual all shrines runs on stream a couple years ago, but this is truly, I think, one of the coolest modern speedruns out there. They have found so many tricks and glitches over the years. Ak, I know you've seen them a lot as well. Starting with the early days where everything was stasis launching.
Yeah, they did.
Now they use like 1 stasis launch. Go for it.
Yeah, it was, and then they got into like using boulders and using crates and using the whatever those metal like things are, and then they got into doing bounces off of things. Like it just was, there was like an explosion of tech for this game. I want to say probably about 5 years ago, which really just made it absolutely it just opened it up so much. I mean, and this game was already an open world game, but like opening it for speedrunning, because I think the original Any% was you would have to do the shrines, but then you'd ride the horse to get to the castle, and it wasn't exactly a quick endeavor.
No, it wasn't. And they've just, over the years, there's kind of been different eras, just now actually starting the run. And there's a ton of glitches you get right off the bat. This is we just recently had this run at this past Awesome Games Done Quick. And within about 2 or 3 minutes, they're going to do like 5 glitches that completely blows this whole thing open. The breakdown to the run, you can kind of imagine, it's about a half-hour run. The first half of it is the plateau. For all the things they can skip in this game, you still got to do the plateau. You got to go around, do the 4 shrines. But they're going to do a lot of it in very unintended ways, using a lot of very, very interesting tech. So right off the bat, go ahead, Ak, you go.
Yeah, so the first thing they're going to do is they're actually going to clip through this wall over here. They get a specific camera angle, and that will allow them to clip through and get out of bounds, which they just did. And one of the good things about going out of bounds here is it locks the time of day to 5 o'clock in the morning. And that's great because any of you who've played Breath of the Wild probably know that at night, really annoying enemies come out. And you don't want to deal with that in an Any% speed run. So that's going to lock that time of day. You're not going to have to deal with those enemies. And we can go fast, which is what we're here for.
100%, yeah. It skips a bunch of cutscenes. Very, very beneficial clip. And again, I don't want to downsell this right here at the start of the run. Roms, ABT, and Arna are doing 2 players, 1 controller. And a lot of stuff that they're doing, they're having to coordinate. This is a very, very complicated speedrun from an input standpoint. All the different glitches and tricks they have to do. So the fact that they're going to look halfway like just a single person doing all of it, all these different movements and tricks, extremely impressive. So with that being said, they run through the camp right there, pick up a few things that they're going to need. Particularly wanted a weapon for a trick we'll talk about in a little bit, a shield, so they can manipulate their skew, their ragdoll physics, which allows for some pretty nutty little tricks coming up, and some food for safety. Now, right off the bat here, they're actually going to clip into the Temple of Time in order to get some arrows. So somehow, the way this is going to work, they're going to clip through it, very nicely done, very, very fast, and pick up a bow and a couple of arrows so they can do a very, very cool trick called BLSS. Do you want to explain kind of what this is?
So it is it's sort of silly, and I really don't know how it works. But essentially, you see, he's like holding this object, and he just does this little slide through the air. And this has pretty much replaced all of the other fast movement tech in the game as being the fastest thing. So they do it with that pot there, which is partially why they go into the Temple of Time, is to get that pot. But once they get bombs, they'll be able to do it with their actual bombs, which is a little bit, I think, probably simpler. And there's more bombs for them as an infinite thing than there are pots just laying around the world. This is not like Ocarina of Time where there's 8,000 pots everywhere.
Now, right there, you saw they clipped into the shrine, and you might think to yourself, oh, well, was that faster than them just walking in the front door? What clipping into each of the 4 shrines on the plateau does here is allows them to skip the entire tower sequence, where they go over, the tower rises up out of the ground, the ghost, or King Zelda, he comes and talks to you for a little bit, or whatever his name is in this, actually. Zelda's daddy, I don't know.
Yeah.
But yeah, it saves minutes in that regard, but they're going to have to clip into all 4 of the shrines. Again, as we mentioned, there is no way for them to skip all of the different runes on the plateau. You got to get the runes, you got to go get the paraglider. There's basically something where if you try to get off the plateau before all that happens, there is a death plane that will catch you very, very quickly. So that does make for this being the first half of the run, but that's okay because we get to see really cool tricks like this. The wind bomb.
Yes. So what is that? That is, you're using 2 bombs and you're manipulating that. Basically, you're exploding into another explosion is probably the easiest way I can say that. And you yeet. Basically. You guys can't see me, but I made like a hand motion with the yeet, so I need everybody to know that.
I always do that. I realize when I'm like talking on the phone with people, I'll be like, whoa, and I'm making this motion with my hands. I'm like, they can't see me. It's this big. It's wild. But yeah, like wind bombing is a very, very cool piece of tech that I think really, no pun intended, blew up Breath of the Wild speedrunning. And what you're actually doing, like Ak was saying, it's not the explosion that makes you go fly. It's you actually drop the circle bomb, and then you drop the square bomb in between Link's butt and the circle bomb. You then go back to the circle bomb and have it blow up into the square bomb. And if you're positioned just right, that propels the square bomb into Link's backside and launches him really, really far, which is also why he's not taking a ton of damage. It's just what you would get from just any old normal thing hitting you. So,
I think for the rest of us, I think for the rest of us, if we like exploded a bomb at our butts, we would not be doing quite as well as Link. So
no, absolutely not.
I do not recommend this. Do not try that at home. Try it on Breath of the Wild, but not at home.
Okay, nice. So they are allowed to use the amiibo throughout this. Picking up a bunch of different fish, they can pick up a certain amount of them just for an amount of safety. But the primary usage for these fish is to try to create some attack potions that you're going to need at the end of the game. The way this works out, the first half of the run is, for the most part, this real glitch, tech-heavy mess that allows you to get through the plateau. And the second half, they have to beat 5 different bosses, all with only 3 health and minimal durability on their weapons. Doing another BLSS right here. The reason why you see them wiggling back and forth, I believe it's just simply the more you wiggle, the more speed you will get. There is a speed cap, but they want to obviously do that a lot to just minimize the amount of time it is going through, the overworld and whatnot. Try to touch the ground as little as possible.
Yeah, exactly. And like Spike was mentioning with that big gauntlet of bosses, and we'll probably talk about this again, but if you die doing any of those bosses, you start over from the beginning, which you don't want. So yeah, you want to maximize the amount of damage you can do and minimize the amount of damage you can take.
1,000,000%. So now we get Magnesis. Unless they do something different than the runs I'm familiar with for any percent, Magnesis will be used. I think they have to go through the first room here. I think Magnesis will get used one time, and I think Cryonis never gets used. I could be wrong though. They might. This one might actually be the shrine where they jump up on the little pillar at the start. and then we're going to launch again. Basically, all 4 of the shrines, we're not going to really do the shrines themselves. We're going to try to win bomb ourselves over all of them, which is very, very difficult. Okay, Magnesis, it gets a usage. Let's go, baby.
Yes.
Move the thing.
They haven't found a way to clip through that yet. It looks like we might actually get a second use of Magnesis here. There we go.
Let's go.
And you definitely want to... they use that magnetic block to just kill that Guardian. They're like, yeah, you know what? We don't want him shooting at us. We're just going to knock him in the face. This is probably the closest to vanilla in terms of like how to do a shrine. Like that's probably the most vanilla shrine that you're going to see.
Yeah, as it turns out. You saw right there they also dropped an explosion, which I'm not like terribly familiar with it, but this game has a, not mechanic, just like some hidden stuff going on it where you're trying to manipulate Link's skew or his ragdoll physics, and that's trying to get you like proper angles and whatnot to where you can perform a lot of these glitches and tricks, because the game can be very touchy about that stuff not getting to work. So now we get one of the more difficult like gauntlets of movement in order to get all the way from this shrine to the stasis shrine, which is a very long way away, including a lot of verticality. So starting off with a BLSS, which you gotta hit, you gotta get a very good amount of speed and potentially try to go up this hill coming up, which could kill it. We'll see their driving skills.
Oh, they're just going under the bridge. Look at that. Noom, basically. We need like the Nyan cat music in the background. You know what I mean? get the rainbow going and
Okay, looks like they're making a safety save here. This is a good safety save because now they have to go for one of the more difficult wind bombs in the run. The shrine's up there, so they have to coordinate this.
There's also, you can use trees to launch. They're not as fast anymore, but you can actually stasis a tree, climb the tree, make sure you shoot an arrow the direction you want to go, and then you can just ride that tree for fun into the night.
Yeah, like Aka's saying right there, there was kind of different eras of Breath of the Wild speedrunning, and one of them was, you know, kind of the day one stuff was they got stasis from this shrine, and then just went, you know, they would freeze a boulder, a crate, a tree, whatever it needs to be. They would freeze it in time, they would then smack it a bunch to get an angle they want, and then attach themselves however they could to it, and then we went flying. Now with bombs, they can go even further distances and even greater speeds, and you don't necessarily have to find an object to launch with. You just launch yourself.
Yeah, pretty much. And it's a lot easier with the angling with the wind bombs as well, too. Because if you, like, let's say that you're, you know, stasising some crate or whatever, and you're hitting it, and then you're ready to send it in one direction, and then let's say that, like, an Octorok shoots a rock at it. That's going to change the direction of it, which could be very annoying. Not so much in this run. I used to see it a lot in 100%, but being able to launch yourself in the direction that you choose without any outside forces is always a good thing.
100%. I cannot stress how impressive it is that they are doing all this 2 players, 1 controller. Especially any of those wind bombs y'all are seeing. There's so much micromanaging you have to do in the speedrun around like going into your menu, which has all different sorts of hotkeys in the run, and then moving over, swapping to it. Wind bombs are like probably about a dozen inputs to do all of it correctly, and you're legitimately between the 2 of them swapping back and forth who is doing what at each set of the inputs. So the coordination there should not go unimpressed by. It's
right. And this is a stasis launch that we were talking about, so.
Yeah, it's really cool that there's one of those left in the run, just to kind of see an artifact of it.
But another thing about the 2 players, 1 controller is like, you better hope that your friendship is solid, because I can't imagine that you wouldn't like sometimes get really mad at each other. This could either make or break your friendship, I think.
Because every time you'd be like, that one was on you. I'm sorry. I did everything perfectly.
Like, don't do this with your significant other. You want that relationship to last.
This is not a great Valentine's Day date.
No.
Those being said, we've got one more shrine we gotta do here. We gotta get in here and get Cryonis. They're trying to go for this clip. This is probably the most difficult clip they have to do. It is frame perfect. Yeah, them going over there is them resetting their skew, so this is even possible.
Yeah, and this one I believe is called Extended Shield Clip, which is why you see all the buffering happening. It's not the same as the other skew clip, but yeah, they make that look so easy, and I promise you it is not.
100%.
I know that we always say that, like, when we're on couch for any run, we're like, yeah, they make that look so easy. We mean that, like, they do, because it's not an easy thing, ever. It usually is, like, not easy. If we say something's easy, then, like, it's so easy, like, an axe can do it, then, which is me, then it's easy. But
so easy
generally
speaking, Vegeta can do it. Yeah. There's different tiers of speedrunning tricks, and Breath of the Wild is definitely some of the hardest stuff, especially when you're trying to do it fast in any capacity, and especially when you're trying to do it with two brains having to work together.
Yeah.
Here is Cryonis. We'll see how they do this shrine. In an ideal world, you never see Cryonis.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh yeah, they're not gonna do it. See you, Cryonis.
Yep. They are going to do another wind bomb. They're going to launch over this wall here. They're going to make sure they get that set up right so that they can get it. Somehow, though, Link does not take damage from, like, running into a wall, though. So, you know, we can just launch him as many times as we please.
Yeah, it's important to keep in mind that all of these wind bombs they're doing, after this, we're obviously about to get the paraglider. And the paraglider makes everything just inherently a lot less punishing, and that they can always pull out the paraglider, you know, if they're going to have, like, a bad landing. You know, maintaining all the momentum out of that. Because they don't have the paraglider until after this one right here, it makes them that much more precise to hit these wind bombs in the shrines. Because if you try to, like, just do any old wind bomb to just get a bunch of height there, you hit the ceiling, fall back down, Link's going to lose all three of his hearts very quickly.
There is a fall damage cancel that exists in the game. You can swap to a weapon mid-air, like, but really close to the ground, and that will somehow reset their, like, height counter or whatever, however the game views that. But, like, you don't see it at all in this run anymore. You used to. You don't really see it anymore, though, because the BLSS kind of eliminates the need for that.
For anyone wondering, I love hearing the audience in the background. By the way, this seems like such a cool speedrunning event. They're here day one. I love the big stadium seating they have for all the audience. They're doing a lot of fun dynamic stuff with the camera angles and whatnot. So what Ak was saying right there, yes, by throwing the weapon and then as you're about to hit the ground, swap to something else in your menu, basically force unequipping that weapon from Link. That, like I said, resets your fall velocity and you don't just die, which you absolutely would at that distance. So that being said, we're done with the plateau. They would give you a bow right there, but that bow is not good enough, because we're not going out into the world. Ideally, we're never going to touch Hyrule Field. We are going to go from here all the way to the castle and get set up for a very punishing boss rush. Because for anyone who is not familiar with Breath of the Wild, the basic structure is, again, it's an open world game. Go anywhere you want at any time. You could go to Hyrule Castle right now. It'll be hard, but, you know, these runners, we're down for the challenging stuff. We're going to do it. You also could go around to the 4 different major dungeons of the game and defeat each of the blights: Wind Blight, Water Blight, Fire Blight, and Thunder Blight. And actually, that would remove them from this boss rush you're about to do, in addition to also cutting down Calamity Ganon's health. Well, as you would expect, it's much faster for us to just go straight to Hyrule Castle and do that entire boss rush. Right now, we have, like, no weapons. We have a basic bow just so we could do these BLSSs right here. That's part of why this trick works. We need to go here, and we need to route out picking up
We are going to loot the castle, basically.
Yes.
We are going on a looting spree.
Yeah, a couple of very strong weapons to try to pick up. We'll try to pick up a very good bow, some ancient arrows, and even make those attack potions I was talking about earlier to give you those 1.5 times damage. Now, what's happened right here is they got to Ganon's castle so fast that, as you can see, it's not loaded in properly. The game, I'm surprised the Switch hasn't exploded at this point. So, knocking down the enemy, manipulating him, gonna pick up this Royal Claymore, and then coming out of this cutscene, they're gonna perform a stealth kill on him and steal his weapon as well. They want 4 or 5 really high-level weapons and a really good bow in order to deal with all the damage they need to do. Very nice.
And it's really funny. They know very well the mob AI and how they react. So they actually will trick the mobs into looking one way by throwing a bomb in that direction. And then they'll sneak up behind them the other way. Like they've really, really choreographed. Like it's kind of this dance throughout the castle. And it's really, really fun to watch.
100%. Picking up some ancient arrows right here. These are very, very good arrows, especially on any of the calamity-based enemies, which is most of the game. And who we're about to fight.
Yeah, and speaking of the calamity, it's those blights that we were talking about. They are going to attempt to one-shot the first one of those, which will be really funny if they do get it. It's hilarious. So I hope that they, and I'm sure they'll go for it, and I hope that they get it. So I'm sure they will. Though they're actually killing it right now. They're doing a really, really good job.
Literally running around and killing things. It's great.
Yeah.
They're right there getting an attack potion. So drinking that as they go into a fight will boost their damage output by 1.5 times, which is good because we need every bit of damage we can because they're not getting a lot of extra weapons. We'll see if they have any others. Picking up a shield right there.
Yeah. And they will there are some actually in the Ganon room, but not that many of them.
They scatter them to try to prevent you from having to go back. Because a big thing with this boss rush, again, they have 3 health, and if they die to any part of these bosses, a wind bomb right here, then they go back to the start of the boss rush. Ooh, barely getting their way up there. I'm not sure if that's where they need to go.
I do not know the castle that well. I do know that you want to avoid these guys, though. They're bad news.
Yeah, they're actually pausing to try to think what they need to do. So I know in at least the run that Ak and I did research on this past GDQ run, the next spot they kind of want to go, is they want to go get the best bow that they have access to in Zelda's room. So we'll see where that's going to put them in the game over. Now, I think what happened was they didn't get a good enough launch off that wind bomb. You need a lot of verticality in order to get
you want to go
Zelda's
like
room.
all the way to the top. So. And sometimes there was a thing going around in the speedrunning community probably several years ago, but there was an idea that there are good angles and bad angles for wind bombs. I think that was thoroughly debunked. It was just, whether you did it correctly or not kind of thing. So as far as whether there's like angles in the game that don't want to let you do it. Dude, that bomb is just going like, it's just taking the bomb is like, yeah, I'm out of here. I'm sorry. My people need me.
Yeah, because they do. Obviously, they need both of these bombs. You can't make a wind bomb work with only one of them. Because again, it is not the explosion. It's you can see that square bomb behind you powering into Link's backside. So this is good. Now they're up in Zelda's room. We are once again manipulating the dumb enemy AI. We're going to go up. We're going to perform a stealth kill, pick up his weapon as well, get these arrows, and magnesis. Oh, I guess there is one usage of magnesis. Yeah. So we can get the bow right there. You might say, oh, do you really need those just kind of regular arrows? Those regular arrows, like Ak was saying, is about to one-shot a boss. It's going to be great.
Yeah, it's so funny. The first time I saw it, I was like, excuse me, what?
A lot of what they're doing there in those in the swings is that's kind of giving them a little bit of a visual cue so that they can both coordinate what to do, when to get this off. Ak, I'll let you kind of take this. You were alluding to it.
Yeah, so basically what they do is they're going to line this up exactly, and they need to basically launch an arrow pretty much right as they hit the trigger to the room, so that, and during that cutscene as the boss is loading and they show him like standing up and like roaring or whatever, the arrow is just hitting. It's like a pause buffered, sort of like it just keeps hitting during the pause, and you'll actually see his head kind of like, it should be like kind of jiggling. You can kind of see it like There it is, right there. And he's just getting absolutely wrecked. And he's gone. You don't have to worry about him anymore. Now you just worry about the other guys.
Yeah. So now each of the other 3 bosses will have kind of 2 phases. A big reason why we prefer those kind of bigger 2-handed weapons is because, as you can see, you get the little spin to win. They were the king of the weapons in Breath of the Wild. And you can kind of manipulate to get double hits, and in some instances, even triple hits. To really up that damage as much as possible. And stun.
And stun locking, yeah. I have actually I've actually guided a friend through a blindfolded version of this, and so I kind of know, I kind of had to learn when to tell him to like actually do the stun motion, because it's very precise. If you don't do it at the right time, you can get hit, you can get killed, you know. But it's actually, it's amazing, like the stuff that we have learned how to do with this game. And this game is really, it's only 8 years old. That's pretty young to have this much tech in a game. And I hope that when this game is as old as like Ocarina of Time, which is still finding discoveries, that we're still finding discoveries for this game too, because it's just so much fun and so exciting to see new things coming up all the time with these games.
100%. And it's truly just like Ocarina of Time for speedrunning. It's the gift that keeps on giving. They're always going to find ways to optimize things or figure out glitches and tricks. You'll see them drop a bomb back here because Fire Blight does kind of suck everything up. You need to hit it with an explosion. Could be from this or from bomb arrows. And now they're going to try to go for the 1 cycle. This is very precise positioning in order to actually take out the rest of his health bar.
And they got it. Beautiful. That was beautiful. I can't even do that by myself, and they got 2 people doing it coordinated together. Like that's amazing. Like if you live with somebody, like go pull out Breath of the Wild, give one of them a Joy-Con, and see how far you guys get.
Nicely done there to end phase 1. So when your weapons run out of durability, it's actually best to just throw the weapon at the enemy, and it does a critical hit, which was enough to push him to phase 2. Now we're going to get set up with that boomerang that we picked up from the Lizalfos earlier.
And we're going to break the shield, because the shield is kind of in our way and preventing us from doing a lot of good damage. So we're just going to get rid of that. And now we're going to come smack the heck out of this guy.
All set for one more spin to win, and this will take care of all 4 of the Blights. And now we got 1 big boy left. We've got Calamity Ganon. Because we did not defeat any of them outside of the castle, he has got his full 100% health bar. We'll see what the opening attack from him is going to be that they might have to deal with. Oh, they're immediately dumping a bunch of the ancient arrows. They picked up 6 of them throughout the castle to immediately get rid of a good like 1/6 of his health bar right there.
Yeah.
Now having to coordinate, jumping to the side, getting that flurry rush, and dealing a ton of damage. You see them running back here, at least trying to pick up these 10 bomb arrows. Bomb arrows, some of the best ways to deal damage in the game. We're going to try to just dump all of these into his face. Ooh, barely dodging that attack.
Yeah. And you want to actually aim for the eye. There's like a specific spot, but with bomb arrows, you don't have to be quite as precise, which is kind of nice when you're going fast. So especially when you have to dodge all this stuff that he's throwing at you. Yeah, you would rather just kind of ballpark it. You know, horseshoes and hand grenades were like close counts. And bomb arrows, close counts.
Yeah. Now, right there, you can see the really good bow they found. It's already out of durability. They're very close to being able to push him to phase 2, at which point you're going to be going for those stun locks that Ak is talking about. Nice getting him to come off the ground. Now, this should be able to, with this spin to window, this should get them the phase 2 push.
Yeah,
it just did.
It sure did.
And then, Ak, I'll let you describe a little bit about this very, very cool stun lock they're going to try to go for.
So essentially, they're going to do the spin to win until they are just about out of durability, and then they're going to do that final hit on him. And as he's stunned for just a little bit, that stamina wheel is going to replenish, so they can just do another spin to win. And they're just going to keep doing that. As long as they don't, mess that up, then they can just do that until the end of the fight. So there goes the first one there, and stunning. And see, we're watching that stamina bar refill. They're going to do the same thing, and they're going to try to do that the rest of the way through this. And then they get to do the auto-scroller part after this, which is like, this is the exciting part right here. That's like...
And that's the big moment at the end. All right, they need a few more stun locks. The RPG router in my brain loves the fact that this is so specifically routed to get through all your durability. They're basically going to be done once this fight is done. We need one more slam down.
And that was beautiful. That was beautiful. That was absolutely beautiful. And it's
that is
it's
impressive
kind of
with one player. The 2P1C though. Oh my.
Oh yeah. And it's kind of funny, actually. They have the language in French, which you'd think, oh yeah, well, French speedrunners, of course it's in French. French actually is, I think, the fastest language for speedrunning, or at least it was. I don't know if that has changed, but so they kind of get the what's the word I'm looking for? They kind of get the privilege of getting to see their own language and have it be the fastest, which is not always the case.
Yeah, it is in French, and it is actually the fastest. So that made this a staple for them. But fun fact, they actually are French text, which is the fastest. Italian voice acting, because it saves like 1 second. Apparently in like this fight, I guess the lore watching the GDQ run is that I guess just one of the runners in the Breath of the Wild community just liked how some of the voice actors sounded. Yeah. So they put it in Italian, and they were like, this runner's getting like better golds than the rest of us. What is happening? They found out, as it turns out, that is the combination.
It's actually the Italian old man. When he comes down, he just like goes, hey, hey, hey. It's really funny, and that's probably what it is that particular sound effect. But you know, it's funny how just like accidents like that happen, and we come up with the new fastest thing, and we just progress forward, make these faster. So there's a couple more shots
that is ever found, but just like pure happenstance, just someone playing the game. Join the speedrunning community. You can find something today. With that being said, the time for this run is coming up pretty soon. We got one more shot on his underbelly right here. Yep. And again, like Ak was saying, this is all an auto scroller. You're just waiting until the spots pop up. It is consistent. And you can base it off of the music roughly. Yeah, you can kind of spawn camp it. Oh, missed it right there.
But you can die to this guy. So it's not like it's not like completely like brainless, but yeah, it's mostly like you know where it's going, you know what to do, and time's gonna come up where he's gonna launch himself up into the air and fire that final shot. The horse is lovely. We are not killing him. Good.
Thank God.
Right.
And that'll be time.
That's beautiful.
30.5 minutes. That was such a well done run.
That is faster than a lot of people who just speedrun that one player, one controller.
1,000,000%. You would have to work to get that time. Yeah. And again, big shouts to both Roms ABT and Arna for putting that on. I can't describe to y'all how impressive it is that they were able to do, in particular, all the glitches and tricks, coordinating when something goes wrong in the run, how they're going to back it up. Because it's not just one brain thinking about it. They have to be able to communicate that. So cool.
Yeah, it really is. And also, while we're here, we might as well, we should mention that this is for charity, that we are raising money for Médecins du Monde, which means Doctors of the World. They are they're a humanitarian organization. Could I speak today? And you can see they've already raised close to 200,000 euro, which is pretty great. So you are, of course, invited to donate to support that amazing cause. And we would be remiss if we did not mention that at least once during this run.
Yeah, so if you have any dollars to spare, they are putting it towards a wonderful cause, Médecins du Monde, or Doctors of the World. Like I said, we're here like 4 runs into the marathon. They've raised almost 200,000 euro. That's absolutely incredible. And shout outs to both of our runners. And shouts to you. This was fun getting to be in the commentary booth for you. I'm sure we both have a couple more times we might be here, or is this your only time?
This is my only time for this marathon, but maybe you'll catch me on couch at another GDQ, I'm sure, at some point.
100%. You did a wonderful job. I'll see you gamers later on for really, really cool speed runs, including stuff like Elden Ring and Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze. One thing, if you want to get in, if you want to put your donation dollars towards an incentive, Resident Evil 4 is coming up in just a few runs, and you can save or kill the animal. That's the adorable puppy at the start of the run. If you're not a monster, put it towards save. Thank y'all so much for watching us, and yeah, enjoy more SpeeDons.
Hey, everyone.
Exceptionnel, merci beaucoup. On est absolument ravis d'être là. Ça va, Vicky? Bienvenue.
Merci.
Bienvenue à l'ambiançage, mais quel honneur de t'accueillir parmi nous. On est trop contents et contentes. Et bah écoute, run exceptionnel, hein, ma foi. Déjà un duo de légende suivi par un nouveau duo de légende. Vraiment, décidément, vous êtes gâtés. Et vous avez été absolument prolifique dans le chat et dans les dons. Je pense qu'on va avoir beaucoup de boulot, hein, parce que là, il va falloir y aller tout de suite en mode raboyes. Mais attends, parce que avant qu'on lise vos dons, oui, il y a quelqu'un qui a aussi très bien travaillé. Il n'y a pas que nos deux runners, évidemment, mais on a aussi Ad qui est avec nous et qui a fait son speed dessin. Coucou, comment ça va? Avec 8 minutes de moins, est-ce que ça s'est bien passé?
Oui, je m'en doutais. Tout est tombé par terre de la table. J'ai dû courir derrière, aller chercher mes clés. Mais j'ai réussi.
Oh, wow!
Voilà, ça brille.
C'est magnifique. Exceptionnel, vraiment.
On voit pas. Ah, on voit pas.
Là, on voit. Quoi? Ah, ça y est, le grand écran, c'est bon.
Waouh, c'est beau.
Super.
Ah, c'est incroyable. L'épée, là? L'épée.
Ouais.
De légende, d'ailleurs.
L'épée de légende.
De légende.
Mais bravo à toi. Donc là, eh bien, écoutez, c'est le moment de donner votre argent pour essayer de gagner cette œuvre d'art qui a été réalisée par Ad en un temps record, il faut le dire. Est-ce que, Ad, une fois que tu auras soufflé, sans doute, est-ce qu'on va te revoir?
Mais oui, tout à fait.
Et quand ça?
Eh bien, on me revoit de bonne heure. On me revoit à 7h samedi. Je crois 7h et des brouettes, hein, de toute façon, voilà. Et sur Kirby et sur Crisis Core. Et on me verra aussi dimanche matin, encore plus tôt.
J'adore l'annonce.
Voilà, vers 6h30. Et je fais 3 petites runs courtes à la suite. Donc ça va bien speeder.
Ça va enchaîner.
C'est magnifique. Tu seras notre étoile du matin. Et nous avons beaucoup de chance de t'avoir pour ça. Vraiment encore GG pour l'œuvre. Et donc donnez de l'argent.
Oui, donnez.
Si vous voulez avoir
le
une chance de remporter. Et il y a plein de gens qui ont donné de l'argent. Donc Ad, à la prochaine, à très vite. Va te reposer, détends tes doigts, fais tes étirements.
Félicitations.
Bravo.
Pas dormir.
C'était trop cool. Et on se revoit bientôt. J'ai envie de le refaire parce que franchement...
C'est vrai que c'est assez kiffant.
Ah non, j'en ai plus. Ah si, ça va. Mais si, on en a. C'est trop bien, je suis trop fière.
Là, j'en ai plus. Bon, ok,
on a reçu plein de thunes. Déjà, il y a par exemple, il y a Lolo Kwane qui a donné 200 balles.
200 balles.
200 balles, merci à toi. Suivi de Baptiste. Ah oui, c'est la page pub parce qu'évidemment, il y a eu des runs pour faire des pubs qui dit heureusement, il y a SpeeDons. SpeeDons. Incroyable.
Parfait.
Excellent, merci. On a Poisson. 3 €. Merci beaucoup.
Bravo, Poisson. Nous avons Miggy qui nous donne 100 balles et qui nous dit génial cet event, merci pour toute l'orga et vive Twilight Princess.
Ah oui, c'est vrai. J'aime beaucoup. C'est vrai qu'il y a un débat. Il y a un débat en ce moment. Quel est le meilleur Zelda? C'est vrai qu'avec ce qui vient de se passer, Breath of the Wild devrait remonter dans le classement. Ça tombe sous le sens, mais évidemment, tout le monde sait bien que le meilleur Zelda, c'est Link to the Past. Je ne prendrai pas de débat là-dessus.
Mais donnez pour continuer le débat, évidemment.
Oui, donnez-moi tort, peut-être. On ne sait pas. On a Tonk qui a donné 100 balles. Premier SpeeDon depuis la salle. Bravo tout le monde. Achète. Ça y est, c'est mon premier achète du week-end. C'est bon, on va compter les points.
Nous avons Drag qui nous donne 10 balles et qui nous dit petit don en plus pour le dessin. Voilà. Donc on est bien, on a le dessin, on écoute quoi finalement.
Oh, bravo. Nous avons Spyrark qui donne 10 € et qui dit malgré, j'en suis sûr, des contestations, c'est Skyward Sword le meilleur. Voilà. Contestation.
Voilà.
Ok.
Des revendications, il y a
Oui,
des
bien
revendications
sûr,
chez les personnes qui font des dons. Voilà, c'est comme ça.
Évidemment. Et nous avons un don de 500 balles de Ponce.
Merci Ponce.
Merci Ponce.
Bonsoir.
Qui nous dit vive Breath of the Wild, force aux 2 runners, c'est déjà légendaire. Merci Ponce.
Et nous avons Wololo qui donne 100 € en disant ouais.
Nous avons Cléo qui nous donne 10 € et qui nous dit Link, réveille-toi. Il y a 2 runners pour qu'on puisse bourrer les dons.
Incroyable. Incroyable doublage, merci Vicky.
Avec plaisir.
Nous avons Nayala qui donne 10 € en disant coucou Ad, tu vas faire le best dessin sur ton jeu de cœur. I know it. Bisous de Nayala.
Nous avons Tatave qui nous donne 100 balles et qui nous dit j'ai prévu de donner 100 balles par jeu que j'affectionne. Pourquoi, me direz-vous? Eh bien pour faire évidemment. Anyway, le mois de salaire va pas mal être tronqué, je crois. Voilà, merci.
Il y a Kaylo qui donne 10 € en disant un plaisir de vivre Speedon de l'intérieur pour tout le week-end et surtout achète. Quand même. On a eu, il y a pas mal de dons, mais effectivement, il y a quand même des défis qui sont en cours en ce moment. Et rappelez-vous qu'avant minuit, a priori, et là c'est bien parti vu la rapidité de nos runners et runneuses, mais il faut décider si on va sauver ou tuer les animaux dans Resident Evil. Il me semble que c'est un jeu que tu kiffes bien.
J'adore Resident Evil.
Alors d'après toi, est-ce qu'il faut sauver ou tuer les
C'est un petit chien.
C'est un chien.
On sauve le chien.
Mais est-ce que c'est un chien genre comme dans Resident Evil 1 ou...
Non, mais c'est un chien où tu comptes sur lui, tu vois. C'est le chien, il est là et je suis là pour toi, tu vois.
D'accord.
Tu sauves le chien.
Donc, a priori, il faut sauver le chien.
Il faut sauver le chien.
Alors, pour l'instant, est-ce que le chien va être sauvé Je n'en sais rien. Alors, c'est la guerre des Zelda. Oui. Ouais, le chien là, il y a. Eh bien, écoute, ça me fait plaisir. Il y a 74% de vote pour sauver le chien.
Bravo le chien.
Alors que 25% de personnes sont absolument sans cœur et veulent le tuer. Donc, pour l'instant, voilà, il y a un delta d'à peu près 2 000 €.
Oui.
Le petit chien est en sécurité. Mais sait-on jamais.
Vous avez encore 2 runs pour faire basculer la chose ou la laisser telle qu'elle est. Mais voilà, sauver, tuer, il faut choisir, évidemment. N'hésitez pas.
Il faut choisir, effectivement. Qu'est-ce qu'on a encore? On a là 1 € de la part de la team Petit Don qui dit Let's Gong. Et on a aussi 50 balles de la part de Remets les dons. Alors on remet les dons, voilà, évidemment.
Pour remettre.
Et Saku Sahara qui nous a fait, qui faisait partie du DJ set tout à l'heure, qui a donné 10 €, merci.
Merci beaucoup.
Et encore un tonnerre d'applaudissements
Ah ouais, c'était génial.
pour Saku Sahara, s'il vous plaît, qui a mis le feu à l'ouverture de ce marathon. Merci et encore bravo.
Nous avons Philoutre qui nous donne 1 € et qui nous dit désolé, le chômage m'empêche de participer à la hauteur de ce banger qui est cet événement. Force à tous les runners, mais évidemment. Il n'y a pas de petits dons.
Il n'y a pas de petits dons. On vous rappelle que chaque don est important afin de fournir des soins, notamment aux femmes et aux enfants qui sont pris dans les conflits armés, qui sont de soutenir les migrants, mais aussi parce que Médecins du Monde se bat donc à l'international, mais également en France pour fournir des protections hygiéniques des personnes aussi, pour soutenir également les usagers de drogue. Donc chaque don est important. Il n'y a pas de petits dons. La team 1 €, on a besoin de vous. N'hésitez surtout pas. Et si vous êtes également très riche, eh bien rappelez-vous que vous pouvez complètement défiscaliser vos dons. Suivez l'exemple par exemple de Père Fouettard qui a donné 500 € et qui dit ils sont 2, donc c'est 2 fois plus facile.
J'aime cette logique.
Oui, il y a des opinions. Il y a des opinions en Bravo.
Nous avons Ogier qui nous donne 5 € et qui nous dit 2 speedrunners, une manette et un événement historique. Ce n'est que le début, le date de rêve. Merci pour ça, Speedon. Je donne et achète.
Nous avons Yelewin qui donne 250 € en disant le meilleur Zelda, je ne sais pas, mais Breath of the Wild est mon favori sans aucun doute. Merci beaucoup. Et je peux lire celui-là parce qu'il t'est adressé, ou alors tu veux parler de toi, tu vas faire...
Non, vas-y, lis-le.
Ok. C'est Oriane qui donne 3 € en disant Vicky, ma vie, sache que je t'aime très fort et que tu gères comme jamais. Trop hâte de pouvoir bientôt être là et donner la team, c'est important. Bravo à chaque membre de l'équipe gigantesque qui constitue Speedon. Beaucoup d'amour aux viewers, qu'elles soient là en présentiel ou devant leur écran. Vous gérez tous comme des boss. Faites-vous.
Ça va le faire, mon gars.
Faites-vous.
Ouais, chaud.
Alors qu'on nous annonce que la prochaine run est déjà prête. Merci à vous. C'est donc Sanabi qui va arriver sur vos écrans là.
tout de suite avec un duo de légendes aux commentaires. Ce sera autre que Strakel et Kémiste qui vont vous commenter tout ça.
Ils sont incroyables.
Exceptionnel. À tout à l'heure.
À tout à l'heure.
Et c'est parti pour Sanabi, vous êtes chaud? Non. Est-ce que vous êtes chaud?
Là c'est mieux là parce que il commence à être tard, on voyait qu'il s'endormait un petit peu. Sanabi, un petit jeu indé coréen qu'on ne connaît pas très bien, vous allez découvrir ça, ça va être banger. Mais s'il vous plaît, faites un tonnerre d'applaudissements pour le runner Benzaï. Est-ce que t'es chaud mon ref?
Bah au taquet hein.
Ah là, ça va péter ce soir. Est-ce que t'es prêt pour le décompte? Ça va aller très vite qu'il n'y ait pas des yeux.
Ça part direct.
All right, what's up, everybody? Welcome back to the English Restream of SpeeDons, brought to you by Games Done Quick. Up next is Sanabi. My name is Jaxler. I'm going to be one of your English commentators. Jamie, do you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, I'm Manic Jamie. I am a sort of casual Sanabi runner. The first thing you're going to see here is we're sort of dashing a lot as we grapple the ground. That's a very important piece of tech is when you grapple the ground, you can sort of dash in the opposite direction. You get thrown forward at full speed. We're going to be constantly grappling and re-grappling to try and keep that speed up as much as possible throughout as much of this first chapter as we can.
Yeah, so this category specifically is the speedrun mode, so this skips things like big cutscenes and some of the big like story hook events. So we're going to be going through the 5 chapters of the game as quickly as possible. Some of the rooms are modified between like the story mode of the game versus the speedrun mode. And yeah, this game is extremely high APM. Something to note with the grappling hook as well is that it kind of goes in a circular arc, and you can't really you can't really tighten that arc in any way. So you're kind of going around in a pendulum motion. And a lot of time for these grapples, we're going to be letting go, kind of like at the midpoint when we want to go horizontal. Because if you're on a pendulum, the fastest point that you're heading to the left or right is at the bottom of the swing arc. So we're going to be letting go of that and then doing that re-grappling like Jamie was talking about.
Yeah, so you also see we're sort of flying up the sides of rooms, sort of ignoring half of the level geometry. That's because the game kind of doesn't expect you to figure out that you can grapple a wall and dash up immediately in quick succession. So a lot of these rooms are just sort of taking our own route through past a lot of the obstacles in each room. Each of these arenas, we have to wait for enemies to spawn, and then as soon as all the enemies are dead, the exit door will open. Some enemies take a little bit longer to spawn than others, so we'll be waiting in some cases to kill enemies as they spawn, just so that we can go to the enemies that take longer afterwards.
Yeah, something gameplay-wise worth noting as well is that there's going to be a couple of different wall surfaces that we have to deal with. Some of the walls that are coated in red will damage us when we touch them. And there are going to be others with kind of this like brown coating that we cannot grapple to. So Bonsai the runner is kind of managing where he places his grapples. And it's worth noting that he's also playing this on mouse and keyboard. It's a lot easier to do these rapid-fire grapples, as well as just kind of aim your cursor properly on keyboard and mouse versus controller. Although, Jamie, I think you play on mouse and keyboard.
Yeah, I play controller. It's a little bit strange as there's a mix of so both your movement and the direction you grapple is based on your left joystick. You can use the right joystick, but doing so slows down time, which obviously is slower in a speedrun. It's both are pretty viable. But of course, mouse and keyboard does remain a little bit easy. Here we're going to go for a arena skip.
Nice.
So there, what you saw Banzai do was grapple to the hook in the room. Doing so teleports you to that hook in a straight line. Because the trigger for starting that arena was in front of the door, by sort of clipping through the corner, we're able to skip that trigger entirely. And there was another arena skip. That big vertical room, you're supposed to go right, go back into the room, go left, do another arena, go back into the room, do an arena again. But by just going straight up, we can skip all of that, all of those arenas.
And it's a lot trickier than it looks too, because that entire left wall is coated with the anti-grapple sauce, as I like to call it. So you kind of have to plant your grapple at the very edge of the top of that corner in order to get that skip going. So
yes, it's getting at the grapple as high as you physically can as you get up to the so here we're getting into the second half of the chapter. Here we're sort of walking around to try and destroy 3 pylons to lure what would be the end boss of this chapter. Of course, this is speedrun mode, so we aren't going to fight that boss, though we will see him make an appearance in chapter 5. But this is just sort of lots of small arenas and skipping over enemies as much as we can. Grappling to enemies does slow you down for a little bit as you sort of teleport to the enemy, but you have to wait a tiny bit to get out of the enemy again. However, time does pause for a little bit during the freeze frames. We use the speedrun timer that you see in the bottom left for timing this category, so you get a little bit of time back in that regard.
Absolutely ridiculous move. Something I also want to bring up, in case we forgot for whatever reason, is that whenever we're like grappling the floor in order to sort of pogo ourselves off the ground, we're actually holding the opposite direction. So the direction that you move to dash is like universal in like its circular arc, right? So if you're above something, then the directions are actually kind of reversed compared to what it looks like visually. So Bonsai has to continually like manage whether he's holding like backwards or forwards every time he does one of these dash grapples. Yeah, as you can see, just crazy amounts of APM.
So this is the final, I can't count. Yes, this is the final arena. So we're going to see Bonsai just absolutely destroying that. Just trying to get just barely within range from each enemy we kill. And that was a very fast chapter 1.
That was extremely good. Like, no major mistakes or anything like that. So it's worth noting as well that Bonsai is the world record holder for this category. Pretty above and head and shoulders above everyone else for speedrun mode.
Alright, so this is chapter 2. We've just got our grapple fixed in the story, and what that allows us to do is reel into walls. We're going to see a great big skip here. Yep, so what happened there is these red zones damage you for standing in them. However, every time we get hit, we can sort of boost off in a direction of our choosing, and doing so also gives us about half a second of iframes. By just going up with our damage boosts and abusing our iframes a little bit, we can stay inside those red zones and just sort of keep going up for as long as possible.
It's a really cool strat in that room where we kind of jumped off the moving platform and then grappled the edge of it so we can kind of reset our resources midair and sort of skip having to wait around for the platform.
Another thing you'll see Bonsai doing quite frequently is you see sort of grappling the ceiling but then falling off at the end. What's happening there is if you grapple a ceiling sufficiently close to horizontal and you release grapple before you reach it, then you will fall off with the full momentum of the grapple reel, which is a little bit faster than the grapple dash speed. So you'll see Bonsai is going to try to use that as much as possible.
So even though these red zones do damage you, you can still walk through them just fine, and you can also shoot your grapple through them as well. So if you shoot your grapple through them, it actually doesn't deal any damage. So that's something we'll heavily exploit over the course of this as well.
Another thing is that, of course, the dashes also give you some iframes, so you'll see Bonsai will frequently be grappling directly through the red without taking damage, or waiting a little bit, like you saw there, to take damage, sort of halfway through the red zone. That's just because Bonsai used a dash to activate iframes before reeling himself through the red.
Ok, on traverse la zone rouge. On va bientôt avoir...
I think we've got, I think not for this arena, but in another few moments we've got another couple of that might be for a little bit. I'm getting my rooms mixed up because we just go through this so fast.
Yeah, a slight issue with oh, here's a nice skip. We don't want to wait for this block, so we're just going to boost off the red just to get over the death plane down there. And as we move through...
Oh yeah, just something gameplay-wise to note is if you see that like blue icon that's like to the top left of our character, that's our health meter, so I think we can take 3 hits extra and then the 4th hit will kill us.
Yes, you get 4 HP, but HP regenerates shockingly quick in this game and also regenerates every time you walk past a save point, which we do quite frequently. So we see that skip there. That's actually relatively tricky, and we see a little green. That actually restores 2 health points for us. Health isn't too much of a concern in much of this, but it is possible, especially where you're doing sort of those big damage tank skips. If you take a couple of hits first, then you will not have enough health to get through. But I'm just going to ignore this damage zone, more or less, trying to keep those iframes as much as possible through. But we're just going to get the health back after this arena anyway. So health is kind of a resource, but a resource that we pretty much always have in abundance.
Yeah. Something I want to mention as well with some of the grappling movements is that the reason that we're re-grappling so much is that after you grapple and like let go, like by default, you kind of, there's like a lot of air friction, I guess is the best way to put it. So you lose like your momentum really quickly off the standard grapple. So re-grappling to like reactivate that dash is oftentimes like the best way to like make the speed that you get and maintain it. There's not really a lot of like speed conservation unless you're doing that like ceiling tech where you let go of the real end.
A nice little skip to avoid waiting for that very slow block.
The little yellow coatings on the side of the walls here function similar to the brown ones in Chapter 1 where you can't grapple to those surfaces. So kind of it affects the way in which we route each of these different rooms.
After this, we're going to be coming up to another arena skip. This one is a little bit different in that it doesn't look like we're doing an arena skip. We're just kind of grappling at the start because the trigger is just a little bit too low. We can actually just squeeze just barely above the trigger. We can get it there. Nice. Yep, there we are. So that just avoids a 2-wave arena right there. As I'm just going to go down through these red zones just to skip going right and left in this room. Very nice. Here's where we start seeing these flying shielded enemies. They are slightly irritating in that you can only grapple to them either when their shield is down or from the opposite side. But Banzai's just going to make quick work of them by sort of just trying to move so that he's pretty much inside them as
I forgot about that grapple. That grapple's so crazy. You're supposed to wait for a platform there, but there's a tiny little bit of that corner that doesn't have the anti-stick coating, so
these enemies here are regenerating enemies, so you'll see they don't actually die after Banzai grapples them. They have to be dumped into a red zone as they're sort of recovering from you hitting them. But Banzai just absolutely showing off a masterclass here of dealing with these enemies. Here's another arena skip. So the trigger for this room is sort of a great big box around the right-hand side of that first red zone. Banzai, by just going down below it and then going along the bottom of the arena, just avoided that trigger once more so that he could leave before the doors shut. avoiding waiting for those blocks as well, just by, again, just damage tanking through them. Here's another arena full of regenerating enemies. We're sort of trying to get all these flying enemies into the center red zones. A nice use of that heal. Another slightly frustrating thing with the big shielded enemies is as you're piloting them, if you grapple onto an enemy, you can hold on and sort of pilot them around a little bit. However, the big shielded enemies move frustratingly slowly, so you typically want to bait them into already being in the red zone, like what Banzai did there with luring one of them into the middle. And here we're going to see riding this enemy a little bit as well, just to avoid waiting on our very slow platform.
Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong as well, Jamie, but I believe a lot of these moving elements, like some of these red zones that are circular, are on multiple cycles. So as long as like Banzai has a game plan going through a lot of these, those zones are going to be in the same spot every time. So
yeah, I believe so. I believe that's right. So you can sort of plan around the start of each arena and have a more or less consistent strategy for each of them.
All right, so now I'm going to chapter 2, yeah.
Yeah, nice and quick. Now we're going to move into chapter 3. The name of the game in this chapter is Tsunabi. Cycles. So these yellow lasers, we cannot damage tank through. So most of this is going to just be trying to not slow down at all to catch each cycle. This cycle is very forgiving, but after this we got a few tight cycles to reach. And these cycles are global with these moving platforms. Oh, that was... So by getting inside the laser right as it turns on, Banzai got a little bit of forgiveness getting hit, but being allowed to boost to the other side of the laser. Oh, just barely missing that cycle. So yes, a lot of this will be focused around trying to skip these cycles. Here you see, so here you're supposed to reverse the direction of the platforms by going up and hitting a button. That's unfortunate. So there, Banzai was just trying to sit on the wall so that he wouldn't keep hitting the laser below him. Unfortunately, if you're just a little bit too close to that laser, it will still hit you. So you've just got to be really careful about... This is a really mean checkpoint, actually. You've got to be really careful about not hitting the sort of standing on the lasers too long. You'll see the screen's getting kind of fuzzy here. The enemy in the background is the sort of security system of this factory. Will be by standing behind walls. There we go. That's a nice. It's just a nice little saves about 10 or 15 seconds of going up and around.
Just goes to show that what Banzai's doing is actually really, really hard. Like I can't emphasize enough just like the amount of APM that goes up. Like.
Yeah, Banzai getting a hit, but getting a little bit screwed over by the forgiveness mechanics in this game. So you don't actually have to aim directly at a wall to grapple it. The game has a little bit of forgiveness where it will snap your aim to the nearest platform. However, a couple of platforms in the game don't have that forgiveness for whatever reason. And the sort of crates suspended in the air are one of those. So sometimes you'll just see runners floundering a little bit as they expect to grapple to it and just don't. Here waiting for this, and now we're going to see the next new mechanic of this stage, the bombs. So these you sort of kick off and they fly in the opposite direction, and we're just trying to get rid of walls and lasers in our way. You have to be careful not to miss these, as they take a good few seconds to respawn if you do, especially if they don't explode immediately, if they don't hit a wall. But Banzai here just absolutely sort of just grappling on and immediately throwing them in the direction of bombs.
I guess while we're here, I just want to kind of mention as well, like the event that we're restreaming here. This is SpeeDons, and they are actually raising money for Medicine du Monde. So if you're interested in supporting their cause, there is a exclamation point donate command that you can type in the chat. And there's also a T-shirt, I believe, that's for the event, and a portion of that will actually go towards supporting the charity as well. So if you want to support SpeeDons, feel free to do that, as well as consider subbing to GDQ as well, especially if you do that Prime sub. Allows them to continue doing things like restreaming events like this and putting on stuff like Hotfix. So consider supporting GDQ as well. But yeah.
All right. And that's the first half of Chapter 3 done. Now we're going to move into the robot control section. So we can actually take control of these robots, which have the same moveset as the main character, to sort of... a lot of this section is the robot. You have to pilot the robot to stand on a button or hit a switch for you, or get rid of a laser that's in your way. You'll see Bonsai is sort of just throwing the robots into lasers a lot of the time. You can only relinquish control of a robot if you're on the ground or by dying, and dying is often a little bit faster. So you'll see Bonsai will quite frequently just sort of chuck robots into hazards to get out of them as quickly as possible. Here's another little skip, sequence break.
We're gonna get it. Yeah, there we go.
A fun fact about that one is in story mode, there's actually a floor there that you can stand on, but speedrun mode, for whatever reason, the floor is removed, so you have to...
Okay, that's not a horrible checkpoint.
Yeah, this checkpoint is quite nice. You just have to wait for the platforms to come around again. And a couple more of these bombs. These bombs are a little bit finicky in that your aim can be a little imperfect with them, because they will home in towards lasers in particular, but where it homes to can be a little bit arcane. So you'll see Bonsai just sort of not really trusting that homing and just taking it safe to avoid the pretty major time loss of throwing a bomb the wrong way, as we're going to see there. A little bit unfortunate. Yeah, these platforms very annoying, as you want the bomb to get up high and the platforms are going down low, and if you get on the wrong side of a platform, you sort of just have to carefully go around. So there, you're supposed to use the bomb to disable that turret that shoots at the robot, but by relinquishing control of the robot, the turret just de-aggroes, so you can just leave the robot standing there, right under the deadly laser turret, and nothing will happen. So you can just move on nice and quickly. Nice, and that's a lot trickier than it looks.
That room is raw. Yeah. I also just really like this part of Chapter 3 as well, because we really get to like see those grapple reel in text, and like you kind of get a better sense of like just how much momentum you're saving there. Although I literally say that just as we go into it. Oh, here we go. Yeah. I was gonna say, I'm like, wow, way to bring that up when it's not happening. But
yeah, we sort of. The grapple reels and dash grappling, we sort of switch between based on how close to the ceiling we want to be, because we're sort of constantly looking to where the next corner is and where's going to give us the best momentum to continue. Anyway, he's getting the robot to hit a button for us and immediately killing the robot. We're very mean to the robots in this run. It's very sad.
It is kind of funny, I will say. Just drop them in a pit like they're Yoshi. It's just like, oops. My bad.
Yeah, particularly this one, because you just get the bomb and just immediately, yep, no more use for you.
Goodbye.
And this is actually a speedrun mode exclusive room. This doesn't exist in the story mode.
Almost skip the cycle.
So, because the story mode has sort of a lot of slightly auto-scrollery segments, to compensate for removing modes, the speedrun mode adds a few different challenges along the way to pad it out a little bit.
150 €.
Unfortunately, we do have to reverse these platforms to ride this platform up, as there's just a few too many lasers to damage to sort of tank through. So we're going to... I really like this room. You sort of take control of a robot who can't move out of that little section to throw a bomb to the door. Something I don't think I've mentioned is the flashing yellow lasers are lasers only for the robots, so robots will die if they hit them, but the player character can pass through them.
Nous avons Itaku qui nous donne 50 € et qui nous dit
Here's another skip. So here we're supposed to go a long way around, take control of that robot, and reverse the direction of these platforms.
Nice.
But we're just going to grapple up. Very nice. And here's the last room. This one can go a little bit pear-shaped if you let the robot die here, but Banzai perfectly manipulating the movement there. If the platforms disappear, you just sort of get dumped down with whatever momentum you once had. So if you grapple a platform as it's disappearing, you can just get all your momentum sent straight down, which can mess you up in some cases.
Okay.
So we're moving into one of the shorter sections of the run. This is we've made it through the factory and are now in sort of the rich people district. But there are no rich people around. What gives? These red blocks, you may be just thinking, well, why don't we just grapple the way through those red blocks? These red blocks you can't grapple through. However, you can with the charged dash, which we'll be seeing in a moment here that we get at the start of this chapter. You can dash to enemies through those red blocks, which we will be using a little bit in the final chapter of this game. Those big enemies, we have to sort of charge up a Kamehameha to dash straight towards them and just bonk them in the head. Very nice. We'll see these sort of gondolas and trams. These trams we're supposed to sort of hit with our charge dash to knock along the tracks, but who needs them? We can just go past them.
So, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the charge dash as well destroys the enemies that you normally need to send into the red zones, or this
it does not. Because those, but it does hit shielded enemies. So enemies like the shielded flying enemies will get hit through their shields, but you do still have to move into the red zone to fully kill them.
Yeah, so something pretty cool as well that we saw in a previous room is we can actually sort of cancel that charge dash we have mid-air to sort of air stall a little bit. And we saw a use of it earlier with Banzai where he did like 2 air stalls with it in order to get just enough distance to get the grapple to send him.
Yes, that's very much a very helpful sort of backup. If you don't get enough momentum for a jump, you can just sort of stall a little bit. It's also very useful in some of the boss fights in story mode to sort of hover in the air.
On prend les plateformes, les petites lanternes, c'est l'espèce de grue, mais là c'est dans le biome un petit peu Japon.
Here, we're supposed to hit that bus to get up, but again,
damage boost.
Slow. We have to wait for this enemy, unfortunately, because that locks the gate to exit this room.
On est vraiment invulnérable quand ça travers.
If you've ever played Ghost Runner, it's kind of like the same way it handles the combat there. We need to just take care of all the enemies before it opens the door.
I think that might be the first tram we've hit.
No, we hit a couple, I think.
Oh, okay.
It's been going too fast.
Yeah, there you're supposed to go up, get a tram down, but again, a lot of the gaps are deliberately just kind of small, so you could look at them and go, I could get past that, and you try it, and yeah, you can get past that. This game is very friendly to sort of a casual speedrunning, just sort of picking it up, because most of the tech is kind of self-explanatory, and most of it is just playing the game like the game tells you to play it, but faster. Something to note in these rooms as well is that we don't actually have to kill all the enemies, we only have to kill the enemies that spawn when the gate shuts. The enemies that are already in the room when we enter do not count towards the gate opening, so we can just ignore them.
And now we're going to get introduced to a couple of laser machines that will project one of those no grapple red zones, but we can destroy them to progress further.
Those are actually a different kind of red zone. Those are special in that you can't go through them at all. They just act as walls, basically, that get thrown away when you hit the lasers.
Ça, quand on fait le jeu en découverte, c'est très sympa. Amusez-vous à tuer tous les ennemis.
We saw sort of hitting a bus into one of the enemies. That's one of my favorite strats in this run, is just sort of, rather than get all the way over there, just send a bus into them. They're not going to survive. Here again, skipping tram just by past with some of those charged stalls. Here with these gondolas. Something interesting to note with these gondolas is they get the momentum that you they sort of get a boost of momentum as you grapple into them, which then rapidly slows down. So we'll often be sort of just hopping in and out of the gondolas just to try and minimize the amount of slowdown that we take. Here we're just going to damage boost through these red zones. Here you're supposed to go up here, hit a laser, go back under, but it's a red zone, so we just go straight through it. Here is a little bit worrying, because the projectiles that the enemies shoot can hit you on the way back down if you're not careful, but nice and careful here in this room to finish, again, a very quick chapter 4.
Yeah, that's a pretty tough one movement-wise, too. So that was super impressive, mostly going off without any.
So now we're going to be entering Chapter 5, sort of a victory road kind of deal, where we are now controlling a robot for plot reasons. Don't worry about it. But an important note is that we have removed the inhibitors on this robot, so our charge dash now takes no time to charge up. So you'll see enemies sort of get this blue diamond around them. That means that we can charge dash straight towards them without any charge up time at all.
You're also going to see this like worm thing pop out of the wall. That's the Chapter 1 boss that we talked about that we don't see in speedrun mode for Chapter 1, but he's back here now as compensation, and a little bit hard to deal with, so kind of the way we're going about some of these rooms is to kind of manip where he spawns in so that he doesn't bother us at a critical point.
Yeah, we're also, in some arenas, we're going to be sort of standing where enemies are going to spawn to lure the worm into spawning in that spot, because the worm will kill enemies for us. So by having the worm already have destroyed the ground that enemies are supposed to spawn on, we can avoid having to go kill them ourselves.
Especially with all the movement tools we have here, like this chapter is one of my favorites to watch in motion. It's so satisfying.
Yeah, it's also it's such a cathartic experience to play as well, because you're sort of a lot of the game you're sort of struggling a tiny bit to deal with your momentum, but once you get all the tools here, there's basically nothing that can slow you down, and even if you make a mistake, you pretty much always have the tools you need to recover.
That was a really good save right there, actually, because Bonsai knew he missed the grapple, so he actually backed up a little bit so he could get the worm to spawn, so he wouldn't completely curse blip when he showed up. That was really sick.
Yeah, because the worm destroys the grappleable ground where he shows up, we want to avoid having the worm sort of tunnel up sections of the ceiling that we want to grapple. It's not too much of a problem, but in sort of those larger rooms and arenas that we're in for a little while, you can sort of run out of the ground a little bit. Here's the chapter 1. Yep, here's the chapter 2 repeat. We're supposed to wait for a block here, but again, why wait when we can damage boost? Here's a little bit scary as there's a lot of enemies spawning, but if we just ignore them, we'll hit a save point and be fine.
C'est le retour des zones rouges qu'on apprécie puisque dans celle-ci,
Here we're going to go up. Unfortunately, we have to wait a little bit here as we need to wait for an enemy to spawn to grapple to. But after that, we're going to go over and just sort of flying through, using these flying enemies to get over. And then here, a very generous big red zone here that allows us to just get past. Otherwise, we'd have to wait for the block right at the start of that room to reach us over the course of about 20 seconds, which we don't want to do. This is the return of the red of the healing enemies, so we're saying we're just trying to sort of manipulate them into this red zone. And by using that charge dash, you see we're instantly sort of hitting it in the zone, but because it's already in the red zone, it's just going to instantly die.
And you saw there as well that these doors instantly despawn as soon as the last enemy dies, so Bonze was able to get us set up. Oh, that was... We're good. We're so bad.
Very nice. These hooks very much... The game wants you to sort of use these hooks as a rest point, as a brief respite, but we don't need to do that, we can just keep going.
Les ennemis là qui spawnent, le samouraï, ils vont tout le temps revenir et nous harceler pendant tout le niveau.
And those flying enemies are actually one of the bosses of Chapter 2, but they just become a regular enemy as well in this chapter. But we can get rid of them quite easily with a charge dash.
On prend même le temps de marcher.
And if you see Bonsai not jumping or grappling, because that's like a kind of an auto-run segment between each section where we're not allowed to use any brush.
And here is one of my favorite sections of this chapter, the massive laser. The story mode version of this chapter is actually kind of an auto-scroller. We have to stand behind platforms, but fortunately in the run back, we get these batteries we can hit to stun the laser before it can kill us.
And also because of the charge dash, we don't need the bombs anymore to break some of those.
Ouais, il a vraiment le seum GLaDOS. En plus, elle a mis un laser un peu, elle est vraiment énervée.
And we can also use the charge dash to kill these lasers, where we have access to the lasers.
Ah, il a vraiment le seum, ça se voit.
So here we're going to be skipping a battery. Oh wait, no, that is the wrong room. It's slightly difficult to remember simply because you're going so quick and there's just so much to remember with this game you're sort of like, oh, it's this room. Okay, I know what I'm doing here. Oh, and this room goes into the next room. But you sort of get into a little bit of a flow state. Okay, they're taking a safety battery. We're going so fast that we can kind of skip half of these batteries, but doing so makes the timing a little bit tight on hitting the final laser. As we get into the final section of this run back, repeating Chapter 4 again. Here, you're supposed to take, so we're getting blocked from taking that tram up. We're supposed to be, to sort of get rid of that block and then take the tram up again. But as we'll see, that isn't actually necessary. We were just hitting the tram there because it's the fastest way to get to the top right of the room. And a lot of that is just sort of... The dash in this chapter is so quick and gets you towards things that the grapple can't get you towards, that we're sort of mixing and matching both the grapple reels and the dashes to get as much as possible. And there's a neat little skip. We wait to reel in on the tram so that we hit the impossible red zone as late as possible. Because we get iframes by dashing and reeling in the grapple at the same time, we don't get hit until right at the top of the section.
Yeah, that's like a piece of tech that's kind of used a lot with some of these enemies as well, just kind of like using that to avoid damage in a lot of spots. It's like, we have health as a resource, but it's also really easy.
This is the last room, by the way.
Oh, we're coming up on the end here already.
Yep, we're just going to skip those rooms, and GG.
What a great run. That was super impressive.
That was an excellent run, yes. Wow.
Like, obviously, I've seen this run before, and I've like, it's just so impressive to see it done live in motion like that. Holy crap! Well, that was Sanabi, everybody. From this point forward, we're going to be kind of swapping over to the next commentators, I guess. I'll just say that I'm going to be on for another couple of event runs after this. So tune in for those. Hit exclamation point donate if you want to support what SpeeDons is doing. Jamie, do you have anyone you want to shout out or plug?
Yep, I just say shout outs to the Sanabi speedrunning community. They have a wonderful board, and it's an excellent speed game, and I highly recommend, even if you don't think you are good enough to speedrun, just give Sanabi a try. It's very forgiving.
Yeah, with that, I believe in a little bit we have, Oh, we have Doom 2 coming up next. That'll be with Blood Thunder and Zelu on comms for that, which is going to be really sick. You do not want to miss that one. Again, please consider subscribing to GDQ as well. Use your Prime sub if you have it as well. That really helps support GDQ. Allows them to do content like these restreams as well as weekly hotfix content. So consider supporting them as well after you've supported the charity. But with that, I think it is about time for us to say goodbye for now. Jamie, it was a pleasure doing this with you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, absolutely, you too. I'm looking forward to the rest of your commentaries.
Rebonsoir.
Yeah, absolutely.
Vous allez bien?
Enjoy the rest of the event, everybody. Thank you so much.
Du coup, rendez-vous en 2026. Félicitations. Non, c'était trop cool, vraiment très impressionnant. Et en effet, petit platformer, moi, ça me donne bien envie. C'est carrément ma cam. On a eu évidemment plein de dons, mais avant de vous lire les dons, on va vous parler d'autre chose parce que le saviez-vous, le collectif Résonance a encore frappé et vous a pondu un classique. Si vous faites point d'exclamation album, vous avez la possibilité sur leur bandcamp d'acheter l'album, donc avec une collection de hits, comme disent les jeunes.
C'est vraiment ce que les jeunes.
Oui, c'est ça. Oui, ils ont fait une compile de l'été pour SpeeDons, basée sur les jeux qui ont été runnés. Et il paraît même que peut-être il y a ma voix dessus parce qu'il y a peut-être une piste sur une chanson du groupe, on ne sait pas. Donc achetez l'album de Résonance
pour savoir
et savourer évidemment leur création et leur composition. C'est important. Qu'est-ce qu'il faut acheter d'autre? Parce qu'il y a plein de trucs. Il paraît que c'est quoi qu'il faut acheter? C'est un t-shirt, je crois. Achète le t-shirt, c'est bien. Ils sont bien. Et il faut aussi remettre des dons. Ça y est, on a fait tous les gimmicks. Allez, au revoir. On remet les dons. On donne. Ah mais c'est cool, déjà
on a nos notes dans le public en fait.
Premier soir, on salue Zerator et Dame Live.
Donne, pardon.
Là, on embrasse très fort la régie, on embrasse très fort les bénévoles, évidemment. Un taf de fou, évidemment. Et n'oubliez pas que vous avez des incentives qui sont toujours en cours. Là, c'est toujours la guerre dans les dons pour savoir quel est le meilleur Zelda. C'est lequel qui va gagner.
C'est lequel, du coup?
C'est toujours c'est Link to the Past. Il y a tu me poses la question, moi je te réponds. C'est toujours pareil. On a également toujours l'incentive de Save and Kill the Animals qui est toujours en cours. Et aux dernières nouvelles, c'était encore
le chien.
Le sauvetage du petit chien qui gagne. Mais je crois qu'on a eu aussi une incentive qui a été réussie.
On a une incentive qui a été débloquée, effectivement. Connaissez-vous les mensonges de paix? Le Lies of P, un magnifique Souls-like qui va être runné ce week-end. Eh bien, il y avait une incentive pour qu'un des boss très compliqués du jeu, jeu que j'ai évidemment terminé, donc je connais le nom du boss par cœur, va être battu.
T'as voulu le faire avant SpeeDons pour pas te spoiler?
J'ai vraiment pas eu le temps de le faire.
T'en as fait combien des jeux comme ça? Parce que moi, clairement, j'ai dive dans Hollow Knight, mais genre j'ai fait 150 heures. J'ai fait 150 heures de Hollow Knight en 2 mois. Entraînement pour Super Mario Kart 0. Parce qu'il fallait absolument faire le Panthéon 5 avant la run de dimanche. Bref, on veut prouver les priorités. Mais non, mais je veux pas me faire spoiler, c'est tout. Et donc Lies of P. T'as pas encore fini, donc dépêche-toi.
J'ai pas encore fini, donc qu'on m'amène un PC, pitié. Et du coup, on a une super nouvelle incentive, en tout cas, entre autres, dans toutes celles que vous avez quand vous fêtes un don, vous pouvez mettre votre don pour débloquer une incentive. Il y en a une nouvelle qui a été débloquée. Je crois que ça a à voir avec la run de Ghostland Yard et la participation d'une certaine Jarmou à cette règle.
De quoi? Ah, les problèmes.
Entre Hollow Knight et
les problèmes. Donc c'est demain après-midi, ça?
Ouais.
C'est ça.
Mais t'as révisé?
Ça coûte... Bah oui, j'ai pas révisé Super Mario Kart, du coup forcément jouer à Ghostland Yard, évidemment. Donc ouais, les problèmes. Les problèmes pour...
Tout sera résolu une fois que l'incentive sera débloquée, je pense.
C'est ça, incentive qui, parce que quand même, je ne me brade pas, il me semble que ça va vous coûter au moins 10 000 balles. Un truc comme ça.
Et je pense qu'on est déjà bien avancé sur les...
La dernière fois que j'ai regardé, il y avait déjà à peu près 2000 balles, mais mais purée, on m'annonce dans le chat que le lien des dons est cassé. C'est dommage. C'est dommage.
Elle avait révisé son Ghostland Yard.
J'avais révisé Ghostland Yard pourtant, mais c'est cassé.
Mais tu runs quoi ce week-end, Ghostland Yard?
Non, rien du tout. Non, si, on va faire Super Mario Kart. Mais
oui,
donc
évidemment.
apparemment, voilà, dès que le lien sera réparé, vous pouvez
foncer sur cette incentive.
Si vous voulez me mettre dans la sauce et que je joue à Ghostland Yard et que comme ça je sois la meuf qui perd de 2 runs sur la même journée, eh bien filez plein de police, ça va être extraordinaire. Oui, on va remettre le lien.
Répare. J'aime bien. Il y a une dynamique cette année, il y a une dynamique. Je pense que c'est la salle qui... Tu vois, il y a un mouvement comme ça.
Remets le lien. Répare. Pour que ça reparte. Ça va être complètement ça. Écoutez, c'est impeccable. La bonne nouvelle, c'est que on va remettre bientôt le lien. Mais surtout, on va vous remettre une run parce que c'est Doom 2 là qui arrive tout de suite. Tu l'as fait Doom 2?
Hein, quoi
Là, il faut le speedrunner.
Oui,
parce qu'on va se faire spoil là. Ah, tout de suite, c'est Doom 2.
Profitez bien.
Bonsoir à toutes et à tous. Ouais, alors attends, il faut faire comme on fait dans les événements de grand public. Ça va, SpeeDons? Génial, bravo à toutes et à tous. Bon, c'est la première journée, hein. Faites pas comme si vous étiez malheureux quand même, hein. On n'est pas comme ça. On espère que vous allez bien. Ce soir, c'est le meilleur jeu de la Terre.
Doom 2, la suite de Doom 1, qui l'eût cru?
C'est un truc de fou.
Dinguerie.
Vraiment dinguerie. Bon, allez, on va se dire que c'était pas prévu. Doom 2, meilleur jeu de la Terre, évidemment. Jeu de la Terre, puisqu'on n'a jamais fait mieux après. Hein.
Exactement. Il n'y a pas Doom 3. Doom 2016 n'existe pas, Eternal non plus. Donc, pour vous parler de Doom 2 en très rapide, vous prenez Doom 1, vous rajoutez des monstres, vous rajoutez une arme emblématique, le Super Shotgun, vous ajoutez 32 nouveaux niveaux. Et en avant, Guingamp, et personne n'a dit ça depuis 1992.
Il est vrai, à moins que je l'ai moi-même dit il y a de cela 2 semaines.
Très possible.
Mais celui-là l'a peut-être dit, il s'agit de notre runner vedette, celui que toutes celles et ceux qui ont déjà joué à Doom 2 ont envie de côtoyer de près comme de loin. Il s'agit de Sucala!
Salut!
Comment ça va, Bébou?
Eh ben ça va, mais moi j'habite pas loin de Guingamp, figure-toi.
Ah alors, ça te la coupe? Un BZH évidemment, Guingamp, bien sûr, évidemment. Sinon, on pouvait pas. Voilà, évidemment, j'ai eu BZH dans le casque parce qu'ils ne peuvent pas s'en empêcher. Alors, mon cher Sikana, Doom 2, ta vie, ton œuvre, tes mensurations, s'il te plaît.
Doom 2, alors Doom 2, jeu qui a 31 ans cette année, qui a eu 30 ans l'année dernière.
Hello, everyone. Welcome in for another commentary for SpeeDons. I've got Blood Thunder with me. I'm Zila. We'll be your commentators for Doom 2 coming up with S6 Kana. Blood Thunder, how are you doing today, buddy?
I am so ready for this run. For those that know me, I love the Doom games. Doom 2 is probably my favorite of the classics as well. You know, you get the super shotgun, a lot of really cool glides that we're going to be showing off, a lot of cool tricks. I'm sure we're going to be seeing throughout this run. Hope you guys are ready in chat. If you are, you know, maybe post a little Doom. Anyone ready for the Dark Ages coming up?
That's gonna be exciting. Yeah, this is a game where this is the classic Doom I don't run, but I know enough about it running Doom 1 and Doom 64, and Connor's gonna put on on a great show for us. Very accomplished runner. Cover a couple of accomplishments that he's done over the years. So he's, as far as stuff that's on the DSDA archive right now, those are single segment demos that are basically recorded playthroughs. And he's done Doom 2, UV Speed, which is the category we're going to see in a bit, plus co-op 4-player Nightmare Speed single segment. He's also done Plutonia Experiment, which is one of the official expansions, UV Speed and Nightmare Speed.
He's done insanity, by the way.
Yeah, just absolutely amazing play. He's also done the only full single segment run of Icarus Alien Vanguard on UV Speed, which is one of the many, many custom mods out for the entire Doom series. And if that wasn't enough, he's also done Plutonia on Nightmare Speed for Corona Relief Done Quick back in 2020, which is an absolutely ridiculous thing to do in a live setting. Like, Nightmare is just absolutely ridiculous. But we're going to be doing UV Speed for the category. This is Ultra Violence, the hardest normal difficulty, and Speed is just going to be the 80% moniker. So it looks like we're getting started here. So I'm going to take a couple levels right here just to talk about the movement. Movement right here, you're going to see a lot of strafe running, which is just moving forwards or backwards and sideways at the same time, because like a lot of old FPSs back in the day, the movement vectors are added together whenever you do that, and you get more speed. So we have SR40 and SR50. You don't need to worry too much about those, but SR40 involves just normal strafe running, and SR50 involves adding a couple extra keys which force your turning angle to be locked. So you usually use that for tricks. Speaking of tricks, we've got a glide right here. Doom Guy is what I think a 32 pixel hitbox, and the gaps for these, are exactly 32 pixels wide. If you can get yourself in just a very specific position and inch yourself forward using vertical mouse movement, then you can squeeze right through those tight gaps, which saves a lot of time over doing the map normally. Down to 10 health is a little sketchy though.
Right, so we are playing on Ultra Violence, which is the hardest normal difficulty. That's not Nightmare where enemies respawn. And so things are very, very dangerous, especially early on when you don't have a lot of equipment. You'll notice the health and the armor are pretty low. So he's kind of taking these corners to take out enemies. You don't need to kill every enemy. Get past them. It's not required for a lot of things. There are some arenas where you need to clear out ones to progress. That's not the case here. So he's just clearing out the ones that will either kill him or just the ones that are blocking his path.
Here we've got this jump right in there using the strafe running to get to this window early. The extra speed that you get from SR40 or SR50 is very helpful for a lot of tricks as well as just general movement. And this is very much a game where you want to just go as fast as possible, not just for speed's sake, but also to prevent taking more damage, because especially with hit scanners, who can, if they target you, and unless you're behind a wall or something, you're going to get hit if they choose to just be able to target you. So
this is absolutely a game where the faster you go, the easier it becomes. So as you're starting off, it's really, really rough. If you're just going slow, you're taking extra damage, having to pick up more supplies, which means more time dealing with enemies, and this all compounds really quickly. So doing it cleanly, like we're seeing here, allows them to be a little bit more risky. He's not taking as much damage, but yeah, these chain gunners are absolutely brutal if you sit still.
Big SR50 jumps right here. This skips needed to hit a switch to get to the end to raise a bridge. Very clean right there. That skips several chain gunners from appearing too. And chain gunners and shotgunners are, despite being basic enemies, they're among the most difficult enemies to deal with because they deal so much amount of damage so quickly.
We also picked up the super shotgun here, which is just one of the best weapons in Doom. You'd love to see it. Just making quick work of enemies.
Yeah, despite only firing 2 shells, it does basically like 3 times the amount of pellets of a normal shotgun shot. It's almost like shooting a rocket at point-blank range, which is absolutely ridiculous damage output. And each of those pellets can also help push enemies, which is good if you don't need to kill something but needed to get out of the way, or to stun them. So we're going to get this Mega Sphere right here. That fills us up to 200 health, 200 armor, make this really precise jump. Nice jump right there. So normally you'd have to ride a lift all the way down and back up to be able to make the jump, but Kana did very specific movement to be able to just make the jump right out of the bars there.
There's a quick note, if you see text popping up in the middle of the screen, that just means he's making a quick save in case he does happen to die, because if you die in Doom, you go back to the start of the level with just the pistol, and it is really brutal, so you just want to make saves going in the risky areas in case something goes wrong, but hopefully we won't ever have to see a load. And some pretty precise movement to just get around as quickly as possible, because we are having to do strays. You know, it makes it a little bit more difficult to navigate these close quarters, which we'll see on maps like the Chasm later on. It can be really tricky if you're inexperienced. But no,
one more tricky jump coming up here. Yeah, we got one more getting straight to the exit, not needing to push another switch. That one's a little tricky too because if you mess it up, the Spectres tend to get in the way. He got a second try, which is really good. So we've got our first arena level coming up with Dead Simple. Very iconic map. You're normally supposed to kill all of the... Nice Luigi text, by the way. So we've normally got... you normally need to kill all of these Mancubi to make a bunch of Arachnotrons spawn, and then you kill all the Arachnotrons and the stairs to the exit lower. We don't need to do that. We're going to use this rocket launcher that we picked up, and we're actually going to build up speed with a rocket boost. So there's no jumping in Doom because it's kind of 2.5D. You have X and Y with kind of a Z displacement. But he's going to use this rocket to just get a whole bunch of speed and just barely clip the edge of this platform using all that speed. And this is a really tough trick to do, and in single segment especially, you get one chance at these tricks because you're not able to reload. So it really just attested the difficulty of it when he's having to reload several times.
Yeah, so what makes it difficult is not only does he have to have the right angle to do an SR50.
Very nice.
And you got it, very nice. But then he also has to deal with the Mancubus. You can take the time to kill them, but that's slow. And we're going to kind of get past this run by luring all these Hell Knights to the side. So we can pass them. You don't want to kill them either. Once again, that's slow. And we're all invulnerable. If you see the screen's kind of faded out, usually it's a blinding white, but it's been kind of modified here. So it's a little bit easier on the eyes. That just means we're not going to take damage and get past a lot of dangerous enemies, once again, without having to kill them because it's slow.
Yeah, in terms of modifications, it looks like he's playing on Crispy Doom, which is a very good source port, one of the most common ones used for speedrunning, and it has a lot of great quality of life features, like you can see the timer up there for the level in the top left and such. So there's a lot of really great source ports that emulate the game's original physics very well while having compatibility with modern systems. So really, really handy to have. So we've got this, hopefully, this backwards rocket boost off of this ledge right here to go straight to the switch. This is a pretty tricky lineup.
This is a lineup I've not seen before, but
very nice.
Nailed it.
First try.
Pick that one up.
Yeah, especially the health and armor management is really important here. It looks like he's going to set up another rocket boost right here for this room. Boy. This is a really risky strat because there's stuff in the pit. Oh, just barely missing it. So that would skip needed to lower another platform they would have to go to. And look at him going for it again. Gets his second try.
Yeah, in this area, we're just going to see a lot of just trying to get past these enemies. We're going to shoot them as you try to get around them kind of to the side and just bypass them as much as possible. But a lot of the rocket jumps and the glide setups he's doing in rooms prior to the ones he needs to go into, so he doesn't have to deal with the enemies, which is a really clever way. It's not one you see too often. Usually you just roll the dice, and if you die, you just reset the run. Obviously, it's a marathon, so you don't want to do that. Pretty clever idea.
Yeah, really got to appreciate his enemy routing too, just knowing what to kill and what to avoid, especially when you have other stuff like he's got the plasma gun right now to kill stuff as needed. He's going to pick up a BFG in this room coming up right here, which is the most powerful weapon. Very situational, but very, very useful.
And one of my favorite things, like running through that room the way he just did, is you see all of the enemy projectiles just flying around the map that you're going to have to bob and weave and navigate through.
It looks like he's going to take... Yeah, it looks like he's going to take the hidden teleporter to go to this room where the cyber is, just to pick up the invulnerability sphere. This is a little bit slower than normally running through, but it's a lot safer because this cyber demon can teleport and he can pop you with a rocket right at the exit. We don't want that happening in a marathon setting. Because rockets from cyber demons are basically your rockets. Anyways, this map's funny. So normally you're supposed to do a long puzzle, or you can just hit the switch all the way from below like this because there's no height check when you're trying to activate switches. Like Doom not being a fully 3D engine, you can just kind of activate stuff from any height, and the game's okay with that.
Yeah, there's actually a really big skip that we'll see in a couple levels where we used to take the secret level to get out, but then it was found you can hit a switch from the ground floor instead of traversing this giant tower to hit it up top. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, so like that switch press at the very beginning, we skipped like, what, 90% of the map that way? Like, it's huge. It cuts this map down so much.
The factory.
So I'm not sure what music they're using, but shout outs to whatever version of Doom music they're using in the background.
Yeah,
it's fantastic.
I think it might be the remixes used in the recent Kex port of the game. This game just recently got re-released with Doom 1 and has some really great remixes. But we like to play on source ports because the demo compatibility is really nice to have. Anyways, factory is not too much to do right here. We're going to see if we can get this key grab from the back right here. not able to get it from there, so we're just gonna run into the room, pick it up. So if you the way the game does collision checks is a little bit weird. The game kind of checks if you can grab an item before it can actually check if it's a valid position to be. So you can actually grab stuff through a wall or such, and then the game's like, oh, you're not supposed to be here, so it puts you outside the wall.
So a room full of meatballs, you hit a whole bunch of switches, and the platforms are going up and down, so you need to navigate very quickly to the right platform at the right time, and just deal with all of the enemies coming at you and shooting projectiles.
Yeah, very good routing right there. You want to make sure you're heading to the next lift as soon as possible. So it's more efficient to just kind of run around the room than stay by each one individually. We've got another key grab coming up right here, so we're going to backwards jump over to here. We're going to, normally you'd have to come a different way to open this door, but we're going to just set up against here to just kind of bump against that torch. Setting it up again, gets the blue key second try, very nice. Yeah, downtown there's not a whole lot to really talk about because it's a very open space, and that kind of just ties into Doom 2's level design in general, just because they wanted to make bigger and bigger maps compared to the first Doom. And since this game takes place on Earth as opposed to like star bases or directly in Hell for the first 2/3, they tried to make more city themes.
Right, and with like the bigger and bigger maps, you either see a lot of levels that are really long and you're just running around loops for the map because we can't skip it, or you find a skip and it's like 5 seconds long.
Yep. You'll definitely see that in the next map.
Yeah. Some of these are like you blink and you miss it, and other times you're just kind of just enjoying an elevator ride with some imps and making some friends.
Look, they just want to give you a hug. Like, imps love hugs no matter which series you're coming from. Alright, so Inmost Den has a big skip right here, and there's actually 2 ways of doing it. Since we don't need any keys to be able to do this skip, we can just get this mega armor for some protection, and we can jump straight to the end. So there's 2 ways of setting it up. We can either do a rocket boost, or we can do a mid-air wall run. And we're going to see what method kind of goes for it right here.
I think we're seeing the rocket.
Yeah, it looks like we're seeing the rocket here. Oh, unfortunately did not have the health to tank that. This might be a little tricky because of the chain gunner sniping him, so yeah, he's going to go get more health. The rockets at point blank range will do 128 splash damage, which is being halved by the mega armor we have, but dropping down to 64 health right as the rocket boost happened killed him instantly. Like, this game is absolutely brutal when it comes to the amount of damage you take, and that's just amplified by all the tricks.
Yeah, so not only does he have to deal with all the enemies shooting at him, he also has to find a very specific lineup for this and then have the right speed and the timing to make it across here in one go, which is just, once again, just brutal. These games can be really fun to get into and learn, but they are definitely a headache.
Yeah, when you're going for a good time, it really compounds on you, especially if you're playing on like a source port and submitting to the demo archive where it's single segment. It's very daunting. Don't worry if you do want to run like Doom 2 or such more casually. We do have boards for, like, say, the recent Kex port or the old Unity port. So there's definitely ways for everybody to enjoy this. Very nice, finally getting that rocket jump right there. Exiting with 18 health, that's okay because there's med kits right at the very beginning of this next level.
So this is the one we mentioned before. We used to take the secret level exit, but the newest found we can hit a really nice switch from the floor, but we're going to collect some stuff real quick. Just jump down into the lovely fire and lava.
I love jumping into fire. So we're going to see the first instance of a zero press right here. So Zero Master and others found out that if you tap a switch from the left side specifically at a very specific point during pushing, you can actually push a switch at a farther distance than you're supposed to. And he's actually using that right here to push the switch that's all the way on top of the castle. It looks like he got it. He probably heard the sound effect. So he's able to grab this blue key without having to do a whole bunch of this castle. And this skips a pretty big chunk of the level. And it actually used to be faster to do this level's secret exit and then play through the secret level before this trick was found. So once this trick was found, it became faster to play through this level normally again.
Yeah, once again, we don't need to kill these enemies for progression's sake. It's just they're in our way. And sometimes they play nice and we'll let you pass, and other times it's just like, no, I just want to sit here. I just want to be in the way. So another very quick map, we'll see. We're going to go back to doing a whole bunch of glides here. And one thing to note about glides, because it's an older engine and a game that maybe some of the younger people haven't played. For the most part, you use like WSD or ESDF or whatever your typical keybinds are, but you also have mouse movement turned on for glides specifically. So if you're moving your mouse left and right, you're going to look left and right. But if you move your mouse up or back, it's going to also move your character forward or back, and that can really throw off settings as well. If you just barely touch your mouse, it's going to kind of move you out of position. But you need that for glides.
Yeah, it is needed for glides because when you do like straightforward or such, you don't get like perfectly forward movement. You kind of wobble a little bit, and the vertical mouse movement keeps you steady. So Tenements has another zero press right here. We're going to skip getting the yellow key altogether, but this one's a little tricky because we're going to be doing it in a slime pit, so kind of has to work fast to get this before he runs out of health.
It's got a decent amount of health and armor, so you should be fine. And he made sure to take care of the enemies. The reason that's really scary is because there's an archvile in this next room that just loves to hit you on your way out, and if the health is too low, it's just going to kill you.
Yeah, thankfully you can. Yeah, you can block the archvile attack by at least being blocking its line of sight through a wall or such, but the geometry in that room is not really fit for you to do that, so it can be a little tricky.
We have a little bit of a maze up here, which is really annoying when you're trying to go fast, because you need to get to the end of one section that opens up another section, and you have to run over there. And so you're just like constantly smacking the walls as you're trying to navigate this.
It's really hard to optimize Doom movement. Like, kind of makes it look so smooth, but it's really difficult to optimize Doom movement because your momentum comes to a change. You have to build up acceleration again. It's a lot trickier, and top Doom level runners are masters of this. All right, this map's pretty boring, so we'll talk a little bit about armor for a second. So there's actually two armor classes. There's green armor, which reduces damage by 1/3, and there's blue armor, which reduces by 1/2. So we want the blue armor as much as possible. Now, that persists until you either run out of armor, hit 0, or pick up a new class of armor. So if we were at 90% blue armor, and we picked up a green armor, we would be put at 100, but we would have less damage protection. So Kana's very specifically skipping green armors where possible to keep that blue armor protection, because we want to be able to sustain our health as long as possible.
So this is another really, really long level if you go and grab all of the keys. Or we're just going to grab one of those keys because we're going to be setting up for a glide. However, with that said, depending on how risky we are, there's a whole bunch of specters, which are the like invisible pinkies. And they just really like to get in the way, so...
Also, I really appreciate all like the custom like applied SpeeDons textures for all these walls and doors. So we've got a guideless, we've got a guideless glide right here. So he's not able to use a wall, like a corner to set up, but he managed to get there real quick. That was beautiful. So we're going to do a wall run right there. So the way wall runs work is the game does weird calculations in certain directions, and you kind of basically double your speed when you're running against a wall parallel or perpendicular at points. So we use that to just run through the lava as fast as possible and just skip way ahead in the level. We unfortunately don't get to see the very iconic Cyber Demon versus Spider Mastermind fight that makes this level really memorable, but that's okay. We're going to grab this Mega Sphere, refill to 200 while we're waiting for this wall to come down.
Yeah, they're pretty quick level overall. We're going to see a handful of quick levels depending on how the glides treat us.
Yeah, so that ends all of the Earth stuff, so we're in the last 10 levels for Hell. This one starts with a couple of really cool glides with a really, really neat rocket setup, depending on how risky Kana was willing to play it.
Also, these glides, once again, with a whole bunch of enemies around us, so he's going to have to either rely on saves or just take the time to clear out some of these enemies. So I believe we have 3 glides to do in this room, and then a nice little rocket boost.
Yeah, so it's really funny that you could just kind of like run around the blue bars. You don't need to get the blue key at all. You just would normally need the red. But here we've got a glide, and then we're going to use a rocket boost plus a glide to just get enough speed to push us into the teleporter. Oh, didn't get it there. Not getting it there. He's going to have to reload, but it's okay. Got the save right there. Nice. So that skips the entire level right there, skipping all 3 keys.
So one thing to mention, like just having the knowledge of where all of like the secrets are and where all of the ammo pickups and health pickups are is a huge thing. Because if you just try to copy like a run, you're missing some stuff. It's like having that extra map knowledge and game knowledge is really nice. A beautiful glide as well. It's one of the trickier ones.
And a nice backwards boost. Unfortunately, didn't get enough, but that's okay with the switches right there. But yeah, Doom is very much a series where even if you have the planned route, you're improvising at all time because there are so many random things. Enemies are random. Damage is random. Like, probably the way Doom guy wears his armor is random.
The lovely barrel spawn here. Just navigating a little bit.
I think he managed to skip. No, I thought he skipped that line def at the beginning. So line defs are just like floor triggers, and one opens up that Mancubus door. So we're going to see what strat he goes for here. He's going for the thing run, actually. He manages to get that thing run. So the thing run is a lot like the wall run, except you're using something like an enemy or a barrel to be able to boost off of it. And he's actually boosted off a barrel that was below him on the floor as he was crossing the gap, which is beautiful. And we're actually going to see that a little bit later, too, but we're just going to pick up the key and pretty much leave. We also didn't really explain the BFG yet. So the BFG has two components. It has the giant ball, and you think that does the most damage, but no, that only does 100 to 800 damage. When Doom Guy fires it, that angle is locked in. And when the ball explodes, a bunch of invisible tracers are fired from Doom Guy's current position at that angle. And what that means is basically whatever you're staring at, if you're facing the same direction, is going to get melted. So pretty much the best way to use the BFG on any boss monster or any type of groups of enemies is to fire the ball and then run straight up to your target and give it a big hug.
This is one of the more infamous Doom 2 levels, the Chasm, just because a lot of people really struggle to navigate across the tops as they get smaller and smaller and smaller, but making quick work of it here. We gotta get around this room full of pinkies. I mean, it is just chock full of them. We need to pick up the red key here and then get back out. And then we'll see if we're gonna go for the rocket boost here or gonna navigate the maze.
How did that lost soul get there? I think it teleported in with him. Oh, it's like right in front of the teleporter. So this wall run right here skips the entire rest of the maze, which is really excellent because that is a pain to navigate at the end. And if you fall down, there's no getting out. There's no recovery. You're just dead.
And then once again, you have lost souls just badgering you the whole time to take the time to kill them. You sit there and just sacrifice all of the time save you're making up by doing all the cool strats, or just go for it. He's playing it a little bit safe, killing out more enemies than you might see in like a PB or record attempt. This one is very brutal if you just run past everything, but doing a really good job of keeping his health and armor up very, very high.
Yeah, Blood Falls, there's not too much as far as like tricks or routing is concerned, but like there are so many hit scanners in this level that it just whittles you down. We will see one item grab through the bars coming up. We're going to grab a big cell pack through the fence while we're waiting for the elevator. Grabs it, very nice. Yeah, just cells are, we want as many cells as possible because the plasma and the BFG are just so useful all around the entire run.
I'd say we're coming up on like more of the scary levels getting near the end of the game, so it makes sense. But like this one, kind of like the next two maps that I always find are just super stressful. We don't really have big skips for them. We're just trying to get through without really dying, making great use of the BFG there.
Yeah, just staring down at that Baron and being very careful to pick up the key to not open a wall at the back that would unleash another Baron. We just don't want to deal with more enemies. So hopefully we're going to see this thing run against another enemy in this pit coming up past this door, and then we're going to be able to just grab the yellow key and leave. He's got the setup. Oh, it just barely falls.
Yeah, this one's not as big of a time save. You can just run around the side, but it's always cool to see. It's a second try.
Big old meatballs in the way, of course. So we're coming up on my favorite archvile in the game. We call him Barney because he's like Barney from Half-Life. He's going to attempt to open a door for us, but he doesn't like to cooperate. So this exit door is very, very thin, and archviles move so fast that when it's moving around, it's trying to use the use command over and over and over while it's running. Well, if it manages to jam itself next to the door, then it can actually open the exit door from the behind despite needing a key normally. So, and Barney was very nice and opened it up just almost instantly.
And there's also that little like thing sticking out of the floor, which you can use to mitigate a lot of the damage from the archvile. Otherwise, an actual hit would do a lot more damage there.
Yeah, like I think the normal actual damage is something like 90 HP, and if you use the post to kind of block the line of sight a bit, only part of the attack hits you, and it only does about 20 damage. So you can use that to kind of bait the Archvile in. So not too much going on in Spirit World. This is mostly just get the 2 keys and then hightail it back. But we're just going to see some very careful BFG used to clear out enemies along this path that we're going to go back towards.
And we're actually in vulnerability once again. You can see that filter effect. So he's just clearing out enemies while he can. It's not taking any damage from it. There's kind of a swag strat on the way back. Oh, might see it. You can do like a whole bunch of rocket boosts back to back while you're invulnerable. Just get through there really quickly.
Going for the extra Mega Spear at the end. Wants a little bit more safety going to the next level. So Living End has some really, really cool skips coming up, but they also require a lot of health. So it's good to have the 200 coming into this to make sure. So we're going to actually jump way ahead in the level by utilizing this floor teleporter. So that skips a good chunk of the map immediately. And then we've got a long bridge section once we skip to this part coming up. Oh, I accidentally fell off the ledge. That's okay. We got the save coming up.
Yeah, you'll see it a lot more now with the BFG, like I mentioned before. He's going to like shoot the BFG and then like go to where the enemies are. He doesn't have to shoot the BFG at the enemy specifically.
Picking up some extra cells while we're waiting for the bridge to come up as well. You don't want stuff chasing you. This is a huge level and they tend to roam a lot.
This is like kind of the last regular level that we're going to see. There are 2 secret levels, but the next one's the boss level, the Icon of Sin. So this is like the big bad end all be all. It just really throws everything it has at you.
Yeah, I can't believe we're already almost at the end of the run. Like Doom runs go by so quick.
Yeah.
It's amazing how fast you can beat these games if you know exactly what to do.
A couple more meatballs to take out.
Oh, Lost Soul, get out of the way. He was lost. So we've got the first of our rocket boosts right here. Oh, it actually looks like he's actually going to go the long way and just go ahead and not deal with it. That's fine. This one doesn't save too much time, and it's fine to deal with. That Archvile, though.
Yeah, being very careful to block the line of sight so he's not taking the damage at all.
All right, so this one, this is the big one coming up right here. So we're going to skip hitting a whole bunch of switches. First, using the BFG tracer to clear out a whole bunch of enemies, and then we need to hit that right alcove. And we're going to have a very, very specific setup. And we're going to rocket boost around some barriers. So he's getting the setup right here. He's got all the enemies out of the way. Just has to execute at this point. Very nice first try. And he's got plenty of health to get up these stairs. Just has to not fall in this pit, because if you fall in the pit, you're probably going to die because there's a Cyber Demon down there.
And this is the Icon of Sin. A lot more tricky than it seems. It's very deceptive. Where you actually have to hit the rockets is a very small window, as you can see on the forehead there. And doing it very quickly, as we'll hopefully see here, is just, it's so impressive as someone who runs this game.
Yep. Oh, unfortunately missed the SR-50. He's going to take another shot at it. So this allows you to get onto the platform while it's slowly rising. And this is really nice. So he's going to set up to be able to... Oh, he got knocked off. That's really terrible luck. So we're going to... Looks like he's going to elect to do this normally. Oh, you know, it's reloading. So, well... Yep. So if you do this properly, you can kill this boss while we're doing a very slow lift right here. We can do 2 shots while it's up. Oh my goodness, this luck! This Archvile. Oh my goodness. So this can happen at the very end of a run. Like, we weren't kidding when we said Doom was extremely random. The enemies that the Icon spawns are also random, and getting an Archvile is the absolute worst luck because there's no way you're going to be able to dodge it.
Yeah, you can't break the line of sight, and not only does it boost you up, it also tends to boost you kind of to the side, so you're falling off the platform. There's 1 shot.
2 shots after falling off on, so we just need 1 more as we go up this platform. Looks like he's set up pretty well. No more really troublesome enemies here. So 1 more shot coming up. Oh, it looks like 1 shot missed, but yeah, we're good there. And that is time. An excellent run by Kana. Also love the kill count percentage from all the spawned enemies. You too can achieve 1000% kills.
sur un taux de réussite des tricks les plus durs qui était assez
Yeah,
scandaleux.
absolutely great run by Kana. 28 in a marathon is pretty solid. This is an extremely brutal run for a live setting. And Kana's a very accomplished runner, and very happy to be able to commentate for him.
Speaking of accomplished runners, where can people find you, Val, if they're looking to find more about you?
Yeah, if you want to see me do anything from speedruns, music games, you can find me at twitch.tv/Zelo. And Blood Thunder, where can they find you?
They can also find me at twitch.tv/Blood Thunder. A lot of my stuff's over on YouTube as well. Run all of the Doom games, all the classics. We'll be running the Dark Ages when that comes out just a few months from now, but I also run a lot of other FPS, horror, puzzle games. Like those kind of things.
Yeah, and if you are interested at all in any kind of Doom run or any Doom related thing, you can get in contact with any of us. We'll get you set up, send you off wherever you need to be. This game's really fun. This whole series is great. But y'all definitely want to stay tuned for more SpeeDons, and we'll see y'all later. Thanks for having us.
C'est bon, c'est repareux. C'est bon, c'est repareux. Vous pouvez remettre les dons, c'est bon, c'est parti.
On achète, on fait tout ce qu'il faut.
On donne, et on a aussi des gens à remercier, il me semble, Vicky, parce qu'on a plein de gens qui nous rejoignent.
Oui, on a plein de gens qui nous rejoignent. Et d'ailleurs, merci à tous. Nous avons des raids qui sont arrivés. Nous avons un raid de Zaboutine, ainsi que CyberDTV et Dr Feelgood. Donc merci beaucoup pour les raids et le soutien.
Bienvenue les raids. Donc, vous êtes en train de regarder Speedon, marathon caritatif de speedrun, au profit de Médecins du Monde, qui durera jusqu'à dimanche soir, avec plein de jeux qui vont aller très très vite. C'est extraordinaire. Et que fait Médecins du Monde? Eh bien tout simplement soigner tous les maux à l'international ainsi qu'en France. Donc c'est très important et chaque don compte. Et en parlant de dons, étant donné que c'est repareux.
C'est repareux. Donc on est reparti.
On est reparti. Là c'est parti là. C'est parti, mais il y a eu pas mal de dons évidemment pour Siskana qui vient de nous pondre une run absolument spectaculaire. La Tonk qui donne 141 €, on a Stern le végétal qui dit je viens littéralement de vendre une table pour ce don. Vous aussi, vendez votre mobilier pour Speedon, achète, donne, refait. Il y a tout, il y a absolument tout. Il y a Trixala qui donne 1 € qui dit en siphon fond. Je l'ai complètement, bravo, bien joué. on a Chat qui dit Doom.
C'est dur. Doom. C'est pas grave, c'est 23h30, il faut vous faire peur en fait.
Ah oui, c'est ça, il y a Resident Evil qui arrive, donc oui,
ça fait peur. Nous avons Vroden qui nous donne 5 € et qui nous dit merci à tous pour cet événement de folie. On va envoyer Jarmou sur Ghostland Yard. Regard insistant envers l'ambianceuse à ma gauche. Vous êtes les meilleurs, Vicky et Jarmou. Plus petit que 3, merci beaucoup. Et même, je pense que c'est un carte.
Un carte.
Nous avons Hugo qui nous donne 25 € et qui nous dit simplement plus petit que 3.
Merci beaucoup. Nous avons Mamar qui donne 50 € et qui dit Nous avons Adéloise qui donne 20 € et qui dit bravo Siskana, vive le méchoui et la team Audace. Très bien, j'imagine que ce message a été compris par l'intéressé. Soku qui donne 10 € et qui dit premier don du week-end, l'event est déjà incroyable à suivre.
Nous avons Little Ice qui nous dit, en nous donnant 10 €, merci Speedon pour cette run et en plus en live dans la salle, le jeu de mon enfance, j'adore, merci à tous et n'oubliez pas de faire des dons, évidemment.
C'est très important. Vladi Gaming qui donne 50 € qui dit Masterclass Siskana représente le Finistère. Ah ouais, on a vu tout à l'heure là le panneau du drapeau breton. Non mais voilà. Toujours. Je suis sûre que tu vas sur la lune, il y a un drapeau breton. Obligé. Enfin, ils sont absolument partout. On a Fury qui donne 150 €, merci.
Merci.
Wolfinger qui donne 30 balles en disant le meilleur Zelda, c'est évidemment Elden Ring.
J'aime beaucoup ce don, j'aime beaucoup.
Il y a une team forceur Elden Ring. Conchela qui donne 2 € et qui dit j'ai sauvé le chien 2 fois. Et merci. Ah d'ailleurs, en parlant de l'incentive, eh bien, il y a donc il y a sauvé le chien, tuer le chien, et il y a quelqu'un qui vient de proposer adopter le chien. Donc vous pouvez filer de la thune pour adopter le chien. Je ne sais pas ce que ça donnerait dans le jeu. Je sais pas ce que ça donnerait dans le jeu, mais ça me fait beaucoup rire. Donc allez-y, bravo. J'aime beaucoup. On a Oui qui donne 1 € et qui dit oui. Voilà, merci.
Merci, oui.
Merci, oui.
Nous avons Pop-Pop qui nous fait un don de 100 € et qui nous dit « Pouette, merci. »
Ah, c'est les trombones champ, ça je reconnais.
Ah oui, le lobby trombone champ.
Le lobby trombone champ. Alors là, voilà, on a jeté un œil au planning, évidemment. Vous avez les commandes dans le chat pour voir tout ce qui va se passer ce week-end. Mais samedi matin, accrochez-vous
un réveil délicieux.
Accrochez-vous à vos chocs à pic parce que le trombone champ, ça va être absolument incroyable. On a Don Achete qui donne 100 € et qui dit non, je vais pas la faire en espagnol, mais bon courage pour la première nocturne. Je regarderai la rediff. Merci beaucoup. Et bravo les lesbiennes qui donnent 15 €.
Bravo les lesbiennes.
En disant bravo à tous pour le regard de fou, les runs de fou, les gens de fou et un petit coucou au jus de la salle.
Au jus?
Je sais pas, des jus de fruits, des...
Ah, jus.
Ouais. Je suppose.
Peut-être une jus.
Ah, peut-être les jujus.
Juju?
Juju? Ouais, bah, ça va?
Il y en a.
Bon, bah, cool. Bonne soirée. Passez une bonne soirée. Très bien.
Nous avons Micromoise qui nous fait un don de 100 balles sans message. Merci beaucoup, Micromoise. Nous avons Alexis qui nous donne 10 €, qui nous dit « Les animaux sont nos amis, il faut les sauver aussi. »
Oui, on pouvait la chanter. Mais c'est vrai ça. Non mais attends, c'est vrai. Excusez-nous, nous on est là jusqu'à à peu près 2h du mat. Non, c'est pas. Mais en Belgique, on dit aujourd'hui c'est jeudi, donc c'est déjà la teuf. Donc faites des dons en réécrivant des paroles de chansons.
Oui.
Pour que nous les réinterprétions de façon totalement. Ouais, ça c'est cool, vraiment, ça m'éclate.
Ça me détend.
Mais donc voilà, faites-nous chanter les dons, envoyez des trucs, ça va être extraordinaire. Nous avons Smice qui donne 1 €, toujours 1 € par run, bourrez les dons. On a plus petit que 3 qui donne 5 €, merci à toi. Nous avons Delacour qui donne 200 €. Vive le jeu vidéo, vive Speedon, vive Médecin du Monde. Bravo.
C'est beau. Nous avons Edgar Alan Pauvre qui nous donne 100 balles et qui nous dit merci Médecin du Monde. Voilà, merci Edgar Alan Pauvre.
Merci Edgar Alan Pauvre. Non mais j'aime vraiment.
Il y a des pseudos.
Continuez à être créatifs dans les pseudos. Faites-nous rire, faites-nous rêver, faites-nous crouler sous les dons et l'argent. Évidemment, imaginez que ça ruisselle comme toutes ces.
On est Picsou.
Voilà. Faites ruisseler là. Voilà, faites ruisseler les dons comme ça va être très très bien. On a Erwan Le Rouge qui donne 50 balles en disant soirée d'ouverture qui régale. Merci aux orgas, aux runners et au public qui a l'air en feu. Bravo. Golgot qui donne 10 balles, merci beaucoup. Et Fab qui donne 1 €.
Nous avons Playmo qui donne 10 € et qui nous dit pour Jarmou. Regard insistant vers l'ambianceuse à ma gauche. On joue avec Mario avec les cartes. On veut la chanson. Je donne pour l'assaut, j'espère être un jour sur scène. Mario de 64, Blindfold et autres jeux vidéo, bien sûr. Le go de Bubzia sera de la danse, bien sûr. Merci beaucoup, Playmo, pour les 10 balles. Nous avons...
La chanson, je vous ferai dire, c'est Chacha. Hein.
Alors, non. Oui, mais pitié, non, parce que je vais pas dormir. Si. Nous avons Bourré les dons qui nous donne 10 €. Merci beaucoup pour les 10 €. Nous avons Nérou qui nous donne 15 € et qui nous dit merci à tous pour le divertissement. Emoji qui souffle dans un petit truc, c'est la fête.
Un serpentin.
Le serpentin, évidemment. GG pour Breath of the Wild en duo, c'était sans ça.
On a Miss Queenie qui donne 10 €. Merci aux bénévoles, runners, casters et organisateurs. Et coucou depuis la salle avec que des goats finalement. Ohio.
Ouais.
On a Méloris qui donne 200 €. Merci à toi. Plural qui donne 20 € qui dit pour mes sœurs dans le monde. Merci. Ma petite Soso 31 qui donne 5 € en disant on bourre les dons et bon courage à tout le monde pour ce beau week-end qui arrive. Franchement, qu'est-ce que tu attends toi ce week-end à part dimanche matin que pède parce que tu vas tout péter. Elle va tout péter dimanche matin.
Je vais rien péter du tout.
Sachez-le. Vraiment,
je vais me faire une tendinite. Je vais me péter un truc moi en fait.
C'est ça en fait. À force de cliquer sur les dons et tout, tu vas te faire une tendinite. Voilà ton excuse de sacre.
Et voilà.
Réglé. De sacre, c'est bon, problème réglé. C'est magnifique.
Non, j'attends Super Mario Kart avec des cartes.
Super Mario avec des cartes, c'est très important. C'est demain soir. Ça.
Même.
Et alors que sur cette excellente nouvelle, eh bien, figurez-vous que Resident Evil 4 Remake est prêt Donc bah écoute, c'est parti, on va prendre nos guns.
On est parti pour un petit voyage en Espagne avec Léon Bébou.
Allez, Léon Bébou, c'est parti, à vous.
Et bonsoir tout le monde, est-ce que vous êtes prêts pour du Resident Evil 4 Remake? Hello. Et oui, je suis Drake le Lion Blanc, je vais vous commenter la run de Petricor qui est juste là. Salut Pétri, comment ça va?
La vérité ou pas?
Bien sûr, la vérité.
Alors écoutez, j'ai pas dormi, j'ai pas practice. J'ai envie de me chier dessus, mais c'est pas grave.
Hello, everybody out there watching SpeeDons 2025. Hope you are all enjoying the marathon. Up next is Resident Evil 4 Remake with Petrichor, I believe is how you say that name. My name is Dangerous. I'm going to be one of your commentators, and with me I have...
Hello, everybody. My name is Cass, and it is truly an honor to be here, restreaming SpeeDons for you all.
Agreed. Now, this is going to be a very straight-laced bit of commentary here. It's going to be very straightforward. There's going to be absolutely no memes or jokes of any sort whatsoever. I'm just kidding. If you put me and Cass in a call together, we are going to endlessly riff on each other because that's what we do. But this is going to be a lot of fun. Resident Evil 4 Remake is a fantastic game released back in 2023 by Capcom. And we're going to see a run of main game any %, a category I haven't actually ran myself. I was a New Game Plus runner myself because Infinite Rocket Launcher go brr. Cass, what's your experience with this game?
So I ran this game exactly once, but it was very, very early on in the piece. I'm a New Game glitchless runner personally. So, but however, I know the run very, very well. I have been a part of the Resident Evil 4 remake community since pretty much the game came out. And big shout outs first and foremost to my guy Red Zorro, who has a phenomenal tutorial for all the glitches and skips that we're about to see. That was awesome because there have been some new glitches added since I did the run. But looks like we're starting off here. Petrichor had a bit of a longer loading screen. He looks like he's doing a proper countdown for us. And we're away.
And here we go.
And we are away.
We are zooming.
The first couple of chapters, there isn't a massive amount of speed tech. There's some real minor time saves, but the later we get, especially towards the mid-game section, we're going to see a lot of sections skipped. I hope you don't like the bosses in this game, because we're not going to see a majority of them. And we do obviously have an incentive. I do not know if it's still open, but of saving or killing, well, it says the animals, but really it's just one, and it's just Huey.
It's the one, yeah.
So I'm hoping very much that we, last I checked, I think save was like 77% or something like that. So
we will see. Apparently there is a key binding issue they're having on their side. So there's a little bit of speed tech in the game that involves using a program like JoyToKey to route controller inputs to your keyboard. It is very... this has been explained to me, I think 5 times. I still don't understand what it is exactly that they're doing with this, because it's just, so you can see on the software, the controller setup, and then you can rebind actual, keys on your keyboard to what's in the software in order to, it's using the running inputs, right?
Yes.
How familiar are you with this?
Yeah. Look, not very. This was one of the new finds that did not exist when I did the run. My understanding of it, though, is it kind of overlays the movement and helps. One of the skips that we are going to see is they're called door clips, and it involves Leon rapidly spinning around very quickly and moving in a direction. Like if you spin to the left and strafe to the left, there's the chance that Leon can clip through a door, which just skips major sections. But we are back on our host screen. So we've got the bubble guns back out, and so it looks like there is going to be a bit of downtime, but that's okay. Under control, as I can see in chat. But basically, my understanding is I thought that it was like an overlay of the movement, that it sort of doubled up on the movement if you're holding a direction with your virtual keyboard, quote unquote, virtual controller, quote unquote, as well as using the keyboard input. It actually overlaid the movement and applied the movement twice, which helps with those door skips. I may be incorrect in that though, because you're right. It's not something like I have ever seen in any other run before. I mean, things like double binding and stuff like that is very common. There's a very prominent Resident Evil runner by the name of Captain Ezekiel who pretty much double binds almost all of his keys to allow him to, say, interact much faster with things rather than just spam a single button. He's able to spam two. So that kind of thing is pretty common in a lot of high-level speedruns, but something like adding a virtual controller button to your mouse is like not something I know of in any other game.
Not common, yeah. I don't know of too many other games that do anything like that. I mean, I've heard of using like auto hotkey to rebind keys, but using virtual controllers is a new one.
That's a whole nother level. That is a whole nother level. But yes, so we'll give a little bit of a brief overview of the story, I suppose. So we do play as Leon S. Kennedy, the president's daughter, Ashley, has been kidnapped. And we are basically on a mission, a solo run-and-gun mission to try and save her. It's sort of a giant love letter to action movies of sort of the 80s and 90s.
80s action films, yep.
And complete with your, one-liners and your quips. And I don't think you will get to, hear a great deal of them, as I'm pretty sure Petrichor does run the game in French. Or at least I know his PB ran the game in French. And so we won't get to hear a great deal of them, but maybe Dane will give us his best Leon S. Kennedy impression.
I will do a dramatic reading of some of the one-liners in the game that are, safe for stream, of course, in my best Leon Kennedy voice. So you have that to look forward to, chat. And also, we do have to just give the Capcom writing team huge props for setting up a story where you go to a foreign country in order to rescue the president's daughter, a very, very, very high value individual, and they send one dude.
Just one dude. Just one dude?
One dude by himself, who's not even a cop.
But I'm sorry.
He's just one dude by himself.
In what we're about to see, not only did they only need one dude, but he's going to get in and out in the space of 2 hours. It's very clearly...
It's overnight. It's overnight if you look at the story of the game.
We're not looking at the story of the game. We're not. We're speedrunners. Story is irrelevant to us. We're going to get in. We're going to rescue the princess. We're going to defeat the evil. We're going to get... I don't know why I just called Ashley a princess.
I don't know why you called her a princess. I mean, she is kind of a princess. But you also said, a little bit ago, let's talk about the story of the game. And now... Look at Cass over here backpedaling. Oh, we don't care about the story of the game. We're speedrunners.
Dad, I was trying to fill space. Dangerous. I was trying to be a wonderful broadcaster and trying to fill space. But look, that actually does bring up an interesting question, though. Are you an Ashley lover or an Ashley hater?
Ooh, see, this is a complicated question because it's not a straight yes or no answer I could give you. So in the original RE4, so yeah, for those of you that have never played the original RE4, this is obviously a remake, as it's called, RE4 remake. The original game had basically the same plot line, the same overall general structure. There were some pretty significant changes done to the remake. Certain sections were taken out, other sections were added in. But the overall story arc is very similar with only a few key changes made here and there. And Ashley in the original game is awful? Awful? Is awful a good word, Cass, for this?
Okay, so I can't really speak on the original. I saved Ashley in the original and then never got any further. So my first time playing through it was actually getting to experience Ashley as a character was in the remake. So I can't speak too much to the difference between the OG and the remake in terms of her character, but I am happy to defer to you on this. So if you say it's awful, for the first time ever, I'm not going to argue with you, and I will say, yeah, you're right, she's awful.
Okay, I'm going to take your word for it. So Ashley in the original game, and this is not a stab at the voice actor or anything like that. This is simply a stab at the writing of the original game. Ashley is not really a person. She's kind of just a caricature in the original game. And she is awful and terrible and annoying. She is, however, kind of the perfect companion partner while you are in combat arena. She gets right behind you. She doesn't deviate. She stays right where you tell her to. She's kind of perfect in the original game in that way. She's just incredibly annoying. The remake, Ashley, is much more of a character that actually has thoughts and feelings and is not mind-numbingly annoying. But in the remake, she doesn't always do exactly what you want her to, because and you'll see this when we get back into the game and we actually get to the part where we rescue her and we start using her as a companion. You'll be able to see this where the companion system is designed differently in the remake, and it's got a few more quirks in the remake versus the original. Quirks that were added because of the way they built the setup for things. So it's like they're understandable why they changed things the way they did, but they're a little bit trickier to control, and Ashley will sometimes just develop a mind of her own and she will start to do things that you do not want her to do. So she is a much better character in the remake, much less good of a companion partner in the original. A terrible character, but a perfect companion. So the answer to your question is yes and no.
All right, that was like that filled so much more space than I was expecting it to, and I really appreciate that. I adore Ashley, both as a companion and as a character. Definitely more so as a character. I think she cops so much of what is happening to her just on the chin. Like, she's being chased by these crazed, murderous lunatics, and she's still, like, making jokes with Lyon, and it's kind of like, if I was in her situation, I would be so much worse off than she is. So I just really, really like her, and the fact that she sees all these, like, horrible things happening, and she comes out, she's like, oh, maybe I'll become a special forces agent, just like you, Lyon. It's like, wait, really? Like, you want that after what we've just gone through? And of course, being a glitchless runner, I have to deal with Ashley a lot more than what Petrichor is going to need to deal with today. But it's a really, really, I think your answer was really spectacular. So as a character, though, I definitely I really, really enjoy her.
I'm hoping also that because this is the any percent run, because we're not running at glitches, I'm really hoping they're running on a down-patched version of the game, because the down-patched version, when you initially rescue Ashley, there is an incredible glitch that we're going to get to see where we save Ashley, but then we just leave her in the church. And we run through almost an entire chapter without her, and it is just magnificent.
And I think that lends so much more credence to her, her phenomenal performances. She doesn't need us. She doesn't need us. She was just taking a break in that church. She could have got out herself. Absolutely. We completely abandoned her in chapter 5, and then chapter 6, she's just like, hey, I made it here. All right, don't stress about me. No weapons, no training, nothing.
She wasn't totally locked in a room that she could only get out of by us solving a complicated light puzzle in a cathedral.
I love it when you look at Resident Evil games as a whole. Like when you look at them holistically, obviously it's a video game and you know what Resident Evil is, right? So there's gonna be puzzles. But if you look at it as someone who's never really seen a Resident Evil game before, and you're just going to this police station and they have different suits of card keys, it's like, why is this in a police station? Why is this relevant? Why has this been set up like this? Why does this church have a rotating stained glass window that will they're so unnecessary with the puzzle design, but obviously it's a video game, so we accept so much more than we would if it was could you imagine if Bruce Willis in Die Hard had to solve puzzles?
Well, somebody also at one point told me that Die Hard is a Metroidvania.
Die Hard is a Metroidvania. You know what else is a Metroidvania? Emperor's New Groove.
You're not wrong.
They unlock the wall climb ability, and it's he starts off with all of this power and all of these abilities, and then he loses all of these abilities, and then he has to climb his way back to the top. It's like a cross between God of War and a Metroidvania. I think we might be back on.
Are we back? Yeah, it does look like Save the Animal is in the lead for the incentive for this run, which is great. All right, and we are back.
We are back in.
Alrighty. And we have apparently restarted the timer, so.
All right, that's brilliant. That's brilliant. That's fine. That's fine. So Leon, he was being driven by a local law enforcement officer who went to investigate something, and then he disappeared. And then we find him basically turned almost immediately, thanks to the Las Plagas. So we are going to make our way through this random abandoned cabin that Leon just somehow happens to know the layout of and know where all of the keys and locations are.
Because we've played this before, Cass.
Oh, of course. This is Groundhog Day, the video game. By standing,
he's doing a little bit of speed tech here. Oh, yeah, nice. Okay, so yeah, there was a little bit of speed tech that he did there, where he pushed up against the wall in order to manipulate the enemy AI to lunge at him, but basically miss his hitbox by orienting himself against the wall in a very specific way. It's a little bit tight on the timing, but if you push yourself up against the wall and just wait a second, you can usually get around without getting grabbed, but that is a reset point for a lot of people. Also, can we talk about how long the cabin section is in the remake versus the original? The original, the cabin is 2 rooms, and in the remake, it's like a labyrinth of a house. Incredible.
I can actually speak to that because I did play the cabin in the original. You also saw throughout the cabin, he was sort of ducking repeatedly. So while indoors and running in straight lines, not while indoors, while running in straight lines, you're going to see, while running in straight lines and not in combat, that is the second prerequisite. You're going to see Petrichor constantly ducking and sprinting. So Leon gets a tiny bit of a speed boost when he comes out of a duck or comes out of a crouch. And we're going to use that to constantly give ourselves kind of maintain that little speed boost throughout the sections, but it doesn't work if we are in combat and doesn't work if we have to turn during it. So I think we'll see it coming up again just on the other side of this little shack that we're going to run into to grab a couple of items.
You may not go for it, by the way. It's a little bit of speed tech that saves maybe a couple of seconds here and there. It's really only something you would want to do at the very top level. And I actually don't know what his PB is off the top of my head.
Off the top of my head, I don't know what his PB. I do know he is the #1 time in France. He is France's top.
Pretty high up the leaderboard, I'm sure.
I'm pretty sure he is. But here we see another little. This is more of an IGT strat than an RTA strat. But by hitting, there are certain loading screen or autosave spots that when he crosses them, he will load the autosave that just gets created for it for a number of reasons. It makes these enemies a little bit more consistent. It resets their positioning so that he can plan his way through the village here. There is actually a category of the game that skips this whole section, so it's called No Bingo. And what that does is this section can be incredibly random. So it is really frustrating for runners to reset over this every, after 5 minutes or 3 minutes in this case of running. We are not seeing, thankfully, I was really worried that we would see a lot of pause buffering for the aiming, but that is very, very slow in an RTA sense. But it's a really interesting.
Just like that.
just like that. So we will see it a couple of times, but not on every shot, thankfully. So the section of this game, basically, he needs to kill a certain number of enemies. I think it's 11 or 13.
It's a certain number of enemies, but you can also get through this section. Just this whole thing's on a timer, and by killing enemies, you speed up the timer. So he wants to kill at least a few enemies in order to get the timer to speed up. But it is. Again, like we said, extremely random. There's actually a strat where you climb up on a rooftop and you use this grenade here in order to kind of kill a bunch of enemies at once. I don't know if that's specific to the professional strat or if this is something that they do also in the standard or assisted mode as well. But yeah, that's Dr. Salvador. He wields a chainsaw and he's much bigger than most other enemies that you're going to find. And he is also a much spongier boy. He can take a lot of hits before
a lot of hits. And you saw Petrichor sort of shrug his arms a little bit there. So the strat here, what he was trying to do is Dr. Salvador coming in is like the earliest that this section can end. So in a perfect run, Petrichor would look. He's so animated. I love this. In a perfect run. Dr. Salvador would have burst through his door, and the section would have immediately ended. but he is just getting an insane amount of bad luck here, and that is going to be a death. This honestly, that was just like bad hand after really bad hand after bad hand.
Yeah, he just got really unlucky on this part. That can happen. Like we said, this section is really random. There's a reason why there's a category extension called, like we were talking about earlier, No Bingo, that starts immediately after that fight's over, because the village resets is a meme for a reason. It is a very punishing section and subject to a ton of resets.
His autosave comes all the way back to before that section. So dying there, it's not like you can continue that run. It's not like you can just continue that run. Like dying there or getting a suboptimal fight is like, it's going to be a reset every single time, unless you're like just learning the run and you're happy to take the 3 minutes of time loss. And we would like to point out, Chad is pointing out that he has neither slept nor been able to practice for this run in advance. So he's doing a phenomenal job given that. And honestly, with his level of energy, if I hadn't slept, I wouldn't be that level of energy. Hell, it's 10 a.m. for me right now. I've had 3 coffees and I'm still not as energetic as he is. Oh, and also the reason that I should probably point out the reason that original section is called No Bingo is once the section ends, a bell rings and all of the Ganados just leave Leon be. And Leon says the line.
You have to let me say it because I can do it in my Leon voice.
Of course I'm going to let you say it.
So everyone leaves, like they all stop attacking him and they all just start walking toward the church, and then Leon runs out to the middle of the village and he looks around and he goes, "Where's everyone going? Bingo?"
And then the live studio audience goes, "Oh."
Yep. And that was a line that was actually in the original Resident Evil 4, and they did us a great service, and they kept it in the remake. Thank goodness. If they had taken that line out in the remake, we riot.
There is so many things I was worried that they would change in the remake, like that, just to make it less campy. But it's just they just nailed that action movie vibe of just the funny one-liners, and it's brilliant. It does seem like he's getting some weird issues happening in the run right now. Like we can't hear the. I mean, we wouldn't be able to, neither Dane nor myself speak French, but it does. From what I'm reading in chat, it seems like he may be getting some unintended behavior from the game.
Yeah, it seems like there's something wonky going on with his control scheme. I'm not totally sure what's happening, but this is also because this is a live event at another place. And I can tell you this from having done live runs at different events. When you're on hardware that's not your native hardware, it sometimes can be very jarring. And I've definitely had things go weird in runs because I was like on hardware that wasn't what I normally run on. So that's probably what's going on here. He's probably dealing with the hardware configuration changes being what they are, especially like when you're on when you're setting up on a new set. Like your home system is like already set once you get everything the way you want. It's like, cool, everything's already good, we're good to go. But then on a new system, you have to reset up everything from scratch, and it's easy to forget like one thing, like, oh, I forgot to set up this one keybind in this one way, or I forgot to enable this one file.
He's through.
So
Look at that celebration.
Let's go.
Yeah,
he's through.
Fantastic.
That was a rough. That's a rough cluster of enemies right there. But luckily, you got through it.
So what we saw,
the end of the village.
What we saw was he did switch his frame rate down to 30 frames a second after he threw the grenade. So the grenade has a larger explosion and deals damage in a wider range the lower your frame rate. So we'll actually see that a number of times where he adjusts his frame rate in an attempt to try and get more damage out of his grenades. And additionally, I think it still happens in the Del Lago fight where the frame rate gets changed in an attempt to deal more damage to Del Lago. But that's jumping ahead of myself a little bit there.
Yeah, we'll talk about Del Taco when we get there.
Did you just call him Del Taco?
I absolutely called him Del Taco.
I love that.
I will. Yeah, when we get to Del Taco, we'll talk about it. Yeah, he's also opening up the Steam console in game, which I think that's an unintended behavior kind of thing. He's also shooting out the window here. Took a few shots to do it, but he's shooting out the window because that's going to save a couple of seconds later in a later chapter.
Yeah, that is a really annoying. When I originally saw him pausing, I thought he was in fact pause buffering because we use IGT for this run. This is actually a really interesting sort of assessment in the way modern speedrunning technology changes modern speedrunning strats. So most speedruns, especially on PC, will run with what's called a load remover, where the game is loading or during cutscenes or anything like that, the timer that we use will pause itself. Because that alleviates the issue with different hardware. I, for example, don't run on a spectacular PC, so my load screens are a lot longer than someone who runs on, you know, a giant rig. So having a load remove timer makes it fair and even, regardless of what your load times are going to be when you get into the game. With Resident Evil 4 specifically, we actually hook into the in-game timer. So when the in-game timer is running, our timer is running, which means that our timer is not running when the game is paused. And we might see a few other instances of that a little bit later on, but when you are aiming, you can attempt to essentially line up a headshot and then pause the game. You can use that pause as a way of assessing whether or not you have your headshot lined up or not. Because obviously, like, enemies move around and stuff like that. Like, that can be often hard to hit the headshot. But you can use the pause screen to figure out, is my crosshair, great name for a GDQ hotfix show, is my crosshair on the enemy's head? And then by basically firing, like holding down mouse 1 and exiting the pause menu reasonably the same time frame, like it's reasonably even. You actually can fire on the first frame and guarantee yourself a headshot. Here we're going to see a little. Oh no, he's taking the wide path around, so there is a little bit of tech there he can do to avoid the stagger. That those boulders explode if you take the left-hand path. Leon kind of gets staggered. And you can sort of avoid or cancel that animation by switching weapons, which is, turns out switching weapons in this game is actually pretty broken. Quite a number of our glitches and skips are going to be revolving around the, well, not so much skips, but glitches will revolve around the skipping of, the switching of weapons. So we'll get to those as they come.
Animation cancels, you gotta love them.
All right, here we've got a little out of bounds. So by crouching under this tripwire, aiming or lining up perfectly, turning the camera to the left. First time. That is such a nuanced trick that can be a real pain to get. But basically, by lining up in a particular spot underneath that tripwire, turning your camera to the left, walking to the left, and interacting with the tripwire, Leon will sort of unhook or disengage the tripwire while standing up. And if you're facing towards the wall when that happens, he just walks straight out of bounds. And now we're going to getting back in bounds is actually the hard part here, but he nails it. Oh, well incredible work. And that's chapter 1.
Very good. Yeah, that is tricky to do because there's points. I mostly noticed this in separate ways when I was trying to run that, but when you get out of bounds, getting back in bounds is really tricky because there's gaps in the floor out of bounds, and you can fall, oh boy, infinitely and forever, and until you reload checkpoint, and you have to like swipe your knife and roll in very specific ways to get around those holes in the floor to get back in bounds. But he was able to skip the entire rest of that chapter by sliding his way back in bounds and saving Lewis. Luis,
who is another character that I'm Australian. I can't make that noise with my mouth, so he's always Lewis for me. That is a very consistent thing that we're going to see throughout this entire run, is that getting out of bounds ain't a problem. It's really easy to get out of bounds, and there are so many ways to do it. Staying out of bounds and not dying is the hard part. Because the game acknowledges that you are out of bounds, and it tries very, very hard to put you back in bounds. So we've got like almost a dozen different out of bounds sections, all that have sort of, well, most of which have unique setups, but we'll get to them, and we get to them. Just a little bit of a teaser trailer for the upcoming parts here.
Yeah, he grabbed himself a sapphire, a little piece of treasure hiding in the environment that's going to be sold later. The money routing in any percent run, anything that's not New Game Plus, the money routing is very tight, and they can only they can only go out of their way to pick up so many items before they start losing time. So that Sapphire luckily is like right in the pathway. You just have to take a few steps further to grab it. So a nice, easy way to get a little bit of extra money for later on buying upgrades for weapons and whatnot. There's a whole RPG system for weapon upgrades in this game. Not entirely sure what he's doing in the menu. This might be another little bit of issue of some of his controller shenanigans.
Yeah, I don't know. This is actually, this is kind of fun watching without commentary and trying to figure out what's happening.
Yeah.
It's kind of like, I don't know if you guys have it in America. Do you guys have Bojo's catchphrase?
We have what?
Bojo's catchphrase? It was like a game show.
I don't know it.
Okay, well, there was this game show in Australia called Bojo's Catchphrase where, like, an image would get revealed piece by piece, and you had to try and guess what the image was representing. It was like representing like a common phrase or something like that, and you had to try and guess it. And but you didn't really get too many hints, so kind of just trying to figure out what is going on purely by the visuals here, and it's very fun.
All right, we're out of there. We're now talking to the merchant. By the way, this merchant is not the real merchant. The real merchant is back in the original RE4. This merchant, I don't know who this merchant is, but this is not my merchant. Hashtag not my merchant. RE4 OG merchant for life.
Here we are buying the. I'm just going to ignore that whole tirade. But here we're buying the sniper rifle and the scope. An incredibly important item, not to deal damage with. Although I mean, it's nice to deal damage with, but incredibly important to get out of bounds. We will, after we clear this little dynamite valley coming up, we will see our first door skip. Well, maybe. I actually believe it's slower RTA. He may still do it just to show it off.
Yeah,
but
probably.
There's a door skip coming up here that will be a taste of things to come.
Yeah. And
thank you so much. Thank you so much to chat who's translating the issues for us here, by the way. So the picking up objects in inventory bind had gone wrong. So he could open his inventory but could not pick anything up in it.
That's a bit of an issue.
Yep. And here he's just blowing up this explosive barrel from far away. It kind of baits the enemy over here and helps make the pathing a little bit easier.
Jump through this window, climb up this ladder, grab the key item in here. Ooh, got hit. Sometimes that happens. It's just, again, enemy AI is sometimes random. Yeah, this whole area, by the way, is called Red Mist Valley because there's a bunch of dynamite enemies in here, and if a piece of dynamite blows up while you're standing next to it, you don't have like a death animation so much. You just turn into a puff of a red cloud, and so runners have deemed this the Red Mist Valley for that reason.
It is called something very different in my splits, but I'm not allowed to say on stream.
Yeah, we're just going to call it Red Mist Valley.
Mist Valley it is.
Probably the best name for it. Honestly, I thought it was a great name just to begin with. Oh yeah, we should also talk about the parry system because this RE4 remake is actually Dark Souls 4. I'm joking. It's actually Sekiro 2. So Capcom built in a parry system with this game where if an enemy swings their weapon at you, or even sometimes just their fist, you can parry them if you have a knife equipped and deflect the damage. Ooh. Deflect the damage, assuming that you're facing the right direction. He's gonna redo this part? Not totally.
I don't think he's trying to. I think this might be the game just pausing on him.
Yeah, this might be another
throwing down a fast.
Yeah. So yeah, anyways, there's a whole parry system involved where if an enemy swings at you, you can parry their attack and either disarm them or deal damage to them depending on what exactly you're parrying. Enemy that hits you with their fist, if you parry them with your knife, you'll actually in some cases cut their arm off, which is really funny.
So here we're going to see if he's going to attempt the door clip. He's first going to put his the key item into the puzzle slot and open the first part of the door. And is he going to? Yep. All right, here we go. So what we're going to do here is we're going to scope in, which pushes Leon's model back. So it kind of displaces Leon's model, and then by rapidly spinning his mouse, so he'll likely have a DPI switcher on his mouse. So by bumping up his DPI to an insanely high amount, spinning the camera and strafing, he actually pushes through that door. So what that does from an IGT sense is it gets him onto the other side and hits an autosave. He then quits out to the menu because Leon still tries to open the door. Well, can open the door from the other side, but by loading the autosave, the in-game timer will pause. It interrupts the animation of Leon trying to open the door and allow him to just run off without ever opening that door. So keep that in mind, because we are going to see that a lot.
Yep, sniper clipping is a great little piece of speed tech. Originally found by Matt, by the way. We should give shout outs to Matt for finding that. He originally found it pretty deep into the game during the wrecking ball section. So we're gonna you'll see a really useful sniper clip coming up later that skips a enormous chunk of I think it's chapter 11 if I'm not mistaken.
That's wrecking ball chapter.
Wrecking Ball chapter.
I think
chapter 11, right?
I think it's 11. I didn't prepare for that. Here we're going to have another sniper clip, but this time we're just going to use it to grab the marble without actually having to do the padlock. Right there, you see in the top right corner, he has grabbed the marble. He never undid the padlock, which for the record, the combination is wheat pig baby. And now he can just put the marble straight into the door. He is going to be using audio cues here to figure out exactly how he needs to rotate it. I'm assuming being on stage probably made that a little bit harder, but that is a deterministic pattern. The marble always gets inserted in the same pattern, so holding the same keys for the same duration will always lock it into the.
Who's that?
What was what?
Who's that? That big guy.
That guy? That's
he looked kind of mean. He just kicked Leon, so I assume he's kind of mean.
The Undertaker from WWF No Mercy for the Nintendo 64. Bong. You know way more about wrestling than I do. Is that like his intro music?
You know probably more than I do because you even thought of The Undertaker. I didn't even think of that.
All right, here we go though. Is he going to be saving or is he going to be killing Huey?
He is saving Huey because...
There it is. I know people probably got a little bit terrified there, but we do shoot the bear trap that has Huey's leg trapped. So normally runners, so it's in glitchless, most runners will not do that because during the El Gigante fight coming up, if you take too long, Huey actually joins the fight and it's an unskippable like 15-second cutscene where Huey comes back and will help you fight El Gigante if you save him in that section. Whereas that's not really relevant for any percent runners, which we'll see soon. There, we just had another little animation cancel. Leon gets staggered by that exploding tower, or crumbling tower, I guess you'd call it. But by switching weapons, when that animation is about to play out, we do actually get to skip it. And I should say that the dog's name isn't canonically Huey, but due to his similarities to the dog from... Dane, what's the name of the game? It's not Clock Tower? Haunting Grounds.
It's not Clock Tower. Haunting Grounds, thank you.
Yeah. Haunting Grounds. So due to the similarities to the dog in Haunting Grounds, he has basically been named Huey.
We call him Huey because of Haunting Grounds.
Yeah. So Huey is the best boy. I personally...
one other thing to note about the rescuing Huey. So the way that he rescued him was he shot the bear trap. The way you're supposed to like canonically do it, like the way Leon would do it in the game or whatever, is he would walk up to the bear trap and actually open it, similar to how he did in the original game. But in this case, by shooting the bear trap, it opens up so Huey can leave, but it doesn't actually get Huey to appear during the El Gigante fight. It's either if you take too long, he won't appear, or if you shoot the bear trap, then that will also cause him. Great sniper clip.
He is going to be so happy. That is one of the most inconsistent sniper. Like, look at him. He's so stoked with that. That is one of the most inconsistent sniper clips of the entire run, and he just nailed it first try. So he, honestly, the level of mental that Petrichor has is just insane. And now we have no enemies here because he didn't go through the intended path of going, into the church basement and dropping down in a little tunnel. Like, it only saves a few seconds, but being able to run through this entire section without enemies. Absolutely.
There's like 8 enemies that normally spawn here, and they're all just not here. They're all just gone because he skipped the trigger line for it.
And yeah, again, that'll be another thing that we see a little bit later on as well in one of the most frustrating parts of the game. I am living for Petrichor's energy right now. Seriously, he's just the crow got away from him. He's not going to be happy about that. As Dane mentioned earlier, the money routing
crow in particular that he was aiming at needs to die because that particular crow gives a flash grenade, so he needs to.
He got it.
There we go. So he needed to get this flash grenade in order to, sorry, not a flash grenade, a regular grenade, hand grenade, in order to set up for some combat later. And then also shot out that little bell that was hanging from a wire. That's to get a treasure that is going to be part of the money routing for later on.
It's so funny. Those crows, like they all, again, they're deterministic. They always fly off in the same pattern. So it's very, very easy to just shoot the first crow, aim like, you know, a tiny bit up to the right to snipe the second crow as it's flying off. But just because it's the same every time does not make it easy. And I see that run. I see that shot get missed so many times, even by top runners.
Handgun bloom is a real thing, and while the crows are deterministic and don't change, your aim is random because there is a little bit of RNG with where your actual bullet will land in regards to your reticle. You can mitigate that a little bit by standing still for a second, letting Leon's crosshair close in, but there's still a little bit of randomness, and it's still not absolutely guaranteed that you're going to get that bullet to land exactly where you want it because they've just figured, I guess, when they were balancing the game, that having a little bit of randomness inside their reticle was gonna make the balance of the game better or something. I'm not totally sure, but yeah.
Mate, I run control. You don't need to talk to me about weapon bloom.
I run Doom. That's also weapons. So he's going to grab the fuel can here, and then normally the reload checkpoint here. Yeah, so they reload checkpoint in order to reset the enemies because you'll see in the upper left corner, anytime he hits an autosave, a little circle appears. So he's sometimes going to be looking out for that. He might even be pause buffering to get a autosave trigger to pop up, and then reload in order to do something. Typically reset enemy positions and aggro. And in this case, that's exactly what he did. So that when he went back through there, it was already open. Nice roll off of that. That's a really tough spot to get a roll off of. So by doing it that way, he was able to skip a second climb down animation by just rolling off of one platform and then rolling off of the second one, or sorry, jumping off of one platform and then rolling off the second. That's actually a really hard roll to set up, and he actually nailed it. So it only saves a couple of seconds, but it's still really impressive he did that. Very nice.
It is like the hardest trick in the game for me. I can't do it.
Super hard. I can't do it. I've never done it. I've never done it once.
It's so frustrating. And here we're going to see the grenade that we just picked up. He's actually going to, after he fills the boat with fuel, he's going to throw a grenade, and basically on the frame not on the frame, but very close to the grenade very close to the grenade blowing up, he's going to enter the boat. This deals damage to Leon and will lower his difficulty adjustment, which is something we have not even spoken about yet, but lowers his DA score in preparation for Del Taco. So Del Taco is going to now be a little bit easier, die in a few more hits thanks to a lower level of difficulty adjustment. Del Taco in the remake is a hell of a lot more consistent than he was in the original. Basically, the two buttons that we have access to here is right-click to aim and then left-click to fire. But very, very early on in the game, it was discovered that if you just spammed right-click, Leon would ready a harpoon and throw it at a much, much faster rate. Oh, nice. Look at incredible Del Lago fight.
That was, so that last harpoon, he almost didn't get the hit, but he managed to get that last hit in. If he did not get that hit, Del Taco was going to go into a very long sequence where he would recover, I think it's 15% of his health, like some absurd amount, and then he'd have to go through a whole nother cycle. But luckily managed to get that last harpoon at almost the last frame it looked like. So very, very good there.
Yeah, amazing. So hang on, we've got another out of bounds coming up just here, so I will not explain difficulty adjustment just yet. We're going to do another scope clip where he's going to try and hit an autosave trigger right there that is actually out of bounds. So by hitting that autosave trigger while Leon is out of bounds thanks to the scope clip and then reloading, Leon starts clipped into the geometry. Because he's clipped into the geometry, he can just move around out of bounds. This again doesn't save a massive amount of time. You don't travel very far, but it does skip a short cutscene where a Ganado will transform or evolve into his second evolution and completely breaks the AI of those enemies, so you can just run past freely. So another useful little out of bounds section. But so difficulty adjustment. So I believe it started with Resident Evil 7. Was there first?
No, the original Resident Evil 4 had some very, very egregious difficulty adjustment. Actually, it was sometimes comical how you could have a very low difficulty and kill a Ganado in 2 hits, or if you had a very high difficulty adjustment, it would take like 7. It was actually pretty egregious how much the game curved the difficulty based on your gameplay. So we should probably explain what difficulty adjustment even is for people that aren't familiar with it, because it's not something that you see in a lot of games. Basically, difficulty adjustment is, as the name sounds, it's the game adjusting the difficulty based on your gameplay. So if you run the game on professional, the difficulty is always set to 0. But if you run on anything lower than professional, you can see the difficulty of the game kind of curve depending on how well you're playing. So if you're landing a lot of headshots, you're avoiding a lot of damage, and you're just in general playing really well, the game's going to start to make the game a little bit harder. It's going to make enemies a little bit more aggressive. They'll attack you a little bit more frequently. They'll sometimes bloom your shots out a little bit more, so that you're a little bit more likely to miss your shots. But if you're taking damage, if you're getting hit, if you're missing your shots, they'll start to adjust things in the other direction, and enemies will start to be a little bit less aggro towards you. They won't attack quite as, like if you just get hit, the other enemies will kind of wait around before they start to hit you again. Things of that sort of nature, just to kind of curve the difficulty a little bit here and there as they go. The annoying thing is that sometimes if you're in speedruns, we're playing generally pretty well, and so the difficulty ends up being a lot higher for us because we're doing good, we're kicking butt at the game, and so the game's like, okay, well, you're doing so well that we're going to make the game harder for you. And so there's going to be points where you'll watch Petrichor take intentional damage, like where he threw that grenade right before he started the cutscene with Del Taco, in order to take a little bit of damage and lower his difficulty adjustment. That way Del Taco takes fewer hits before the fight wraps up. It's an annoying mechanic, but it's one that, as speedrunners, we've kind of figured out how to work around it for the most part. And this really only applies to categories like this, 80% that's run on standard or like hardcore, things like that. If you're running on professional, the difficulty is always at the highest level. It never changes. And if you're running on New Game Plus, we just use an infinite rocket launcher to destroy everything, because rocket launcher go brr.
So you cheat, is what you're telling me.
It's not cheating, it's in the game. It's in the game. If it's in the game, it's not cheating. That was established very early on when we would start to clip and go out of bounds and stuff. They
Which
said,
is
nope,
hilarious,
it's in the game,
because
so it's allowed.
We will see a very unintended infinite rocket launcher coming up towards the end of this one. Well, actually, probably about halfway through this run. So here, this part is basically all intended. Petrichor just knows the route. He knows which way he needs to go in order to, there are multiple paths through this section. He knows where he needs to go in order to avoid particular enemies, or to sort of manipulate their movement. In an attempt to manipulate their movement, as we saw in the bingo section, and then again in the Red Mist Valley. If you can manipulate the enemies as much as you want, but it doesn't mean they're going to behave. So basically this section is all largely intended. Petrichor just knows the route. He knows the puzzle solutions off the top of his head, and he's just going to, in his PB actually, he misses inserting this last I thought he just did it again.
Ooh,
he literally tries to insert that last head onto that hand like 4 times, and he just keeps running away from it before it happens. And it's very, very funny. They're asking on the French chat to stop spamming fish emotes because it's somehow lagging the screen of the casters. That's so funny.
Fish Molly in chat, Fish Molly and Joel.
That's so funny.
Incredible. Yeah, so I don't know what it is about Capcom, but they love their big fish. You got Del Taco in this one. You've got Moreau in RE7. I don't know why, but they love big fish enemies.
Moreau, a.k.a. the best character in Resident Evil 8. All right, we'll have that argument later. Here we're going to have another scope clip. This one is, again, it's one of those ones where it's very, very easy to get out of bounds. Same deal. He's going to clip Leon out of bounds using the scope and displacing Leon's collision, hitting that autosave, and then walking through these rocks. The difficulty,
very treacherously, we might add,
incredibly treacherous. If he goes too far left, he's back in bounds. If he goes too far right, he's going to fall off the map and just fall to his death. In this second section here, if he goes too... There we are. There is an example of going too far right for you. Thank you, Petricor, for demoing that for me. Obviously, that was intentional for entertainment purposes.
Exactly.
If he goes too far left, there's sort of this whole section is sort of split into two sort of lines, if you will, once he does make it out of bounds. The first one, if you go too far left, you're just back in bounds. It's not a big deal. Like just happened here. Thank you again, Petricor. If you go too far left in the second section, you will hit an infinite loading screen and the game will need to be restarted completely. Obviously, in PB attempts, that is a rip run, and you are restarting 30 minutes into the run. In a marathon setting, we will likely just reboot the game and load the autosave. But I cannot emphasize how difficult this. Like, I cannot exaggerate how difficult this line is. Like, it is such a tight gap that he has to run through, and it's just insane.
When we say pixels of success, we really mean it. There's about I think it's like a 5-pixel window of space where you will be perfectly creviced between falling back inbounds and falling to the infinite void. It's obviously going to vary a little bit, but it's such a tight and narrow line.
It's playing on a setup that he's not familiar with. Like this is just. But we will see why he is spending so much time attempting to do this when he does it successfully.
Nice.
Very, very careful. You'll see he's walking here, not running. He's going to pick up that little bit of treasure there, the blue velvet. What are they called? Blue velvet. Yeah, blue velvet. Cool. And then he is. One last section.
One more.
And we're back in bounds. And the entire El Gigante fight is skipped.
Yeah, so, that was a boss fight he just skipped, and a pretty tanky boss, we might add, that sucks up a lot of ammo, so he was able to skip that whole thing. Granted, it took a few tries, but he's in a much better position ammo-wise now by having done that. So, and his DA stays at the same level and doesn't potentially get lowered by going through that fight. So very, very tough skip, executed very well right there on that last successful attempt.
Velvet blue, thank you, chat. We got the words mixed around.
Or Velvet blue, yeah. I was so focused on him getting in bounds in the right spot that I heard blue velvet, and I was like, yeah, that's right. That totally sounds correct.
Those are the right words. So Blue Velvet is a great film. That is correct. That is correct. But here we have we're finally going to meet Ashley after all this time. It took 36 whole minutes. Leon, what are you doing? You're supposed to be a professional here. You're taking 36 minutes to get in to rescue the poor girl.
I was wondering what he was doing. He was about to run.
He had to do the puzzle.
He forgot about the puzzle. So yeah, there's a puzzle you have to do here. He forgot that he had to do it. But this is a shout out to the original light puzzle from RE4 original. I actually really didn't like the original puzzle. This one I think is much better as an iteration of this puzzle. That's just my personal opinion, but yeah.
And like it is the panes of glass always start in the same position, so the solution is always the same. And here we are going to see Ashley. Almost. Is he going to skip the cutscene, or are we going to let it? Are we going to see her attack him?
Gonna watch.
There she is.
Nice. There she is.
Like, and see, like that's her response to this is what I mean. Like a stranger walks into the room and she just attacks him with a candelabra. Like, come on, awesome.
But then Leon says, "Come with me if you want to live." I may be mixing up.
Isn't that from Star Wars?
RE4 with something else? No, it's from Terminator.
I've never seen Star Wars.
Wow.
That is a lie. I have seen Star Wars. Well, some of them. I haven't seen the Terminators, though.
My God. Anyway,
mate, there are so many classic films I've never seen.
Okay, so
I grew up.
There is a sniper clip that he's going to do here, and it is one of the best skips in the entire game. So he's going to line up here. He's going to climb back down. out of bounds, and Ashley's still up there, by the way. And he's just gonna leave. He's just gonna run, and he's gonna run without Ashley, and she's gonna be screaming back there, "Leon, wait!" And she's just crying for help, and Leon's just gonna run. He's just gonna run. He's gonna shoot the floor there in order to aggro the enemies in the tunnel to get them to move out a little bit earlier, and to get them to throw their Molotovs so that way they don't like hit him later on, because getting lit on fire in this game sucks. It really is terrible, because it actually completely kills your forward speed. You have to go through this animation of like putting yourself out, and you can't do anything. You can't shoot, you can't run, you can't open your menu. It's really terrible. So by doing all of this, he is able to by shooting at the ground, he's able to get them to throw their Molotovs and avoid getting caught on fire. But yeah, we're still just running through this chapter. Normally, you're supposed to be running through here with Ashley. This section's kind of like a combat tutorial of here's how you control Ashley in the arenas so that you can get through things without issue. Just got the shotgun, left this here during the village siege from earlier, and
a little bit overfilled on his inventory, so he's going to have to make some changes here.
Not sure why he's not. Yeah, you can normally hit Alt to have your inventory auto.
He's still not going to have enough space.
I think you would normally. I guess not.
No, he was about. I reckon he's about 2. Hang on, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 9. I think he's like 1 square short. Oh no, maybe it is. Maybe it is an issue with his keybinds.
It might be, yeah.
I couldn't count the squares fast enough.
Counting squares in a speedrun.
I can't even tell like which buttons.
Yeah, I don't even know what keybinds
menus in French.
My French, I have a vast knowledge of French. My French extends to omelette du fromage.
There we go.
Eiffel Tower and French toast. That's all the French I know. Oh, and merci. I know that one.
When I went to France for TwitchCon a couple of years ago now, and I was like, I knew like all the basics, right? Like, thank you, please. And the amount of times I said pour favor to somebody, thinking that was French, I've made a complete and utter fool of myself. All right.
Yes, everybody knows
I don't know what he did. I don't know if it was a keybind issue. I don't know if it was the gun was too big for his briefcase. But
chat's saying it was an item rotation issue, that the bind for item rotation in the menu was bound incorrectly, which makes a lot of sense actually. So I believe it.
And here, so yeah, being able to run through this whole section without Ashley is a huge benefit, because she does get grabbed probably more consistently here than anywhere else, as Dane mentioned, to try and teach you the mechanics of Ashley getting grabbed.
I don't know, Castle, she gets grabbed a lot in Castle.
She does get grabbed a lot in Castle, actually. That is true. But here we have the cabin section with Lewis. So basically the strategy here is we have to board up these 3 sets of windows to enter the second phase of the fight, where eventually we will be able to be let out. It's basically just a horde mode. It basically has been solved, quote unquote. Basically, after a certain number of enemy spawns and enemy kills, the next enemy will drop a lot of wooden boards that we use. Only one actually spawns inside the cabin. So if Petrichor has done this correctly, oh, look at that little dodge right there. That is why we pause buffer. If he has done this properly, I believe this next enemy, and yep, that one just there, and this grandma will drop the second and third lot of boards. So he can now board up the second and third window straight away, climb up the stairs, and enter the second phase.
Yeah, this fight consists of 3 phases. The initial phase just has waves of random enemies that attack you, and then you'll hear one of your companions one of them saying it right now, is like, let's go upstairs. And that's how you know that you've killed enough enemies to cycle in the second phase. And then the third phase starts by bringing in the Bull Man is what we call him. I forget his actual in-game name, but the game will basically endlessly spawn in enemies until the bull man is killed. And so you're going to see as soon as the bull man spawns in, Petrichor is going to be making that guy priority number one, because as soon as he dies, then it's just you have to wait a couple more seconds, and then the cutscene that ends the section plays out. Luckily, Cabin in Remake is a much more consistent than in the original. The original was subject to a little bit of RNG. This one, still a little bit of RNG, because enemies just can move randomly and weirdly sometimes, but luckily they're fairly consistent in this one. Bullman is spawned in. He takes his sledgehammer to one of the boards on the windows, and then Petrichor is going to land a few headshots here. Oop, missed a shot. That's a little unfortunate, but he's just going to unload a lot of damage. Beautiful. And that is the Bullman down, and he's going to grab the emerald that he drops and run around, grab a few more items just in case there's any other loot that he wants. But now he just has to wait until this cutscene starts. Beautiful. And that is Cabin done. Very well done.
Awesome. You can see he's really hitting his stride after the early issues, because like I said, that can be done consistently. Like that is a solved section, but it's also super easy to just go wrong. If you kill enemies in the wrong order, if your grenade that you saw he tossed a grenade out a window, if he throws that just a little bit too early or a little bit too late, the correct amount of enemies aren't going to die. So there's a lot of little steps that need to go right there in order to get that as consistently as possible. And he nailed it. I believe that's the first time we see Ada. Is that correct?
Yes, because in the remake it is. Earlier in the original game, you actually meet her earlier, but in the remake they actually make her they delay her first appearance until now. So yeah, I think Blizz is the first time you see her.
Nice. And then we've got just a bit of a running section here. We're going to be collecting a whole bunch of resources as we make our way. Ashley has now caught up to us. So she was the reason that the cabin section took so long is because we did actually abandon Ashley at the church. So she had to, make her way to the cabin on her own. Yep. And then she just proves that she's just such a better friend than Leon is, because she actually gets in and saves Leon as opposed to, clipping through a wall and just buggering off.
Yeah, not entirely sure what's going on here. Another keybind issue, because keybind shenanigans, of course, are a thing. But this section is the mob section of enemies. And then in the original RE4, this section was denoted by you could pick one of two pathways after the cabin. You could pick the pathway where you got a big El Gigante, another one that you could fight, or you could fight the Chainsaw Sisters. And in the remake, they removed the second El Gigante option, and you only fight the Chainsaw Sisters. And so as soon as he gets this door open, he's going to be in the area where the Chainsaw Sisters that whole part where that fight happens, and there's a couple of little they're not glitches or anything like that, but there's a couple of little skips that you can do, like I guess you call them shortcuts, if you want to call them that. He actually did this a few times earlier in the game, where there's like a locked door that's you're meant to go around and jump through a window and get around this pillar, and then you can get access to that section. But in this in the remake, if you know where to shoot, you can just shoot the lock off a door from the other side of it and get yourself in. Now I believe he's going to do another keybind or another sniper clip here. Yep, he's going to do another sniper clip where he lines up, clips himself into a autosave out of bounds, and he's going to clip through the wall. Then he's going to load in. So he's not actually going to fight the Chainsaw Sisters at all, which is kind of nice. Instead, he's going to go all the way around. If we can get the menu under control, there we go.
The game lets him.
Yeah, if the game lets him. And then luckily, this part is nowhere near as treacherous as the one where you skipped El Gigante. This one's a lot more free because there's a much wider space. You still have to be careful about where you're running to, because you can't just run off into the void if you just pick a direction and go. But luckily, he knows where to go, and so it's pretty easy to just get around that whole fight and skip the Chainsaw Sisters entirely. You also skip the AI trigger for them, so they're just like they're just standing there. Looks like Ashley got grabbed grabbed, unfortunately, but I don't think it's going to actually affect anything.
Nah, so what we're going to do, so when Ashley does get grabbed, there are certain sections of the game where Ashley getting grabbed is not a big deal, as hitting an autosave, such as this spot right here, and loading it will actually free Ashley and warp her forward towards you. So there's a number of sections where that can happen. In a glitchless run, that's super common, like you would probably do that maybe 3 or 4 times in a run. Here it'll pretty much only be done, you know, when things don't go as planned. It's just a nice little backup strat.
Yeah, you don't want to say if things don't go as planned with RE4. It is when things don't go as planned. Yeah, running through the fire is a little risky because it's very easy to get the. Oh, jeez.
Okay, that's the worst thing that can happen because no matter what, if she gets knocked down or immobilized, there is no autosave that's undoing that. So that is the only instance where you actually have to go back and be a hero to save Ashley.
You're the one he wants.
Yeah, and also that's a part where I don't know how well you were able to see it beforehand, but that's a part where the big dude with the hat starts chasing us, and if he catches up to Ashley, it's a game over. So this is another sniper clip we're going to do here, where he's going to get out of bounds and actually skip the fight with the big dude, and this is one of my favorite sniper clips that skips the boss fight in the entire game, and you'll see why once he does it successfully. It's pretty funny, but he's going to be able to interact with the merchant in this spot. Not interact with the merchant. Interact with the typewriter in this spot in order to clip himself out of bounds. So you just got to do a little bit of merchant menuing first. Again, this is like a money issue. Oh, I guess they just use the
merchant now. Yeah.
It used to be the typewriter was the way they got out of bounds. So they gets him around the fight, skips that whole trigger, and then. So that big guy, his name is Mendez, and Mendez is just right here. He's just chilling. He's just vibing. He's just hanging out. No sweat.
It's such a good part.
It's so good. He's just standing there, and like you'll hear him too. Like if you stand next to him, you'll hear him like breathing out of bounds. It's really funny.
Oh, goodness me. Yeah, so we actually just let a lot of Sadler's cronies live in this. Not Salazar, though, because he's the worst.
Salazar's terrible. Also, we need to give a shout out to the voice actor for Salazar in the remake. The original Salazar from RE4 original did a fantastic job at being a good actor, but also being a profoundly annoying character that you just want to kill so badly. And when the remake was happening, I was thinking, there's no way they're going to get an actor that can play Salazar the same way. And they got an actor who I would argue played the role even better than the original Salazar. Huge shout outs to the actor that played Salazar in the remake. He did a phenomenal job.
Absolutely. And I think that's one of the big things, especially obviously it's a different game, but the big conversation around, oh, wait, hang on. Was I incorrect? Did I lie to you, chat? Are we just going to be able to abandon Ashley here? He doesn't even need to reload.
We are.
He doesn't even need to reload.
He doesn't even need to reload.
I want to return to my earlier statement that Ashley is a badass. All right, let's just. She doesn't even need Leon's help. She's just using Leon so that he can feel useful.
Yeah, that's another little shortcut right there. You're actually supposed to go up a series of winding and winding corridors in order to lower that. Ooh, that's a bad thing to get. So he's now at 1 hit point, and Ashley's immobile. Yeah, I think he's got a keybind set to open Steam console while he's when he opens the menu.
It almost seems like a key is constantly held down. So it's like every time he hits the menu. That's okay. It happens. And they have catapults. What are we supposed to do against catapults?
They have catapults. So what can we do? Yeah. So him shooting that little thing there, it's a shortcut actually, because you're not supposed to actually do that there. You're supposed to move around a whole bunch of sections, but it's one of those shortcuts that Capcom kind of left in there. Like, hey, if you know where to aim, you can shortcut this. But I didn't figure it out on my first playthrough. I don't know about you.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. This part actually took me, the whole castle section took me so long on my first playthrough just because
Castle part's hard.
Water room, insane. Actually insane.
Yeah, oh yeah. Water room's a nightmare in the original, and it's also a nightmare in remake.
Yeah. They are very,
entirely different
very
reasons
consistent.
too.
But here, again, Ashley's being grabbed. Doesn't really matter. Because of the winding paths here, it's like the enemy who picks Ashley up will need to be like walk around several sections, and the paths actually do overlap a little bit. So by resetting here, the enemy's position gets reset. Ashley gets freed, and she's very likely to get grabbed again, as we just see. But the path in which this enemy is going to take her, it's super easy to just lob a flash grenade, unless you get grabbed like that. Yep. Oh my goodness. So that is like the worst sequence of bad luck. So there's two different paths that the enemy who grabs Ashley can take. There's a short path and a long path. If he takes the long path, he goes down a whole long set of stairs, and you've got like ages to do it. But if he takes the short path, you've just got to lob a flash grenade over the top of the what do you call these things? The battlements. Ramparts?
Ramparts.
Ramparts. Yeah. So you just throw a flash grenade over the ramparts. It'll stun the enemy that's grabbed her, and Ashley will be able to catch up. Unless you get grabbed, because if you get grabbed right there and it interrupts your grenade lob, the path is so short that the enemy will get to the sort of the cutoff point where Ashley is deemed to be too far away from you and you fail. So that was. I mean, obviously, I can't hear Petrichor right now. And I mean, even if I could, I wouldn't know what he was saying. But just from looking at him, he is keeping his spirits so high, despite this game throwing literally every possible roadblock at him. Like, it's not even just tech issues. The game is just being mean.
Yeah. So here he's going to actually sell a bunch of his ammo. And he's going to, I don't know if he's selling the pistol or not, but he's going to be picking up the, what's it called?
Broken Butterfly?
Butterfly, thank you. Yep. Yeah. He's going to be picking up the Broken Butterfly as a magnum weapon that does a tremendous amount of damage. The magnums in this game are very, very broken. He's also getting the Stingray, that too, as well. The Stingray is basically just an upgraded rifle. So he sold his original rifle, and he got the Stingray. It's kind of interesting that he's doing the Stingray route. So there's a few different routes for this game. Most of the routes use the original rifle that you get, because it's actually the strongest. It does an incredibly large amount of damage, but it is a semi-auto, so you have to, reload it manually every shot, basically. And the Stingray is a little bit more, a little higher of fire rate because you don't have to reload after every shot, but it doesn't do quite as much damage. So the overall DPS is a lot higher on the original, which is a far cry different from the original game. So he's going to do another sniper clip here in order to skip this whole section. Very nicely done.
I believe this was the first sniper clip that was ever found.
No, it was not actually. It was the second, I want to say. Yeah, the original was actually skips the Wrecking Ball section. That was the first
that one was the first one. Was okay.
That
interesting.
was the first one.
Interesting.
Yep. That was the one that Matt found way back when.
And it might also be, so the Stingray, and I don't know this for a fact, but the Stingray may also be due to the infinite ammo glitch later on, due to the difference in reload animation.
Oh, that's right. It could be the infinite ammo glitch. I forgot about that.
The sniper is very quick to do the infinite ammo glitch on the reload animation. However, quick is not always good for a marathon setting. Because if he stuffs it up, you're just going to lose more time. So it may be, maybe there's a larger window in the Stingray, or maybe he just likes the Stingray more. Maybe he was a fan of Neighbors in the 2000s, and just like Stingray was his favorite character. You're an American, you're not going to get that joke.
Stingray, yeah, no, I know Stingray, yeah, it's the character from the thing, yeah.
Shout out to all my Australian and British chatters who know who the great Stingray was from Neighbours in the 2000s.
Yeah, the Stingray in the original game was by far and away the strongest rifle, and was kind of the love child for many a runner. But yeah, it's severely nerfed in the remake for whatever reason. But yeah, it's got the highest DPS out of any of the rifles. So it is when you have infinite ammo, definitely the love child. Just gotta reheal here. Unfortunate. Ooh, yeah. So. This is the water room, by the way, and the water room is pure chaos. Yeah, so he's going to throw a nade here to kind of crowd control a bit because Yeah. Oh, I don't think he meant to actually.
I don't think he meant that either.
I don't think he meant to, but it actually worked out because it moved him out of the way of that dart just fast enough to be able to interact with that thing. So that was kind of a happy accident that he was able to do that. He's going to run forward here, hit a trigger for an autosave. Right. Where is it? Oh, no. Oh, that's unfortunate. Where is that going to put him back? It's going to put him back at the beginning of the water room, isn't it?
No,
it's back here. Okay.
halfway through. Which
Still,
that's still very frustrating. But that was just to show you how annoying that water room can be. Petrichor's actually he alt tabbed out and sent me a message and was like, hey, I'm going to fail water room here just so everyone can see what it looks like.
Yeah, we totally watched him do that live on stream.
Absolutely, yeah. It was honestly, it wouldn't surprise. The way his keyboard is behaving, I would not put it past him to just open his Discord and send me a message randomly. So.
Yeah, and as a reminder for people that are just tuning in, if you're wondering why he's opening Steam Overlay when he opens the menu, he's not on his native setup. He's working on a setup at an event, and anytime you're working on a setup at a different event, you have to rebind everything. You have to set up all your configurations for everything, and it is a big pain. So currently he's fighting his keybinds because he's using a virtual controller, and it's not going extremely well for him, unfortunately, but we're making do. He's managing to charge through regardless. And honestly, for the fact that he's at water room under an hour dealing with all these keybind issues, I mean, I'd play this game New Game Plus. I can't get to water room in under an hour, and I have an infinite rocket launcher when I do it.
Such an incredible showcase of mental as well as game knowledge and skill, because it's just like, I would get so frustrated having this happen. So, and here we're just going to stay down and pick off these enemies as they approach Ashley, try to keep her safe. We have access to one of the valves. Ashley has to do the other two for us, but she is a professional valve turner, so, well, not yet. She's getting there. She's becoming a professional valve turner.
She's a sluice master.
She's a what?
She's a sluice master. Only real Resident Evil fans will know what I'm talking about. That is a very obscure Resident Evil reference. So
I'm not going to lie, mate. When I first played Resident Evil as a kid, I was disappointed that you didn't play as Alice. So. Honestly, I'm now 33 years old, and I'm still disappointed there's no game where I get to play as Alice.
Can I just say publicly, Cass, I love you so much, dude. You are like one of the coolest dudes. I love this guy so much.
That was really sweet, Dane. That was really, it was so funny.
We're friends for a reason. My God, she's getting bullied now.
Dane and I have a very public feud that I think might have frightened GDQ staff a little bit when we started talking about how disappointed we were that we had to spend 2 hours with each other in a Discord call to commentate this. But no, the feeling is mutual, my friend. The feeling is mutual.
We were on Blue Sky saying, bummer, I have to spend 2 hours with Dane in a voice call, and I'm over here going, I'm going to be doing commentary with Cass, who's not very good at the game, but we'll see how that goes.
At least I'm not a New Game Plus runner. For the record, all New Game Plus runners out there, you're all wonderful. I appreciate you all. You're great.
Yeah, finally made it through water room. A nightmare of a segment to trudge through. Honestly, water room's a slog, even casually. So.
And we are in a section where there is not a great deal of speed tech. This is just going to be Petrichor knowing a lot about the game, knowing there's going to be a lot of money routing here as well. We pick up a lot of things that we can then sell for money. But it's a lot of puzzles. I guess I shouldn't say there's no speed tech. There is some minor speed tech that isn't glitches or skips. It's just sort of doing some unintended things that are very much allowed, even in the glitchless category. So we will point those out as they happen. But this section in particular has gone through so many changes, mostly in the routing. Like, wasn't necessarily the new strats were found or anything. Oh, sorry, it wasn't that new skips or tricks were found. It was just an adjustment to strats. Like, once upon a time we would snipe the guy who we're about to meet, the sort of priest kind of guy who shouts Gloria. Oh, he is going to snipe him. Okay, that's
Yeah, sniping is still like kind of the fastest strat. This room went through a few different iterations, but sniping has always been the fastest one.
And there it is.
The red zealot will run away. He is a bit of a coward like that, and so you have to kill him quickly because you need to get this lamp in order to complete this puzzle. And unfortunately, he's not only is he kind of a spongy dude, but he has the ability to completely like stop your movement, and he will make a bunch of the other Ganados that are around basically cycle into a different evolution, which is a much harder enemy to kill because it's a lot more lethal and takes a lot more damage. So by killing the red zealot quickly, you can avoid having to deal with a bunch of upgraded Ganados, luckily.
And while we are just running
another new enemy here.
Oh, yes. I don't know what they're called. I just call them Spider Bros.
They're called Novistadors.
Thank you.
Actually, they're another room or two ahead. We have to do another puzzle here. So,
which is oh no! Sorry, I've got the money routing of glitchless in my head. I was like, did he just miss a puzzle piece? But no, it's the ancient clock or the antique clock that he misses picking up. So this one's just flipping tablets around, making sure they're in the right spot. But obviously, you know, in true old school castle fashion, some of the symbols are worn off, and it just so happens to be worn off in a way that makes it, you know, kind of difficult to see what icon is in the middle or what shape is around the outside. But he made it through. Reminder: Petrichor is running on 0 sleep, so that is very, very, very impressive.
Need to find Ashley.
And here we're going to get a little... Oh, no. Okay, so apparently, look, this is something I didn't know. Apparently, looking down skips the cutscene? Oh, it just never runs past.
It just, it's basically has to do with enemy aggro. So enemies, this is actually a similar thing to RE7, RE Village, where if you are looking down at, like, you know, you don't have enemies on the screen while you run past them, they're less likely to aggro you, which is just one of the weirdest little choices in how they program the AI. But yeah, if you look down, they just kind of leave you alone. They'll attack you if you get too close, but weird little things. So you'll see him sometimes look down past enemies. Sometimes you won't have to. Oh, that pointing might have been a good idea too, but sometimes they won't have to. But every so often it makes more sense to do that. Oh, this is another little shortcut that Capcom actually intended you to be able to do. Or I don't know if they intended you to do this, but you can do it. If you line up here, you can actually shoot the little counterweight that's holding that door closed, and you can make it open. I would say that's probably not intended given how out of sight it is, but there's a few places where you can shoot counterweights to open doors early.
And here we're going to see another one.
Like run all the way around.
But use a grenade this time to just lob a little grenade through this little arrow slit in the castle wall here, blow up another door, and blow out the weight, which allows us the door to open. So there's another movie I have seen. What's the movie where they bend the bullets? Shooter?
No. Wanted. So Petrichor sort of, you know, he bends the bullets Angelina Jolie style around the corner to hit that weight. Yeah, doing all that skips that whole section there in the middle tier shelving, and it can be a bit of a challenge because you got this armored Ganado who's just chucking rocks at you the whole time. So you have to kind of like wait your turn, and it's a pain. So.
But that is all right. We're getting through. We've just lost our direct feed, but so I'm going to switch over to the live feed just so I've got a bit of idea of what's going on. But yeah, so that does save a whole bunch of time. It does change how you need to solve the puzzles though. So the puzzles are there's a particular solution to the puzzles, but when you skip particular areas, you have to do the puzzle differently. And it does save probably a solid like minute and a half, I would say, of running around and backtracking to get different solutions.
On va encore devoir récupérer 3 objets clés dans 3 endroits différents.
It's looking like we might have crashed.
I think we may have crashed, yeah.
Hold tight.
They probably can't hear us. But just in case they can, let's keep talking as if they definitely can hear us.
They probably lost feed in the studio, is what it looks like, since we lost the direct feed and the live feed. We've got some of it back.
For the record, they definitely can hear us. Oh, we're back. Looks like we're back up. Looks like we're back up.
And we're back. Yay, we're back. Oh, cool. Oh.
Okay, let's not talk about it when we get back. Let's just pretend nothing has happened. But while we are experiencing a bit of technical difficulties, we are here raising money for, and I'm going to give this a go, French-speaking audience. I'm so sorry. I am Australian.
Brace yourselves.
We cannot do particular sounds with our mouths, but we are here raising money for Médecins du Monde, or the Doctors of the World France, which is an international health organization of over 40 years experience. So we're raising a whole bunch of money for them. I have a bit of a breakdown here. Looking at the total we've currently raised, we are so close to 200,000 euros, which at 200,000 euros, we will be so close to raising enough funds for the activities of one healthcare advice and referral center for an entire year. So your money does make a real difference here. ! Donate in the chat if you want to donate some money. We've got great incentives. There's great there's shirts available as well that have a really nice design on them. So you can absolutely pick yourself up one of those. And $10 from every purchase does go to the cause. So definitely a worthwhile investment to commemorate this incredible event.
We got feedback from chat. Médecins du Monde.
Oh, okay. So mute the S at the end of medicine, and you're bang on. Thank you, French speakers. I appreciate that so much.
I hope I said it good. I hope I did. But
you did great, mate. You did great. All right, we're still running off the live Twitch feed right now, so we are a little bit behind. But we have entered a sort of the maze section. Again, this is another very frustrating section for Petrichor. It's not necessarily going to be an issue as the routing is incredibly he will know his way through the maze. The issue is going to be the dogs. The dogs here can be very, very frustrating. There are ways to deal with them before they even break out of their cages. We saw Petrichor did manage to do. And now he's going to stand up here. These enemies are going to make their way towards Ashley, but with a few precise shots. I don't know why that guy didn't just die. But with a few precise shots, he's going to be able to take them out before Ashley gets jumped on. Really nice.
That was close. He almost got hit.
That dog does look like it was making its way to Ashley. No, it's buggered off. Okay, we're fine. Look at that relief on his face. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
All right. So that section
is a nightmare.
Can go very wrong.
So, yeah. The maze is a mean section. It's actually a lot longer and a lot more complicated of a section in the remake versus the original. The original maze is, it's a maze, but there's not nearly as much to deal with. And you certainly don't have to deal with ganados in the original, but in the remake, you have to deal with a lot more craziness. So luckily, we were able to he was able to get through all that very, very smoothly and then enter the main hall for the next part. So this is sort of taking the place of the original main hall of the original game. They put this place a little bit later in the castle versus the original game. The original game, you see this as soon as you meet Sadler, but that was sort of changed. He's doing a skip here actually, where he throws a grenade at a very specific point on the bridge in order to stun or stagger the enemy that's supposed to run out and pull that lever that's over to the left. And by skipping that, the platform that he's standing on, this little bridge, does not lower, and that skips a lot of running around and having to deal with just the annoying nonsense of climbing ladders and dealing with a ton of enemies. So very, very useful strat, found very early on in the game's cycle. I think it was found like day 2 or 3 of the game's release.
I remember I was doing speedruns of this and I didn't know about that tech, and I had another runner come to my chat and be like, just throw a grenade here. And I was like, what are you talking about? And he I could not understand where I was supposed to throw the grenade. So I was just running halfway down the bridge and then just tossing a grenade on the bridge and being like, this isn't working, this is dumb. And it wasn't until I saw someone else's PB that I was like, Oh, I'm an idiot.
Yeah, you have to actually throw it in a spot, and you have to throw it at a certain time, or it does not work.
And here we have we are approaching my favorite voice line of the entire game, where Leon jumps down, collects the head. So basically, the whole section of this, we're collecting 3 different heads that will go into a statue and open up a door for us. So we have a lion, a serpent, and a goat. Is that?
I think it's a goat. It looks like a goat.
It looks like a goat. So, which we may as well just call that Petrichor because he's the goat. That basically we're going to jump down, grab this lion, and grab the lion head, which is going to cause these knights to come alive. Ashley is up top throwing down blue flames, which does help to stun the enemies, but Petrichor didn't even need it. So, and there is my favorite voice line in the game: "Nighty night, knights."
I was gonna say you wanted me to say it for you. Yeah. She goes, "Leon, are you okay?" And he goes, "Yeah. Nighty night, knights."
So good. So good.
It's such a good line.
And this is we just come back to the fact that I was so worried that like in the remake, because games are cool now, games are hardcore now. Everything's about being as tough and as badass as possible. And I wanted them to keep the campiness of the original in, and they really did do it. And it makes me so happy that in this was 2022 when this came out, 2023 when this came out, like that they still were able to put in just dumb action movie jokes. One last puzzle here that took me to an embarrassingly long time casually, but basically the two portraits up on the wall here that show where the king and queen would sit based off the table setting, and you have to sit Ashley and Leon down at the same spot in order to be able to ring the dinner bell and unlock the serpent head.
Fun fact, you can actually sit in the opposite chairs and it still works.
Can you really?
Yep, you can sit them at. I didn't know that till I watched somebody else do it in a run, and I went, oh, how funny! Yeah, you can actually sit in the opposite positions, and it still works. You just have to both be sitting at those 2 places at the table.
That's so fun.
And honestly, I like that puzzle way more than the original one because that takes the place of the wine bottle puzzle from the original game. And the wine bottle puzzle was annoying because you had to snipe this wine bottle down this long alleyway, and if you missed, you had to push a bell again, and it was a pain with all that bloom. But luckily, that puzzle is much less of a pain because you don't have to worry about pistol bloom and whatnot. And then we get to the infamous Ashley section. So the Ashley section in the original game was an annoying distraction from the main game. In the remake, it is much better. So normally what you'd have to do is you'd have to run through a library with a bunch of corridors, pushing bookshelves around in order to get the solution to this clock puzzle. But luckily, we're speedrunners and we know the solutions to the puzzle. So you know the answer. You can just walk up, turn the clock to the correct time, and it will open for you. And you can skip half this part, which is kind of useful. And then you come down here, you're going to basically give up your light here. And that light is the only thing that you have that can stun these knights to keep them from attacking you. So we're going to see another little knight puzzle coming up in a minute. I got to say, there was a part in the original Ashley section that had you dealing with Ganados directly. And the way that you would deal with them is you could throw lanterns at them and set them on fire. The problem is they would run away from where you throw the lantern, so you would miss half the time, and there was a finite number of lamps you could throw. It was very annoying. So I'm glad that they made this section instead, which is much better, much more consistent, and much easier to do.
I don't know, chat, that sounds like a skill issue to me. What do you reckon?
Wow. Yeah, all bad RNG is just a skill issue. Am I right, Cass?
Correct. Also, I love the fact that, sorry, I'm going to rewind 30 seconds here to the clock. Every single runner does the same thing while waiting for the clock. Once you get the clock puzzle correct, they all just spam around and click the button that makes Ashley put her hands up because it makes it look like she's doing the Thriller dance. And every runner will do that same action while waiting for that door to open. It really ups our APM to keep us in the game. Here, Ashley, as Dane mentioned, gives up her light in order to get this crest. And of course, with the light gone, the knights are going to
L'erreur, j'ai tourné ma caméra.
come
You
alive.
are prone to be attacked. Yeah, the camera whips around here, so that if you're wondering why he like moved weirdly just now, that was because the camera gets like thrown around in a weird way, and it's kind of hard to, unless you like are prepared for it ahead of time. It's kind of weird to orient it without getting like weird whiplash. It's also very easy to get hit here, at least in the speed run, because we're going to try to run a straight line to the elevator. In casually, you could just kind of run around everything, but that's obviously slow, so you want to try to make sure that you take a straight line here. Nice. Managed to not get hit initially. And that last dude's pretty easy to dodge as long as you don't get hit by something else in the meantime.
Ok, c'est bon.
I actually really like this section. I like playing over the players, actually. I think some of her voice lines.
So good. Yeah.
Like some of her voice acting in this section, like the part where she's like, this sucks. It's like, it does suck. You're right. You're right. This is an awful thing for you to have to go to. And here, oh, look at that. Just squeeze past. So actually, tip box is
easy.
Much smaller than Lyon. So the I think once upon a time you actually had to lower your frame rate to be able to squeeze past there. But,
I don't remember that being a thing, but they definitely had to like. There was a setup for it initially where you had to like line up against the left wall and then move to the right, and it was fairly consistent, but it was just a little annoying because you sometimes got pushed around. He didn't even set it up, so I guess they found a way to do it where they don't really need to anymore. They've gotten so good. Petrichor's gotten so good at the game that he doesn't even have to bother anymore.
Doesn't even have to bother. But the Ashley section is over, and here we are going to see. I wonder if he's going to do it. There is the ability in between this loading screen, once the game is ready, so once the loading has completed, you do actually have the ability to move before entering the game. So we're going to see if he does it here. It doesn't actually save any time from an RTA perspective, but IGT, the in-game timer, doesn't start until he hits F to continue, or whatever button it is, X here. So we see him moving. You see how he's cycling through these settings here, these like little tips on the screen. That's actually because in the background he is moving, which puts him straight at this door. Which is, so it is, again, hold the direction for a certain number of number of seconds, but completely without being able to see anything, just navigates to that door without the in-game timer running at all. Might only save 10 seconds IGT.
Clip. Look at that.
And another skip into the Novi room. So we same deal as always. Scope uses the scope of the sniper rifle to dislodge Lyon's collision, clip himself into the door, ups his DPI with a DPI switcher on his mouse, spins the mouse in a very rapid movement, strafes, and just ends up on the other side of the door.
Soyons clairs. Ok, so.
Yeah, that skipped actually a very large amount of time being able to do that, and makes this section a little bit more consistent. Getting hit here by a Novi is kind of inevitable. So
it's just going to happen.
It just happens. Like you can't really account for it. If you get a run where you just don't get hit at all, you're on a god run. It's just inevitably going to happen. Resets don't happen if you get hit once. They happen if you get hit like 3 or 4 times. But luckily, he knows where all the camouflage ones are and can kind of hit them early. And also, you can parry the Novis, but they're hard to. Ooh, wow! I got a little bit of iframe protection there, which was nice. But yeah, you can parry the Novis. It's just they're hard to read, so it's sometimes hard to get the timing right. And then we're coming up on my favorite room in the remake, Kappa.
Is that sarcasm? I was going to say that better be sarcasm. This room sucks.
This room sucks. This is the double Garrador room. So this is the only play. This is the sorry. 2 of the 3 Garradors you will meet in the entire game are right here in this room. We skipped one of them earlier with a sniper clip, and I don't know if he's going to do another sniper clip or whatnot here, but yes, he's going to go for a very clean setup, very nice. Ooh, he missed that one. Luckily, got a parry. Ooh, yeah. Okay, so this is the death. So he's gonna have to redo this. So yeah, they're basically the Garradors are holding on to 2 key items that you have to insert into those pedestals that he's now lying dead between, and those are gonna open the door behind him. The Garradors are I think a great enemy, although putting 2 of them in a room is kind of masochistic or sadistic. So thanks, Capcom. They're blind. They actually cannot see you at all. They move entirely based on sound in the arena. So if you run, they will hear you. If you walk, they cannot hear you. They can also hear gunshots, and they can hear enemies attacking. So you have to be you have to kind of crowd control while not getting hit by these guys as well. He's also using a flash nade there in order to kind of finish off the Gyarados by shooting them in the back with the Magnum. He's basically exposing the Ganado, the parasite, the Plaga inside of them, and then uses a flash nade to finish them off because Plagas have a 100% kill rate with the flash grenade. So if you ever see a Ganado with its head transformed into something sinister and ugly looking, just throw a flash grenade and it'll instantly die.
And you are right. As an enemy, they are a phenomenal enemy, but oh boy, are they frustrating.
Two in a room is mean.
We're doing another little scope clip here. Although the just due to the way this section exists, it looks a little bit different, but the premise is the same. By crouching back into the geometry, hitting an auto save spot. Didn't get it that time. No.
Interesting. There we go. Oh, there we go. I think he got it, but he like moved back in bounds like by mistake somehow.
So just a little out of bounds navigation here. We'll skip a bit of a slow walking section. And now this next one is one of my favorite out of bounds. It's like, it just looks like if you turn the camera a little bit and Leon heads forward, he just walks through a wall. Like, there's a lot more to it than that, but it's basically a similar sort of setup as the scope clips, but by really rapidly moving the camera as you interact with that sort of section where Leon would crouch and walk underneath, he instead just walks through a wall. But from on the surface, it just looks like the game. If you enter that section a little bit looking diagonally, you're going to end up out of the wall, and he's going to make a little detour here to pick up a crown, which we're going to sell for a massive amount of money very, very soon. And we can just use this ladder here while out of bounds to just hop back up. I love that animation so much.
It's so good. And then randomly, we're going to cough here for some reason, and then he's going to go, give me a break. And then we continue.
We're off to personally one of my favorite parts of the game. I think this whole section
is a cool fight,
really, really fun, especially once we figured out how to not have to wait for the elevator. So we're going to collect some money here. A lot of what we've collected is going to get put into the crown because the gems. So you can either sell the gems that you pick up as well as the treasure that you pick up, or you can actually put the gems into the treasure, as we're about to see here. We're going to put a whole bunch of treasure into this gem. Into these sockets here, and it looks like we're actually going for what's it called, a rainbow bonus, I think. But by putting
the rainbow bonus, yeah,
by putting a different gem, so there's like combinations of gems. If you put all of the same color into a gem, you get an additional multiplier on top of your sell value. If you put one of every color gem in there, you get a bonus as well. So we use that bonus to then purchase ourselves a rocket launcher, which is going to be used for some pretty fun glitches in the next couple of minutes.
Cass is lying. The rocket launcher is like mid. It doesn't really do much of anything. It's decorative mostly.
In my category, basically the entire run comes down to how can I afford the rocket launcher to one-shot this boss? In New Game Plus, you don't have to worry about that. It's just like, oh look, this rocket launcher doesn't run out of ammo.
Yeah, pretty much.
So just doing some rearranging of the inventory here. It seems like he still doesn't have mouse movement in his inventory, and he's doing all of this via the arrow keys.
Seems like it. I'm not totally sure what's going on with that.
Again, like, I'm sounding like a broken record here, but the mental that Petrichor has to have to just be able to deal with all of these issues. Like, I mean, obviously, those of us who have ever run at marathons before, we know that things are going to go wrong. But this has just been like, this is just constant. And the fact that he's just still doing it. He's just still absolutely killing it.
Yeah, I honestly am so impressed that he's just working around it and doing so as well as he is. Because I've seen marathons where tech issues abound, and we've all seen that happen. I've not seen marathon runs where keybinds and shenanigans like that are responsible for getting in the way, and nearly as badly as this. And he's handling this way better than I would. I'd be flopping around on that stage at this point.
I'm going to laugh so hard if it just turns out to be like he's put his coffee cup down and like the handle of the mug is just like pressing a button down. Like completely his own fault.
Incredible.
So funny. But we have to talk about weapon glitches. So weapon glitches are a little bit, they're not complicated, but you're not really going to see much. So basically what is going to happen here is it involves 3 different weapons. He's going to reload weapon A, or get staggered by gunfire or by smoke, or in this case, the steam, while that at a specific point in that reload animation. And as soon as he does get staggered, he's going to quickly switch to weapon B and then quickly switch to weapon C. So in this case, I believe he started with the shotgun, it looked like, or it might have been the Stingray. Switch to the rocket launcher as he takes damage, and then immediately switch to the handgun as well. This will confuse the game and give him the shooting of weapon B, in this case the rocket launcher, while using the ammunition of weapon C, in this case the handgun. So basically from this point, and there's going to be a number of times he's going to do this moving forward, because unfortunately it does not persist for very, very long. But basically he's going to be able to shoot an almost infinite amount of rocket launches using only his handgun bullets. Normally the rocket launcher is one shot, you're done, right? You buy it, you shoot it, it's done. It's gone from your inventory. In this scenario though, the game does not register him as using the rocket launcher. If you look at the bottom right corner, you're not going to see it again before the end of this chapter, but he actually has 32 handgun ammo, which means he essentially has 32 rockets that he can use. This is going to get abused quite heavily from this point onwards.
Vous avez peut-être pas vu bien l'infinite.
So skipping one of my favorite boss fights, unfortunately, but it's a speed run. We want to go fast.
Double Gigante?
Donc les mines où il y a un énorme rocher.
No,
Dans le remake, c'est pas un rocher d'ailleurs. C'est des explosifs.
Oh my God, what's his name? Not
ouais, c'est ça.
Gros
caillou quoi.
Et comme dans le
the one he just fought.
Oh,
Verdugo. Verdugo, thank you.
I'm so used to just like not having to worry about Verdugo. I forget he's a boss.
Yeah, I mean, he's a great fight, casually speaking. I thought it was great. And the fact that you don't have to fight him, you can just wait him out, is I think, a good little touch.
So this part here, we're going to do almost the exact same trick. He's actually not going to scare Lewis off, which is like very dangerous, but it's not going to matter. So we're seeing exactly the same weapon glitch as we just saw. By reloading, switching weapons, he now has the rocket launcher out, as you can see by the character model, but in the bottom right corner, you'll see that he has the handgun. So that way, he waited for a specific audio cue from the Ganado, who the Ganado always says the same thing before he throws his whatever his projectile is, whether it be an axe or a knife or a Molotov. He uses the fire from the Molotov to stagger himself during the reload animation, which allows him to switch weapons and activate the glitch. The danger in that part, the dangerous in that part, is Lewis can shoot the Ganado, which breaks the animation. So traditionally, in a safe setup, you would actually aim at Lewis, which throws Lewis into a defensive sort of stance, I suppose, and sort of slows him down so that he won't get close enough to aim and shoot at the Ganado. But Petrichor just says, nah, YOLOs it, and manages to get away with it just fine. And then makes the double El Gigante fight look like it's absolutely nothing, with a couple of heavy nades onto the armored one, a flashbang for the unarmored one, hits a button, drops him into the flames, and we're through.
Excuse me, it's a lever, not a button.
Is it actually a lever?
It's a lever, yeah.
Oh. Doesn't he hold it down? In what world do you have to hold a lever down?
I thought he was pulling a lever. Was he holding a button? It looked like a lever to me. Then again, I've never actually looked that closely at it.
Honestly, no. I worry way too much about, like, is El Gigante standing where he needs to be standing? I do not look at whether it's a lever or a button.
True. Yeah, and there's a wind up to that animation, and he always runs off before I actually get to hit the button or pull the lever or whatever, and he runs away.
Activate the trap.
Like, activate the trap. Thank you. Yeah.
And here we're going to enter into Donkey Kong Country 2?
Moi, de base, je vais pas vous mentir.
Which one has Minecart Madness?
Yes. Yeah, that's the right one. I think it is, yeah. So in the original, there's actually a really hilarious skip you can do here. Not so in the remake, because newer game, newer engine, different shenanigans abound, but we still get to see some minecart goodness regardless. So this is a little bit of an auto-scroller. There's going to be a checkpoint halfway through that will actually involve some going fast, but this is basically just I mean, when we say auto-scroller, you literally can't speed this up. The only thing you can do is control the left or right leaning of the cart, and you have to shoot out some traps, which will slow you down a little bit. But yeah, we just have to kind of wait through this. It's unfortunate, but it's, you know, a nice little reprieve from having to constantly hold forward and deal with ducking around Ganados that are swinging at your head.
I believe there is ways to slow it down though, right? Like if you don't activate, like if you don't lean the right direction, and maybe this is a placebo for me, but like if you don't lean the right direction early enough, I believe when you see the sparks come out of the cart, it slows down. It's like minutely, but I feel like in my splits, like I sometimes get different speeds through this section.
It's possible. I don't feel like I've ever noticed a significant difference to be able to pinpoint it at, but it's possible, certainly.
And I'm talking like minute differences, like less than a second. But largely,
that's possible.
Largely, this is incredibly consistent. I do know that he actually aims to, he chooses to shoot the Ganados rather than just wait for the explosive barrels there.
Probably because he was
waving around in the back.
just dancing. Dancing during a speed run. Can you think of such anybody who would do such a thing?
I literally could never think of someone who would ever dance during a speed run.
Nobody would ever dance during a speed run. That's unheard of.
Absolutely not. But all right, look, this is a great time. Since those of you who are watching, this is a great time to !donate in the chat. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and just do it for you.
Exclamation point SpeeDons.
Oh, exclamation SpeeDons. I did it wrong.
Exclamation point SpeeDons, yeah.
There we go. There is currently a chat. Oh no, the donate one did go off. The donate one did go off. There's now a link in the chat to go and donate. If you don't want to miss a single section of this run by alt tabbing into a different screen, you can. This is a perfect time to do it because it's literally just a whole bunch of minecart sections. So you know, go and donate towards the cause. Go and put the money towards your favorite upcoming incentive. Let me have a look at what is coming up. There's a big going on of what's the best Zelda game right now. Wind Waker winning with 19% of the points. And where's Oracle of Ages? 1%. Oh my god, Elden Ring is an option in this poll. Oh, goodness gracious. Okay, but Oracle of Ages only being at 1%, I'm sorry, is just an unacceptable amount. So, but you can name the character names in the upcoming Final Fantasy Adventure run, Ghostland Yard. We've got so many different incentives coming up tonight. It was a great time to go and put some money towards that. If you so choose. Are there any runs in the schedule coming up that you're really excited for?
I am going to be honest with you. I have been so bogged down with work lately. I haven't had a chance to really look at the schedule too much. But I will say Lies of P is coming up at some point during this marathon, and that's going to be a really fun run. That runner is very, very talented, and we're going to have Colonel Fats on the English commentary, so very cool. Also want to point out, someone in chat said Resident Evil Country 2, so very excellent comment. Thank you for that.
Well, personally, I am most excited for the Limbo race that's coming up in a couple of days' time. Limbo, I think, is a phenomenal speed game. Well, phenomenal game in general. And I've never seen a race of it, so I'm really excited for that.
we are coming up on another boss fight pretty shortly after the minecart section. We've got another running section where we have to escort Lewis to an elevator, and then we've got another boss fight. Kind of an iconic fight in the original game, and they changed it in the remake a little bit, and I think made it a little bit better in the remake, which is nice.
I don't like that they gave us such a better Lewis. We barely even talked about Lewis. We talked about Ashley's differences in the remake to the original. Talking about Lewis's differences as well. Like they gave him so much more involvement in the story, and so much. He's frustrating as all hell when you're a speedrunner, because sometimes you just cannot control how fast he walks, and he'll get distracted by shooting novies in the next section, and it's just like. He can be very, very frustrating, but from a casual story perspective, he's such a cooler character. Like he actually has character in the remake as opposed to the OG, and then it just makes what happens after the next boss fight so much more painful.
Actually happens before the fight starts.
Oh, it does happen before, doesn't it? You're right.
Yep. By the way, Cass, I remember you ran this for a little while. Can you see where they dug up the bugs?
I can see where they dug up the bugs. In fact, Lewis is about to point it out for us.
Wait. You can see where they dug up the bugs.
You can see where they dug up the bugs.
You can see where they dug up the bugs, yes. Yeah, if you're confused, that's the line that Lewis says when you enter that last little bit of that minecart section. He goes, "Look, you can see where they dug up the bugs."
Or in this version, regard the subtitle finished. Okay, I was gonna, but it seemed cooler in French than in English.
So you did a little input buffering to skip a cutscene there, a little animation cancel. Not a cutscene, a stagger animation from Lyon, which was nice. Ooh, yeah, this is why you don't want to run through fire, because Lyon will just stop running and pat himself down.
That one was intentional though, because that was to do the same infinite ammo glitch that we have seen already. However, he does it for the flash grenades now. So now he has an infinite amount of flash grenades. So this will basically allow him to run through this section completely unfazed by the novies that are hanging out here. I mean, we know where they all are, so it's not that hard. But just conserve resources. If we can get infinite ammo, why won't we get infinite ammo? And being able to do it with the flashbangs, which are really they're a stupidly useful item in this speedrun. Like the stun length that they put on majority of enemies is absurd. And even like in most games where the enemy has to be sort of looking at the stun grenade in order to or the flashbang in order to get stunned by it, like the cone of vision for these enemies is just insane. So even throwing one almost behind an enemy will allow you to just run straight past it.
Yeah, really smooth section. He managed to get even Luis followed him like all the way here without like any issues. So this part, Luis is going to take the charge, and he is going to actually be the point man on this next fight. And you're going to watch Luis just be an absolute badass, going to just demolish the next fight. Sorry, what I meant was Luis gets killed in that cutscene. And this is Krauser, so we haven't talked about Krauser yet because this is his first appearance in the game. So in the original game, this is just a bunch of QTEs, basically a QTE cutscene. And in the remake, they made it an actual fight, but you're locked into using only your knife for this fight because that's part of the original. That's part of the original cutscene. It's just a knife fight, and in the remake, you actually get to like kind of spar off with Krauser. This is where the parry mechanic actually starts to really come in. So get good at parrying if you want to get through here very well. It's doing a very specific setup to try to keep Krauser kind of in line. Oh, and of course he jumped over him. So flying out the seat of his pants a little bit, but still did a really clean kill there and was able to finish that fight. That's another thing where he's also been lowering his DA periodically in order to keep that fight be a little shorter, because sometimes Krauser can just dance around and just eat time. So very, very good fight regardless.
have never seen that cutscene where Leon almost falls off the edge.
Really?
I didn't know that was a thing.
Yep, you absolutely can, and I absolutely never did get pushed off the edge. Not once. That never happened. I don't know what you're talking about.
Definitely not. No, admittedly, I should say, I play my glitchless runs on assisted. So for me, the game is so much easier than what most. I mean, we're currently playing on standard, which is the step up from assisted. But it's I did not know that was a thing that could happen.
Yeah. And there's also that fight. It's a knife fight, so you are locked into using the knife only. And Krauser does play a big role in the story later on. Unfortunately, we can't kill him in that cutscene, but it would have been really funny for him to have a knife out, and then Leon just pulls out a pistol and shoots him.
Like,
Raiders of the
why?
Lost Ark fans, where are you at?
Why? Why does he commit to the honor of a knife fight? Like, there is a time and there is a place for honor. This isn't it. Just shoot the guy.
Listen
up, soldier.
Sloppy.
We're going to do another scope clip here. This one doesn't save a massive amount of time, but it does skip a cutscene where Salazar comes in and sort of mocks us with a clap. But the most important part is it's going to break the... if we don't fall off the edge of the world, it is going to break the enemy AI. So for the first, probably... I'd say 60% of the climb up these stairs, there are no enemies to deal with whatsoever. So we just get a free roam up these stairs, past the giant rotating flamethrower head, which every castle must have. And you have to build a TNT barrel into the back of it as well. It's the requirement of the health and safety codes. So all these, normally we would have enemies all through this section. The corridors are pretty tight, so getting around them can be really, really frustrating. And here is the first lot of enemies that we're going to see. So we just made it through a huge chunk of that section without having to fight any enemies. And now some giant. And speaking of Indiana Jones, we're going to have a giant ball rolling down at us, but unlike Indiana Jones, we're just going to step to the side. And it's going to go straight past us. Just like that. Yep. By scope clipping just into the barrier there, the ball just rolls past, and our collision is inside of the wall, so the giant boulder just rolls past us.
Yeah, you can actually do the same thing with a knife if you attach the scope to your knife, I guess, according to Cass.
I was going to say, I didn't realize you were doing a bit then, and I was like, you can put the scope on your knife? I don't know this game at all.
Yeah. So fun little fact, actually. He's doing obviously a speedrun strat here, but if you were running into issues with this part, there's a red zealot that runs down here. You can actually kill that red zealot if you pull the lever that drops one of the big Indiana Jones balls down the stairs. If you pull that lever and then run over to the elevator lever and pull that one real quick, you can actually kill the red zealot that way. So if you're having trouble casually, that's a nice way to kind of make things a little bit easier.
Even just do it because it's funny. Even if you're not having trouble.
It's hilarious too. Yeah, even if you're not having trouble, it's still fun to do.
There is no game where environmental kills will not be fun. But here, this part is, again, it's another auto-scroller that you cannot speed up. However, it can be slowed down every time. This elevator, the weight capacity is exactly 1 Leon. So the second any other enemy steps onto this platform, it will stop going up. So basically, it's pretty well planned out. Like everything in this game, we have a solution for it. Actually executing that solution can be a different problem because sometimes the enemies, like this guy just here, will jump down earlier, or that guy right there, and sometimes you'll be waiting and an enemy will be standing behind you and you won't realize. But with some well-placed barrels, it's reasonably easy to at least stun the enemies for long enough that the elevator can go past them, because they can't jump up onto the elevator. They can only jump from a higher platform down onto the elevator. Going for a swag swag strat there, waiting for the shielded guy to jump before trying to shoot him. You can use additional ammo and shoot through the shield before it happens, but that would just be a waste of resources. So,
also do want to point out that in the original, the weight capacity of the elevator was 1 Leon plus 1 Ganado, and in the remake, they changed that. So if one enemy lands on it, it stops. But in the original, you could have one on there with you, and it was fine. I don't know why they changed it, Capcom.
I mean, look, this game came out, what, how many years after the original? That elevator has probably aged, right?
Il faut faire attention parce que les planches.
Sure.
Ouais, faut pas courir ici. Donc on sprint et on fait genre non ça va.
Ooh. Okay, so he's going for a kind of a risky one here. So these platforms are a little bit kind of risky to mess with. Basically, if you're sprinting across them, they will like collapse underneath you. So you're supposed to walk very carefully across them. But if you can sprint like very, very briefly across them, and it's risky. It's a risky strat. It's a little bit faster than walking, but it's risky to do. And then we are coming up on Salazar. The Salazar fight.
Well, I think fight might be a bit of a
it's one rocket
generous.
Fight's over.
So Salazar gets exactly as much screen time as he deserves. And then we're going to do another elevator clip. This is probably the hardest elevator clip. This is another scope clip.
Sniper clip.
Sniper clip. That's probably the hardest navigation out of bounds, I would say.
Ashley.
Like, because if you go too far to the right, you're going to fall. But at the same time, at the end of the trick, you want to fall, but you want to make sure you fall in the right spot. And look at that. He just nails it. Like, it is not even a problem. And Leon, being the Giga Chad that he is, just absolutely nails that landing. They don't expect you to ever fall from a distance high enough to kill you. So I believe there's just straight up no fall damage in this game.
Yeah, there's no fall damage because all falls are pre-programmed. I mean, there's no jumps. So it's anytime you drop down, you're interacting with a ledge to drop down. So.
And that skips an entire long elevator ride with watching Ashley and I think Krause is in the boat as well. Get carried off to the next island.
Yeah, Krause is in there. Yeah. But then Ada to the rescue.
We are off on the factory island. This is where there's a whole bunch of cool skips and tricks here. This is one of the early ones that was found. There's a lot of little turrets around here that the second Leon steps in front of will be a one-shot kill. But we have managed to figure out. I say we. I didn't do any of it. I just copy what others. I stand on the shoulders of giants when it comes to this game. Like the way what other people have found out is just incredible. But ways
we found it, as in me and all of the other runners that's involved with it. I'm just kidding. I didn't find anything either.
Dane and I found every skip in this room.
Yes, Cass and I found every skip, and that's why we are respectively in the 60th percentile on our respective categories on the leaderboard.
I've never understood how percentiles work. I don't know if that's meant to be good or bad. But here we're going to shoot this guy right there. Get electrocuted. I don't think that's meant to be part of the skip. I think that's just getting annoyed. But basically what we're going to try and do is we're going to... These turrets, thankfully, do not choose sides.
Ooh, he may have to reload. Or maybe not. He might be okay.
Oh, he's got plenty of green herbs. So basically what we're going to do is we're going to stand in a very specific spot here, and that's going to bait this big guy, I guess, to walk forward. The turret then shoots him instead and allows Leon to just squeeze past on the other side. So shout outs to neutral turrets who will also shoot enemies as well as Leon, because there are like 3 main turrets in the game. One we just have easy access to and can switch off with the button on the back. That one we use giant pig guy. Actually, the third one I don't even think we see due to the duffel bag Ashley out of bounds. But I think we skipped that one.
No, we see that one because duffel bag Ashley that just skips the long trudging walking section, but it doesn't skip a laser turret.
Oh no, but the setup for it does skip the laser turret.
The setup for it, yeah, the setup for it, yeah, that does skip it, yeah.
So yeah, here we're just gonna run through, try to avoid enemies where we can. Thankfully, we have iframes while opening doors. Bloodborne, eat your heart out. So there's yeah, that was a throwback there. Bloody Jesus here's toast.
Calling FromSoft out a lot today.
And then we make our way into the facility where there's going to be some more door clips. We're going to see another iteration of the trip mine skip as well coming up just here. Well, I mean, not just here. It's, in a few seconds, but this trip mine there is going to allow us to get out of bounds as well once we unlock a few doors. This part, for me personally, was hell casually. It has since become one of my favorite parts to do in the speedrun, mostly because of how much trouble it gave me casually, that being able to just like breeze through it without an issue is like such a good feeling. But similar back in chapter 1, turn our camera to the left, disengage the trip mine. It's just going to push Leon through that wall and he's going to fall. It only saves a very small amount of time, but it is time nonetheless.
It saves 3 seconds, just so you all know, that little trip mine skip. Saves only 3 seconds, but it's still really cool to watch.
And it's so easy to do. There is absolutely no reason to go for it.
Not to go for it, you mean?
There's no reason to not go for it, correct.
There you go, yes.
I haven't had a coffee in at least an hour and a half. All right, you're going to have to cut me a little bit of slack here.
Cass demonstrating his immense mastery of the English language for us all here.
Mate, we were sent over here because we were criminals. All right, they didn't send us over here because we were you know, valued members of society.
Wow.
We don't even pronounce half the vowels.
Welcome. So more vendoring here with the merchant, hashtag still not my merchant. And I don't know exactly what he is purchasing here for this.
Yeah, this is
body armor.
This is new to me. This might just be for marathon safety.
Yeah, I think it probably is. Yeah, he didn't like buy anything significant. So yeah, just repairing his body armor and stuff like that. We didn't even talk about the body armor at any point. A mission critical item in the RE4 Remake randomizer challenge runs. Body armor reduces the damage you take by a significant amount, but every time you take a hit, it reduces the durability of it, and then you have to go to the merchant and ask him to repair it for a fee.
And he will, because unlike the rest of y'all, he is my merchant and he is great.
This merchant is terrible and the original merchant is awesome.
All right. Duke from Resident Evil 8 versus OG RE4 merchant.
I mean, Duke is actually part of the story of RE8, so better character for that. But if we're comparing RE4 merchant to RE4 merchant, it's no contest. It's just no contest.
I just like that Duke has the line where you know, if you open his shop enough times, eventually he goes, "What are you buying?" Something my friend always used to say. All right, we're coming up here. We've just got a bit of avoidance. What are these guys called again?
Regenerators.
Regenerators. So
they're called regenerators, which is Spanish for regenerator, because they can regenerate limbs when you shoot them off. So if you shoot his arm, you know, he'll lose his arm, he'll just grow it back within like a few seconds. So in order to kill them, you actually have to get a thermal scope for your sniper rifle and shoot at these very specific weak points inside of the regenerator's body. And only once you've killed all of the weak points will he just kind of curl up and explode into a gooey mess. Now, this is a really funny sniper clip. So you're in this like little tiny confined room with this regenerator, and it's in a very, very tiny room. And this guy's got a reach. He can smack you from far away. He can extend his arms like Stretch Armstrong. But if you sniper clip into the machine that is responsible for changing your keycard access, his AI just stops tracking you, and he just kind of stands there and watches you clipped into the wall for some reason.
He just shows off his dope toenail polish.
Yeah, I mean, he shot his toe off.
He did. You know. He did. That was some free feet content.
Stop it. You're not allowed to talk anymore, Cass.
Hey, I'm not the one who did it, thank you very much. But we have just passed over 200,000 dollars raised for Medicine du Monde.
Medicine du Monde.
No S on the end of medicine.
I hope we're saying that right. I'm so sorry if we're not.
But here we're going to pick up the rifle scope. We might actually see the first. There's two spots in this run where you can animation cancel a pickup. When you pick up certain items, especially for the first time, Lyon sort of inspects it, and the thermal scope that we're about to pick up is going to be one of them. We needed to be able to progress through this next section of the game. But if two items are close enough together. Yeah, I didn't even go for it. That's fine. It saves like no time at all. But with this, the sort of lore diary entry that's next up. First try? Hello?
Well, it's not really a try, but it's just the first one he checks. So yeah, one of these regenerators has a wrench inside of it, and so he needs to kill it in order to get the wrench. And it's in any one of those 4 regenerators, and it's completely random which one it is. It wasn't really so much a try like a skip.
It was a try, thank you.
He just checked which one of them had the wrench inside of its body, and then like sniped it.
If you have 4 playing cards in front of you, upside down, right, and you check one of them to try and see if it's the ace of spades, that is a try. You are trying that card. There is a try. We're not going to sit here and debate what is and is not a try, but we're seeing the exact same thing as we just saw in that last regenerator room, where by scope clipping into this room, the enemies just don't know where to find him.
Il y a Jean qui donne 100 € en disant on est
Also, we're getting some praise in chat for our French. Oh, some more top quality beat content for y'all.
Yeah. So yeah, the reason why we're doing those sniper clips into the wall is just to de-aggro enemy AI while we wait on a timer in order to for the keycard access to change, because one of the original gimmicks from the original game was that you had to kind of change the keycard as you traversed throughout the facility, and so they changed it a little bit how they did it here, but it's still the same idea. Is you're just changing what doors you can access in order to get into the cell where Ashley's being kept, which is right here. And then one of the best openings to a cutscene is this very next one after this chapter ends. I'm hoping he lets it play for a second so we can see it. Let it play. Please let it play. Oh, he skipped it. No.
What? I don't even remember what happens in that cutscene.
So it's just the beginning of the cutscene. It's not really so much the whole cutscene, but the very beginning of the cutscene, it looks like Leon's like standing on a throne. So it's kind of just a funny little.
You know what that cutscene reminds me of? The very intro of Conker's Bad Fur Day. Where Conker is just sitting on the throne drinking the glass of milk, and he just looks angry. Also, there was another door clip just there that I just spoke over with my Conker's Bad Fur Day reference. So that is one of 3 door clips in this section. That one doesn't actually save a lot of time. I think he was just showing off by doing that one.
This one many multiple minutes. This was actually, I believe, the first one found. I'm pretty sure Matt just found this one before any of the other ones. And that's when we say it saves multiple minutes, we're not kidding. It skips a wrecking ball section, which took the place of the bulldozer section from the original game, and it also saves the interior to the facility at the same time. So while we're waiting for he pulled the lever to get the lift to lower. While we're waiting for the lift to lower, he's just going to run and grab this treasure real quickly, because we have to wait for this elevator to come down. So might as well wait until afterward to wait while we're using the time from this lowering expediently, and he makes it back right as it starts. So that was
really so phenomenally timed. Like, that's very impressive.
Very good. And so this is, I don't know what he's trying to do here, but yeah, we're just waiting on this elevator to lift up. I don't know what exactly he's trying to do here.
I don't know. Well, the game doesn't let you aim at Ashley, so I think
he's just doing some aiming shenanigans.
Which, ironically enough, though, if Ashley is being carried by a Ganado, you can accidentally shoot her, and it immediately ends the game.
But I have never done that once ever, so I don't even know what it looks like. To be honest, sarcasm? I have no idea. What?
Okay, that's absolutely sarcasm. Like, how have you? Dude, I do that like at least every second run. Oh, apparently he was pointing out Ashley's hair physics in that section. Thank you so much,
gotcha.
Shiva.
Sadler est revenu.
But we're coming up
Ashley
on...
was abducted again, so she is now out of our escorts.
It's really interesting with how fast we're going. Like, you can never really tell when Ashley is and is not with us. Usually you can tell in the bottom right corner underneath the ammo section, you will see like Ashley and Leon either very close together or with a bit of a gap between them that just tells you whether or not you've asked Ashley to stay close or to hang back, which Petrichor has been manipulating Ashley's movement basically throughout the entire run that she's been with us. There's points where if she's close to you, she won't get grabbed. If she's further back from you, she won't get grabbed or take damage. It's just like another level of things that you need to think about while you're running through. And given how few times she's been grabbed, she's done a really, really great job.
And here we've got on the final Krauser fight. This is, well, the prelude to the final Krauser fight. This is a really, really good fight compared to the original. I think the original you could cheese in some kind of dumb ways. You can't really cheese in the remake so much. He's actually letting this cutscene play out a little bit because he's actually manipulating the AI, Krauser's AI during this next section by letting this cutscene play out. Again, the in-game timer stops while these cutscenes are playing, so RTA it's slower, but he's going to save a little bit of time in-game by letting this cutscene play out a little bit before this fight starts.
Revenge on the government.
And this is a very good fight. Multiple phases, each of which are very different from the previous one. Like it really is in and of itself like a whole little journey through Lyon and Krauser's history, which is very, very cool for a lore nerd.
The most important thing in this world is pure.
I'm trying to see if I can hear the stream so I can actually hear.
It's English audio.
Oh, is it English audio? Is it okay?
It's English audio, which is nice because then we'll be able to hear my favorite line. We heard your favorite line, your favorite Leon line earlier. We're gonna hear my favorite Leon line right after we call time, or right after they call time. Excuse me.
Alors attends, écoutez un peu.
Show no mercy.
However, Krauser is going to interrupt the party. Well, this
is the manip now. This is the manip,
This is the manipulation, yeah.
So normally you have to fight Krauser here.
Doesn't bother you during that, and you can open it. Otherwise, Krauser is going to interrupt the party, and you have to like respin the wheel, and it takes a lot of time. It takes
you've got to basically deal enough damage to Krauser that he buggers off, so you can open the wheel without being bothered by him, and then make your way through here while he shoots at you and turrets, and then he yells at you and says sloppy.
Sloppy.
Which I think Krauser's voice actor is another really, really good one. I think all the voice actors in this did a really, really great job. Nice. So Petrichor knows almost the cycles, like when the rockets from Krauser are going to come. He knows where the turrets are. He knows where the trip mines are. We saw him actually take out a trip mine earlier by throwing a grenade through a cage. And if we see it here, is he going to look at that is one of my favorite things. Just normally if you're doing like that sort of duck movement that I was talking about right at the start of the run, where you just spam crouch to get a little bit of additional speed, if you do that in the right time, you will just duck under Krauser's rocket that he shoots at you. But Petrichor didn't even need to do the timing. He just had to listen and he knew when to duck. So very action hero of Petrichor.
Yeah, that little section was a manip in order to cycle through that fight a little faster. That fight can take a little while if you don't know how to manipulate them. And then the cutscene that he skipped right there shows Krauser transforming into a monster, and then he like destroys the floor or something. I haven't watched the cutscene in a while, but basically now he has to wind and wind his way through this little labyrinth, ducking around Krauser's gigantic saw blade arm. Climbs this ladder and starts the final phase of the fight. This final phase is completely scripted, assuming Krauser plays nice and doesn't, screw him over. So we'll see how he does.
Perfect.
That. Very nice.
Literally perfect. Mid-front flip, rocket launcher to the face. And no matter how much Las Plagas you have ingested, you ain't living through that.
On est là pour faire le spectacle. Le chômage.
Rocket launcher is greater
knife,
than
which we're going to use.
Las
I don't know why can we use Krauser's knife? We can't, can we? It's just a treasure, right?
Oh no, we get to use Krauser's knife.
You can use it.
Actually, it's stronger than the base knife, but by the time you get to this point in the game, you'll have your base knife upgraded so much that you'd be spending a lot of money to upgrade Krauser's knife, and New Game Plus, the Krauser's knife is way better, but. Yeah, it's by the time you get to here, it's not really worth it.
How much it was valued at, and I was like, whoops, sell.
Yeah, probably.
All right, and here we're going to take a. All right, so we're going to save and load here. This will, again, every time we load, the enemies are reset to their original position. This is going to put one enemy on a balcony, which by sniping by standing in a very specific spot and sniping this guy. Just like that. That is going to essentially start the Mike countdown. So Mike is our helicopter pilot who comes in and assists us through this section. So by starting that countdown there, Mike has actually beaten us to this next section, and he takes out the enemies, well, most of the enemies, before we even get there. So it saves a hell of a lot of time. Normally you have to getting there triggers getting to that section triggers the Mike timer, and then Mike will spawn after 10 seconds or something like that and take out all the enemies. It's not hard to survive, but getting Mike to spawn faster is obviously the name of the game here. And then he's going to hop on this turret, and he knows where all the enemies are going to spawn, so he's just going to open fire on them, probably before they even spawn, because his gun has a huge amount of ammo. And then we're just going to kill them all as they spawn in an attempt to get this cycle to end sooner. Grenade down there to kill as many of them as he can. Hopefully all of them? Nah, one made it through. Oh, a couple made it through. Wow. Oh, he didn't do an FPS swap. Right. There's actually a couple of spots where I would have assumed he was going to do an FPS swap to get a bit more damage out of his grenade. But I'm assuming, given that he has no mouse movement in menus, it's actually going to be more pain than it's worth to activate the FPS swap. Either that, or the FPS swaps have been largely routed out of the run, and I'm just out of date.
Yeah, I don't think they do too many of them anymore, luckily. They definitely still benefit you, but...
runners are just better now.
FPS mid-run's kind of a pain, so if you can find a way to not do it, that's kind of nice. And then they'll have a little skip right here where he's going to equip his, or actually, I guess he's going to have to craft. Oh, he doesn't have any. Oh, that might be an issue. So, not sure what he's going to do here. I guess he's going to have to do this the hard way. Normally what they do is they throw a couple heavy nades up there in order to kill the turret, and they're able to actually skip all of this winding and winding through these stairways and all that by having to kill him with a turret. I guess he's going to try and see if he can grab a large resource. A large resource to craft one, but
otherwise he is going to have to just make his way up. Oh, but if he can't blow up the turret, so they use blowing up the turret gives you an autosave, which is then going to get used to trigger another out of bounds, which is then used as a setup for a glitch later. My favorite glitch of the entire run.
Oh, he didn't get the autosave there. I thought he was going for an autosave. Is there not?
He might just be resetting in an attempt to change what spawns in these boxes. I think it does. I'm pretty sure he just got 2 ammo and
that's what he was trying to do. He was trying to get he was trying to farm for a large resource to be able to craft the heavy nade, but it looks like he didn't get the drop. So
the likelihood, he wouldn't have sold or disposed of any large resources with this section coming up. So that is he's obviously just gotten insanely unlucky with his drops here to not get a large resource in time.
He's getting a lot of money, but not a lot of other items.
So insanely frustrating.
Yeah, this is a little bit unfortunate.
Is there a backup? How many heavy nades are 4 times the damage of a regular grenade?
4 times, yeah.
So he'd need 8 regular grenades in order to do this. He's got. Oh, there's one. Actually, there's one. There's one.
2 heavy nades will do it. Yeah, so you got 1. He just needs a second one. Ooh, this is going to be a little rough. I'm sure he'll figure a way out. He might actually be able to get away with killing an enemy or 2 and getting them to drop that way. He's going to throw a 1. Ooh. Let go.
Wait, did that just... He just got the autosave. Did that just work?
Okay, we're apparently out of the loop. There's new tech that we don't know about. Apparently, this must be new.
He's just gonna go.
Yeah,
he's just gonna buy the large resources here.
Yeah, that's what's happening. So he's reloading back to before this started, and he's just going to play it safe and
so
do
he
it this
actually
way.
did get he actually was able to kill the turret there, but I think because I have no idea how. The only thing I can think of is if he waits long enough, perhaps the damage of the turret the health of the turret reduces. I don't know. Maybe if there's any RE4R experts in chat. But so basically, because he got grabbed as it exploded, he wasn't able to scope clip, and you need to be scope clipped during the autosave in order to be able to get out of bounds. And not getting out of bounds there will prevent him from being able to do what I think is the best glitch in the game. It saves like a solid chunk of time. Like, I'm not talking minutes, but it does save a solid chunk of time. It's called Duffel Bag Ashley, and you will understand why it is called that when we see it. And it is the greatest glitch in the game. With an interesting history as well. Like, obviously, we'll talk more about it when it actually happens. But we're just running through this section again. We really love Mike. Mike is a really cool character. We just wanted to spend a bit more time with him, just in case something bad happens to him, at the end of this section.
Well, no, I mean, we're going to spend plenty of time with him after the game's over. We're all going to, because Mike knows a good bar. That's what he told us during that cutscene. He knows a good bar, so we're going to go get a drink with him, and it's fine. It's the fact that Mike is a helicopter pilot in a Resident Evil Capcom game is not important, folks. What's important is that we're going to get a drink with Mike after this is all over with, because he knows a good bar. So.
And Leon needs it after this. Leon, he's spent a whole 2 hours and 11 minutes trying to save the president's daughter. I almost said the princess again. It's because president, I say president's daughter, and my mind immediately goes to princess. He spent a whole 2 hours and 11 minutes trying to save the president's daughter here. He's beat. This is the hardest day of work he's had. But here, all right, we're all set up properly. He's crafted the heavy nades, or at least he's crafted. Maybe you only need one now. This is wild to me.
Maybe DA lowered enough so that one heavy nade does it. That might be it. So yeah, he's gonna do the sniper clip here. Hopefully he got it. He got the autosave. He got the autosave. Let's see if
he's actually doing this in a different spot than what I'm used to. So maybe this is a more consistent or an easier setup.
That's unfortunate.
Right? No, I think he's got it. I think he's just been pushed back in downs.
No. No, I don't think so.
Chat saying, I think we all need a good drink after this, especially Petrichor. Nah, he just needs some sleep. We're reminded to anyone who's tuned in since before the start of this run, Petrichor is doing this on 0 sleep. I don't know if he arrived late to the event or what it is, or if he's been, behind the scenes helping with tech, but he is doing this on 0 sleep, which is incredibly impressive given what the game has done to him today.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that he's been able to bounce back from so many mishaps, like during the run with bad RNG and whatnot, honestly, really impressive, because I can't do some of the stuff he's doing with an infinite rocket launcher, as a reminder. So, very, very talented runner in Petrichor. Spent a lot of hours, grinding away at this game, trying to get better at it, and he's done quite well for himself.
And you all might see the timer ticking closer to that estimate of 2 hours and 15 minutes, but we are actually incredibly close to getting towards the end of the run. Like, it's going to come up before you even know it. So we're doing, he's doing really well.
Much after the mic section. It's like one more little sequence, and then a cutscene that we're going to skip with the greatest glitch in the game, and then like one more sequence, the final fight, and then one final sequence after that. So it'll be coming up pretty shortly. Feels like this run just flew by, getting to hang out with Cass in a Discord call.
Yeah, it was very funny when we did, because you did my tech check, and you said that, oh, I think this is actually the first time that I have used my voice to talk, and you have replied with your voice, and it's like, dang, that's just called a conversation, mate.
Okay,
like we live in such a world of Twitch
chats while the other person's streaming and vice versa. You know that's what I meant, Cass.
Yes, but you know, the fact that we call a conversation you using your voice to talk to me using my voice is like...
Okay, we've had conversations before, man. You know that's not what I mean. Cass out here trying to make me sound stupid.
Hey,
got a little
look, you
stuck there,
you
but-
think I'm short, so I've got to, got to bite back in somehow.
Yeah, chat. By the way, I don't know how many of you know this. Cass is actually 5'1", so if he's gonna tell you otherwise, don't believe him. He's
Backstory for you all. Just hang on. The backstory can wait. The backstory can wait. And all right, so heavy nade.
All right, sniper clip.
There's the autosave. He's sniper clipped while the autosave loads back in. We're out of bounds. He's done it. He's done it. Let's get some claps in chat. But he could have just he wanted to show off the best glitch in the game for you all, which this is what sets this up, right? So this whole section sets up the best glitch in the game. So he's going to switch to 30 frames a second here and pull out his knife, because this is so much easier to navigate on a lower frame rate with the knife out. We're going to go for a big old fall here. So during this section, I'm going to give you guys the backstory. The Dane found out I'm taller than him, and Dane does not like the fact that I am taller than him. So he is just consistent in the... Oh yeah, this is a perfect time for wheeze. So get your wheeze in chat. So we can see, you know, I mean, it's over now. Sorry, it's over now, but a little bit behind. But now we're just running through some out of bounds sections here. Getting towards, so this is where we would normally have to do another skip of what are they called? Turrets. But we do get to skip past it. And we're heading towards Ashley, where she will be on a... Oh, no, we've got this whole... Well, we've got the whole mic section. Oh, mate, I'm getting so far ahead of myself right now. I'm getting so far ahead of myself right now. I'm going to stop talking. I was too busy thinking about how much taller than you I am.
Oh my, okay. I was about to like bail you out and be like, oh, it's okay, Cass, no big deal. And then you had to pull that, so...
I feel like we haven't riffed on each other enough. So I feel like we're getting towards the end of the run. Speaking of end of the run, I did tell you that the end of the run would come up faster than you know it in time. This is a joke. We have had another stream crash.
Yeah, the stream crashed again. It's fine, chat. We'll be okay. In the meantime, maybe we should talk a little bit about some of the other runs that we've got coming up a little bit later in this marathon and a little bit later on today. Or we're back and we're good to go. Never mind. We're gonna just continue watching the
Absolutely,
run.
just not. We're not going to do that. But we just wanted to skip over. We just wanted to skip over Mike. Mike now lives canonically.
Yeah, Mike is now canonically lives, and he totally didn't die during that cutscene. We're just kidding. Mike totally died. Rip Mike. He knew a good bar. And then we have to get here. There's one more turret that's coming up. That's gonna be the last turret you're gonna see during this section. This is one of the most like weird sections to navigate, because there's a few different ways to approach it. And in the speed run, we just skip the whole thing. But casually speaking, it's a pain in the butt to get to do all this. So we're going to be manipulating this guy by shooting at the ground in front of him to kind of like push him. That's going to knock him into the turret. The turret's going to aim at the enemy, and the turret can only aim at one thing at a time. So while it's shooting the enemy, Leon can just walk right past and to the door. And anything that tries to follow him is going to get shot by the turrets.
Greatest discovery in this game's history is right skip. Here. Because the old skip for setting that up was so bad. But here we have Duffel Bag Ashley. So if you played this casually, you know Leon picks Ashley up like the princess that she is and walks incredibly slowly, as they are both suffering the effects of the Las Plagas disease. Because of that massive out of bounds that we just did, we're going to pick Ashley up like a duffel bag instead, and we're just going to carry her one-handed through the rest of the run. And it's just...
So yeah, we're carrying actually like a duffel bag, and we're walking through here. Like, this is one of the funniest glitches in the game, and it is just so entertaining to watch. But we should reiterate, this saves 3 minutes over going through here normally. And so it has very practical implementation, but obviously, for the marathon's sake, we have to show it off because I mean, just look at it. You're carrying her. She's a duffel bag. It's so good.
So funny. And so when that glitch was originally discovered, it was thought to be completely hardware dependent. So it was actually banned in early iterations of any percent. And it wasn't until some runners who, like myself, were in love with the glitch. More to the point that they just wanted to save time. I just thought it was hilarious because you carry actually like a duffel bag. But they got together and they figured out a really consistent setup for it. It went through multiple iterations with multiple different setups, some of which were so insanely annoying. But yeah, so it was banned, then unbanned, then banned again, then unbanned again, and it's a really, really sorted history with that glitch. But that was duffel bag, Ashley, and it is perfection in a glitch.
It is. And I'm so glad they figured out how to, they figured out, number one, that it's not hardware dependent, but two, how to set it up where it's actually, I mean, it's not an easy setup. As you saw, Petrichor had to reset and replay through that part like a few times, and it cost a few minutes to do that. But I mean, relatively speaking, it's a lot easier than some of the old setups for it, and as a result, we get to carry Ashley like a duffel bag and skip 3 minutes of trudging along the way you would in a casual playthrough.
Because it is incredibly slow. The way he walks, like he's sick. You know, at this point in the story, Leon's infected, Ashley's infected. Like everyone's just infected. So he is. He's really coming down with the with a case of the plagues, the plagues. I don't know how to make Los Plagas into like a nickname, but he's coming down with the illness.
But now we're not infected, because during that cutscene we just skipped there at the very end. We actually they get the infection out of us, and so we are no longer infected. And we're coming up on the final boss fight. This is going to be Sadler, who we haven't seen a single time because your entire interaction with him is in cutscenes, in the speed run, and I mean really just in the game in general. And obviously, since we skipped cutscenes, you haven't seen it, Sadler, yet. And I don't know why Sadler has a Boston accent in the remake. Kind of an odd choice, but you know, here we are, I guess.
Is that where his accent's from?
It's a Boston accent. It's like,
so interesting.
He'd be like, "You lost, little lamb."
Do you reckon he's a Red Sox fan? Do you reckon he attended Jason Tatum's phenomenal performance? All right, here we go. We got another infinite ammo glitch. Walking into the fire, gets the stagger, switches guns. Oh no, we stuffed it up.
It didn't work.
Stuffed it up. That's okay.
He's gonna have to restart. It's an easy one to restart because the autosave is right here.
And honestly, the fact that that's the first one he's stuffed up is insanely impressive. Like the amount of inputs you need to do for the ammo swap for the infinite ammo glitch is actually so annoying. But here we got it. We got it perfectly. Nice. So infinite rocket launchers right there. Going to switch this. I believe it should persist through to this phase as well, doesn't it? Yes, it does. Oh, no, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. But we only needed the one extra.
You get the rocket. Yeah, that's the end of that fight. We actually skipped my favorite line that plays during that cutscene, where Leon takes a big spear and stabs Sadler in the eye. But right before he stabs him, he goes, "I'll give you a holy body," and then shoves it in his eye, and it's just
everyone collapse.
And everyone cheers. We are now on the final sequence. So if you've seen the original RE4, original speed run, you will probably remember jet ski glitch. It loses 1 second, but it's incredible, and you can't not do jet ski glitch. Sadly, there is no jet ski glitch in
play. Holding out for a hero, as this section starts, you get the greatest closing action movie sequence of all time. Next time, I promise you, next time you guys play this game, just open up YouTube on your phone. As soon as you start playing this section, hit play on a video of holding out for a hero, and you will have the greatest time. But what is jet ski? What is jet ski glitch? Please explain. Since there's nothing really going on here, we're just riding a jet ski really fast.
Yeah, so in the original RE4, there was a glitch called Ditman where you could basically kind of trick the game into making Leon's animation, some of Leon's animations speed up by aiming with a weapon and then switching off of it real quick, like a specific weapon, and that made certain animations play out. So Leon would actually get on the jet ski and drive away before the jet ski animation played out fully. So you would just kind of like drive off without the jet ski. It lost a second, but it was incredible. Also, I would like to point out that your girlfriend said Red Socket didn't evil 4 rebound.
I did. I was intentionally ignoring that. Yes.
Okay, yeah. So we are coming up on time in just a moment. At the end of this little jet ski sequence, that will be the end of the run. So
also, every time Petrichor does a trick, he gets 1,000 coins. So this is Leon Kennedy's pro jet skier.
Very, very good.
But
yeah, what do we got coming up after this, Cass?
Up next we have, let me just go back to my schedule. Next we have Ben and Ed Blood Party, being run by Crash and commented by the wonderful Jaxla and King Joe 444. That is time, ladies and gentlemen. So definitely stick around for that. Before Dane and I get out of here, I just want to give a super quick shout out. I mentioned it at the start of the run, but huge shout out to my guy Red Zorro. If you loved what you saw here, Red Zorro has a phenomenal YouTube series a phenomenal YouTube video that teaches you just how to do all these skips, all these glitches. It was invaluable to me relearning how the skips and tricks in this game work. So huge shout out to my guy Red Zorro for that video. Go and check it out if you want to learn this run. It's phenomenal. The Resident Evil community as a whole are a phenomenal group of people. Probably the nicest group of speedrunners that I'm a part of. So yeah, huge GG to Petrichor and a huge GG to SpeeDons in general. The best thing about this whole English Restream is no one does it like the French. I've been to a number of European marathons in my time. I call a number of French runners my friends. The passion and dedication and skill that you'll have to speedrunning is actually incredible. So keep it up. This has been so cool to be a part of.
Yeah, big shout outs to the RE4 speedrunning community. There was a lot of bodies being thrown at a lot of problems with the speedrun, and that have all been solved. So big shout outs to the RE4 speedrunning community. Folks, stay tuned for Ben and Ed Blood Party coming up next.
C'était intense, hein, c'était les émotions, non, vraiment énormes et bravo, bravo à Petri, bravo au public et bravo aux gens qui ont envoyé des dons justement pour soutenir et envoyer de la force pendant cette run qui est déjà en fait dans l'anthologie de Speedon. Petit rappel que le speedrun des fois c'est difficile.
Ouais.
Voilà.
Et les conditions marathon sont des conditions exceptionnelles et c'est pas pour rien vraiment. Mais là
vraiment
bravo parce que c'est la mener jusqu'au bout cette run. Moi, j'aurais pleuré, je pense.
C'est déjà fantastique. En plus, on a passé les 200 000 balles.
Oui, bravo encore, évidemment.
Il y a plein de gens qui sont ramenés. Il y a eu les poissons sur le mur d'Imo. Oui. Voilà, là, on est déjà à un pic de l'événement. Rappelez-vous que l'événement dure jusqu'à dimanche soir. Vous regardez Speedon. Nous levons des fonds pour Médecins du Monde. Et il y a plein de façons de soutenir l'événement. Donc, vous pouvez faire un don, vous pouvez remplir des incentives, vous pouvez acheter un t-shirt. Oui. Vous pouvez également vous procurer l'album de Résonance Out of Beats 5 qui est bien rempli de bangers, n'est-ce pas? C'est comme ça qu'on dit. Il y a plein de choses.
Il y a plein de choses, il y a plein de possibilités. Si vous voulez aussi, tu l'as dit, il y a les lots.
Ah oui, il y a les lots.
Quand vous faites un don, vous pouvez choisir un lot qui vous plaît. On en a plein parce qu'on a plein d'artistes très talentueux et talentueuses qui nous ont proposé des lots pour cette édition. Et donc, vous retrouvez tout ça quand vous faites un don. Vous avez soit des lots qui sont disponibles pendant toute la durée de l'événement, tels que cette magnifique
le poster, là, par exemple, le poster.
Ce poster, évidemment.
L'album de Résonance
dont on a parlé. Et vous avez aussi faites vos repérages parce que vous allez avoir des lots qui vont être disponibles que pendant un certain temps. Donc s'il y a des lots qui vous plaisent, vous allez repérer de telle run à telle run. Seront-ils disponibles pour pouvoir placer vos dons de manière intelligente.
Soyez attentifs et attentives. Et par exemple, là, il y a la Game Boy Advance.
La Game Boy Advance.
Nous sommes Monique Marius et Zoo. Vraiment plein de choses incroyables. vous avez largement le choix.
Il y a de quoi faire.
Et vous allez avoir largement le choix des jeux aussi. On va faire un petit point sur les incentives. Là, pour l'instant, le meilleur Zelda à skip, c'est Wind Waker. Moi, je dis que ce sont des mensonges. Ce sont complètement... Attendez, mais où est-ce qu'ils m'ont mis Link to the Past? Et les gars, 3% pour Link to the Past, là, ça va pas du tout.
C'est loin quand même. Hein.
Donner du pognon, alors que les CDI ne sont même pas derniers au classement.
Il y a Phantom Hourglass, l'épisode sur DS, qui est deuxième.
Eh bien,
je suis étonnée.
Il y a un lobby,
j'aime beaucoup, mais je suis
incroyable.
étonnée qu'ils soient là.
Ou alors il y a eu des gros dons, tu vois. Il y a quelqu'un qui a les moyens et qui fait genre, voilà. On rappelle d'ailleurs que vos dons sont défiscalisables à hauteur de 66%. Donc c'est, ma foi, une très bonne façon de faire de l'optimisation. Il y a aussi une bidouille pour Final Fantasy Adventure, où vous pouvez essayer de pousser pour choisir le nom du personnage. Pour l'instant, c'est un peu la guerre entre Kaku et Ui. Mais la Bretagne est en embuscade. Enfin non, la
Bretagne est en embuscade.
Mais à 7%, alors que les deux autres sont à égalité à 43%. Donc voyez comment vous pouvez sauver le nom que vous voulez. Et bon, on va faire un petit point quand même sur les ennuis. Les ennuis. Demain à 15h, il y a une race de Ghostland Yard entre Tonium et Sebino que je suis supposée commenter. Mais si vous avez envie d'être un peu des petits taquins, vous pouvez faire en sorte que je join la race. On est déjà à 68%, pour les bêtises.
Ah, mais 68%, l'incentive a été ouverte.
Là, il y a juste avant Resident Evil. Non, mais c'est bien, je vais aller me coucher, je vais me lever, il va falloir que j'aille installer Steam et tout, les problèmes, quoi. Génial.
Bravo la taquinerie, finalement.
Je compte sur vous. Non, il y a plein de choses à faire. Et d'ailleurs, il y a encore eu, évidemment, des dons. Et d'ailleurs, je suis obligée de lire celui-là. Mais Lavabo a donné 10 € en disant « Et un peu de Mario Kart !» Oh, je vais en mettre 2. Très bien. Merci beaucoup pour ça. On a Pata qui a donné 50 €, merci beaucoup. Genialo qui a donné 32,67 €. Ah, c'est quelqu'un qui est trigger par les chiffres à virgule, ça, qui a dû arrondir. Et qui dit « Donne !» Ben oui, donne. Vous avez tout ce qu'il vous faut. Vous avez le message épinglé dans le chat, le tracker, absolument tout.
On a Numendil qui donne 20 € et qui dit merci pour cette run incroyablement curst et bravo les ambianceuses pour l'animation, plein d'amour, plus petit que 3.
Attends,
merci.
si je parle pas dans le talkback, là.
Ouais.
Allô
Okay.
Allô
Qui parle dans quoi?
Non, Réa, ça y est, on est fatigué, on commence à avoir des hallucinations auditives, tout se passe bien.
Dormir, c'est ça?
Pignata Boy a donné 10 € en disant Ohio, merci beaucoup. Il y a iRost qui donne 20 € en disant plus petit que 3, merci. Et Revilo qui donne 5 € en disant Dadoum, di da doum da. J'ai pas l'air.
Non, moi non plus. Dadoum, dadoum, di da doum da. À 2h25, personne n'a l'air, hein, vraiment.
Je sais pas. Est-ce que des gens sont en after déjà? Deadeye donne 5 € en disant ah ouais. Je vais remixer en R&B, hein, j'en ai plus rien à secouer là. Il est 2
C'est énergie musique.
C'est moi qui lis les dons, c'est moi qui fais l'air que je veux, ok?
Bien sûr.
Achio nous a donné 1 € en disant en tant qu'étudiant, je ne peux donner grand chose, mais voici mon don. Merci beaucoup au cast runner, staff bénévole de nous offrir cet event incroyable. J'envoie mon bonsoir à Sœur Triso, Lamiche, les go du No Hit français et toute la clique. Le meilleur Zelda, c'est Dark Souls Remasters. Praise the Sun.
Le lobby du Souls là.
On rappelle qu'il n'y a pas de petits dons. 1 € c'est 1 € et les petits ruisseaux font les grandes rivières.
Évidemment.
Tout ça. Et
si vous ne pouvez pas donner, parlez-en autour de vous aussi.
Ben oui,
parlez de l'événement.
Si pas les moyens, partagez l'événement, parlez-en sur les réseaux sociaux, appelez votre tonton bourré de thunes
voilà.
Et dites-lui que voilà, il peut faire de l'optimisation fiscale et ce sera très bien. On a reçu 50 € de la part de Anonyme, merci beaucoup. Et Glouton qui a donné 25 €. Sachez que, pour Vicky et moi, là, ça va être le moment d'aller se coucher. Mais ne vous inquiétez pas, vous ne serez pas abandonnés, car ce ne sont nul autre que Shishayu et Mister MV qui arrivent pour la suite de l'ambiançage pour cette nuit. Et tout de suite, il y a la run de Ben & Ed Blood Party. À demain. Bonne nuit le chat. En plus, éclatez-vous sur Ben & Ed. Bisous.
Et salut tout le monde, salut SpeeDons, comment ça va encore? Est-ce qu'il y a du monde dans la salle encore? Ah, il y a du monde. Alors, dans le public, qui parmi vous connaît Ben et Ed? Ah, il y a du monde quand même. Il y a du monde. Qui ne connaît pas? Ah, il y a plus de monde quand même. Ouais, donc si vous connaissez pas, c'est pas grave, on va pas vous expliquer. Donc moi, je suis le grand.
Je suis Bouzni.
Et donc ça va être rené par Crash. Donc, salut Crash, comment ça va? Est-ce que tu sens prêt?
Salut. Ça va plutôt bien là, j'espère qu'on va faire une bonne run.
Ouais, ça va être génial. Et je pense que si vous ne connaissez pas...
All right, welcome back everyone to the SpeeDons 2025 English Restream brought to you by GameSun Quick. We are coming up next with Ben and Ed Blood Party. I am Jaxer. I'm going to be one of your two commentators for this part of the Restream. Joey, do you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, hi, I'm King J0444. I'm going to be your other commentator. This is all solo levels for Ben and Ed Blood Party. This game came out in 2018. I actually hadn't heard about it until fairly recently, and this game's sick. I'm really excited for this run.
Yeah, so this is a 3D platformer, kind of. It's meant to be co-op, but you can also just play it by yourself. He's kind of showing off like one of the main like not gimmicks, but like special mechanics of this game is that you don't die until your brain explodes. So like you can lose limbs, you can lose like your entire body, and you can even detach your head and throw it. You do not die until that gets thrown off. So this game is almost kind of like I like to correlate it to like that like Wipeout TV show where there's just like a bunch of obstacle courses that you need to get through, sort of like a game show style.
Except this game is decapitate themselves in that, but yeah.
Well, sure, yeah. But we're gonna be seeing this mechanic a lot where we can toss our head, and as long as our head makes it to the end of the goal, it counts as having beaten the level.
Which is going to lead to this first skit coming up here, where we're just going to jump, throw our head, and hopefully make it.
This is a really hard throw. So he's looking to throw in such a way where he can get his hand to bounce off. Nice. Second try is pretty good.
So yeah, there's 26 levels in this game. We're already 2 down, so it's gonna be a really quick run and very fast paced. So this next level, Curve Mayhem, is going to have a strat where we're actually going to be going underneath the stage instead of running where you're intentionally supposed to go, and we're gonna basically run underneath and kind of get sort of out of bounds, pseudo out of bounds, and then climb back up via the trusses that are holding the stage up. And we're gonna do this for 2 different stages. This is the first one.
So it looks like there was a bit of a technical issue, so they had to pause the timer though. Although we already did this level, so I'm not sure why we're seeing this again. But I don't mind because this strat's sick. You just toss your head and there you go. Now we're gonna head into Curve Mayhem.
Yeah. So yeah, like I was saying before, you're gonna drop down here and try to break our fall so that we don't die, like that.
That should be good. Yeah, so there is fall damage in this game, so if you fall too far, you will just curse-explode and instantly die. But then once we get to this other side here, we can use kind of the same principle we used to jump our fall to get our jump back over and over and scale this thing.
Yeah, I'm seeing
a little bit of a movement away and then back onto it in order to hit the slopes here.
Yeah, I'm seeing that apparently the main audience lost the footage, so they redid that level so they could see it.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then right there we saw another good example of just tossing our head up onto the platform. This is something we'll do a good bit where I forgot about this strat. That's funny. But
that's a really cool skip there.
We'll see a lot where like we can just toss our head, and it's a little bit faster in some sections to be rolling around as our head than it is to be on foot here. We also have a dash meter that you can see on the right, and it takes a little bit of time to recharge. So that's why we can't constantly recharge. And I believe on this level we're gonna go for a pretty cool strat where we boost. No, I don't think he's gonna go for it. I think you can. It might be the next section, or yeah, where you can like boost off one of the hammers, and go like crazy far. But I don't think he's gonna go for it.
It's also risky because like if you hit the hammer in the wrong way, then you're just gonna die. You have to hit it on the right, in just the right way to get a boost from it without dying.
Yeah, I think I was referring to the wrong level, so that's my bad.
I think I know what show you're talking about. It's the one coming up here.
Yeah, spoilers, my bad. Yeah, we get a pogo stick now. This is just this is part of the game. You get to bounce really high and go really fast.
Yeah, and this is actually the sequel to a game that came out a few years prior. I've never heard of this series until pretty recently. But this game is actually also multiplayer too. You can play with up to 4 people, which is really sick.
We're gonna head down to the secret area to grab another one of these. What did I say they're called? Pogo sticks.
Pogo sticks, yeah.
How did I forget the glory of the pogo stick? And this is just gonna allow us to get through here a bit quicker. Also grabbing the checkpoint to be safe. This game is like pretty hard, like just like with some of the obstacles you have to deal with.
Yeah, some of the later levels are going to have like not many checkpoints. Starting off, we're going to see a lot more extra checkpoints that we can take for safety, but later on there's a long stretch with none of them.
This is a pretty long vertical climb, so this is kind of where we're going to see starting to like throw our head and then reaching checkpoints. I believe there's a checkpoint coming up. And once you hit a checkpoint with your head, you can reload checkpoint and it will give you your body back. So that can potentially enable you, like right here, for example, to get your body back so you can set up for like another throw. So I believe he's going to be doing one around the corner. Nice, just like that. That's a bit of a tricky throw.
Yeah, the head throws definitely seem pretty like something you need to get used to.
It's so swag though.
It really is.
So beast.
I love the skips that they do in this game. So yeah, that was Patora Tower 1. There's actually going to be 3 of those, so we're going to see more vertical stages later. Once again, we're going to do a nice little skip here, climbing up these trusses again.
And I'll just toss his head up, and that's the end of the level.
Yeah, there you go.
All right.
All right, so this level is called Button World. I'm sorry to break it to all the button enthusiasts out there. We're going to be skipping a couple of them, as you can see.
Yeah, it's a really tough throw because you have to parkour and then kind of like aim in such a way where you're still moving in the direction you want to go. And then right here, he'll actually hit the button with his head and then do the checkpoint reload so that he doesn't have to wait.
Yeah, really cool strat there. I believe there's also a clip here. Yeah, there you go. Just clip through the door. And then one more time here, we're going to do another clip. Oh, got hit by the ball there. We're going to do another clip to actually just clip through to the goal, to the finish. Which is right here.
So toss our head at the corner and then just the collision just isn't there.
All right, so the next one is laser tunnels. And as you can tell, we got a lot of lasers.
And so we are going to basically rip off our head and go through the laser so that we die as that's happening. But we basically get our head to go through. So it's a really precise throw to get that to work. And then again, we can hit the checkpoint and then refresh our body. Oh, wait, is this the hammer? No. I keep getting baited.
No, I think they didn't go for the hammer skip that we were talking about earlier. I think they just decided not to go for it on that one level.
It's really hard, so I don't blame them for not going for it. But we'll see this a couple of times where these like arrows that they have to direct you to like where you're supposed to go are solid. So, oh yeah, and these parts of the lasers that are like the laser emitters aren't solid. So you can just avoid the lasers that way.
Yeah.
Another big head throw.
Nice.
Onto the button. Nice.
Just roll our way through the checkpoint.
Those throws can be really punishing too, because if you miss the throw, then you kind of are doomed a little bit, unless like your body doesn't die, right? So.
Yeah. Gotta get a little bit of speed here. Oh, nice. Okay, that's a tough one. Having to land on that sign.
Yeah, we just got a bit more platforming here.
There we go, nice. Alright, so we have a head throw skip that we're going to do here to start off the level. We're going to go straight behind us at the beginning, and nice, okay, cool. Got that right away. And now the rest we're going to do mostly, like, quote-unquote intentional, while cutting some corners.
Yeah, so I guess kind of while we're chilling here, this would be a good time to mention that SpeeDons is actually raising money for Médecins du Monde. So if you're interested in donating, there's a ! donate in chat that you can do to get a link to that. And they are also selling an event t-shirt, and a portion of those proceeds will go towards supporting Médecins du Monde. So want to help them out? That would be really awesome. We really appreciate that. But now we've got bombs.
Our favorites.
Our favorite.
And
yeah, so the bombs have a pretty specific detonation radius. So we're gonna do a bit of a head throw right there to skip that one.
Yeah.
And we're gonna make use of the fact that all the checkpoints are solid, so we can jump up here, toss our head up here, and then get the checkpoint.
And once again, just using the gate around the checkpoints to just do some platforming is really cool.
And we're already at the end of this level, which there's a lot more of that level you're supposed to be doing.
Le cycle continue de tourner, donc s'il y a jamais n'importe quel problème, du coup c'est à ce moment-là.
Okay, so as you can see here, there's a lot of lasers that we have to dodge. It kind of reminds me of those laser mazes you would play in those rooms at carnivals or stuff like that.
Was really clean.
That was really cool. Yeah.
That's a really hard trick. So what he did there is lined himself up at the wall there and threw his head through the wall. You need a really specific angle to get that to work. And I remember watching Crash's PB, and it took him several tries to get that line up. So that was really sweet. Being really careful to avoid the trigger radius for a lot of these bombs.
Ooh, like an explosion. You can see how big the radius for those bombs are there.
It's really brutal.
Alright, getting back to where we were before. Doing a head throw up there. Nice.
Shot off the wall. Nice.
The bank shot is crazy.
I love the name of this level. Follow your dreams.
This is my dream. This is probably someone's dream. This is someone's dream.
I'm throwing it into checkpoints. Yeah, worth noting as well, every time we run over one of these towers of cans, it's going to refill our sprint meter so that we can just get moving a little bit faster. So we're going to see a lot of sprint jumping over here as we avoid the hammers. This is a pretty straightforward parkour level for this first bit. And I think once we get to that tower section over there, we'll have a couple more throws to work with.
Yeah. Right now it's just running and jumping. And almost dying. We're good. We're actually supposed to use these trampolines, but as you can see, we can sometimes space our jumps out enough so we can skip them.
And I think he takes him here because he'd just have to be waiting for his dash to refill anyway. Oh!
Dang. As long as you hit the checkpoint before you go splat, that's all that matters.
Yeah, so even though there's some corner cuts that you could, in theory, do here, we're gonna not do that, specifically because we want to grab the pig cans so we can refill our dash. I think they're pig cans.
Yeah.
I'm taking a guess. I'm taking a wild guess here.
Once been back on the pogo stick, right to the end.
All right, this level's really funny. So we're gonna make use of the fact that these arrows off to the side are solid. And once we get past the bombs and hit the checkpoint... Oh, wait, am I thinking of the wrong level? I might be thinking of
I think you're thinking of a different one again.
Dang it!
To be fair, so...
wait, no, it's this section, right? It's this section.
Oh, wait, no, you are thinking of the right one.
Yeah, so we hop on top of the arrow, and now we can just ride the edge of the wall to the end. There we go. I was half correct.
You're right level, wrong section.
Yeah.
Also, we should mention, so this is actually is a category that isn't on the leaderboard. They have all original levels as a category. So to study up for this, I've been watching a lot of ILs, and shout out to Crash, who actually holds world record for pretty much all of them. Aside from one or two.
Yeah. Crash, I was watching his PB, and he's like, yeah, I'm the only guy who plays this game. And I'm like, that's such a mood. I would really love to see... Oh! Yeah. See, he's making a lot of these throws look really easy. It's not easy.
Ooh, good save there.
This game's not easy, you know.
Not at all.
It goes without saying, but... Alright, I think this one... Oh yeah, this one has a funny skit. So there's gonna be these, solid magma platforms over here that we can just use to, skip most of the level.
Yep, and there we go.
I don't know why that's solid.
6 seconds to beat that level. Alright, so now we have another really quick level because of a thing called bug canceling, and there you go, the level's done before I could even explain it. Wait. right, so we're back to vertical levels here. This is Patora Tower 2. If you remember, like 10 minutes ago, we did Patora Tower 1, and it was a pretty long vertical level. Now we have the second one.
Yeah, so I think there will be a couple of head throws here, but nothing like super duper crazy. So
yeah. And if I remember correctly, I think this is the last level of all original levels.
Yes, that would be correct.
Yeah.
There we go. So he's doing a little bit of a skip right there by landing on the hitbox for the Iron Girder. Like, a lot of the platforming is a lot funkier and jankier. Well, it probably looks janky, but like there's a lot of little things that Crash is doing to adjust midair and try to get his hitbox to like hit these slopes in the correct way to get his resources back.
Yeah, like small time saves and stuff is all I was gonna say. Yeah.
So it's worth noting as well that a lot of the hazards in the level are on global cycles that start when the level begins. So as a result, if Crash makes like mistakes in like movement, for example, he might not exactly know where different hazards are going to be when he gets there. If he moves the same way every time, he'll know where they are. But once he gets off cycle, he really has to start improvising. So like right here, for example, now he's off cycle, so he's going to have to like play this by ear a little bit.
Now this level's called Fun, and I don't know whose description of fun spinning saw blades is, but it's not mine. But hey, there you go. And end of the level right here. And then Patora Tower is so good. Now we have Patora Tower 3.
Yeah, these Patora Tower levels in general are just really tricky because of all the vertical platforming you got to do.
Oh yeah, ooh dang, getting hit by that.
This is giving Golf with Your Grandmother flashbacks.
We do have half of the Golf with Your Grandmother commentators here.
Half of that couch, yeah.
Half of the couch. We will find a way to mention Golf with Your Grandmother in anything that we're in.
Yeah, sorry. You have been warned. Yeah, so nothing too crazy going on here. So I want to remind everyone to consider following GDQ and even subscribing to them. If you got that like Prime sub on you, make sure you sub to GDQ. This allows them to keep doing things like these multi-language restreams as well as the weekly hotfix content. So be sure to support. I did not realize you could grab the chicken with just your head.
I didn't know that either. Oh, into the mouth we go.
Nom. Oh my goodness.
But yeah, also shout outs to all the people who are doing Restream comms during this event, as well as the tech members who are putting in tons of hours for this Restream. I want to shout them out.
Yeah. Oh, that was like really close to getting hit by the hand there.
Yeah, don't want to get backhanded here.
There we go. Yeah, this is a super long level too, so like most of the time, like even if you don't like make like take a death or something like that, you'll probably be on some kind of weird cycle. So there's a lot of improv that goes into mastering this run as well, which is like you don't always get with like platformer runs, especially because a lot of times with like cycles, there's like a main cycle and there's an off cycle, but this game there's like so many like different moving hazard speeds that like it's super unique.
Yeah, this is also like you can see like as the levels have progressed, like we have less checkpoints and stuff like that, and the checkpoints are more spread out. So like within it's a 2-minute level as opposed to some that are like 5 seconds. All right, so now we're gonna do Neon Dash here. Where we're going to skip a lot of this level, and rather than doing it the way that they intend us to do it. Again, just a lot of head throws that Crash is gonna make it look super easy, but they're pretty precise.
Yeah, these spike balls also have huge hitboxes, so they're really dicey.
Yeah.
Yeah, the gimmick of this level is it's very, very dark, so you have to be very close to a lot of the hazards to see them coming. But Crash makes it very, very easy.
Yeah, so this level of Skyrun is pretty awkward in terms of a lot of the timing. Like Jackson mentioned earlier, we have all these moving objects and stuff like that, and they're on global cycles as soon as we start a level, and so we have to watch out for those. And because of how the start is there with those jumps, these are going to be very differently timed each time you get to them. Ooh, but doing a good job weaving through there.
Yeah, it's a really good section. And if you can't already tell, this game has like a very crass like sense of humor. It's like very much like the gross out humor is like kind of like a big part of this.
Yeah, we're going swimming.
We're going swimming.
Going for a dip with the boys. Yeah, this is a very long level, as you can tell. Shout out to the Wii's in the audience.
Yeah. One thing I could not get over when I saw some of the first runs of this event is just like how into it the crowd is.
Oh yeah.
How packed the crowd is.
Yeah, the crowd is. I've heard that like this sold out like really fast, like this event, and there's like something like 3,000 people at this event in person, from what I've heard.
That's crazy.
Which is nuts. So shout outs to the French again. They it was mentioned at the end of the Resident Evil 4 run that the French are purely like really something else when it comes to speedrunning, and they have such a big following for speedrunning, and this just proves it. Alright, so this level is... Actually, I think I misremembered it. Never mind. I was going to say something, and then you started running this way.
Yeah, we're going to go for a walk. Yes, it turns out there is nothing stopping you from doing this. There's like 1 or 2 levels where they put some like acid in the floor or like that lava to stop you from doing things like this, but no. We're just not gonna care. We're just gonna keep moving.
Just going on a nice little jog, a nice little 5K.
Right. It looks like he's gonna. Oh my god!
Oh wow!
That is so sick. I didn't know there was a hole there. That's so sick.
That is something I didn't know existed. That's cool. We have live reaction to that one from us.
This must be relatively new then, because you like checked out a lot of these ILs before like coming into this, right? So.
Yeah, and we also had a so Crash actually sent us a detailed list of like strats that were that we could look out for and commentate about. So shout out to him for doing that for us. This was not on the list. He said he was going to pogo through the level and do it the intended way. This is not the intended way.
Nice.
That's crazy. That's awesome.
That's so sick.
That must have been like found pretty recently then in that case.
All right, now we're going to head into a level that we cannot say the name of.
Yeah, again, very crass sense of humor, as we mentioned before. Oh, got flacked there. Oh, got flacked again.
Yeah, you can kind of get wombo comboed in this game if because you ragdoll when you get hit by blunt force trauma. So you got to be really careful.
We said that earlier when we got like slapped around like a bag of sand, you know. So yeah, the only like thing that Crash like sent us about, oh, we have a nice little head throw up here. The only like strats that Crash has sent us in preparation for this run is the floor is made of flesh and bone. So thank you, Crash. I didn't see that one coming. I couldn't tell. So this one's called Vegan Paradise. Whatever you want to believe. That's a really cool launch there.
Sick. Oh,
we get to see it again, though.
Yeah, we do get to see it again.
Again, using the hammer with the head here.
Yeah.
Boom. Oh, no.
Nice play.
Again, shout out to the audience. Oh, dang, getting hit by the bone. Yeah.
This is a really hard strat, so it skips a good portion of the level too, so it's very much worth going for.
I was like the piano in the background. Oh, that was a good launch there. Nice.
That was a great launch.
Donc oui, on arrive sur les derniers niveaux.
All right, so now we just got to do some very tight platforming here. I don't like the eyeballs that are poking out of these blocks. I gotta be honest, I'm not a fan.
I'm a big fan of the teeth that are like in various parts of the platforms. Like, ugh.
But we're on to our final level, yeah. And this one's called Hell. And honestly, yeah, this level's very difficult. So you're gonna see why it's called that pretty quickly. But time is going to come up here at the end of this level when we reach the goal. So we're getting. I've enjoyed our time here watching this.
Oh yeah, this is like actually just super sick. Like just like the.
I'm honestly gonna pick up this game. Like I didn't.
Too. I'm gonna be so real.
we're gonna be 2 more speedrunners. If Crash said he was the only one who runs this, we're gonna times that by 3 now.
Yeah, and that's a challenge to y'all in the chat as well. If this looks like at all interesting to you, like this and the prequel to this game are not like crazy expensive on PC, so you should like check this game out.
Yeah, I think it's like $10 to $15 depending on where you live. So yeah.
Yeah, really tight platforming segment. And he's also going to roll right there. Whenever you roll, you get a bit of iframe, so you can actually use that to get through a couple of obstacles in some niche spots, but otherwise, generally, we just chuck our head over something.
And speaking of which, there we go, nice.
Huge throw right there, nice. Yeah, this level is unbelievably hard, just the tiny little wires. And he's platforming as a head, mind you.
Yeah. Alright, once again, as you can see, these small little cues we have to step on. It's just
like, what are we doing here?
Oh, dang, okay, that's okay. We'll have to do it again.
Yeah, I think he got clipped or something.
Yeah. Oh, is he dancing? He's moving? Okay.
Oh my goodness.
He's got the move.
Hitting us with the lateral movement. Holy crap.
And like keeping your speed too here, like, and also watching out for these hammer cycles. It's a lot.
Yeah, because it's like really hard to like do those micro adjustments. Up and over, nice.
And time. There we go. That's it.
Run.
Dang, shout out to Crash. Getting a 25-19. That's very good. Considering like all the difficult strats you have to nail in an RTA setting, it's rough. This game is difficult.
Yeah, that was super impressive. So, shout outs to Crash for an amazing run. He has a Twitch channel. Go to I'm Crash and follow him if you want to see more of this game. And some other speedrun stuff. But that's going to be the end of Ben and Ed Blood Party. We hope you all enjoyed that.
Yeah, we are actually going to be back for the next run. Me and Jax are here for like 3 runs tonight. So if you enjoyed our commentary, stick around. We're going to be here for Oddworld, which is coming up next. So yeah, anything you want to shout out, Jax?
Just shout outs to GameStone Quick for running this. Twitch.tv/JaxelRun, but you'll hear that from me again a couple more times this weekend. So.
Yeah, that's fair. We were both on here for multiple runs this weekend. But yeah, I'm King J0444. We'll see you back when Oddworld is ready to go.
Yeah, so we'll go to a quick break and then make sure to hit !donate. Consider donating to the charities so that we can help them raise money for Médecins du Monde. I hope I said that right.
It was close enough.
Close enough. I don't speak French. Anyway, we're going to go take a quick break and then we'll be right back.
Bon, voilà, vous avez 2 insiders quand même, dont les sources sur Silksong ne sont plus à mettre en doute. C'est imminent.
Il fallait juste qu'on mette les infos en commun. Mais voilà, c'est fait. Dernier speedrun en Silksong. Les dons de nuit, vous êtes là, la team Québec, la team de nuit. N'hésitez pas à faire des dons, on a des dons qui arrivent en direct. La suite, c'est Oddworld, un jeu tard à l'époque, vraiment.
À l'époque, tout à fait.
Un jeu des connaisseurs.
Ah ouais, le Conewasser, ouais, excellent jeu qui a marqué une génération, bien sûr. Puzzle platformer. Et ouais, bah là, en plus, c'est un run de haut niveau. Je crois que c'est. Oui, je l'ai eu dans mes reviews. J'avais validé, ouais, 10% NMG. Ça va être très très cool. Odyssey Depth, ça va faire rappeler beaucoup de nostalgie aux joueurs-joueuses de PlayStation de l'époque. Et ça va être un petit banger. On a Lies of P qui arrive derrière.
Bah, très curieux.
Circa 3h46. Ouais, j'avais juste fait la démo. Mais en tout cas, vous avez bourré les 5 000 €. Donc, on aura le True Last Boss en plus. Lies of P par...
ah oui, avec la fin et tout. Ah oui.
Ouais, ça va être du gros, du Souls-like. Bien énervé et magnifique, du coup. Hein, c'est un jeu très récent.
Jeu ADA, ouais, clairement. Une DA magnifique. Moi, je l'avais fait et je suis très curieux de voir le speedrun parce que j'ai aucune idée à quoi il ressemble.
Et c'est vrai que cette année, c'est bon de le rappeler, mais il y a des très gros jeux la nuit, notamment des jeux qui étaient déjà là à SpeeDons et qui reviennent, mais du coup qui ont un timing de nuit pour laisser place quand même à des nouveaux jeux et tout.
C'était le casse-tête.
Voilà.
Les jeux qui avaient eu le prime time l'année dernière, on s'est dit, bon, bah, si ces jeux reviennent, typiquement Elden Ring qui va revenir avec une race historique, bah, du coup, on les déplace un petit peu à d'autres horaires pour laisser le spotlight à d'autres jeux. Mais bon, maintenant, vous avez compris, d'autant plus avec les Restream internationaux, même la nuit, c'est hype. Ah, c'est hype, oh les cadavres. Ok.
On a des dons qui partent de fin. Moi, j'ai eu un don de quelqu'un qui disait dédicace aux survivants dans la salle, on est littéralement ensemble. C'est Geekzouille qui a donné 10 balles. Merci beaucoup. Et j'ai vu un autre don qui faisait une dédicace à quelqu'un. J'ai vu un le SME, c'est moi, le public me semble un peu endormi. Ouais. 10 balles le SME. Ah, ils sont encore un petit peu là.
Ils sont là, ça fait plaisir. Je reprends les dons, bien sûr. Qu'est-ce que j'avais? Oui, alors, les partiels, tu les as dit? Non, t'as tout mis. Miloumat, qui donne 3 €. Plutôt que de réviser mes partiels, allez, médecins du monde. Bravo. Je l'ai épinglé, j'avoue. On a un don de 25 € qui dit ça a l'air si dur. Et ce don nous vient de Bande Mou.
Ouais. La nuit, les efforts sont moins
limités.
Sur les blagues, on a des boulangers qui se lèvent. Le boulanger de Mickey, 5 balles, employé à Disney World, c'est bien, mais ça empêche de regarder ce magnifique event au travail. T'as fait ton don. Donc t'es allé au boulot, magnifique. 5 balles. On a Otto qui donne 10 balles. Allez, Guigui, raconte-nous une blague, je te sens tendu. Ah oui, mais t'es peut-être tendu, mais la run s'est fait... La run est passée. Moi,
tranquille, Annick, un régal. 50 € de Kili MK qui dit merci pour l'event, toujours un plaisir de redécouvrir des pépites en speedrun. C'est ici les demandes d'unban. Alors non, mais sachez que on était encore en follow mode 2 jours et là, pour la première fois de l'histoire de la chaîne depuis plusieurs années, nous sommes en followers mode 0 secondes. D'ailleurs, Dieu merci, on n'était pas en followers mode 0 secondes quand, évidemment, notre ami Jean-François, président de Médecins du Monde, nous a basiquement dit de fuck le RN en ouverture, sinon ça aurait fait encore plus de place pour la modération, plus de taf.
En 5 éditions, vous n'avez pas vu le virage politique arriver.
Ouais, non, enfin, il l'a pas dit dans ces termes, évidemment.
Je n'avais pas vu ça.
J'ai du bouche à oreille.
Très bizarre. Si on reprend la mécanique, évidemment, des dons, vous n'oubliez pas le t-shirt. Vous avez le t-shirt, vous avez des lots à gagner pendant les runs. Vous avez des lots qui arrivent, des nouveaux lots. On a même une feature maintenant qui vous permet de vous montrer un peu les choses à gagner. Mister MV vient de l'activer. Donc en ce moment, vous avez, je crois, le tableau.
Le skate custom.
Le skate custom. Il y a plein de choses qui peuvent être gagnées en faisant simplement un don pour SpeeDons, pour Médecins du Monde. Et ces tirages au sort seront effectués après, évidemment, tu seras dans les envois.
Bien sûr, c'est moi-même qui le gère. Attends, le Hachette, j'essaie le Hachette, là, le Spignon Hachette.
Oh,
il est là. Hop là, la
Hachette
carte. Ah ouais.
T-shirt qui sera porté pendant 4 jours.
Les combos.
Team odeur. Non, pas du tout.
Ouais. Magnifique. Et donc, plein de lots à venir. Et aussi les illustrations des artistes sur scène. Oh, il y a une petite Game Boy. Avec Zo, là, une Game Boy Advance SP customisée SpeeDons, ça c'est joli.
Première Game Boy avec rétro éclairage, je vous le rappelle.
Merci évidemment à tous les artistes, les créateurs, les donateurs de l'eau. Évidemment, à tout le monde y met son plus bel effort. C'est grâce à vous également que cet événement est ce qu'il est, donc merci énormément. Alors que 50 € du gars du 3e rang qui nous dit « Incroyable du cul, mon premier SpeeDon en vrai, c'est super génial et fatigant avec des jeux bizarres. Vive Médecins du Monde et l'organisation. Merci, le gars du 3e rang. »
Et on nous annonce que la prochaine run est prête. On va avoir l'Odyssée d'Abe.
Et oui.
On va se lancer tout de suite.
C'est une dinguerie. Et regardez les défis. J'ai alimenté plein de défis. Je vais encore sortir mon laptop pour continuer à monter des défis.
Vous faites un don, mettez
donc donne. Merci.
À vous les commentateurs.
À toutes.
Et bonsoir SpeeDons, on est là pour une run sur l'Odyssée d'Abe en Any% No Major Glitches par Ultrastars 3000. Ça va Ultrastars chaud?
Ça va, ouais, un petit peu stressé, mais on va faire au mieux. Hein.
Du coup, on va faire le compte à rebours et on part.
Ouais. Je te laisse le faire ou on le fait ensemble?
Ouais, comme tu veux.
Allez.
5,
4, 3, 2, 1.
All right, welcome back, everybody. We are back with the English restream of SpeeDons 2025, brought to you by GameStone Quick. This is Jaxler and King J coming back at you. We're getting right into it. This is Oddworld Abe's Odyssey. This is a 2D platformer that came out on PS1 and PC in '97. It's kind of one of those cinematic platformers, so instead of like focusing on like precision platforming and all that jazz, it's much more about solving puzzles and dealing with hazards in the environment. So this is the any percent NMG category. King J, do you want to talk about what that kind of means?
Yeah, so for sure. So NMG is no major glitches. This game, since it came out a while ago, this is on PS1 originally, and now we're playing it on the PC version. And NMG just basically means that we have to do things in the intended way, which means that we're gonna, most of the challenge of this run is gonna be knowing where to go and going along the intended path. There's no clipping out of bounds or anything like that, because if you were doing the glitched version, I think the record is like 10 minutes or something, so...
It's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so kind of the goal of this game, so in this game, Abe, the character we're playing as, and his people are essentially slaves in this place called Rupture Farms. And so he's like, oh no, they're starting to turn like our people into foods. That's really bad. So his goal is to bust out of the factory and then find a way to bust his people out of the factory and save them all. So we're going to notice here a little bit as well some of this rolling movement, as well as a big key in this run is going to be manipulating the enemies. So we can sneak past some enemies, but a lot of times with the enemies, if they are in some kind of action, like say shooting their gun, for example, they can't cancel that animation until they're done doing it and like do something else like punch you or something like that. So what Ultra Stars is going to do in a lot of cases is manipulate the enemies into like shooting or doing some kind of attack so that he can get by them instead of having to like rely, like, because you don't really have any way of generating iframes or attacking enemies at this point. So we're going to see that a good bit here.
Yeah, there's also going to be a decent amount of RNG in this run. One of the most common puzzles in this game is going to be you're going to hear the sound of these chimes that we're going to be needing to hit in the same order that we hear them in, and that's random each time. From as far as I'm aware, from what I watched of runs in the past, so being able to hear it and also replicate it, we're going to be seeing that for coming up when we get to the two areas known as Scribania and Paramonia.
Yeah, it's worth noting that some of the movement that we're doing here as well is to avoid taking fall damage, which I believe would be like an instant knockout for us. So we did like a intentional going down from the ledge there so we wouldn't break our ankles. But yeah, a lot of this stuff is going to look like it's running from point A to B, and it kind of is, but there's a lot more finesse that comes with that just due to the nature of like how we're dealing with the enemies here. So we're going to go in and out of that screen here, which is going to lure that enemy to head to the edge of the screen and just completely ignore us.
Yeah, you're going to see a lot of that actually, just like enemy manipulation, and small things like that are what really add up over the course of the run. So, yeah.
Yeah, so like with that doggo right there, and there again, we do a specific like leap animation so that, oh, that's funny. So we're gonna do a bit of a strat here where we use like the little leaps right there to get up and over mines and stuff like that. And we can also use it to manipulate those doggo enemies where if we leap in front of them, they'll do their attack early and then kind of slow down and stop. And so you can make use of that in order to basically run past them and bait them into that attack so we don't have to worry about it. Since this is kind of in that cinematic platformer genre, pretty much everything that looks like it can hurt you will kill you instantly. So we're going to do another manip right there. That's going to get us past that enemy with the gun. Jump over this guy. Nice. Yeah, this is going by a lot faster than you would normally see someone play this game.
Oh, yeah.
This game is designed around like careful platforming, evaluating your options, and then going from there. But no such need. No such need here.
Yeah, and this is our second level that we were in. The first level, of, as Jackson mentioned, was Rupture Farms, and this is the next level here, which is Stockyard Escape. And at the end of this level, we're going to have the option to go to one of two different areas, and we're going to pick to go to the one that is typically the fastest, which is Scribania is faster to go to first, and then Paramonia. We'll get to do both no matter what, anyways.
Yeah. Something that we'll also see a bit later, I don't think we've seen it yet, but it is going to be important, is something called a buffered rum jump, which what you can do is you can jump right after a roll. which will actually cause your jump to come out a few frames later than usual, and it essentially allows you to get coyote time off of a ledge and go a little bit further. In a game like this, which is meant to have like kind of discrete like segments where you can like jump to, having that little bit of extra distance is like super critical.
Yeah.
Right.
And that right there, that was the chime puzzle that I was talking about before, where we're going to use like this sort of telepathy to control the ball in between those chimes, and we're going to hit them in a certain order. And that's going to be a main puzzle throughout the course of this run that you're going to see a couple different times. And just running from left to right here, here's where I was saying earlier, where we have the option to go to 2 different areas. We're going to go enter the screen, have these guys shoot at us, pull this lever, and then go back. And now we're going to go into Scribania, which is the first of the 2 areas we're going to go to. And so when we go to these 2 areas, we are going to make our way to a temple, and in that temple are going to be these trials that we need to do, and that's what we get to do in these 2 areas. And then we're going to go, that'll allow us to go back and get a power-up to progress onwards farther into Stockyard Escape.
There's also a really cool manip that we did, like to like sort of like activate that switch with the enemy on like a really tight platform. I just wanted to bring that up because that was fire. That was so sick.
Yeah, we also have our noble steed here.
Yeah. Something to note as well, gameplay-wise, is that kind of the intention with some of this is that, like, there are, I believe, 100 members of your people that can be, like, saved, I believe, or, like, at least you can try to avoid them getting killed. And that's, like, kind of what's required, for, at least for 100%ing the game or getting the best ending.
Yeah.
But because this is just an 80% run, we're just going to focus on getting exactly what we need in order to break back into the factory and stop the process here.
Yeah, the routing is actually, I've taken a look at 100% runs before, and the routing is crazy in that. Yeah, it's any percent, so what matters to us is just getting the any ending of the game and getting to the credits. And like we said before, we are playing on the PC port of this game, and that does mean that it has a little bit of issues with it. Specifically, we're gonna have to reload the game at some points, or else the game is actually like not gonna load in certain things. We're gonna have to do that twice during this run, and we'll get to that later.
Yeah, and in Scribania, we do have a couple of things coming up in terms of some bomb tech here. So we're just going to do the yeah, and that's just going to blow up all the bombs for us. There's some other little things we can do too. I'm surprised he lived that. There we go. I can't remember if that's a skip or not of how we got him onto the elevator there.
I'm pretty sure it is. That's why we went and got those bees and brought them back to him.
Yeah.
Because you're not normally supposed to bring them down here.
I just gotta say as well, like, I love the art for this game too. Like, this game just looks so pretty.
Yeah,
there's some of the bomb tech right there. So you'll notice that we activated like the bomb explosion, but we did not get hit. There's a bit of latency between the time where you hit the bomb and it actually blows up. So if you have enough momentum, you can just get away from the explosion radius hitbox and not take any damage.
Yeah, I personally, I love the aesthetic of this game and also like the art style, like you were mentioning before. I actually never played this game growing up. I know that this is a huge game for a lot of people and a lot of people have fond memories of it, but I made sure to study up on the run and be prepared for commentating it, so here we are.
Yeah, so I think we're going to see another... Yeah, so we eat that explosion with a ledge grab, and we just don't take any damage because we are below the explosion hitbox, so we just move on there just fine.
Yeah,
I'm not sure what the actual way to solve that puzzle is, but that is obviously way faster.
Yeah. Yeah, these mines and bombs, like throwing rocks at them, that's like the main mechanic you're going to see in Scribania. So yeah.
Yeah, something to note with the way that Scribania... I think we've already passed the screen at this point. but there's a screen that we have with 3 moving bombs, and we're gonna do some backtracking with that because there's an invisible object in one of the screens that like cancels the power ring, which is that thing right there that we kind of use to like make this guy start to dance, and we really need our power ring to work. So we are basically going to be able to trigger the thing that takes away our power ring, and then we can go grab another power ring later. So it's a little bit faster than the intended way. But I'm not sure that we've gotten to that like weird routing thing yet, if I'm correct.
I don't think we have, yeah.
But just mentioning it now, just in case I like completely whiff on it. And we're also going to roll a bit here. If we don't have our little steed, the fastest way to get around is by rolling. It's also worth noting that a lot of the stuff in the game is broken up into like a grid system. So like a lot of times we'll need to stop in like a specific spot if we want to be able to like jump over something critical.
Yeah, and now this is the temple that I was talking about before with the trials. So each of those doors is a different trial where we have to do a different puzzle in order to progress. And we're obviously trying to beat all of them. So right here is going to listen to this these different chime noises, and he has to remember those for when we get to the set of chimes, and then has to recreate it. And that's going to be the main form of puzzle that you see here.
We move that guy out of the way, and we do have a pretty cool strat on the last trial, I believe. I think we're still on trial number 2, right?
Yeah.
Cool. Suis-moi. So we're just gonna wait for that guy to be aggro so we can get through.
Just
one thing to note as well is the enemies will aggro between screens, and they're like AI is set up to be able to do that. So.
So there we go. That was the same chime tune that we heard before. He was able to remember that and then recreated it on that screen. Once again, doing some rolling is with that. The rolling adds up over the course of the run. I'm not exactly sure how much time it saves with the entire thing, but we just know it's like the fastest form of movement.
Emotionally, it feels like 2 minutes.
Yeah.
But it just...
So this one's thankfully pretty easy to remember because you don't have to like travel too far between the place where you can listen to it and to where the actual chime is.
Yeah, it's worth noting too that for a lot of these sections, like you have to have really tight inputs. Like Ultrastars is making this look really easy because if you're not in like just the right spot, like sometimes you won't get the ledge hang you want. Oh, that was sick.
Yeah.
He initiated a ledge hang and then immediately let go so he could break us fall. That was sick. I forgot about that strat. And then right there, he puts himself basically inside like a blind spot that a lot of these gun enemies have. So he's going to now take control of this enemy and hit that lever for us. And then have him kill that enemy right there and this one right here. Oh, he can.
And then this one too, yeah.
And then we're gonna leave him be. Hit the button, and then we're good.
But yeah, that ledge grab was really clean. There was another ledge grab that was done earlier in the run too. That had the same effect. It's to make sure that you don't have any fall damage because that will obviously like kill you outright like right away.
So we still got the other side of trials here going on. So while we're here, I just want to mention as well that SpeeDons is raising money for Medicine du Monde. If you're interested in supporting their cause, there is a link that you can find at !donate if you put that in the chat. They're also selling an event t-shirt that if you grab, and I believe they ship internationally, but if you grab that shirt, then a portion of the proceeds will go towards the charity as well. So consider supporting their event as well. Additionally, consider supporting GDQ by following and using your Prime sub on us. This allows GDQ to continue doing things like these restreams as well as the weekly hotfix content. So support GDQ if you can too, after you support Medicine du Monde, obviously. But we're big chilling here in these trials. We've got something in the last trial that we will really need to cover, but we're big chilling here. So we hope everyone at home is really enjoying this run so far. This game is so sick. I really like this game a lot.
Yeah. The only aggro game I had played before this was Stranger's Wrath, but
oh, that game rips!
Yeah,
oh my god.
I heard this. I've heard so much about this game, and also Abe's Exodus as well. Those games,
yeah.
Like I know just like how much people are fond of them from their childhood.
Yeah, I've also heard like Abe's Exodus is also like just as good, if not better, than this. Like I've seen people play Abe's Exodus in their like top 3, top 5 lists. So definitely give these games a try if you haven't already. I feel like they are like criminally underlooked for like how honestly influential they are.
Yeah. There you go. Once you hear that chime, you know that you did it correctly. The little jingle. So we have 3 more here. We gotta do.
So we're gonna do a little bit of a stutter so that monster is like, hey! And then we can just run right by him. Because if you don't like grab his attention beforehand, I believe the monster can aggro onto you in a way that's like really awful to deal with.
Yeah. Yeah, dealing with the enemy AI and like trying to manipulate it as much as you can, like getting rid of them there, like just sending them upwards.
Yeah. That's so funny.
It's just like, see you later, man.
Head all the way upstairs.
These shoots here are like so funny, just launching you upwards.
Hit that switch for later, and then I don't know if you brought it up, but every time we like put our hand on one of these platforms, this is what's making us listen to the chime that we need to go input as a password later.
Yeah. And I forgive me if I'm wrong. Again, I haven't played the game personally, but from what I've seen, I'm like pretty sure that like these are RNG and different each time, which is why we actually have to go check them. You can't just like assume what they're gonna be. You could guess it and get right, but obviously it's better to just
there's like what 8 different notes that you have to hit, which can be 3 different possibilities. So do the math. That's a lot of different possible, and you have to do that for every set of chimes. So it's like not gonna happen.
I don't know, Jackson. My luck is crazy.
Luck diff.
See a lot of people like remembering playing this game from Blockbuster. That's a term I haven't heard in years.
Oh my god. Apparently there's one Blockbuster left in like Alaska or something like that, which is I find very funny.
Flying to Alaska right now, on my way.
Making a pilgrimage to
everybody meet up at Blockbuster. I like how you just
control this enemy here. Yeah.
You just chill next to these enemies, like just vibing.
The vibes are immaculate. All right, so now we're coming up on the last trial here, and we're going to manipulate one of the scrabs to go up a lift, hopefully. And by doing that with the correct timing, the floor detection isn't going to work properly. It's basically not checking the floor collision far enough, so he just falls through the platform instantly.
I love that strat.
It's so funny.
Just drop him in the pit.
Just like, later, buddy.
I also have to say, I am not good at like hearing music and being able to repeat it. So like just the fact that Ultrastars can like hear these notes and then remember them like multiple screens later, and which chime needs to be hit in what order. Like I'm pretty impressed by that. There we go, nice. And that is the last one there. So now this middle door now opens up and we can go inside for beating all the trials.
I really love this like artistic effect with like the silhouettes. Kind of like, obviously this game did it long before that, but like in DKC Returns, how they have like the levels that are just like the silhouette style. Like, this is a really dicey section there with a lot of enemies, so we gotta get moving.
Yeah, watching out for these guys and just dropping them in the pit one more time. There you go. And there we go, that's the temple. Pretty much done, just like that. So now we get teleported back to Stockyard Escape. And now that that section is done, we're going to head back and go to our next world, which is going to be our next level, which is Paramonia. So this looks familiar to you. It's because you probably saw it like 5 to 10 minutes ago.
And here we go.
And we're going to do the same thing that we did before. Where we're going to go onto this screen, pull this lever one more time. It's still not going to work, so we're going to head back to Paramonia.
So do we actually need to hit... Oh, okay, this is one of the quit and reload sections.
Yeah, so there's 2 times we're going to be doing this. Shout out to the janky PC port.
Yeah.
So because of the fact that this game is weird, where the PC port, specifically just the PC port, if we don't close and reopen the game, some enemies and like things won't load correctly, and so we have to close and reopen the game twice during this run. Kind of sucks, but it's what happens. And the PC version is the fastest, not the fastest, but like we use load remove time for this game, so the PC obviously is more optimal because of that. And we got our little buddy here again that we're gonna ride off into the sunset.
So something we didn't really talk about yet, and will start to come into play once we see some more of the Slag enemies with the guns, is that we can make a noise, like right here, for example. We can use this on purpose. A lot of the enemies in this game will actually react to different things you do, like making sounds like that. So, like at the start of the run, how we had to sneak past one of the enemies, or otherwise they would hear us and wake up. So we can actually do a noise right there to actually manipulate him to fire and get locked into that shooting animation. So we can actually pass right by him and get ourselves and our buddy onto the lift.
Yeah. Alright, so right here we're once again manipulating these insects or bees or whatever they are, and so we can actually bring our ride on over here and continue along this way.
Ici, on va avoir un setup un petit peu rigolo encore. Au-dessus, il va y avoir un levier qui va être encadré par 2 bombes. Et pour le libérer, on va jeter un caillou contre le rocher.
Yeah, so you can see right there, like he's like trying to do this tiny little quick turn just to get up and over. That's a really sick strat.
Yeah.
Where you like you throw the rock off the wall and you wallbang the mine. Oh my goodness. Now we're gonna bring our buddy back upstairs here. It's worth noting as well, whenever you operate one of these lifts, you are invincible, I believe.
Yeah, you are.
So that's actually something we'll be able to use as well. And we'll see that once we get into the Paramonian Temple. We're gonna see even more trials.
That's right, yeah. While we're getting there, though, I do want to quickly mention when you donate with ! donate, just keep in mind that you can add bids to challenges, which are incentives and bid wars and stuff like that. And one that's coming up pretty soon is the Final Fantasy Adventure any % worthless run with the character name. So I would recommend putting your donations towards that. But there's also other things too, like tomorrow morning we have the tomorrow morning in terms of Eastern time, which is where I am. But we have the Ghostland Yard race. Which, if you donate enough, someone, a runner by the name of Jarmu is going to join the race as well. So make sure to get your donations in for that too. There's also other bid wars and stuff like that. So yeah, be sure to do ! donate. Right, and we are almost at the temple. That's the temple right there.
So we actually did another thing right there where we went a screen to the left to manipulate the enemy into shooting. That way he gets locked in that shooting animation again, so we don't have to bother with it. He's going to do a similar thing right here. And then eventually gives him enough of a window to take control of this enemy and dispatch this guy for us. And then when that's the funny thing about this game, whenever you lose control after you mind control something, it kersplodes whatever you were mind controlling. I don't believe it does that with your own people because I think they're just built different.
That's a way to word it. Alright, so here are the trials that we're going to be doing.
Not as many here as there were in Scribania.
Yeah, there's slightly less. Also, I think I don't know if we shouted it out. If we haven't, we should. The music is just really good in this game too.
Yeah, it's just so like to me the thing with these first two Oddworld games is like they just have an atmosphere that I haven't really seen another game hit, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like, just kind of it's like grungy, but in its like own unique kind of like atmospheric way. That's like, oh, that guy got owned. That was funny.
He got obliterated.
We need to hit that switch light there so we can. Do we have the bell puzzles here again? I believe we do.
I think so. Yeah. Yeah, right here. That guy's just really upset at us.
He's so mad. Why do you have to be mad? It is only game. Why do you have to be mad?
Alright, so that's one down. Got like math, 5 more to go. Yeah, 5 more.
All right, so there's going to be a Paramite coming up here that we are going to be able to get past because of not that one, but in a little bit. We mentioned earlier that Abe's invisible when he's entering a door or like a lift or something like that. So we're going to be able to make use of that in a little bit to bypass one of the enemies. I believe it's coming up. Oh, we got a little more of a climb. I thought that wasn't a wall for some reason. This is where we need to go down.
That guy's just having not the greatest time.
He's not having a great day anymore. He was doing fine. He was like, "Oh, I see an Abe. Oh, that means food." And then, nope.
We should mention, by the way, that this game is pretty difficult. Like we mentioned in the beginning, but like most stuff will hit you and then kill you in one hit. So the fact that like obviously Ultrasource plays this game a decent amount of times, so knows what he's doing, but.
If you don't do these setups properly, it is like there's not really a great way of backing things up.
Yeah,
it's like really rough. Yeah, so like right there, you have iframes when going through the end of the door there, so he doesn't need to like manipulate the enemy or anything like that. That was really well done. That's a scary strat too, because you do just die.
Yeah.
And I don't remember how forgiving or unforgiving the checkpoints are here, but we prefer not to like have some first-hand experience, right?
Yeah, I think we'd rather not find out.
Yeah, and then with those mines right there, you can press the button on them in order to get them to activate. But you only need to do the first one there. You can just do the hop animation instead.
Yeah, it looks like he jumped through that boulder there. That was a little interesting.
Yeah, I think that was just because of the depth perception with the boulders going in and out.
Yeah, look, I'm all for showing everything off in a marathon run, right? But like showing off where every single death checkpoint is, maybe we don't do that one. Right, hearing our
a lot of these enemies here will get lured by food, so we're gonna like throw the food early, and then while they're trying to, oh
well, he's dead.
Goodbye.
He doesn't get to be tempted by food. He just gets flattened.
Yeah, we do also got to open these levers in order to access the end of each of these trials here, so.
Yeah, once again, remembering the chime that we heard like a minute ago. All right, and we have 2 more that we got to do here. Just jump across them. And you can do the trials in any order, but obviously we're doing it in the order that like makes the most sense because we spawned in from the bottom left. So obviously we're going to go from like bottom to top, making our way up to the final door when we finish all the trials. Yeah, I love that.
I love that strat.
There's so many strats that just like look so funny with the way that it works out.
Yeah, there was also a strat as soon as we entered that I really like, where we just like broke that Paramite's ankles just by like doing like a little bit of the tap of our telekinesis ability and then just like running past him.
Yeah, something I mentioned briefly, but I'll mention it again, is that this game uses load remove time on the leaderboards. When I was like looking at the leaderboards, I was like, wow, 30 minutes and their estimate's 50. That's crazy. And then I realized that it was load remove time, and I'm like, okay, yeah. That makes a lot more sense. Oh. I'm like, dang, there's got to be some crazy strats in this run that like he can mess up easily, but no, it's just that I looked at the wrong time.
That was a funny manip. He manip the enemy right there into just walking up the cliff.
That's like the third one too. It's not like the first time we've seen that. Also, nice explosion there.
Nice ankle break right there. Yeah.
This game's violent.
It is violent, but it's like just like every one of these like little creative solutions is just like so sick. Oh, that looks really scary.
Yeah.
I know that's what he intended to do, but it's like it just looks dicey. It just looks dicey. Yeah, so we're gonna use the food right there to just toss it at the bombs and then do the last puzzle here for the last trial in the Paramonian Temple here.
Yeah. And like when you're first playing this game casually, like you don't realize how much of the game is these trials. It's actually crazy.
Well, just because when we were in like the other areas, like the factory and like kind of the more overworld areas, like there's so much we didn't see.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Just because of some of like the strats that we did.
I just mean like in the terms of like the main path. A lot of it is these trials. Also, little spiders that we got to watch out for. These little creepy crawly guys. Not spiders, but like they kind of drop down like them, like that.
You gotta be really careful here, otherwise I think the checkpoints here are pretty brutal, so...
Yeah, I think you go back to like the beginning of this section if you die at all, so...
Really cool manip right there, where we manip the enemy to go on a walk with us. Some of that, and now we're going down the chute.
Alright, place the food down there so that they get distracted and get on out. There we go.
Booyah. Now I believe we are returning to Zulog now, right?
We are, yeah.
Okay. So remind me where Zulog is. That's like the area right before getting back to the factory, right?
Yeah, and when we get to Zulog, we're gonna have to do another quit out. Like once we get a little bit into it, and that's gonna be our last one for the run. And here's why, how we're able to get past this now.
Yeah, we go Super Saiyan.
Remember, everybody, if you see like a glowing thing, just make sure to jump into it. Like that's that's what we're learning today. It's a teleporter. It's nothing bad.
All right, so something we're going to do on the return here is we're actually going to skip grabbing some grenades. You're supposed to go grab some grenades at the left part after we save a Mudokan coming up, but we're going to try to go directly up instead of saving him, or instead after we save him. And it's really precise and also kind of RNG dependent, but the runner said that they were going to go for it, so hopefully that ends up working out.
Yeah.
That won't be coming up for just a moment here. Also, we throw the rock at the bats. Just absolute perfection in aim. All right, so those are the grenades right there, I think. And that's what we're going to be attempting to skip. Oops. Well.
Yeah, well, was that the first death of the run? I think
that's the first death of the run.
That's crazy. That's really good so far.
Yeah, so we're actually going to go back and forth here to sort of reset the room, reset the cycles.
Yeah, so once again, we're going to try this one more time.
Nice. That's really tough.
Alright, and pull the lever, and then go past again. Cool.
We're out of there. That's a really, really precise jump to hit. Again, because everything in this game is kind of on a grid-based system, you have to be like just within the right spot to be able to make it work. And now we're heading back in and we're going to do that quit and reload.
Yeah, it's a shame we have to do this twice, but thankfully this is the last time we have to do it in the run. So now we'll be sticking in the game for the rest of it for the remainder, like 10 to 15-ish minutes of the run that we have left.
Salut. Okay.
Salut. That means hi. I speak a little bit of French. I'm French Canadian.
That's so funny that they have like voice acting for the different languages. That's something that's pretty rare for this era of gaming, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, oh, definitely. It's funny because like I can hear some of the stream in the background as we're commentating this, and I can understand handfuls of sentences. I'm just not fluent in the language. Yeah. So I've been listening to a little bit of the commentary. And also, we're on the English Restream here, but shout outs to all of the commentators who are helping out the runners in person as well.
Yeah. So we did another slig manip where we got them to be in a busy state. So basically at the end of their dash attack, they can't really deal damage to you.
Yeah.
And we can also make use of the fact that when you go through a door, you are invincible. Excuse me, I got like the hiccups now.
Oh no!
We're gonna activate that sound-activated door and then zap the guy so we lose control of him. And we're going to manip him by making the hoo, and then we're gonna start climbing up.
Yep. So now we're up to Zulag 3. These like. Obviously, like the higher you go up, the more numbers we get. And once again, like just because like this is no major glitches and stuff like that, the hardest thing, in my opinion, about this run and the most impressive thing is like remembering where to go. And he doesn't have any notes or anything like that. It's just the amount of time and like that he's put into this run and stuff like that. He's able to just memorize it. It's crazy. Because there's so many different paths that we're not seeing, and so many different ways that you can go that we're not seeing as well.
We've got a couple more of these rooms. These are kind of like mini trials, if you will.
Yeah.
We gotta go do. So now we're gonna get into a safe spot. We're gonna lure him downstairs, and goodbye.
The minute of the enemies might be my favorite thing in this run, actually. I really like it.
Just outsmarting the enemies and like the AI is just so fun. So we hit that lever, so now we can head out of here and make our way to the next bit. And then once we hit this third lever, all those 3 lights above the last door will turn green, allowing us to get to the exit here. So we're gonna toss some grenades right here. He's gonna curseplode.
I gotta use that word more, curseplode.
I love curseplode. And then we are going to mind control this guy right here. And then he is going to do another voice activate switch. Oh no, he's just gonna take out all the enemies.
Yeah, he's just gonna take out all of these guys, yeah.
And then there goes our guy. So he gets exploded by the bullets. He's going to hit the lever for us as well, so we don't actually have to do the rest of that section.
Yeah, it's a cool little optimization, so we don't have to like run there and then run back. We can just, you know, control him from farther away. So before, as we were doing this last little section here for Zulag, I do want to quickly bring up the fact that if you enjoyed our commentary, we are going to be back in 2 runs. Once again, we're going to be running it back, the Jaxler and King J combo. We're going to be commentating for if I'm going to butcher the name of this game, but it's Kaya or Kia?
Yeah, it's Kaya. It's Kaya.
Kaya. Okay, cool. We're going to be back for that. We were also here for Ben and Ed, so we're here for throughout most of the night, and then we have a little bit of a break with Liza P, with Colonel Fats and Gaffy Taffy taking over for that. So yeah, that's what's coming up is those 2 runs. Those are going to be really good, and I highly suggest staying up for them.
Absolutely. So we've got one more big strat coming up in Zulag 4, I believe. I think we're still in 3, right?
Yeah, we're still in 3.
Yeah, because we got to get through all these doors, and then this will take us to Zulog 4. So almost at the end of the game already. Just even more cool manip stuff.
Yeah, this has been a really good run. We're schmooving right now.
Some of those like ledge grab fall strats are just so scary to me. Like that's just so impressive. Like just like hitting the ledge ever so slightly to initiate the ledge grab and then just falling right off to just continue moving downwards as quickly as possible. I think that one ends up skipping a couple of screens too, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, it does, yeah. Another, like, that doesn't look like a tight jump, but like making sure you don't hit that Mayan is terrifying.
Yeah. So we're gonna hit that lever twice, so because we're busy, we can't get exploded. We're gonna grab a nade right here that we're gonna use for later.
And I see some people asking how long 100% is. The last I checked, it's just under an hour for the in-game time. It's around like an hour and like 10 or 15 for
Which, if you've seen this game before and like have tried hundoing it, that is insane.
Yeah, no,
That's,
it's impressive.
All right, so this is where we're going to have another situation with the sligs coming up, where we're going to make a noise on purpose to sort of get them to be like, ah, and then that'll get them to react to us before they see Abe, and it's going to allow us to kind of get by a little bit faster. And we're going to nade that guy. Boom. He dies off camera.
That means it didn't happen, obviously. This one's gonna happen on camera.
You just go through the door and just boom.
Cool guys don't look back at explosions, okay? This is rule number 1 of action movies, Jaxley.
That is true. I forgot.
Again, throwing a bomb ahead.
Where we made that noise so that we could like sort of get ahead of all of those slig enemies so that they would not bother us at all. And then now, because they're all gathered up there, I believe we can. Oh wow, we can just run right through. I thought you threw a nade there. I was mistaken. That scared the daylights out of me. I'm gonna be so real. And we're out of there.
I just like how the things in the background just say boom on them. That's my favorite.
Hit boom. All right, so he's gonna.
Speaking of boom, there you go.
So he's gonna wait for that enemy to turn around, and then he's gonna be like, "Wait!" And then, nah, we don't care.
Yeah, it's too late. It's too late for us to wait up. Like we're already gone.
What? Kind of sound like ducks.
A little bit. Yeah, this pace is looking really good. I don't know if he's on PB pace or not, but it could be.
Yeah, he hasn't made like too many like major mistakes other than missing the grenade skip in Zulog 1, I believe, once.
Yeah.
So it's looking pretty solid so far. Oh, he had the one death as well.
Yeah, the one death, yeah, was the main thing.
That's kind of expected though in a run that's about like 50 minutes long, so.
Yeah, his PB is at 4340, so I think we're gonna be just shy of it, but it's still really good. So yeah, time is actually like coming up relatively soon in like a minute or so. It's gonna be on a lever pull.
Yeah, so we got a couple more screens left here. If you're all watching us on the GDQ channel, thank you so much for being here. This has been such a blast to like get to hang out and talk about all these really cool games. This game especially, like, because like I like never see this game get submitted to speedrunning events. So it's really cool that we got this in front of like a really big audience. So really, really sick stuff.
Yeah, shout out to Ultra Stars. Make sure to follow them on Twitch. And that's time, by the way. There you go. That is only like 18 seconds slower than his RTA PB. That is really good for a marathon setting. So yeah, that was Oddworld, Abe's Odyssey. Any percent, no major glitches. I've been King J0444. I definitely don't run this game, but it was awesome being able to be the English Restream commentator. How about you, Jackson?
Yeah, you can find me at twitch.tv/Jaxer1. Again, we're going to be back on in a couple hours after this Slice of P run, where we are going to be doing comms for Kaya Dark Lineage. So you'll want to see that run. It's going to be a race of two of the best players in the world in that game. Super underrated PS2 classic. So that's going to be it for us, I believe.
Yeah, up next is going to be Liza P and the English Restreamer commentators. It's going to be Colonel Fats and Gavin Taffy. So we're going to take a quick break, and they'll be taking the commentator helm when we come back.
Ça veut dire qu'ils soignent les plus précaires dans plus de 30 pays et également la France, bien sûr. Rassurez-vous, mais vous allez vous inquiéter très vite. On en fait partie d'une association militante qui se bat pour des politiques de santé plus justes et accessibles à tous.
J'ai pas compris le mot avant santé.
Là. Politique.
Ouais.
Surtout près de 3891 acteurs, dont 1575 bénévoles qui apportent des soins aux plus vulnérables. Si vous voulez une petite idée, même si on a parlé en ouverture, on parlera chaque jour à Médecins du Monde, notamment quand je les aurai en interview, différents gens. Ils m'ont donné 12 000 fiches, mais moi, il y en avait certaines qui m'intéressaient.
Celle qui t'intéressait, c'était les dons de 2024.
Voilà.
Ont-ils servi?
À quoi ont servi, par exemple, les dons de SpeeDons 2024? C'est une question que on m'a beaucoup demandé en interview presse par le passé, et j'avais du mal parfois à retrouver les infos. Et je les ai sous les yeux. Comme ça, vous le savez, vous pouvez un petit peu visualiser. Les dons collectés ont permis en 2024, donc sur SpeeDons 2024, de mener des programmes d'accès aux soins en France et à l'international l'année dernière. Par exemple, de fournir des soins notamment aux femmes et aux enfants pris dans le conflit armé dans la Corne de l'Afrique, donc Éthiopie et Kenya, entre autres. De soutenir et accompagner les migrants en Colombie et en Amérique centrale sur leur route vers les États-Unis. De donner les moyens d'agir à l'équipe Médecins du Monde à Gaza et en Cisjordanie. Mais aussi de mener un combat pour la sauvegarde de l'aide médicale d'État afin que toute personne étrangère en France conserve le droit de se soigner. Par exemple,
apolitique donc.
Apolitique à balle. Voilà.
Exactement.
Et 2025, il y aura plein de trucs, on vous en reparlera. Mais bon, c'est important, bien évidemment, de rappeler de temps en temps, voilà, pourquoi on est là et que fait Médecins.
À quoi sert l'argent, en effet, parce que vous bourrez les dons pendant 4 jours complets avec SpeeDons, mais c'est bien de pouvoir justement vous présenter en fait à quoi ça sert d'année en année. Et je pense que ça a été bien fait depuis toutes les dernières éditions. En fait, à chaque fois, on a toujours eu des rappels.
Oui.
À quoi servaient les dons de l'année d'avant et à quoi allaient servir les dons de cette année.
On y revient à chaque fois. Je vous rappelle également qu'il y a Omen qui nous a offert un superbe pack avec un PC portable Omen 16 et un casque HyperX Cloud 2 à l'intérieur. Et
qu'on aimerait vous montrer.
Je l'avais posé derrière le bureau hier et il n'est plus là, donc j'espère qu'il n'a pas été tiré par quelqu'un.
Il a peut-être déjà été gagné, on sait pas.
Bon, voilà, c'est quelqu'un qui a gagné un très beau lot, mais peut-être pas par les voies officielles. Peut-être quelqu'un d'apolitique également. Voilà.
Et il y a plein d'autres choses à gagner, je veux dire, dans tous les cas, on a plein de choses à gagner. Vous avez à chaque fois, pendant les runs, des nouveaux lots qui viennent s'inscrire, on peut vous les montrer en direct. J'ai un onglet pour ça, il est ici, si je fais visible, il y a un crochet de Chippy là. C'est actuellement ça. On a le crochet de Chippy, on a l'affiche design qui reprend le design du t-shirt. La salle, êtes-vous prête pour un ratchet? Merci. Elles sont là. Estimé la salle, on est peut-être entre 100 et 200 personnes encore debout. Je suis peut-être un peu large, mais vous êtes là. Et voilà, c'est bon. C'est la team MH. Vous attendez MH à 6h du matin sur PC. Les joueurs MH qui vont regarder SpeeDons en même temps. Incroyable, faites votre don.
Et celles et ceux qui ont éventuellement pris le billet jeudi au dernier moment, ils doivent rentabiliser. Il faut rester jusqu'à 8h59.
Exactement. La salle va se remplir en plus là, avec le week-end qui arrive et tout. Ça va être une ambiance de folie jusqu'à 10h.
Lavez-vous, je vous en conjure.
Là, oui.
Avant de venir.
Oui, ce serait pas mal. On a des dons qui arrivent en direct. Oui. On a des gens de la team Nuit. On a Olirdon qui nous dit grande force à cet événement. Il ne faut jamais rien lâcher. Merci à vous. Et à tous ceux qui font des dons. Merci pour ces 50 balles, Olirdon. On a Sucremont qui donne 5 balles. Bon SpeeDons à toutes et tous. Force à la team de Nuit, PS, Wind Waker ou rien. Ça qui a le fameux vote pour le meilleur Zelda en incentive. N'hésitez pas à donner votre avis en bourrant.
Bien sûr,
le plus gros chiffre sur le meilleur Zelda.
Oui, toujours. On a deux gros dons aussi pendant ce run, Dave. On a eu 100 € de Tataf qui dit SpeeDons, c'est un peu le Chiche Engine activé pour tous les runners, sauf que Silksong n'est pas encore annoncé. En tous les cas, ça reste exceptionnel.
C'est vrai que je tiens à dire que la fermeture du jeu 2 fois d'affilée, ça passe pas sur Isaac. Ça, moi, je le fais en direct. On reproche des trucs bizarres de devoir fermer le jeu pour ensuite aller plus vite.
Et 100 € de Julien aussi qui dit Let's go à tous du Québec. Des bisous et merci énormément.
À la Team Québec qui se régale. On rappelle qu'il y a également un Restream. Vous avez cette année pour la première fois SpeeDons restreamé par le GDQ, par un Restream japonais, un Restream aussi allemand.
Et oui,
le SpeeDons de
pas de Restream québécois.
Ouais. Voilà. Et on va enchaîner en plus là, cette nuit, on va avoir une belle run de Lies of P qui va arriver d'ailleurs apparemment tout de suite. Lies of P en 10% glitchless, runné par Nephistos. Ça va être tout de suite.
Ah, et oui, et donc c'est notre premier run aussi qui va jouir, ma foi, d'avoir... il va jouir en direct, oui. d'avoir eu un unlock de fait pour 5 000 €. Vous avez débloqué le True Last Boss, Lies of P, donc Souls-like récent, excellent, magnifique, beaucoup de skills, on va se régaler et surtout, eh bien, ils sont prêts sur scène et ils vont mieux nous l'expliquer que vous, enfin, ils vont mieux vous l'expliquer que nous, il est tard. Profite pas, Marc.
Et bonsoir Speedon. Bonsoir Speedon, est-ce que vous êtes chaud pour du Lies of P? Incroyable. Ça fait plaisir.
C'est chaud patate.
Un des derniers Dark Souls, Souls-like, hein, comme MV l'a dit. Et on est super bien accompagné. Moi, c'est Drake le Lion Blanc. Je suis accompagné
de Elysia, TV.
Et on va vous commenter cette super run que Néphistos va nous faire. Comment ça va, Néphi?
Bah ça va super, salut Speedon, j'espère que vous êtes chaud pour Lies of P.
Alright, hello everyone, are you excited for Lies of P?
Donc run,
I am.
peut mal se passer comme qui peut très bien se
Now, are you? I didn't really know. My name's Colonel Fats. I ran this at AGDQ in January. Super fun time, and I'm excited. This is my first time commentating and not running at the same time, so I'm excited. And then I also have another lovely co-commentator.
Yeah, hi, I'm English Ben. I've been part of the Speed Souls / Soul Speedruns community for, oh god, how many years now? Like 8 years. Not so much Lies of P, more Dark Souls 1. I'm more of a boomer, but I always like to come back to the Zuma games every now and again. So, yeah, excited for this Lies of P run.
Absolutely. Already getting a change. Don't understand which one's new game. No. But I'm excited. I was talking with Nephistus a little bit in the Discord beforehand, so I got a little brief rundown of some of the little safety strats we're going to be going through in this run, but I'm really excited. Immediately, once he gets up from this chair after this cutscene, he's probably going to do a countdown and the timer will start. Fun fact, in the train, you can't sprint. So we will be punching and doing glaive attacks to get through the train faster.
Yeah, the glaive is the VIP of this run, so to speak. You'll see lots of it. It's going to be very, very good. And it was like
Sorry.
It was like I was going to say it was like I forget exactly what Mitch said. It was like a DLC, like added later on, right?
Yeah. So yeah, what happened was a game that came out before, or I don't know if it was out before, but either way, the game is Wolong Fallen Dynasty. I've never actually played it, but Lies of P actually gave them the umbrella rapier that you can get from like the first boss's soul. So they got that, and then later on, like months later, we got a weapon from their game, which is the glaive. And what's really nice about the glaive is they just give it to us right at the start. We don't have to kill a boss, we don't have to go find it, it's just in our inventory. So what you used to have to do with the train is just punch 5 times and then slowly walk through it, and it was extra horrible to reset. But now, what he was doing is he equipped the glaive right away and then started doing light attacks while holding block. Holding block will allow you to cancel the recovery, and then you can just do the light attack again instead of doing the follow-up. And that allows us to get through the train faster. It's very frustrating.
I think that may be the first time I've ever heard another game releasing pausing time save in a completely different game that has no real relevance aside from just like a partnership. Right? That's a new one to me.
It's crazy, yes. So the reason, by the way, this is the only time we'll be, well, it actually depends on the route he does. I don't know. I might be one of the weird runners who sells the rapier right away. Some people keep it. So, but this might be the only time we ever see a weapon that isn't the glaive. So there we go. Goodbye, rapier forever. Restart the stream, yeah.
Mais là, c'est plus celui qui le sent passer actuellement. Vous en faites pas, tout ça, c'est scripté. Il est en train de l'exécuter parfaitement. On aura le temps de parler de toutes ces mécaniques un peu plus tard. C'est un peu complexe. Je préfère rester sur les bases. Et du coup, ouais, le glass cannon, pour le résumer, en gros, c'est on tape extrêmement fort. Par contre, en face, ça tape très fort.
Testing, is my mic fixed?
On voit la vie du boss.
We're just going to get it out the way early, you see.
Exactly, you know, when we're doing all the explaining.
Exactly.
C'est totalement ça. Et lui va
Okay, cool. Yeah, so there we go. May have missed it, but that first boss is one of the few things. Well, a lot of the mini bosses are actually pretty scripted in this, but a lot of the real bosses, we have a plan, but it's kind of depends on what the boss does, because the glaive is all about parrying, and it kind of all depends on what the boss does on what we can parry, essentially.
Yeah, it seems to be a very common thing with Lies of P. It's you know, if you want like a Souls equivalent, it's more Sekiro than it is Dark Souls, right? Like Dark Souls is all about rolling around and trying to iframe everything, whereas Sekiro and Lies of P are more about like using your weapon to parry attacks. So the timing is a lot more strict, but it's a lot more. You can punish enemies a lot more easily if you're able to get off these perfect parries all the time.
Yeah, the game has, it's a perfect block system. It's really like Sekiro, like Ben said, and really, you kind of just time the attack exactly when it hits and you'll perfect block them, and it doesn't like give you a punish. That's where the glaive comes in. The glaive allows us to, it has a special Fable ability that uses the blue bar that you see underneath our green stamina bar. Every weapon has two Fable abilities, but the main one we use with the glaive for now is going to be the parry, which is just the tap triangle button. If we succeed at the parry, it will refund us the blue bar. And then if we do a light attack, it won't spend another bar. So you're going to see him do it. There's a parry into the light, parry. Now he's going to do a charge heavy. One more parry. And then in the heavy, if you do a heavy follow-up after the parry, you're going to get that big poke that you saw him do there, which does insane damage along with good stagger damage. And just like that, first boss down, easy.
You can see just how ridiculous the glaive is, especially early on. It is bonkers.
Yeah, if you haven't played this game, that boss has a phase 2, and we have a script where we do just enough damage where he doesn't go into phase 2, but then we do enough to just burst through before he even does anything. So, very nice fight.
Also quite a common theme in Lies of P. A lot of bosses have a second phase. You wouldn't know if you watched the speedrun because you just never see them, most likely.
Yeah, and it's usually opposite in the speedrun. Usually the second phase in the speedrun is much easier than the first because we just have it perfectly scripted where we're just going to... And they usually open their second phase with a specific attack.
I think it's also worth mentioning on that boss fight as well, that you can correct me if I get any of this wrong, Colonel Fats, because you're the expert on this, but the bosses have hyper armor, right? So you need to delay attacks in order to, because if you go too quickly, you can attack during hyper armor stages where they take reduced damage.
Correct. It's a combination of that, and this game has damage rolls. If you do a light attack, there's a chance it does 200, there's a chance it does 300, and that's a huge distance. So sometimes we have to hit bosses a couple extra times, but specifically on Parade Master, while he's getting up after the riposte, which I'm pretty sure other bosses have this feature, yeah, he has like this hyper armor where if you attack him too soon, he'll take like no damage, and then you definitely have to hit him again. And that's slow. Another thing, real quick, just to mention what he did at the hotel. There's a training area in the hotel that he briefly stepped into and then continued on to talk to you, Jenny. When you step in there, it's like a training area that they want you to like test out Fable abilities, because this game has a really cool mechanic where you can swap the handles of various weapons and combine them together. It's very cool. But that just fills up your Fable full, which is very nice. We just stop in there, fill up our Fable, and then when we leave, it doesn't like take it away. So we will be doing that basically every time we stop at the hotel.
Yeah, and the Fable, for those who don't know, is basically kind of like almost like a special attack system. Like your weapons have dedicated abilities that you can use, and they use the blue bar underneath your health and stamina on the top left, red being health, the sort of greenish bar being stamina, which is also very important. Stamina management is massive in these games, because if you run out, you'll just likely be stood there and get destroyed. And then you've got your Fable meter, which Colonel Fats was talking about, which you could refill by heading into the training grounds.
Yeah, think of it as like if you played like Dark Souls 3, they added like the magic bar and they gave all the weapons like special weapon arts that used it. This game is basically the same, but instead it's broken up into like segments. So like certain abilities will cost 1 to 2 or 3 bars, and you just have to have them full to be able to use it. Coming up is going to be the first, not a glitch because we're in glitchless, it's a trick. It's definitely just a trick, but we're going to use mouse and keyboard because it's much easier to run perfectly straight with and try and make this jump. It's not the end of the world if we don't, it's just a lot of time lost, but we'll see what he can do. So he's going to go over, we're going to do a little shopping at this merchant, depending on the route. I didn't actually see if he sold the rapier or not. Yeah, he's already buying a little different than I am. We're going to take this for the save, so I think he's really going to go for this donkey jump for sure. It's a jump right before donkey, so that's why everyone calls it that. So he's going to line it up here. He's going to make sure his head is right. And then... There we go. Nicely done. Ooh. It is surprisingly tricky. Once you get it, it's really all about the jump timing, but I can say from experience, on that GDQ stage, you are nervous. So, very good job from him.
Tricks are difficult enough by themselves, but doing it with 70,000 people watching when your hands are shaking, it's much more complicated.
Yeah, so here's the first real boss where it's definitely not scripted at all. Got a really unfortunate opening there. I'll explain what the electric on his weapon does afterward, but we're really just parrying and doing heavies to try and kill him as fast as possible. Missing a parry is kind of bad, but there we go. Our glaive with the electric does so much damage early on. Well thought. Yeah, we definitely take that. There's 3 main attributes or elements in this game that we'll be using. He buffed his weapon with electric before that, right when the fight started. Electric is really nice, for any enemy that can actually be electrified. Cough, Murphy, upcoming boss, cannot be electrified. But essentially, if an enemy is electric, like they have the shock status, they will take, I believe it's 20% more physical damage, which is, basically everything we do. So it's a pretty good status condition to apply.
Yeah, definitely. There's also acid, right? And I forget what the third one is.
Acid and fire.
Fire, that's the one, yeah. And depending on whether you are like a puppet or a human, most of the time they have dedicated weaknesses, but then you'll see later on there are some that completely break that rule. So there are exceptions, but we can talk about this later.
Absolutely. Coming up is Murphy. I would say, well, it'll say scrapped watchman, but lore-wise, his name is Murphy. He was a police puppet, and he's gone mad because of the mad puppet disease. A little bit of lore, but basically, this fight is all about managing your fable. Like, you never want to be at less than 1 bar of fable, if you can help it. Because even if you have 0 stamina, you can always fable parry. So, very good phase 1. So, now he's going to transition in phase 2. Hopefully going to parry this transition attack. Very nice. The main thing we're looking out for is the grab. If we don't have stamina and he goes for the grab, we're dead. So there's the grab, nice. I've never seen him do the grab twice, so we should be home free. Let's finish it up with some more heavies. He's got a lot of fables, so we're looking good.
You can't really counter the grab, so that's why you need to avoid them like the plague.
Yes, very unfortunate, but also very clean fight, very nicely done. Yes, we love to see that. Murphy is... See, unfortunately, we don't have an element. Like, you saw Donkey went down super fast. It was a combination of he's not as big and has less HP, but also the shock really plays into the picture. Murphy's immune to shock, so we don't have fire yet. So, very good fight. We just kind of have to fight him forever.
Yeah, the parkour segment earlier always leads into like a really good discussion about the age-old question is like what constitutes as a glitch. I believe the Lies of P community have quite a set in stone definition, and it seems to be basically anything that would take you out of bounds, anything that would insta-kill a boss, anything that would break their AI so that they can't attack you, and anything that would skip a boss entirely. So as long as you don't do any of those things, you usually fine for a glitchless run. Obviously, it depends on game to game, but those are the usual ideas. So the idea is that you fight the bosses, quote unquote, legitimately. You don't break them, you don't skip them, or anything like that. So you still do the fights as normal as possible.
Yeah, any of the like tricks pretty much are just getting through the levels faster to get to the bosses. But yeah, we are going to essentially be upgrading our glaive throughout the run and really going to be showing its damage, because one thing I haven't mentioned, it will come into play. Every boss we defeat that's a main boss, so I believe there's the incentive to upgrade to all ergo bosses, which will add Nameless Puppet at the end. But every boss that drops a boss soul, you can then take it to the boss soul tradesman. You know, there's one in every Souls game, and you can either make a weapon or an amulet. And as you may have guessed, we will not be making any weapons because
we already have the best one in the game.
We have the best one in the game. They gave it to us right at the start. It's very convenient. But we will be making a few boss amulets. They're very heavy, but they have insane use, especially with the glaive that's perfect blocking. Because like every time you perfect block, there are certain amulets and stuff that react to that. And if you do the Fable parry, it counts as a perfect block. So
yeah, the whole thing of things being heavy as well is like double important in Lies of P, I believe, right, Camelfats? Because in this game, not only do you use less stamina, which allows you to sprint for longer, like in regular Souls games, but also it actually affects your movement speed, right, in this game. So you literally move faster if you have light equip load.
Right. Yep, exactly correct. There are 4 equipment loads. There's light, then there's like nothing or normal, it just doesn't say anything. Then there's slightly heavy, and then there's heavy. You basically never want to be heavy. You can't really dodge. You move insanely slow. And then like Bennett mentioned, your stamina will actually recover slower. So it's just overall much better to be light. Unfortunately, the glaive's really heavy, and a lot of the boss amulets are heavy. So we will be slightly heavy on most of the boss fights. But basically, after every boss fight, we're going to unequip all our amulets and our stuff and get a little trolled by this butterfly. Hilarious. And yeah, essentially just keep on moving.
Tu t'es fait papillonnette en effet, il a pas voulu te laisser passer.
Yeah, it won't be too long until you see oh, go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, I was just going to ask you, how many times have you gone through? I know you said you played the game, but have you only beaten it once?
I've only beaten it once. I might go back when Overture comes out and, you know, do like another playthrough and then do Overture afterwards, was my plan.
Very nice.
I imagine you've done it more than once, something tells me.
Just a little bit more than once. The thing that's brutal about speedrunning this game, though, is I've actually not finished it all that time. It's just, you know, once you get up there in the ranks, it's like one death equals, well, back to the train.
Oh, yeah, so, definitely.
Yeah. Yeah, so, but yeah, I've definitely been grinding this. I feel like I've become a puppet. I'm so excited for this.
It turns you into one eventually, yeah.
Yeah, basically. Ooh, that's a nice little safer jump. And I kind of just risk it and like, I hope I jump on time. But what he just grabbed was actually Technique Handle. Technique is basically the stat for Dark Souls that is Dexterity. The glaive is a dex weapon. So we're going to be using the dex handle on it eventually to then make it scale more in dex. And we're just going to only jack up the technique stat. But here comes Fuoco. This guy, unlike Murphy, will be weak to electric. But this guy is a runner. He's very random. So he's kind of the definition of a boss where we really just we're at the mercy of what he gives us. We do
there is a
not
potential
want to
for
over-damage
a phase 2 skip here as well, right?
Yes, we really want that. It's all about our damage. I do find it funny that every runner fights this guy a little differently, but it's looking good so far. We're gonna take the riposte, and he's gonna run up, use the other weapon or the other Fable ability that the glaive has, the spin, and the spin does a lot of damage. Very nice fight, clean.
As they say, if you spin, you win, you know?
spin to win. Exactly. Exactly. So the spin attack from the glaive costs 3 Fable bars to use. So a lot of the routing is kind of based upon our Fable and how we kill certain bosses. Like certain optimized routing changes will take the bosses. Some mini bosses, like it's actually faster to parry them because we will save. But in a marathon, definitely not. We're going to be spinning on everything. It not only does a massive amount of damage, but it also applies the status ailments from like the shock on the glaive faster. So it's just very, very good Fable art.
Yeah, you just got to make sure that you have the Fable for it, but a lot of upgrades later on, as Kanofat says, will be to do with not only upgrading yourself and your abilities and whatnot, but also upgrading your Fable as you go along, so you can make use of it as much as possible.
Yeah, when we go back to the hotel a little later, we're going to upgrade our P or Give again. That is like another upgrade system this game has that is by our dad, Geppetto. But essentially, we already did it once, and that increased our Fable bars from 3 to 4, which is very important because, like I said, the spin costs 3. So if we're full, we can Fable, parry, and then do a heavy, and then into spin, and that'll basically take out everything in terms of mini bosses. But here comes Atoned, another fight. This one's more of an NPC fight. It's kind of like
a very small arena.
Yes, this arena is quite unfortunate. What's nice is a lot of these bosses that are like out in the open NPC style, you talk to them, you can get a backstab right at the start. It's very nice. So far looking good. We're going to do another parry light into block cancel light. And then he should do, oh, he's going to do a third. Okay, we're taking the safer one. One more, and then just take the riposte, and there it is. Perfect. No damage. That's what we like to see.
Very good, yeah. So you'll see with a lot of these bosses, you'll see some later on as well. Kind of fast can go into more detail, but you can find an item somewhere in the world in order to skip the bosses. We'll be doing that later with some golden coins. But this one is way too far out of the way, right? So it's not worth grabbing in terms of the run. It's way better to just fight.
Yes, correct. And I actually finally know what boss that is. It's funny because I recently got the last glitchless category, which is all bosses and mini bosses. So we have to take down that boss that gives us the item to skip Atoned, and then we also have to take down Atoned. And it's the Survivor. He's in the factory actually before Fuoko, the fire furnace looking guy we took down.
Yes, there are some bosses that are like technically optional, but most of the time it's better to just go right through them than it is to try and go out of your way to fight somebody else later on or find an item. It's usually faster to just go the main path.
Yeah, and since I've learned the Survivor fight, I can easily see him being way worse of a fight to optimize than Atoned.
Yeah, I can imagine.
He has like a 5-hitting combo that he just don't stop attacking. It's like, bro.
Yeah, the biggest issue with Atoned is more the arena that you're in. You can drag them out, but it's better to obviously fight them right there and then. But your glaive can smack like the walls of the arena, and if you do that, you get like briefly stunned, and that can be the difference in a boss fight.
If she does a fast attack after you bonk, you're gonna get hit, and we really don't want to get hit in this fight. Also, I don't know if the Fistos calls him this, but I call him Greg. He's famous in my stream.
A name for everyone. That's how you know he's been playing this a long time.
Right? You gotta name all the characters and NPCs. All right, bye, Greg. I love it. But yeah, this is another. We got a neat little parkour segment here on this broken bridge. If you run this exact line, it will like raise you up as you go, and then you can make this little jump. It saves like half a second. It's nice.
Yeah, we'll see some more parkour later on that'll save a lot more time using the glaive attack, right?
Yeah, and I was told he will be using the spin for the Archabbey jumps instead of the running lights. He specifically told me, I know it's not optimal, but they look cooler. And I'm like, you know what, you got me there.
Yeah.
You got me there, man.
Gotta get the crowd going. Respect.
Yes. Oh, nice. Greg just wants a hug. He really does. Just dropped his hat. This bridge is scary. I always cheer for the puppets here because the puppets can distract these monsters, but there's just more monsters and they're stronger. And yeah, our boys the puppets got obliterated. But that's almost safer because now we should just be able to hard right, get around Antlers. I call him Antlers. I didn't really name him. He's just Antlers. But now we have the Cathedral Climb. This, when you're first learning the game and the route, is very hard. Once you've done it 1,000 times, it's not that bad, but like 10 times only, this is a hard little climb. Narrow balconies, and we're on a timer. We're trying to beat these water wheels so we can basically make this gap faster.
Yeah, you're essentially on a cycle. As long as you get there quick enough, you are essentially waiting on other things to happen in the world. It'll be fast.
It's basically right when we start this fall from this ladder, the cycle starts. So he's going to heal, because that's why we really, I mean, we're doing safety strats, so we have the Stargazer, so we'll, of course, have a heal here. But if you're just doing Deathless, like world record strats, you will run through here and have one heal. You'll use it when you fall, and so we'd be at no heals here, just trying to get through here. I like the drip he's gone with as well. The top hat with the black coat from Atoned. Very nice.
Yeah, it looks clean.
It's very fun because at that really long gondola ride, you can have a lot of time to, you know, equip stuff, talk to chat, have a time. So we're taking it a little safer here. There is a trick that you can use the running light of the glaive to wrap around that pillar, but it is a little scary and dangerous. So we're just going to make sure we get through this, and that is completely okay.
Yeah, getting through in one piece is the most important part.
Yeah, like I said, like, there's not a lot of room for error here. The small balconies and everything, you will just fall and die. It's a lot of fall damage. So this is the water wheels that we're trying to make the cycle, but because he was going a little safe, we unfortunately just have to wait. But I mean, in a marathon, we're looking for survival. So we take that. And here comes our, I guess, first or second mini boss. But once we have the glaive and the spin, as me and Mitch kind of came to do it, we're going to do some stuff, and then we're going to spin, and then take a riposte and kill him. And this is like how most of the mini bosses will go. Because the combination of the spin, the fire, and our scripts are just so powerful that we start melting everything. Very nicely done, though.
And don't be fooled, those mini bosses are not easy. A lot of them are very difficult and annoying to deal with. But yeah, the spin just absolutely trivializes them with the glaive.
Oh yeah, I will say that mini boss is kind of mean, because once you get across those water wheels, if you don't go fight him right away, you can actually activate a shortcut. But if you do, be like me and go fight him right away and die because he's really hard and hits like a truck, it's a very sad climb again.
Yeah, that's rough.
And I was actually telling Ben about this. The run is slightly different. I was told he's going to go for it. We're going to do the new upgraded puppet string strat. We're going to be turning this run into somewhat of a Spider-Man. Step one, instead of going back to the hotel, we're going to drop down this hole and grab this Legion Caliber, which will allow us to upgrade our puppet arms. Throughout the game, you'll get multiple puppet arms, but the only one we're using is the string, and we're actually semi-forced to, because Eugenie just slaps it on us in a forced cutscene. But yeah, now he's going to go back to the hotel. We're going to do some shopping and upgrading, and then immediately use the new tech to skip to Bishop faster. So hoping we can get it.
I can't believe that this game is evolving so quickly, that my knowledge is only like a couple of weeks old, and I already don't know what's going on. I've already been left behind. This game evolves too fast. It's not fair.
Yeah, me and Tritor and new Blade Runner just can't put it down. So it's funny because like we've like sort of watched each other's runs, but then every time I join like Blade stream, I'm like, you can do that? I'm still learning new stuff. It's crazy.
Je mets des quotes là-dessus.
What he just did there is stopped at the shop, bought some Fable Catalyst. Those are the things that it's kind of like stabbing into himself, and it gives us a blue bar, or mana, or Fable, all that. And then he bought some upgrade materials. We upgraded the glaive to +2. We upgraded the puppet string to its next level, so now we can. Normally, the puppet string pulls enemies to you, but if we hold the button down, we can pull ourselves to enemies. So here we're going to do the Jessica skip. This is Jessica. We're going to hopefully grapple to her, and there we go. Skip up to the bridge and skip a very long runaround. That one actually saves like 10 to 12 seconds.
Le bras gauche de Pinocchio qui est équipable, changeable. On peut mettre un
So much fun.
Yeah, sometimes it's the simple tricks that are the most effective, right?
Right? Exactly. This guy, the jump scare. I've gotten hit by him. It's embarrassing. So what's going to happen in the upcoming boss fight against Archbishop? One, he's going to do a cutscene skip that he could have done on Murphy, but it's a little tricky, especially to Marathon. Oh, actually, I don't think he is. Never mind. False alarm. He equipped the glaive. Essentially, what you can do, I think he just maybe wants to see the cutscene, or I don't know. If you don't have the weapon equipped, if you activate like a door like that, you can quickly go into your inventory and then attempt to use the grinder. And because you don't have a weapon equipped, it'll like do the I failed, I don't have a weapon, and that'll actually cancel the door opening animation. And if you do it fast enough, you will skip the cutscene altogether. But we just had to check it out, and this is Archbishop. We're gonna be taking him down. We missed one parry, but we are okay. He's doing very good. We're gonna knock him with this charged heavy. Okay, the second phase, we are going to yeet all of the thermite we've been collecting throughout the run. 1, 2, 3. That's going to give him the on fire status. 1, 2, 3 electric. That's going to give him shock. That's going to make our Fable Parry Heavy do an absurd amount of damage. We're going to spin into him and then just chop his down. And there we go. Very nice second phase.
That damage is ridiculous.
It's kind of absurd.
That's crazy. They just give you this weapon, remember? They just give it to you.
Yes. That fight, though, I will say, kind of, it more shines that it shows emphasis on how powerful status effects are. Yeah. So we open, the damage from the throwables is somewhat significant, but it's really the fire status that we applied to him. Because we start the fight by applying fire to our weapon. If an enemy is on fire, they'll slowly tick damage, but the main thing we want from the fire status is if our glaive's on fire, it's going to do 40% more fire damage to on-fire targets. So that's why we throw the three throwables will apply the status to pretty much everything in the game. So you just throw 3 of the electric, which gives us, 20% fizz damage, and then 40% fire. That poke really did a lot.
I think throwables especially used to be used quite a lot before the glaive became a thing, right? Because throwables are really, really good. It's just that the glaive is slightly better.
Yeah, the DPS output of the glaive is faster. Another thing, so like I said, things that are on fire will take more fire damage. So after you throw 3 thermite, they're on fire. The 4th one will literally do more damage. So before the glaive, we used to use the wrench baton. It's actually a combination of 2 weapons, a big pipe wrench and a police baton. And we would essentially just throw a bunch of stuff at the enemy to give them the status, and then do a big one-hitter slam. And I actually think the wrench might beat Bishop faster than the glaive, but then nothing else.
It is interesting how many big mechanics, like unique mechanics you see in Lies of P that aren't really touched in the speedrun. Like a good example is what you mentioned about the whole mixing and matching like weapon handles and heads. You don't really see it much because of the glaive now. And also the whole Lyon truth system, you don't really see besides like a couple of points. But those are like things that Lies of P introduced to the formula. And the speedrun just kind of walks right through them because it's just all about next boss, spin, next boss, spin.
Exactly. Yeah, the lying system is actually pretty unique, and I love how it works with the story. But if they meet the incentive for Nameless, which I'm sure they will, we actually have to have our humanity, aka line up correctly throughout the run. It's very unique and odd system. It will give us an extra dialogue option at the end to then fight one more boss. So it's a very cool system. And like the lies are like, oh, unfortunate. That was the worst. Oh, I bet he's going to say that has never happened before.
The classic.
The classic. Thankfully, even in world record route, we do take this Stargazer. We have to. So no biggie. We're just gonna run there. But normally, that lady who turned around instantly and started attacking him turns around much like slower, like that. And he just got insanely unlucky. Oh, but here's my favorite NPC, lady with the jar. What up, girl? I know you can't hear me. You're in France, but hello.
Après, au moins, c'est un bon exemple de. On voit à quel point je suis fragile.
Honestly, though, other than that, like that is a perfectly fine place if anything's gonna go wrong.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the least punishing deaths you can get. Really, it's like 20 seconds, if that.
Yeah. Coming up is the classic, I guess, gank boss fight, and that all Souls like seem to have. Where essentially it's going to be one big boss, and then he's going to spawn his little bros to come help fight. We only have to take down the big bro, so our plan is to do as much damage as we can before the first one spawns, and then do spin into him and take a riposte before anything bad happens. And you can do everything correct, and you will still get owned by the little sister. It's just really, really mean. I've lost so many runs to this boss.
Yeah, these kind of fights, it's always the same thing. In every game like this, it's so difficult to make them consistent because you have so many factors with all the different enemies. It's impossible to juggle all of them all the time.
And then this boss, just like every other, we really can't script them. He has 5 different openers. We need to know what to do on 5. We're going to start the fight, though. We're going to throw 3 shock to give him that shock so we can do extra damage. Thankfully, we didn't waste our Fable on that. He missed us. So once we get that first Fable heavy, we are pretty much game time. Almost got... Oh! Yeah, the little sister is honestly the problem, but we got the riposte. Yes. Let's go.
That was so close.
That was scary. That was so scary, but he got it. Let's go. So as you can see, he has like 0 HP. He actually had a little more than that, but then the bros hit him afterward. Once the big bro goes down, you can't die. Like they can hit you 100 times and you will never die.
Thank God.
Yeah, because that's like I have a few friends who I've met through streaming and such who are labbing and practicing hitless, and that is the boss that makes me not want to do hitless. It's like, imagine defeating the boss and then getting smacked by one of the little bros afterward.
Yeah, sounds terrible.
All right, so now we're coming back to the hotel. So Ben touched on it earlier, but these are the gold coin fruit. If you don't know, I've actually recently watched like a novel comparison between Liza P and Carlo Collodi's actual Pinocchio children's novel from back in the day. And yeah, the cat and the fox kind of dupe Pinocchio out of his gold coins. So that's where this gold coin fruit kind of comes into play. But we're going to give the fox and the black cat a coin fruit later at 2 different instances, so we do not fight them as bosses.
Yeah, as we were talking about earlier, sometimes you need an item for a boss. Sometimes it's not worth, going around to get it. Sometimes it is. These gold coins are obviously very convenient to get, so saves you having to do some fights later on.
Yes. The story is that the black cat is going blind, and the red fox, his sister, is trying to... the gold coins is considered like a super remedy that will heal anything. So she's just trying to get the gold coins to cure her. Her bro.
pareil, hein, ça redonne plus de fab quand on utilise un
Unfortunately, we're in the way. Sort of.
catalyseur de fab, je viens de le dire.
But yeah, everything going quite well. So this is another hotel visit. As you see, stops into the training room to get his Fable. We got a key from Antonia, and I will say I've embarrassingly forgot to talk to her too many times. Go to this door. The door is locked. I'm like, God, really?
Easy mistake to make, I think, definitely.
Well, the thing is, once you do like enough runs that get to enough hotel segments, they start blending. It's like, wait a minute, I don't talk to her here. Wait, what do I level up here? Oh no.
Si cette RNG n'était pas présente dans toute la route qu'on fait, on ne montrerait pas du tout la vitalité.
You want a whale boss? There might be one in the DLC, although it might be a shark. I'm not sure. Y'all should check out the DLC trailers. There's 2 right now. It's amazing. I'm so excited. But we're going to Rosa Isabel Street. This is the rich people's neighborhood that Gemini's kind of talking about.
Yeah, the was it the latest DLC teaser dropped on the indie showcase? I didn't know this was considered indie, but fair enough.
I guess, right?
I think that's a bit of a stretch, but
yeah, I don't. I mean, I'll take it. Maybe they didn't have it ready in time for. Didn't they have like something right before that?
Yeah.
They didn't have it ready or something. I don't know.
Maybe, yeah.
Either way, it's looking really cool. The music's looking great. Here comes White Lady. One of the. She's really not that bad, but if things go wrong, then it's bad. But we're really just going to time out a charged heavy, and then we're going to do some parry lights, and then just block cancel light like we did in the train. One thing, so the Glaive's opening light attack has insane stagger damage, so that's why you'll see we just block canceled her and she just staggered every hit, and that was such a nice fight. Well done.
White Lady, I think, is one of the most like aesthetically cool fights in the game with the music and everything going on. I think it's a really cool fight.
I agree. As a casual player, she is kind of tough, I will say, because like one of the frustrating things about her is like how the game works is like if you perfect block an enemy enough or stagger them enough, their health bar will glow white. That means a charged heavy or like a Fable heavy looking attack will knock them and you can take a riposte. With her, she just keeps swinging and she will not let you get a charge heavy, and it's so mean.
Yeah, it's rough.
This is going to be probably new to you, Ben, but here comes the second use of the puppet string pull technique to go faster.
I'm excited.
We're gonna go around here. We're gonna lock. Oh, you didn't do it! No!
I'm no longer excited.
I'm a liar.
I've been betrayed.
I did. I thought he said he was going for the string strats. I didn't know he was going for only some of them. Okay, my apologies. I'm sorry to hype you up, chat. I didn't, he would have, like the guy with the rifle, he would have used the string on him and gone over the railing. And it saves a little bit of time.
Well, I guess I'll move from the edge of my seat back to the middle, I suppose.
You know what? It's a risk. I'm not in the chat with Nephis, so I can't read his mind. Fun little safety technique. It doesn't matter what attack that clown does. If you run perfectly straight up the left side of the stairs, you won't get hit.
Also, screw this boss. I got destroyed by this boss so many times.
These clowns are no joke. And when I say these clowns, there are more.
Yeah, they get worse somehow. But this one, PTSD.
Yeah, he's like the first one. So honestly, I think the game's like natural design is actually really good. Like I feel like a boss weapon at this point could only be upgraded to +3. And then like a normal weapon would only be like a +5 or 6 right now. So you really can't like super cheese the bosses with damage unless you kind of know what you're doing / can abuse the glaive. Love this opera house, but unfortunately we're going to skip most of it by doing this running light over this edge and onto the railing. Nicely done. Yeah. So there's something I haven't really explained. It's always hard like to find a time to, but if you haven't noticed, during the if he runs over a ledge, he's usually using a heal, and that gives us during the like coyote time of running off the edge, you can use an item or do an action like a running light with the glaive. that will give us more distance and like give us this like hover time. He basically did that with the running light to get over that railing and skip probably casually the coolest part of the game, but at least we don't skip the boss.
Would you say this boss is probably like the most infamous boss? It's like the Ornstein and Smo.
I think so. I would completely agree. Like, I feel like a lot of people quit on this guy.
This is a big difficulty spike, this boss, yeah.
It's honestly one of those, the first phase is kind of tough, but then you start to figure it out and then it's not that bad. And then you get into the second phase and then you die immediately.
Yeah, second phase is brutal.
Yes.
It's one of those bosses where the first phase is hard enough, then you think you've won and you haven't, and then you just go into pure despair for the next like 3 hours.
Yeah, because every time it stinks, I love the nose. And what stinks is every time you die to second phase, you have to do phase 1 again.
Yeah, it's so cool. I love this cutscene is coming out as well. I love this.
Yeah, I love that we're watching it.
That was sick.
But what's really cool is the second phase in the speedrun is actually easier, in my opinion, than the first. Because we have a very nice script that should work every time.
Yeah, it seems to be a lot more telegraphed.
Oh, yes. The only thing that can really happen is he could have hit us during the spin, and he specifically leveled up his vitality at the previous hotel visit to make sure he survives that attack.
Nice.
But we didn't even need it because we didn't get hit, and that was such a nice script. Well done.
Yeah, don't be fooled. If you haven't played this game, that boss is, it'll take you a while.
Yeah, and honestly, the Opera House is kind of a scary area with all those spiders. Like, we just skipped the whole area, but the enemies there are kind of tough. And of course, mysteriously, our dad showed up.
Yeah, I feel like this section is like so relentless as well, because you've got the what did you call it in your run, the grenade hallway as well coming up.
Yes, that one is going to be after this arcade. Yeah, no, it's like you get slight respite because we're running and not fighting or parrying anything. So this part's nice. And then coming up is what I would say is the most infamous part that Runes runs is this. I call it the dog door. I don't know what else. But essentially, we're going to run up to this door, and we're going to pray that these dogs do not perfectly time a meaty when we lose our iframes from this animation. This is looking scary, but we got it. Oh gosh.
You have to hold your breath and just pray. Yeah.
You just mash forward and roll and hope that it's like if they both do the headbutt attack. It like perfectly does enough damage that it like gives you the status effect they apply and you die. You just die. I was like 20 seconds ahead once and literally died, and it's sad.
That is very sad.
Nothing you can do. Nothing you can do. But looking very good so far. This next section, we are just going to be running through this arcade, and there will be 2 mini bosses on the way. And this first one is kind of scary because we actually have to parry him. Most mini bosses, it's like we're going to do charge heavy and just spin, and they're dead. This one, we actually have to parry. And he does have a couple of different attacks. So let's do a nice little drop down here. Skip a little bit, and that's just, you can always do that. Unfortunate attack, but he got the parry.
Very nice.
Once you get that parry, you're good. Spin and he's dead.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. So after Bishop, we talked to Alidoro. He was the boss soul guy. We gave him Fuoco, the fire furnace's soul, and then we gave him Murphy's soul to get 2 amulets. One of them, I believe it's like gives you more damage based on how many Fable charges you have. That's Murphy's. And then Fuoco's is the real goated amulet. It every time you perfect block, your next attack will do more damage. Every time we Fable parry with the glaive, it's a perfect block. So every single one of our Fable heavy parries, that big poke attack is doing absurd damage at this point.
like the damage wasn't absurd enough. It just gets more and more absurd.
Exactly, but the bosses are leveling up too, so we need more damage.
True, very true. Yeah.
We never want to see a phase 2, and if we do, we hope it's scripted like King of Puppets. So coming up, I would say casually, this Jester was very difficult. Like I died here multiple times, and what was really frustrating is I kept getting lost in these hallways. So I'm like, where's the clown? But thankfully in the speed run, this is one of the easiest mini bosses. We don't have to parry. We could parry to slightly speed it up, but it's a marathon, a little risky.
It's always how it goes. The casually hard fights are usually quite easy in the speedrun, and the difficult ones in the speedrun are usually quite easy casually.
So yeah, we have a very perfect script for him. We are going to do charged heavy, charged heavy, charged heavy, into spin, into charged heavy. There you go. Boom. And that's how you do it.
He's not so
I
hard.
was so happy. Yeah, he's not
Just one shot him. It's easy.
Yeah, just do that. The main thing that makes that boss really difficult is he's one of the rare enemies that applies a nasty status effect, which I believe is break. Yeah, Victor gives you shock. He gives you break. Break basically makes it so when you try to use a healing like juice, whatever, it heals like nothing. So he hits hard. He gives you a status effect that makes it so you can't heal, and it's, wow, cool design. I mean, it's properly punishing. I always like this fun, weird fact, but if you're speedrunning this game, a lot of people I've known just kind of turn off the music in the settings. You cannot turn off this music in the settings. You will always hear this parade music. It's like coming through like a speaker, so I think it's considered like voice
like ambient noise, yeah.
Yeah, something like that. I don't know. Oh, another thing to mention. There's just always something to yap about. He's been picking up these Dark Moon moonstones. Think of those as like the Titanite scales, the boss weapon upgrade materials, because they may give it to us for free right at the start, but it's considered a boss weapon. No boss weapon needed, the glaive. Being a boss weapon, at least status, it upgrades only to +5 instead of +10. So that already beats the wrench baton having to go to +10. But then another weird thing about boss weapons is you cannot switch the handles or the blades off like you can with all the normal weapons. So the glaive is just, as it will always be, perfect.
I feel like any of these kind of like Souls-like games are like perfect for like commentating or doing events, because you have like the perfect blend of running towards a boss, which is like the perfect time to discuss strategies that are coming up or talk about like, you know, the charity or whatever. And then you've got like the really big, like flashy fights, right? And then it just goes back to running, then you got the fight, then you got the running, then you got the fight. It's like the perfect storm, right?
It is really good for marathons, I would definitely say. It's honestly, I've only speedrun Dark Souls 3 before this, and the only thing that I'd say is like, I guess maybe worse, is that it's longer. It's a much longer run. But other than that, it's just the running segments that make it longer are actually kind of nice, because like you get that nice little break before you have to go beat up another boss.
Yeah, you get to chill out for a few minutes.
It's like, okay, all I have to do is run in a straight line. I can do that.
Yeah.
Whereas, okay, I have to parry this boss. He has like 8 different starters. Okay, let's go. All right. But we are smooth sailing. So he upgraded the glaive to +3. We got a little extra health in our level ups just for a little safety. And yeah, we're going to keep moving. So this is what I believe, Ben, you touched on earlier, the infamous grenade hallway. Like, this is casually very mean. Because you just cannot
shield enemies,
run
man.
through
The
this.
shield enemies.
Oh, they're so difficult to take down, and you just can't really run past them. Oh, he's doing a different strat. See, everyone does everything a little differently, and that I almost want to steal that. What was that? They just ran to the corner and then just walked in a straight line.
That worked, yeah.
Everyone does it differently, but that was awesome.
Yeah. The guy with the big guy with the shields there, that's the problem, because he can just sit there and just block you, and then you just get destroyed. Like, you can't really run back. You have to like bait him out a little bit. Obviously, it's like the classic like claustrophobic hallway, and then a massive dude just blocking your path, and you're like, well, okay, guess I'm dead.
And then, of course, turrets throwing things at you.
Yeah.
In the tiny hallway. Yeah, the thing that stinks is like you can't activate the shield guy without activating the grenade guys. Like the trigger is them noticing you is right at the same spot.
Yeah.
That actually was an older strategy that I couldn't even do. I don't know how Mitch does it, but you line up before the grenade guys and you throw an extra throwing cell perfectly to hit the shield guy, and that will start him walking towards you. I could never get it to land. I'm like, how is he doing this?
Mitch is built different, I swear down.
Yeah, I mean...
You guys bonkers. Yeah.
This door here is, it's imaginary, I like to call it. Not a glitch. No, it's basically the object, once he's done sawing through it, it just ceases to exist, so you can run right through, so...
It's clever use of game mechanics.
Yeah. What's the word? It's a trick.
Trick, yeah. It's an exploit.
Yeah. Exactly. There's Victor Jr. And we're about to see Victor Sr. Next boss. I like this boss, actually. Casually, he's almost like a breath of fresh air, because this Grand Exhibition area that we kind of masterfully run through is pretty difficult to run through, and then the boss at the end is actually not that bad.
Yeah,
most of the game, complete opposite.
Yeah, you've just had a massive difficulty spike with the King of Puppets earlier. So this boss is like quite nice, because you think to yourself, is it only going to get worse, or is it going to be, is that a difficulty spike, or is that just how it works from now on? But luckily, the King of Puppets is a difficulty spike, and if you can get past him, you do have it. Not easy, but easier for a little while.
Yeah, so we're basically just fighting this guy. We have a slight script at the start, but now it's kind of depends on what he does.
Gotta watch for those grabs.
Easy first phase. Yep, the grabs. The one thing you can't parry, our weakness, grabs. So unfortunately got a little bad RNG, but it doesn't really matter because we handled it. Normally, he has like a nice script that you can follow in phase 2 with 2 of his openers, and we got the 3rd one. But no matter, we are perfectly taking him down. So he's not going to do the quit out, but one more parry should do it. Boom! Yeah, nice fight. That was clean. Very nicely done. And he did actually do the quit out.
Yeah, that was quick. Yeah.
Yeah. So fun thing about Victor is if you can go to the menu and quit out before the cutscene of killing him starts playing, you skip Mr. Manus here, has a very, very long dialogue, and we skip all of that. RTA-wise, it's actually slower to quit out to the menu and go back in, but because the splitter, whenever we quit out or go to a loading screen, will stop the timer. It actually saves 12 seconds to quit out after killing him.
Yeah, you'll see those quite a few things. I remember with my time in Dark Souls 1, there's whenever you look at it in a marathon, it's very different to how it would look in an actual record attempt, because you're playing obviously real time. There's no such thing as in-game time tracking in a marathon, really. But when you're going for world record, you will quit out of the game a lot because it'll skip like, opening doors and things like that you would be waiting on otherwise. But usually it's not worth it to do it unless you're going for, outside of marathon PB attempts.
Exactly. I actually, by doing Dark Souls 3 before this, that's where I really learned the power of the quit out. Oh, you can just reset all the enemies back to their spawn.
I remember when Bloodborne came out and it was just terrible because, obviously PS4 loading times and you would quit out of the game on every single door, but it would take like 5 minutes to load the game just to save like 2 seconds, RTA, and it was just horrendous.
Oh yeah, I can also take this in chat. Why does the parry look like it's a dodge? So it actually kind of is. So it spends one Fable bar, and then you can actually parry forward, you can parry left, you can parry right, or if you just tap it, it will do a backstep parry, which is actually worse. So it's actually much easier to parry with the glaive than it is to perfect block with any weapon. Like every weapon can perfect block, it's just time to block when the attack hits. But with the glaive, you can directional, so it's kind of nice where it's just like the attack is coming, I parry into it. So it is kind of like a dodge. Here's a scary little hallway. Hopefully we can get through here. No issues. This guy right here is really the only issue. If he melees, we're fine. But sometimes he does combat roll into gunshot, and that means we have to dodge the gunshot, which through the sketchy tower can be a little dangerous, but we got through it.
If I remember correctly, the swamp monster fight coming up at the end of this section, is this the one that has he's weak to fire in one of the phases and electric in the other one, right? Like it changes halfway?
Yep, that is correct. I actually think he might be the only boss that does that. I don't know. I think bros too. The little bros are weak to fire and the big one's weak to acid.
Yeah.
But yeah, this upcoming boss is a phase 1 and a phase 2. There's a reoccurring spoilers. There's a cool thing that happens, and in phase 2 he changes and he becomes weak to electric instead of fire. So just a neat kind of tidbit for that boss, because I don't think that is really relevant anywhere else.
Yeah, I can't think of any.
I will say, like, this is the infamous swamp section that every Souls-like has, but in my opinion, it's really not that bad. Corruption is no, like, toxic. It's just not as bad.
Thankfully, they've never recreated anything worse than toxic, because God.
Right? Exactly.
I don't know who it is.
Yes, I've been doing, like I had mentioned, all bosses, mini bosses, which basically the category is anything with a health bar you have to take down. Those big old Puppet of the Futures is what those called in the swamp. Yeah, I have to come back here and take those out. It's horrible. They're like the worst thing to fight.
Yeah, my condolences.
I got them down now. I'm on the board. It's all that matters. So I didn't really mention it, but one of the cool parts, one of the P organ upgrades we get is it's literally labeled reduces stamina from dash, stamina consumption from dash. What it means by dash is just literally sprinting. I don't know why it says dash, because there is like a dash ability.
Yeah, I was gonna say, the legally distinct dash.
And this is a huge part where it comes into play, because normally when we were doing wrench strats and a different route, we wouldn't get that running upgrade. Some people would, some people wouldn't. And you would have to stop multiple times in that rolly ball section. But because we just don't have to stop at all, you can just start to finish as long as you just run correctly. You just run through that whole segment, no danger. Which is nice, because I used to lose runs there.
Yeah, no danger is best case scenario. There's enough danger in this run as it is.
Yeah. Truly nothing is like fully not dangerous, but I mean, compared to like climbing the cathedral, I think we should be fine. But this part always frustrated me when I was like really grinding out record and trying to get the best possible time, because you get past Victor, who's not really that bad, and then you run through this whole swamp, which is really not that difficult, and then you fight possibly one of the hardest bosses in the run coming up.
It's just long, I think, as well. Like,
yeah, like you run for like 3-4 minutes straight just to lose to this boss, because this boss, just like all the other bosses, he has like 5 to 6 different opening attacks. Like, we really can't manipulate it. It's just whichever one he gives us. This boss, some of them are just so much slower than the other ones. Like, if he digs underground, you're just losing like 10 seconds on the fight.
Just you just gotta wait.
Can't hit him. You gotta wait for him to come back. You can't even parry. Well, I actually found out you can parry.
Oh, really?
His thing. I just learned that like today. I was like, someone sent me the clip, and I'm like, really? And here it is. Yep. Auto time.
Right
so if you like get in front of him, right, you can like backstep parry his like pop out of the ground. But like we mentioned, so the first phase is weak to fire. So as you can see, his health is really going down. Unfortunately, he missed that parry, but that attack is okay. Oh, we're getting a little unlucky. I'm not sure why he's not getting that. That's okay. It's just the game being mean. We are fine. Honestly, the good thing about the dig attack is it's really not that hard to dodge. It's just slow.
And you can always punish it as well.
Yeah, he takes a while to get up. So we are going to take down phase 1. So now he did skip the cutscene. Murphy is back. The third boss of the run after Donkey. So he is now weak to electric because he's now considered a puppet, I guess. I don't entirely know the logistics of it. Because Mitch was explaining it, and there's another monster puppet, and he's only weak to fire. It's weird. But our main plan is we're just trying to really parry all the attacks he has. He just has a million. Nice fight.
Much better phase 2, and that's where it counts.
That really is, because honestly the phase 2 is harder. So he just got really unlucky in the first phase, but because it looked like he was timing the parries right. I don't know what was really happening. But either way, boss down. So now if you're like on pace, you're feeling pretty good right now, because we have another nice running section as we talked about earlier, where we could like get our heart rate down, breathe a couple times, you know, and then start going again. Yes, that was actually a very good swamp second phase. Because that second phase, so I did somewhat lie. So we can sort of manipulate Swamp Monster in that if we're like, a lot of the bosses, I feel like their design is like, if you're trying to run away from them and heal, they have like full arena covering attacks. But we want to take them down as fast as possible, so if we stay up close, we never get any of those really bad attacks. So that's some of the little attack manipulation you can do, but even at point blank, he still has like 4 different strings he can do, so well done by Nephistus. Oh, and I never really mentioned it. We're back at the start of the game.
Hey, look, it's the train.
It's the train. Did we reset? Awesome. Yep. So here's just like another, like you said, the running parts really kind of start to get big. But as someone who speedran Dark Souls 3, like those running segments were just brutal. The dogs in that game teleported to you. You had to use like alluring skulls for safety. This game, I feel like it's so designed over enemy does big slow attacks so you can perfect block it. Like they really want you to block, like in Sekiro. That all the enemies kind of attack really slow. So like you can just run past like the majority.
A lot of it is super
you know
telegraphed, whereas like Dark Souls 3 is like the most consistent way to get through places is to just spam roll and pray for the best.
And then quit out so then
you can
reload
make sure
and
they don't follow
respawn.
you.
Exactly. And now we are truly backtracking because we are at the first running area. Down there is where we killed the first police bot, which is where Robert Weasel was. That I am not going to try and read French. I was just like, I know what it says, but I don't know how to actually say that. So we're coming up on our next mini boss. They all actually have a somewhat similar appearance. They're kind of just big old mutated big guys like the guy you just ran past. But this guy has to go down because the door doesn't open until he does. Thankfully, we are now absurdly powerful. Oh, we're going to take it a little safer by getting rid of these guys. If anything in the fight goes a little south, they can interrupt and ruin things, but I think we're just going for it.
I respect the idea of whipping.
Yeah, I like the thought.
I'll take my losses and move on.
At this point, yeah. So you're into a charging heavy, or a running heavy, into a charge heavy, into a charge heavy, into a tap heavy, into a spin, and he's done. Just like that. I wanted to get it out before he killed it. Very nicely done. And again, casually, these mini bosses suck. They're not fun to fight.
They're so fast. If you have terrible reflexes like me, they just walk all over you.
The big thing for me is they do so much damage.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. I feel like I've always just been Souls pilled to always be light load and never wear armor. So maybe that was the problem.
You just get two shot.
They hit basically. Yeah. And I'm also, I don't know, I treated the game as a challenge. I just wanted to perfect block everything. I had a friend who went through this. You can, for the most part, dodge most of the attacks in the game. You don't even have to perfect block. Only the red ones you have to. Which is kind of nice. It's kind of a nice mix of Souls and Sekiro.
Yeah.
Ooh, here comes another string trick. Yes, he's doing this one.
Nice.
I didn't want to say anything. Yes, so extra nice. If you can see, he slowly built up a disruption status effect. That is the equivalent of Dark Souls Curse. If that fills up, you just die. Thankfully, our new puppet string strat, we don't even come close to getting to.
Yeah, I was going to say, it looks like it skips the whole thing there. Yeah.
Yeah, it used to be like we have to run into this corner, we have to wait for a sec, get our stamina back. Oh yeah, another mini boss. And bye. And it's done. You gotta love the mini bosses that give you troubles casually, but then in the speedrun, it's charge heavy, spin, and it's dead.
You gotta get your revenge. It's cathartic.
That's true, right? It's like, haha, now I know what you do. Now I'm not gonna eat my own words. This string trick is tough. I don't know if he's gonna do it. Oh, he is doing it. I love it. Let's go.
Nice.
To me, that one's literally the hardest one. So he like skipped the easiest one. One of the easy ones.
It's all for show. It's the same as watching the like the King of Puppets transition cutscene and stuff. It's all just for the flex. I respect it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. He also did a nice little setup there. I understand it now. Beautiful.
So we're coming up to Illusions up next, right? Pretty soon?
Yes. Oh, yes. This is
a great example of more throwables and how good they are.
Yes. It's funny because I don't know. I feel like just because of the consumables that are on the way, like we can buy from merchants, like this strategy actually hasn't really changed at all since the wrench days. Like we'd still just throw a bunch of stuff at her. And then people were like, well, we have this glaive, we can fight her. Turns out, yeah, you don't want to fight her. She's horrible to fight.
Standing at a distance is the move.
Yeah, so we're gonna throw a grenade, throw 3 acid, we're gonna throw 3 thermite, then we're gonna throw a shot put, she's gonna get stunned, and he's gonna throw actually all 3. We're gonna get up, do a charge heavy, take the riposte, we're gonna do another charge heavy into the spin, I think, unless he does the other strat. He's doing the other strat. Everyone plays this game differently. None of the runners are the same. But that was a nice fight, very nice.
Such a sick fight. You do like almost 10,000 damage before she even has a chance to attack back.
Yeah, casually that boss. I mean, I feel like a broken record when I say it, but most of the bosses like casually are really hard, and then some of them in the speedrun are just so easy that it's just like wow.
And
so
again, it's the small arena, right? As well, it's the such compact arenas make it so much more difficult to fight in.
Right, and I mean, you actually saw it. She clones herself, but we kill her before the clone has a chance to do anything. But yeah, in the small arena, the clone actually has a good bit of health. So like, it's kind of like the bros fight. You take them down, and it's just rough. This fight used to be an insanely difficult run runing fight, but we actually, New Blade Runner has found a strategy that has made it significantly better. So throw a grenade, we're gonna run heavy, then we're gonna do charge heavy, parry heavy, and charge heavy, charge heavy. We're gonna throw a second grenade, dodge the grab, charge heavy into spin. Unfortunately, he spawns a minion, and this minion is really the only hard part about this speedrun fight. But that was perfect, and he caused no issues. Nicely done.
I noticed that boss was done with the fire, but that's a puppet, no?
Yeah.
To the
so, yeah. I mean, I don't even know if there is a rule, because like I feel like it only applies to Swamp Monster and that guy. But yeah, that was actually the first tutorial boss of the game. Not like the mini boss puppet, but like the parade master. He's all monsterified. Simon Manus is doing experiments with Ergo, which is turning everyone into monsters. That's the gist of it. It's complicated. So we're back at the hotel, and the it's been attacked.
Not looking so
so we're
good.
gonna go up here. Yeah, puppets must die. So we're gonna go in here, and Geppetto has been kidnapped. No, they took our dad. So we're gonna talk to Antonia, and she's gonna tell us to play a secret piano key to open the shortcut. Which, why does she know that? I don't know. DLC theories.
Old lady knowledge. They know everything.
Right? There are suspicions that she might be the legendary stalker. From the DLC trailer. Who knows, though? There's a million different theories right now. So one thing I didn't really mention, but in like 3 of the chests throughout the game, we grab these item boxes. There's 3 total. We actually collect all of them because that unlocks his shop to have the last upgrade materials to +5 Arglaive, which is max level for boss weapons, aka the glaive. Get our Fable.
If you wanted more damage, then Merry Christmas. You've got more damage and a lot of it.
More damage. Yeah, so we're gonna get our capacity up. We're gonna get our technique up. Just, you know, more damage and more HP. So it's coming up, this next fight is the worst one in the run. The worst one, like, it's actually kind of fitting that the worst run casually is also the worst boss casually is the worst one in the speedrun too. I feel like that doesn't always happen, but in this game it is.
This boss feels like so random every time you do it.
It immediately starts random. Basically, spoilers, it's going to be bros again. We fought them earlier, which was a very scary fight, but we got the riposte. But this time we're actually going to take out all 3 of the bros. The remaining bros, that is. Because we took down the big guy earlier.
I'm sure he won't be coming back.
Yeah, surely. I mean, we killed him. His health went to 0. But essentially, one of the fight is going to start with one of the bros buffing their weapon, and it kind of works like one of them is going to be aggro aggressive at you, while the other 2 kind of just walk around, and if you get too close to them, they'll attack you, and it's not fun. He's actually going to be safety marathon strat of summoning Spectre, which is a little co-op companion to AI bot you can have help you with fights. It's just really helpful in this fight. Yeah, this will be the only time he uses this. Unfortunately, real bad RNG, got the middle sister. In my opinion, only one of the starting is bad, and of course that's the one we get in the marathon. There's just, when it goes right, this fight actually looks really cool, but that's like 1 out of like 10 runs. We're almost just fighting for survival.
Yeah, this is just a fight where you just need to get through it.
So typically, there's a couple ways you can do it. I think like the design wise, you want to take out two of the last two bros at the same time. Because spoilers, another thing is going to happen. There'll be one more health bar showing up. So yeah, I think that is what he's going to do, because he can really do some absurd damage to the next enemy if both of these guys are down at the same time. But it's so random, especially with Spectre, that... Oh, we can avoid that one. No, it's okay. We're okay. We're just taking him out. With Spectre, it's actually easier to get this set up. Oh, but we lost Spectre. That's okay. If there's only one enemy, we should be fine. So, oh my god, big bro, it did come back to life. Ben, this is your fault.
Manifested it.
Normally, normally he opens with that blue wave. 5% of the time he doesn't though, so. And then a lot of the times he does this combo, so we can get a cheeky parry light here. Parry heavy the ender. So he's gonna wait out and get the riposte just to be safe. A lot of the bosses at this point in the game, nice fight. Let's go. Survived. We take that. And honestly, the big bro, that was perfect. That was a really nice fight. But yeah, absolute absurd boss. I hate that boss.
Yeah. At the very least, you get rewarded with your next boss being basically a gimmick fight, right? So, like, I guess if anything.
It's, I mean, I guess we'll take that, but I'll be honest, I feel like I've actually lost more runs to the next boss than Bros 2.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so the next boss, like all bosses I say, they have like 5, I think this one has like 4 openers. 2 of them are really, really bad. Well, one of them is really, really bad. One of them is just really slow, but it's not that bad. And then 2 are good. If you get the really, really bad one, it's not a good time. Because then you start seeing way more attacks than just those 4. So, but it is a gimmick boss. Essentially coming up is going to be Door Guardian. You just knock him down, take the riposte, knock him down, take the second riposte, he's dead. So that is what we will hope for.
I can never get over that shark submarine cutscene. It's so goofy.
It is, I don't know, it's really odd. I've seen the DLC trailers has like a shark, and I'm like, the shark submarine is the shark. My theories are terrible, I know. So we're on the beach. You technically don't have to talk to any of these NPCs, but they give us ergo fragments, which give us a lot of souls, and we have leveled up a decent bit, so it kind of costs a lot to level up now. So it's kind of convenient that they give us these big chunks. As other than the boss souls that we've been turning into amulets, we turned Fuoco's, Murphy's, and then in the swamp when we ran into Aladora, we made Victor's boss amulet. The rest of them, we just consume because they give us a big bunch of ergo and we can level up.
Pour ceux qui ne savent pas, le fight gimmick, c'est quand il y a une petite mécanique spéciale. Dès que vous la trouvez, le boss ne vaut plus grand chose.
Oui, c'est ça.
Et sur vos prochaines parties, il n'y a plus trop de difficultés.
So now just a nice long beach segment.
Perfect time to talk about the charity. We'll stop yapping about the game for a little bit.
Right. Yeah. Did you wanna say some points on it?
Yeah, of course. There's plenty to talk about. If you if you're watching on the Games Done Quick restream, which you probably are if you're listening to us, you can check the pinned message in the chat, and it's got all the information you need. They have a unique T-shirt for the event, and 10 euros are getting donated to the charity for every T-shirt that's bought. So if you want to get a sick T-shirt to commemorate the event, I think they have a Twitch badge as well. Did you see that? Where if you watch for 30 minutes on the GDQ channel, I think, you get a cool badge as well. So if you stick around for half an hour, obviously support the run, support the charity, support everyone behind the scenes who's making this happen, then yeah, you can get a nice little badge as well in Twitch, which is really cool.
Yeah. Absolutely, and that charity is, I'm butcher the French, but it's Médecins du Monde, Doctors of the World. They did translate it, I just didn't read.
That was clean.
Yes, very nice opening. This is one of those like 98% of the time he will always do that stomp second. But the rare time he won't. That was a very nice fight though. He is killing it. But yeah, Doctors of the World, so appreciate them. Awesome charity organization. So coming up is going to be our first of two spin tricks. Essentially, the Glaive's triple spin, while absurdly destroys mini bosses, it actually will allow us to skip this gap. So normally we would run up these stairs, run across this bridge to this scary enemy and hit a switch, which activates cutscene. Instead, we're going to go over here, do the triple spin, and skip over to this bridge, and he gets it immediately. Makes it look so easy. I love it. Yeah, that was nice. You do actually, depending on if you stop at the Stargazer or not, it can be a little scary, the timing of the ballista. So he may have just been like, I need to go fast. I don't want to get hit by that ballista.
Yeah.
Because that's an insta-kill right there, the ballista. If it doesn't flat out reduce your HP to 0, it will knock you into the water, and P cannot swim. Unfortunate. Very clean. And then immediately upon climbing this ladder, oh, the scorpion, oh, leave us alone, leave us alone. I've actually lost runs to those scorpions. So that was a bit scary. As you can see, he has leveled up his HP a little bit before Bros 2, but we're not putting on armor because that makes us slow. And we need to have the glaive equipped to do these tricks. So we actually leveled up our capacity as well. So he basically has just the glaive on so he can light run and no armor. So everything is chonking us. He's going to do a nice little lineup for this triple spin here. And there we go. Nice. That was very good. That one, I would say, is harder than the first one he did. So very nicely done to get through that. We're going to take an extra shot put. Nice. Shot put is points. Points? So I'm like looking at the French where it says.
Learning French as you go.
Yeah, right. Points equals shot put. Right, exactly. This enemy right here is a little scary. So we're going to take we're going to take a little safety route. He basically has like one attack that can hit you, but if he hits you with that one attack, he will do a follow-up attack, and the second attack will kill you if you don't roll it on time. So nice to run around the bench there just to be a little safe. So you just got to run up these stairs. This segment of the game is like, especially casually, like it just goes on and on. Like you'll see Nephistus obviously knows exactly where to go, and it's still going to take a little bit just to get through all these ladders, all this climbing. What was your take on this area when you went through it, Ben?
I have a vague memory of standing on that little plinth there and thinking to myself, oh, am I at the end? And then it just told me, oh no, that's just the walkway above you. And I'm like, oh God, there's more. I need to keep going. I thought I was done.
There's never-ending ladders.
Yeah.
Another annoying part about this section is there's enemies that he's been running past. They're just like monsters with just legs, no arms, really. And they either headbutt you or they spurt acid at you when you go by them. And you can lose just a lot of health getting acided going through this. And especially casually, like acid is like a combo Whereas fire just ticks your health down fast. Acid ticks your health down slower, but it also degrades your weapon, which we don't really see.
I remember that. Yeah, it busts your weapon up.
We don't
and that's
really
nasty.
see it. Yeah, we don't see it in the speed run too often. Actually, Murphy. Oh, that's nice. Murphy. After Donkey, we actually have to heal the glaive because the glaive will break because Murphy has so much health. But we didn't mention it there. We never really have to worry about it anywhere else because we don't really run with the glaive equipped. So if you don't have a weapon equipped while you're acided status effect, it's not going to decay anything, so you're fine. But yeah, kind of a nasty status. Kind of reminds me of DS1. They had the whole armor breaks, right? Or weapons break.
Yeah, and it's it's not good. It's not a fun time in that game either.
No, because don't you have to like go back to like Firelink and buy your weapon back or something?
You can get like a what's called like a blacksmith's box where you can repair them at bonfires, but only if you get that specific item. If you miss it, it's just pain. It's horrible.
You lose a weapon forever.
It's so you can repair it, but you have to go to like a really specific place, and you don't get to warp until halfway through the game. So if your weapon breaks early on, you have to walk all the way there, and it's just horrendous. You might as well just get rid of the weapon. It's basically a paperweight at that point.
Oh my goodness. This was one of those moments where it's like, okay, I went up this lift, cool. After, if you're doing it casually, you might fight Black Cat. We just give him a gold coin fruit, and he is not a boss, and we just run past him. Then you take an elevator, and you're like, all right, gotta be almost done. Nope, you have this entire prison maze segment, which if you don't know where you're going, I got lost here so much casually.
Yeah.
So like you pull this lever and it opens the door. Where?
Where's the door?
Where's the door?
Where? Everything looks the same.
Like every doorway looks identical.
Yeah.
Like which one opened?
Yeah, with the Black Cat thing as well, I forget the exact law, but it's also you want to give a gold coin to his sister? Is that right? Sister, I think? Later on?
Yes, they are considered siblings. Lore-wise, if you dig deep enough, they might not be, but I think it's supposed to be up in the air. They could be lying or they could be telling the truth.
Yeah, that's the thing with this game. You never know, right?
Yeah, some people theorize like their characters in the game are actually really unique. Like they're really well adapted to the characters in the novel. Like it's surprisingly grim for a children's book, but I guess the times, I don't know. But also, yeah, the gold coins, the fruit, in the book, they're like, the cat goes blind, and in this, he's like maybe going blind. He might just be lying to save his own skin. Nobody really knows. And then they might not be siblings because they're from different factions of stalkers. It's a really unique game. These guys are terrifying, so I like that safety strat right there.
Yeah, they have lunges and they just block you because they're so big.
Yeah, so the poke, they always, if you see the poke, he's always going to do that spin follow-up, and if he hits you with the poke, the spin follow-up will like guarantee kill you if you get hit by that. So, and they're like the last threat before the next boss. It's like once you get past them, it's like, okay, we got this. Two long ladders into a really long elevator ride, and then what I think some people would say is their favorite boss of this game.
This is my favorite. I love this boss. I think it's so sick.
The design's cool.
Really
the
hot,
sword's
though.
Cool. Phase 2 is a nightmare. But, it's very cool design. And unlike all the other arenas, we actually have a big arena.
Doesn't really help though in this instance.
No, she's really fast.
Yeah.
She can get to the other side of the arena. Essentially for strategies though, at this point with our glaive being +5, we know she's weak to acid, and our amulets, we can actually obliterate her in like phase 1 and like 3 Fable Parry heavies with a couple attacks in between, and then phase 2, if everything goes correctly, is again pretty scripted. Definitely gonna stop here.
You were always going to ask the question, you know, where were you when you figured out that you could deflect lightning back?
I actually, surprisingly, learned really early.
Really?
I never learned her initial ones. I don't know why my brain didn't, but I randomly just did it when I was just trying to block because in phase 2, she flies up and shoots at us so fast.
I learned from your run. I didn't know. I had no idea.
That's funny. Yeah, it's a combination of it gives really good damage and gives you a lot of favor back getting those perfect parries on all 6 of the lightning. But just like that, she's already 3/4 of the way down.
Yeah. Like +5
nice
damage.
Dodge.
Crazy.
Yep. And just one more parry, or we're just going to take it nice. Yeah, keep our Fable. So that's phase 1. Beautiful.
He's watching the cutscene.
Oh, looks like, yeah. Oh.
So sick.
Honestly, her helmet, I'm not the hugest fan of. Without the helmet, though, cool.
Ce boss est tellement classe.
Obviously, we don't do it in the speedrun because we take her down so fast anyway. But in phase 1, if you either hit it enough or, yeah, if you do enough damage with the acid, you can break the shield on her back, which normally protects her. Oh, I haven't seen this in a while. So cool. The sword is so cool.
The music. The music. It's such a cool scene.
Oh, yeah, the music goes hard.
I remember watching this cutscene, my heart rate is like 120 beats per minute, like going absolutely.
I had like no heals and no health, so I'm like, well, I'm dying to this.
Yeah.
I was like,
100%.
Yeah. So we are going to immediately start fabling up. So here comes the script. She always will open with these lightning attacks. The timing of them is always different, so gotta be prepared. But if you didn't know, you can deflect these back at her. And it's actually pretty decent damage. He does parry the unblockable charge. Very nice. So we should be home free. As long as she doesn't jump up here, she did not. So he's gonna perfect block, and then finish her. Beautiful fight. That was so good. Perfect phase 2. Let's go. So when he does the triple spin during phase 2, there's actually a chance she flies up and dodges some of the attacks, and that's just RNG. And usually you just throw a shot put at her and you'll be fine. But yeah, this is actually one of the moments, if he's going for, which it looks like they changed it to true last boss, so I think they met the incentive. Let's go, maybe. But if we're going for Nameless Puppet, the final boss, he has to specifically give her peace here. And that gives us a cutscene. Okay, that was way more words than give her peace, I feel. But
The translations are sometimes like very literal and they just like describe what's going on instead. I've seen that before.
Well, that was interesting. Okay. But yeah. So basically, I described it earlier, but if you get enough humanity throughout the run by, you know, lying to certain people or doing certain actions, like you can actually use certain gestures at like statues or people and you'll get humanity. It's very unique. But we only need like a specific amount, and giving Sophia peace there is a enormous amount of humanity. So we really only need like 2 more lies, which conveniently we have to do anyway. So there we go.
Yeah, it's always another great reason to do this in marathons, is that the difference between just going to the end of the game and then just like submitting to your dad and then just the game kind of ending is like really big anticlimax. But then you have the option of turning it into incentive to turn it into one of the best fights in the game and arguably like the hardest fight in the game as well. So like it's a really easy incentive to sell, you know, and say, oh, you know, want to raise some money for charity if we do this, because it turns the run up to like 11 at the end rather than it just like kind of falling flat at the end.
Yeah, I will say the final boss, spoilers time, is Manus, is, I mean, it's not going to look like the guy after Victor, but it is him. He's kind of I don't know. He's kind of underwhelming for a final boss, in my opinion. Ooh, he doesn't do the safety puppet string strat that I do. Nice. We get across the gap. But yeah, he's just good. His first phase, I don't know, he's just really big and clunky and slow. His second phase is where he's kind of cool, but it's just nowhere near as cool as Nameless Puppet.
I've always felt like Simon's like hitboxes as well. I've always been like a big problem or complaint about.
Dude, he is, I don't know, I always describe it as like a giant lollipop kind of weapon.
Yeah.
It's just a big stick with a big end. And a lot of the times he has these big sweeping attacks and we want to parry them. And he'll hit us with like the handle of the weapon and that hits us. So it's really odd to parry him. And in my opinion, you like go from, especially if you're doing it casually, you go from Laxasia, whose second phase is insanely fast. Then you go to Red Fox. If you fight her, she has really fast attacks and a crazy unblockable string. Then you go to Manus, and he has the slowest attacks of all time. And you're just like...
They're just a big, goofy bloke swinging about.
Yeah, like I would, especially when I was first learning, I would whiff my, like I would parry way too early every time. And I'm just like, hit me! Please! Oh, yes, I can read chat. Sorry if I missed something. Hello, hello. So we're running guests here. Like, this part of the game is like, it's not that difficult to run past these enemies, but if you get hit, they hurt really, really bad. And by this point, you're like, if you're on pace, you have one boss left, basically. So like, the nerves start really kicking in.
Yeah, we were saying before with some of the tricks, it's when you're playing with like shaky hands when you're on pace and you're all nervous, it's like 10 times harder to do any of these bosses.
Awesome. Thank you. Appreciate it. Oh, by the way, final NPC that I've named or enemy, that was Brandon. He just kind of vomits.
Where do you get the names from?
Just normal names.
You just pick them at random.
Twitch chat. For the most part. For the most part, it's chat. I named Greg a long time ago. I don't really know why. I just did. Other than that, Lady with a Jar is a little obvious.
Yeah, I wonder why she's named that.
Oh, yeah, I wonder. Oh, I really like that movie, Lady and the Tramp. It was great. So I called it. All right, so we're going to take this final Stargazer here. Well, technically the second to last Stargazer. But we are going for...
Là, ce paysage qui est vraiment magnifique, qu'on contemple, c'est tout simplement tout le parcours qu'on a parcouru.
I think he's like reading something.
Depuis le début, on voit la gare de Krat, on voit
I'm not sure. Lovely view.
C'est vraiment
Très beau.
une vue de tout ce qu'on a fait.
Honestly, this has been a fantastic run. He's doing phenomenally.
It's such an insane flex to play so well that you can just sit right at the end before the final boss and just have a look out at the horizon, just to show everyone how good the game looks.
Oh, beautiful game. In my opinion, it's like hard to say what's better, but for me, the music is top tier in this game.
Oh yeah,
especially
100%.
all the hidden collectible records. Like it's kind of the last achievement when I got all 100% achievements was literally you have to listen to all of the records at the hotel.
No.
That was the last one. Yeah, that slam is rough. Sometimes it doesn't even look like he's gonna do it, but we're fine here. We have a lot of health. So, and in my opinion, the first phase is almost worse than the second. So, just one more parry. Oh, we're gonna take the block. That's fine. That's a weird one. Getting a little greedy. He's gonna do another attack. That's fine. We are okay. Nice. Okay. So phase 2, he's gonna open with one of these big stall attacks. We want, not that one. None of the, technically for a marathon, it doesn't really matter, but like 2 of his openers are just way slower than his other ones. We can't really hit him while these big things are pulsing up. So he's gonna do another one. Oh, beautiful parries on that sequence. That was nice. So we're going to get one more hit before he's going to do this transition. So he's basically summoning the Super Smash Brothers hand enemy from the first game. We want to take him out before the hand slams because it does a giant AoE and it does a giant amount of damage. And there we go. Beautifully scripted. Couldn't even describe it. He took him down so fast. It is so nice that is so scripted because there's just so much time you could lose for what attacks he gives you. But very nicely done. Yeah,
it's definitely a lot of pressure towards the end as well because the big hand basically becoming like a timer you've got to deal with.
Mm-hmm. If you're directly under the hand, when it hits the ground, it will hit you twice and you will die. For the most part, it will, unless you're full health, it's going to one-shot.
Speaking of dying.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no, his deathless run. No. Yeah, I think he died to like one of the random puppets running by early, and then it's just been flawless ever since.
Yeah, that's typical.
Typical marathon. So he's gonna use Manus's boss soul. Give him a juicy chunk of souls. We'll level up one last time for safety. 48 dexes. He wants 50. I was gonna say, normally you have 49 or 50, but 48, just not enough. This is funny that I choked this at GDQ, because arguably, compared to like, other than maybe some of the first bosses, this first phase is the easiest first phase in the whole game.
It seems to be one of those ones that, like, if it derails hard, as you saw at your GDQ run. Like, it goes to shit, yeah.
It really does, but it's perfectly scripted in that, like, a lot of the bosses, like, I would describe them as, like, they have, like, 5 openers. This one has the exact same opener and script every single time, as long as you do it right. Basically, he's going to start the fight by popping electric on his weapon, and right when he does that, you'll see the boss kind of dash forward. It actually triggers him to do his far away attack, you're buffing your weapon. He always does it for some reason.
Ça devrait très bien se passer.
Et voilà.
More cutscenes. Low. You never get to see them.
Skipping it. You really don't. We skip this. Face phase would already be done. It's that fast, guys. I like this because, like, Dark Souls 3, they have, like, Lord of Cinder. He's kind of like the Lord of Cinder of this game because he's basically you.
Yeah.
Just with a different weapon. So we're going to immediately shock up, parry the first one, then charged heavy, spin. And before the last charge heavy, we're going to pop a Fable because... Oh, we're using pop 2? That's fine. You can always get 2 if you want. Phase 2, this is where the real fight happens. Also with the glaive, this kind of looks cool.
Yeah, that's sick.
I feel like you wouldn't one-hand the glaive like that. Just the, like, weird running baseball swing.
Yeah, not super effective.
Oh, but apparently it was very effective.
On se concentre, ça va être good. C'est parti.
And exposed head time. All right. So we are going to... He is a puppet, so he's weak to electric. That's the opener we want. Beautiful start. This fight is like... Oh, we getting some good RNG. Very nice. So he's just going to pop a Fable. Then we got one more Fable parry heavy, and we should be good. And he got such good RNG. Oh, I jinxed it. Got it. Boom. Charge heavy. Or is it take the riposte? Ooh, this charge heavy should kill. Nice. Yes, there we go.
Well played.
Nicely done. He got like perfect RNG too. So like every boss, bunch of different openers and different attacks. The unblockable opener is perfect, and then he did the backslash, which is also just one hitter. Most of his attacks, he does like 5 attacks in a row. But that was tremendous.
T'es content de ton temps du coup?
Ah ouais, non, le temps est insane. Surtout avec ce que j'ai montré avec le show.
Oh, he was a nice dad. He saved us.
Pour le show, franchement, c'était incroyable.
Et vous en avez pensé quoi? C'était bien?
That was a really, really nice one. And then, the cool rip out his P organ and crush it. Yes.
Cinema. Ça va être incroyable.
Ça va être fou.
Eek. I'm so excited for the DLC. I'm so excited.
Très très content. Merci à tout le monde. Merci à Drake de me commenter depuis mes débuts.
So we don't become human enough and do enough stuff to get the good ending. But it's kind of funny. He's just like, he jumps in, sacrifices himself for you, and then he ends by calling you a useless puppet, and then it ends.
Et évidemment, donner et achète.
Well played. I don't know.
Merci.
If we just wrap it up here, my shoutouts are super quick. Colonel Fat 69, I'm on YouTube and I'm on Twitch. Appreciate you guys having me. I hope you enjoyed this amazing run. The physicist did great.
Un tonnerre d'applaudissements pour cette run qui était quand même...
Yeah, I'm exactly the same. English_Ben. You can find me on Twitch, find me on YouTube. And yeah, thanks for having us on. Thanks for joining me, Colonel Fat. Legend.
Yeah, absolute pleasure, Ben. It's nice meeting you. I think we did pretty all right.
I think so too.
Yeah.
Pour le bien commun, quoi.
Thanks there, chat.
SpeeDons, on est là
Appreciate y'all.
4 jours jusqu'à dimanche soir. Marathon caritatif de speedrun où les dons sont reversés à Médecins du Monde. Évidemment, organisation non politique. Tu l'as rappelé il y a quelques temps, juste avant cette run de Lies of P. Le programme continue toute la matinée. Là, ça va enchaîner juste après avec directement Kaya Dark Lineage. On en parlait, un platformer un peu 3D.
Oui, ouais.
PS2 et
très cool cette race. Ouais, je l'ai vu en candidature et ouais, ça va être très sympa. Ouais, du platforming un peu ambiance PS2 era avec plein de choses folles qui se passeront en termes de skip et tout, notamment sur la deuxième moitié de run. On va se régaler.
Et en plus de ça, il y a Mystic Quest derrière. Donc quand même, les adorateurs de JRPG de la nuit auront quand même un peu sur le début de matinée.
Et oui.
La petite pastille, la petite tradition.
La petite Game Boy, là.
Voilà, exactement, le petit RPG à l'ancienne. Et après, ça enchaînera toute la matinée. On a du Chippy, on a du Jack 2, Medieval, Tesla Grad. Vous avez un beau programme qui va enchaîner directement. Les gens se lèvent, on a des gens qui arrivent dans la salle. J'imagine que chez vous aussi, si vous commencez à aller au taf ou quoi, parce qu'on est vendredi, mine de rien.
Et oui.
Profitez bien de SpeeDons, ça va durer.
J'ai un beau lancement parce que oui, jeudi, vendredi, normalement, c'est la transition, c'est le slow day, quoi. On commence en douceur, mais ça y va déjà.
Ah ouais, moi j'ai des dons, là j'ai noté, on a eu un don de 200 € de la boulangerie justement pour que Jarmou run. Et oui, en effet, merci pour les 200 balles, mais Jarmou est sur une incentive à 10 000 € et on est déjà sur les 8 000. Donc n'hésitez pas à bourrer pour finir ça et valider, c'est pour qu'elle rejoigne la race de Ghostland Yard.
Exactement, la race de Ghostland Yard qui joue à 3 au lieu de 2. Et je vous rappelle aussi l'enjeu, c'est que plus vous validez vite des incentives, plus on ouvre les prochaines. Et il y en a où on vous demandera de raquer, mais ça fait partie du jeu, notamment quand ce sera le week-end. Mais c'est cool quand elle se débloque vite, notamment vendredi et samedi. Il y aura pas mal de choses qui se débloqueront, qui sont dans les starting blocks. J'ai juste appuyé sur des boutons pour les débloquer, donc pitié, libérez-moi.
On a une Octurix qui vient de donner 10 balles. On a une Oct qui a donné 1 balle. On a Borgé qui a donné 2 balles. On a plein de dons, qu'ils soient petits ou grands. On rappelle que de toute façon, tous les petits dons ne sont pas des petits dons, parce qu'avec l'effort global, boum, la cagnotte monte et c'est incroyable.
Et oui.
1 € à 10 €.
La team, j'en appelle à la team 1 €, la team 1000 €, bien sûr aussi, et la bienvenue, mais surtout, la team 1 €. Respect. Pakou qui avait donné 10 €, qui disait allez Néphistos, éclate-moi toutes ces marionnettes. Écoutez, ça a été plutôt très bien exécuté, même si visiblement il y a une mort sur un trash mob, si j'ai bien compris.
Ouais, mais sûrement que ça l'a débloqué. Il faut mourir pour qu'après, on n'ait plus le stress.
Oui.
Souvent, c'est ça.
Malenia qui avait donné 40 € aussi, c'était en début de run, sans mentir. Lies of P aussi excellentissime qu'Elden Ring, donc achète.
Il y a un délai sur le...
Un petit délai, c'est normal, là, petite latence.
Oui, non, le chat n'a pas vu la mort. C'est vrai qu'on n'a pas vu. On n'a pas vu, potentiellement, il ne s'est rien passé. On a Z13 qui a donné 33 balles, 33, et qui dit bravo. On a avec Nod aussi qui a donné 50 balles. C'était à 1 heure, mais je tiens à le dire parce qu'il dit qu'il faisait modestement ce don à politique pour l'événement politique. car il est lui-même politique. Donc merci Knod pour les 50 balles directement. Pour Médecins du Monde, vous avez le t-shirt, vous avez bien attention à vérifier les incentives, faites gaffe, parce que quand vous faites un don, ça peut aller dedans, mais il faut bien cocher les bonnes cases. Donc si vous voulez mettre un nom sur une sauvegarde, si vous voulez justement remplir la barre pour que Jarmo run Ghostland Yard, faites attention à ça, c'est quand vous faites votre don, cochez bien les bonnes cases, vous avez des choses à gagner. Attention, parce que ça c'est la nouveauté quand même.
Il y avait eu 10 € de Valérie Jack qui disait don depuis les USA. Voilà, très apolitique également. Merci. Merci. Et c'est vrai que les USA en ce moment, c'est très apolitique. Alors, comment peut-on aider Médecins du Monde? Oui, alors vous le savez, vous faites un don, mais bon, il y a plein d'autres choses aussi. Hein. Comment dire, l'action, le bénévolat, juste en parler. Mais rapport aux dons, on vous rappelle aussi que les 5000 premiers dons supérieurs à 5 €, enfin sur les 5000 premiers dons supérieurs à 5 €, telles les années précédentes, PayPal abondera, ajoutera 5 € à votre don. Donc il y aura un moment, l'ajout de la donation PayPal, du coup qui représentera, si mes maths sont bonnes, j'ai dormi 4 heures en 48 heures.
J'étais en train de montrer des trucs, j'aurais pu faire le calcul, mais j'ai pas écouté.
Si vous faites un don et que vous êtes apolitique, eh ben sachez que vous pouvez obtenir une réduction d'impôt de 75% du montant de votre don. Donc ça va concerner beaucoup de nos viewers.
Ça m'intéresse énormément.
Mais c'est très cool, voilà. Et donc voilà, si vous faites un don de 100 €, votre don vous coûte réellement 25 €. Mais bon, voilà, certains vont dire que c'est des impôts. Et puis là, ça redevient politique. Bon, bref.
Ouais, non,
je m'arrête.
en fait, on a perdu. Et heureusement que justement, là, la prochaine run, on se casse, on laisse à Chacha Max, parce que là, c'est devenu trop politique pour nous. En fait.
Bah oui, parce
donc
que
on a besoin de quelqu'un qui reprend le flambeau. Là.
Oui, Chacha Max qui va avoir la dure tâche d'être un petit peu seul, mais du coup, évidemment, c'est la solidarité aussi entre ambianceurs et ambianceuses. Dame va se réveiller un petit peu plus tôt et le rejoindra en cours de Mystic Quest, probablement. Et donc, ça va être la régalade.
On a à l'instant Grand Sem qui donne 1 balle. Achetez-moi un t-shirt. J'ai pas les reins cette année. Let's go, Jar. Écoute, c'est déjà beau de donner 1 balle quand on n'a pas les reins. Hein, ça fait plaisir. Bravo pour l'effort.
Et Beleki qui laisse tomber 150 € à l'instant sans message. Merci pour ces 150 € qui sont tombés par terre visiblement. Merci énormément pour Médecins du Monde. 20 € de Je sais qui dit très hâte de la run de Silksong. Super cool que le jeu soit annoncé comme ça. J'ai mes sources. Voilà.
Peut-être une surprise.
Encore
après,
une
voilà,
source qui s'active dans le réseau.
Avec des barres de dons indécentes. Peut-être que c'est une surprise. On ne sait pas.
Vu que la DuckTales, au bout de 3D Rust, il y a eu WR, je me dis peut-être que le platformer 2D, je ne suis pas encore claqué. Mais de toute façon, Silksong, le speedrun, on va être littéralement 3000 sur la page speedrun. Au bout d'un mois, c'est ridicule.
À 10 000 est déjà prévu.
Ça va être très ridicule.
La première run en ligne pour Speedon. Sean Light qui donne 10 balles, je suis dans la salle, désolé, j'ai ronflé. Ouais, c'est bien de le conscientiser.
Non, mais ça, on en a entendu certains, dont certains qui mettaient un peu la nitro, c'était sonore. DJ qui donne 20 €. Je suis venu juste pour voir la run de Kia, mon jeu préf. Pas de défiscalisation, je paye avec les aides de l'État.
Kia. Comme quoi. Kia Dark Lineage. Tout de suite. En plus, c'est une race.
Ça va être un banger, Kia.
Race. 2 personnes qui vont partir. Donc on a Kurotopie et Red Shooter. Ça va déclencher bientôt. On a Mystic Quest juste après. Donc ça, voilà, on sera reparti pour prendre une petite pause. Hein. Mais pour vous, le programme continue et vous êtes partis. Et apparemment, c'est prêt. On me dit dans l'oreillette, je crois. Non, c'est pas prêt du tout.
Ils attendent les
gars. Whisky qui donne 1 balle.
Ils sont dans le coin. Ils sont avec vous à la régie.
Sont-ils ici?
Ah non.
Il faut invoquer les runners.
Éventuellement perdu les commentateurs de la run de
Peut-être que nous venons de tomber en prison, Mr. MV.
Nous sommes peut-être en 11. En effet, attendez.
Est-ce que la zonzon est déclenchée
Tidorfa et Kit, exactement. Ont commenté Kuroto et Red Shooter.
Ah oui, c'est-à-dire
les runners sont là.
Oui, les runners sont là. Nous n'avons pas les
sont là. Ils sont en place. Salut. Et
ça tombe bien puisque c'est mon jeu
commentateurs,
préféré.
J'espère qu'ils ne sont pas allés fréquenter l'établissement Burlesque qui est très très proche de cette salle. Là.
Ah oui, ce fameux établissement. Ouais.
Je demande un certain budget, pas de défiscalisation sur les bourses privées.
Alors, un peu, l'établissement est un peu. Oui. Bon, Alex, 20 balles. On a Jupski Jeu Psy qui à l'instant donne 5 balles. Réplici qui donne 10 balles. On a plein de dons. Les gens ne mettent pas spécialement de messages, mais merci énormément de juste, voilà, quoi. Vous êtes, soit vous venez de vous lever, soit vous attendez MH dans 12 minutes. Certains en tremblent dans le chat. Hein, je suis en train de
Voilà, il y a un gros enjeu autour de ça. Je comprends.
Toutes les minutes, il y a quelqu'un qui me dit dans 10 minutes, dans 12, dans 11. J'y jouerai lundi, calmez-vous. Anonyme qui donne 10 balles. Squeak qui donne 1 balle qui dit oui, oui, oui. Ouais.
Oh oui.
Une petite seconde.
Tom Souder 90 qui donne 10 € et qui dit depuis le temps que je regarde les speedons, pour une fois je participe, merci à toi. Il y avait aussi un don il y a une heure de Pouk qui avait donné 1 € et qui disait je teste le système de dons pour pouvoir en faire quelques-uns. On commence par 1 € symbolique, bourrer les dons et bourrer les boss, surtout sur Lies of P, ça a été fait avec brio, mais en tout cas voilà, le système de dons fonctionne, tu peux continuer.
Tu peux remettre,
Remets.
Voilà, alors dans la méta des blagues, hein, parce que tout à l'heure on avait Bandemou, là on a le maire de mon cul qui me dit que franchement les sièges cette année sont pas mal. Bon voilà, mon cul est content. C'est sereine qui m'engage à ranger mon PC, mais je n'ai pas volé le PC de l'event, on l'a retrouvé.
Et pour moi les sièges justement, vu qu'ils étaient un petit peu raides, je me disais que ça allait pas dormir, mais j'avais oublié l'imprévu de s'il y a de la place, on peut s'allonger.
Ah bah oui, c'est ça. Hein.
On peut s'allonger sur 3 sièges, bien vu les strates.
Non, mais en plus, non, les sièges sont bien. Non, je pense que ouais, pour quelqu'un, j'ai déjà testé la strat de dormir sur les trucs un peu raides. Et en vrai, quand t'es bien fatigué, je peux les comprendre.
Quand t'es bien éclaté, tout passe, bien sûr.
Exactement. Ah, il y a un don depuis les Seychelles. Alors, je ne citerai pas. Il est un don qualifié. Après, ça commence par un A et ça finit par politique. Depuis les Seychelles, je suis un étudiant pauvre. Prenez l'argent du Crous et mes coups. Merci beaucoup. La team étudiant, hein, c'est vrai que bravo si vous faites un don, parce que vous savez à quel point ça peut être la dèche.
La team étudiant, ah oui, bah ça y est. Il y a des trucs. Hein.
On les a provoqués.
On voit les Balkany, les Bigards, les Bayrou, on vous voit.
On les a provoqués, on a un peu cherché. Hein.
Alors, on a aussi un onglet avec les vainqueurs des lots, parce qu'en fait, figurez-vous que dès qu'une période de qualification à une tombola, entre guillemets, est terminée, et ben tout de suite, on a le tirage des lots sur le tracker. Donc voilà.
Faut pas qu'on lise les mauvaises infos parce qu'on a aussi littéralement les noms.
On a les vraies places, mais en premier lieu, alors des fois il reste anonyme, on a aussi des pseudos. Bah voilà, nos commentatrices sont arrivées. C'est commentatrice, très bien. Tout le monde s'installe, c'est imminent.
C'est le matin.
Mais oui, bien sûr.
C'est normal. Le matin, on arrive, voilà, on se lance et en plus, on est totalement dans les temps. Si
on est de bon matin.
On s'est arrivé à 5h51, il est 5h50.
C'est on track. Non mais ça, c'est l'équipe de nuit.
Ça bosse.
C'est mes meufs sûres. À chaque fois, elles remontent le temps.
C'est la strat de remonter le temps. Parlant de remonter le temps, alors une excellente run aussi pendant le week-end de Outer Wilds. Attention à pas trop vous spoiler.
Ah oui, Outer Wilds, oui, si vous l'avez pas fait.
C'est vrai que bon, c'est une bonne communication pour vous dire de faire le jeu. C'est une bonne incitation.
Exactement. Et du coup, j'ai tout qui tombe. C'est mon téléphone probablement. Oui, ben je crois que c'est Zera. Comment pas être dans le coin quand il y a Outer Wilds, il devait l'être. Et bon, on va bidouiller un truc. Il y a des gens qui sont terrorisés évidemment d'être spoil sur ce jeu où tout le monde leur dit que c'est le jeu du siècle. C'est mon bracelet. Mais
non, mais c'est vrai. Mais après, bon, moi je suis de la team en vrai, tu regardes, tu comprends. Et après, tout dépend de l'explication.
Oui, il y a beaucoup de jeux.
Parce qu'on fait souvent des caisses, notamment sur les 3 symboles de Outer Wilds où il y a des gens qui se les font tatouer ou des pulls et les gens sont en mode oh le spoiler de Zinz. Non, en fait, quand tu sais pas, tu sais pas ce que c'est.
pas. Mais là, bon, le SpeeDons va quand même montrer pas mal des puzzles et des mécaniques.
Oui, c'est sûr que si on est un peu concentré sur l'image, on risque de voir des choses.
Voilà, faut fermer les yeux.
Exactement, on a Soum qui donne 10 balles justement. Petit don au réveil, bon matin à Tosu. On a Bitoku-san aussi pour ce durant les 4 jours. Bon courage à tout le monde, merci pour les dons.
C'est ça, les dons arrivent en direct. On peut se faire surprendre évidemment par des dons surprises alors que tout le monde est prêt. Sur scène, visiblement on a un dernier 100 balles de... Ouais. Et il y a encore des gens quand même. Et voilà, Chacha Max va arriver pour prendre la relève, rejoint plus tard par Dame Live. Et donc, c'est parti, qui a Dark Lineage avec donc Kuroto, Red Shooter en honneur et Tidanfa et Kit en commentatrice à plus. Ciao.
Hello SpeeDons. Et coucou. Oh c'est le matin ce soir. se sent, mais bonsoir à la team du soir qui n'a pas dormi, bonjour à la team du matin qui se réveille, et puis salut entre les deux, bonjour aussi. Bienvenue pour cette run de Kaya Dark Lineage, gros jeu de notre enfance, c'est pour ça qu'on est là tous les quatre, et c'est un peu grâce à toi Tidorfa que je suis ici. Donc vas-y, présente-nous tout.
Bah du coup voilà, comme l'a dit si bien Kit, on réalise un peu notre rêve aujourd'hui avec vous, de vous présenter Kaya. Du coup j'ai commencé à runner le jeu depuis juin dernier et j'ai eu la chance de rencontrer les meilleurs coachs pour ça, les deux meilleurs actuels sur le jeu pour le speedrun, donc Red et Kuroto.
Vas-y Kuro, si tu veux nous dire un petit coucou.
All right, welcome back everybody to GDQ's English Restream of SpeeDons 2025, benefiting Medicine du Monde. I think I got it. Okay. It is King J and I back at it again.
It's the duo. We're so back right now.
The dynamic duo is back, and we've got Kaya Dark Lineage coming up for you. This is a super underrated PS2 action adventure game, and we happen to have the two best players in the world doing a race. This is going to be absolutely sick, and this is like one of the runs I'm most excited for this entire like marathon.
This is a game I literally had never heard of until I got put on commentary for it, and I looked it up. I'm like, this is sick. Like, this has some really cool tricks in it. Like, if you haven't heard of this game, just think like GameCube and PS2 era 3D platformer adventure game, and it's as broken as you would hope it would be. So
yeah. All right, and it looks like we're about to get into the race here. So again, Kuroto and Red Shooter are the two fastest players in the world at this game. And now we're going to get started with the race. Okay. So we got a little bit of cutscene, I believe, at the very start that unfortunately we can't skip. That's going to be one of the big themes of this run, is that this game has unskippable cutscenes, and our goal is going to be trying to skip as many of them as possible by avoiding triggers. But because we just load right into this one, we don't have that luxury, unfortunately. But even going into the first couple minutes of this run, there's going to be a lot of stuff that's happening back to back. So
yeah, this run has like the calm before the storm. Like, we have an unskippable cutscene, and then we just immediately get going right away.
So kind of what's going on with this game is Kaya and her brother get transported into an alternate world inhabited by these people called the natives. And our goal is to sort of help them out and take care of our dad, who's not a great guy. So we're going to do some jumps up this slope right here, which is hopefully going to let us skip a pretty big section here. This is really, really slippery. And we're going to make sure, the runners are going to make sure to, move back a bit to the left when they get to the top of the wall, because Kaya will automatically let go of the ledge if they don't, get too far enough to the right. So there we go. So both runners managed to get it. It's a pretty tricky strat, and it's kind of the first, big reset point for this game.
Yeah, definitely. There's a lot of different, sort of sections of this game. Like, you have the platforming sections, which obviously we have a decent amount of skips for. We're going to have some out of bounds later and stuff like that, which is really cool. Coming up, we're going to have our first sliding section here, which we're going to, in order to keep gain a lot of acceleration and go really fast, we're actually going to be going on the edges of the slides, and that's going to make us go a lot faster than normally if we would just go straight down the middle.
To give you an idea of where we are right now, we are in the routes. This kind of acts as the tutorial area for the game, but casually you'll end up coming back here for a rune later. And so now we're going to see the slides where we're kind of sliding on the side here, like King J said, to gain some extra momentum here. And so what we're going to do as we exit the slide is we're going to exit it on the right so that we get spotted by the wolf. And this is kind of like a scripted fight where it teaches us about the game's combat. So if you do it off to the right, we can aggro it earlier. But we don't have any way of beating up enemies quite yet, so we need to lure it into a trap. And by going off to the right, we can lure it just that little bit faster. As someone who's played this game, it's worth noting that a lot of these slide sections can be a little bit unwieldy just because you can really gain a lot of speed. And especially once you get the ability to jump on slides, it can be kind of ridiculous to try to control.
Yeah.
But to give you sort of an overview of how the game works, the big bad of this game is turning the natives, who are our friends, into the wolfen. And so normally the way that you sort of fix that is you beat up the wolfen enemies, and then you free them, We're going to do a quick safety save here, just in case, I believe. Okay, so back to the Wolfen. So the Wolfen are kind of like these bad guys that were natives that got transformed by some evil magic. And so what we need to do is defeat them. So we beat them up, and then we exorcise them with these green energy orbs that we'll be picking up. And we can only store a certain amount of these at a given time. So yeah, there's that manip right there, where that's going to cause that enemy to start shooting his gun. So that way we don't have to worry about him too much. And then we're going to get up and over this hill. This is supposed to be a pretty big stealth segment because we don't have the ability to attack enemies yet. But we managed to just get through all of that really quick. And if you get here on the perfect cycle, you can actually skip a platform cycle here, but I'm not super sure if either of the runners got it or not.
I'm not exactly sure either. Right now, Red Shooter's just a little bit ahead of Kurito. So now, as you can see, Red Shooter is skydiving into nothingness. A little bit of an epilepsy warning here. Don't look at the right side of your screen if you have epilepsy, because this is going to be a little wild. And now the left side, too.
So what happened here is we rolled in order to clip underneath the log, which lets us get out of bounds. And there's kind of this like scripted falling section where you kind of can free fall between all these platforms, or sorry, free fall away from all these obstacles in order to get through here. And then we have these sections where we're going to go kind of up and down using the air gusts. A lot of the sections of this game are kind of built around that once you start falling, you'll start getting this free fall that you can kind of control the speed of it. And then you can either like dive faster or pull up to dive a bit slower. And so this is something we'll kind of see over the course of the run. Something to mention as well, we are playing on the US version of the game instead of the European release. I know we've seen most of the games this event so far in the French language. There is a specific trick later on that only works on the USA version of the game. It got patched on the PAL version. So that's why we see English text here.
Right there on Red Shooter's side of the screen, we saw that he saved and reloaded the game. And that was so we could skip a cutscene as soon as it triggered. So that was very important to do and saved a decent amount of time. Because as we mentioned before, cutscenes are not skippable in this game.
Now this is going to be the first Wolfen that we take care of. So now we're going to load the save data again here to skip another cutscene. And so this is going to put us into kind of a weird state where it's going to prevent the game from allowing us to autosave, which is going to be helpful in some instances, but it's something we'll need to go and turn back on with a save a bit later. So we get this cutscene here. That's our brother. Kind of our goal is to save our brother and figure out what happened to him. And then we're dragging the first Wolfen that we took care of back. And this is where we kind of learn about combat and exorcising enemies, but we're going to be doing something pretty funny to not have to bother with that.
This hideout is a secret. They're trying to build a shop, but
also got all of that like old school voice acting from video games.
Yeah. So kind of to go over how the progression of this game works, you notice that the NPCs talked about not having enough natives to build the shop. Throughout the course of the game, you would continue to exercise different Wolfen enemies in order to turn them back into natives, which you can then return to Native City. And once you get certain amounts, it unlocks new shops, which allow you to get new upgrades. And so there are going to be, I believe, 30 Wolfens that we need to exercise in order to unlock some shops that we need for some mission-critical items. And we're also going to need some money along the way to buy those items once we save enough of the exercised Wolfens.
The other one?
Yeah, so
sitting in. Yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say, a lot of routing goes into that. And it's going to be interesting to see the fastest route for that. So, yeah.
Yeah, so we get a bit more of that unskippable cutscene here. So if y'all are enjoying this so far, be sure to check out SpeeDons themselves. They are raising money for Médecins du Monde. And there is a link at !donate that you can use and support what SpeeDons is doing. Additionally, they have a shirt available for the event, and a portion of those proceeds will also go to the charity. So consider picking one of those up if you want to support as well. In addition to that, consider subscribing to GDQ on Twitch. Use your Prime sub if you happen to have it as well. This allows them to continue to do things like putting on these restreams as well as running weekly hotfix content, so consider supporting GDQ as well. That being said, though, we've got kind of a bit of a lore bomb here. This is kind of where we get told about like what the evil guy is. Spoiler warning: the evil guy is actually our dad. This game kind of has daddy issues going on. It's very funny. But now we're going to get kind of introduced to the combat a little bit. So combat kind of works in a really interesting way where when you're close enough to an enemy, it kind of puts you into an auto lock-on, similar to like it almost feels like a fighting game in some ways, where it kind of puts you into like a 3D fighting game system where you can like strafe around enemies and do punches and kicks. And that's pretty slow. So this first Wolfen, we are actually going to completely ignore because I believe this Wolfen does not count towards our gauge. So we're going to do something really funny to ignore that.
Maybe not. Let's see what happens.
Once the
dialogue ends, yeah.
Yeah, so we get the white armband that's going to just allow us to attack. There's like a bajillion different armbands that you can buy that give you like new combo routes, new moves. And so right here on Red Shooter's screen, we're going to lure the Wolfen over to the side and then take damage while we're in the corner. And hopefully this will clip us through the wall.
And, having a little bit of trouble with it right now.
Yeah, the camera is really obnoxious.
There we go, nice.
Oh, but the Red Shooter died.
Out of bounds there. Yeah, so you get hit out of bounds, it spawns you back in, so yeah.
All right, so both runners kind of got out of there at the same time, which is pretty awesome. But that fight takes forever, and there's another really long cutscene after that, so really, really nice skip. So the like early game tends to have a lot more of these cutscenes, but sort of as we get out of like the first 10 minutes of the run, that's when like the pace really starts to pick up.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
So in this sliding section right here, we're going to be using the momentum from the wind to get a ledge grab right here, and this allows us to skip another cutscene. But that's not the only time we have to worry about that cutscene. We will have to skip it again another way later on into the run. All right, and so now we're making our way to the shop and getting some money along the way. These are called nudies, and they're the currency. We only need 10. We're going to go ahead and grab 10 along the way here, and this is going to get us the Boomy. This is the first weapon in the game, and it's kind of used as, you know, like a Zelda boomerang where you can use it to hit switches in the distance. And there are like upgrades to it that you'll get, but this is the only Boomy we're going to be getting for this run. Now, in order to avoid going back the way we came and avoid another long cutscene, we are going to do a bit of a tricky jump to get up and over this hut. This is normally like where you have a side quest where you can find rare critters that you can capture and bring back here for some money. But if we go up and over and then exit that way, we can skip that cutscene and not have to worry about it. Nice. Then from here, we're going to be heading on over to, I believe, Flying Forest next.
Yeah, and there's like a main goal that we want to reach by the end of Flying Forest. As we mentioned before, we want to exercise 30 Wolfens to unlock the shops, and we need 170 nudies in order to buy 3 items that we need for the rest of the run, and that should be done by the end of this section. That's our goal here.
Yeah. So just to explain how like the exorcism mechanic works, because it's pretty unique. Those green orbs that we get from breaking stuff sometimes are kind of like leftover energy, right? That we can store up to 50 at once. And if we go next to some of these amber colored crystals, they allow us to regenerate our health if we're close enough. Additionally, for a set amount, you can also channel this amulet that you get that allows you to exorcise them. So we also need to route in these green orbs so that we can make sure that we actually exorcise the enemies that we need to.
Okay, so coming up here, we're actually going to start doing some fights here, and with the Wolfens that we need, and we're going to be using 2 different combos. So we're either going to be using 2 kicks and then 2 punches, or like 2 kicks or 2 punches, or 2 kicks and then 3 punches. So it's going to be a mix of kicks and punches, basically, in order to take them out as quickly as possible.
Yeah. And then something we're doing right here is we set up the fight against the wolf in a specific way so that we can actually exercise both of them with one kind of setup. So. All right, so now we get introduced to the bombs, which we can launch out of these guys right here, these kind of like bomb-producing machines. And we can also hit them with the boomy in order to make them blow up faster. So we're gonna go into this hidden little pocket area for a bunch of money, as well as some more of these green orbs, because again, we need to exercise like 30-something wolfen in order to get through here.
Yeah, I think it's literally just 30.
And so there's going to be this guy, so we're going to go ahead and kind of maneuver our way around. This is also going to allow us to maneuver that enemy off of the cannon so he doesn't bother us. And you'll notice that depending on like the level of HP of the Wolfen, it will require a different amount of green orb energy in order to take care of it. And then right here, we are going to sneak past these enemies and then blow them up. This is kind of the intended way of doing this fight. And then those two are going to get exploded. And then while we're waiting, we're going to go ahead and break these crates for some extra money. Something worth noting as well, and this will come up a bit more later in the Flying Forest, is you need the enemies to land on solid ground before you can exercise them. So there are some instances where if you're not careful, you can like launch an enemy off the geometry and you won't be able to exercise them. So you'd have to like reload and have them come back.
And as actually mentioned, there's like different health bars for different Wolfens, and that's what I meant by there was two different combos that we use. There's like a combo that will take out the weaker Wolfens really quickly, and then we have stronger Wolfens with higher health that we need to do with a bit of a longer combo instead.
I just want to mention as well that this is like we're 14 minutes in, and this is a really, really close.
Yeah, they are literally neck and neck.
This is a game that can like it has like all these little like time losses that can cause you to lose out. But we're going to be doing some really cool strats here. We're going to jump on these kind of weird bits of geometry here so we can kind of get up and over and skip a small cutscene. And then we've got some more Wolfen in this zone that we're going to take care of. We're also going to cut down that bell, which is supposed to prevent enemies from like turbo aggroing us, which would be stinky and we wouldn't want that. So there's going to be a bunch of Wolfen that we want here.
Yeah.
So for the higher health enemies, like King Jay said, it's going to be 2 kicks, 3 punches, and then 2 kicks. Kind of, if you know what like the kind of like the tech is in Smash, I think it's like you jab someone while they're on the ground. It's jab locking, that's the name of it. It's kind of a similar situation where you can squeeze in a couple of attacks. Okay, so right here, you're supposed to get a upgrade that allows you to sort of jump over things while you're sliding. But if you do a very precise setup, you can actually get up and over this gnarled route without that. It's really, really tough, and it will probably take the runners a couple of tries to get that taken care of here.
Yeah, this is a very tight jump here.
This is another big reset point.
Yeah, Kuroto almost had it there. Red Shooter almost had it there, too.
Yeah, so you essentially have to... Oh,
Kuroto got it, okay.
Yeah, so you have to get a roll. Like, there's like a little part of the edge where you have to, like, get your run back. Okay, both runners got it. Nice.
So yeah, we just skipped that upgrade, basically.
Yeah, we will be getting it later because we won't be needing it later. But this allows us to avoid having to warp back. And it's also going to set up for another skip we're going to do in a bit, which is really, really sick. All right, so we get introduced to these electricity bits as well as these big air currents that will push us into walls, and then we can jump off of the walls in order to platform around. This game has some like really unique concepts to it that I just think are so sick. All right, so this guy's called a Micken. If you kick him at just the right angle, you can get him up and over where these air geysers are.
Yeah, you're supposed to like lure him with bait, but instead we're just gonna kick him around.
Yeah, so we're going to attempt to kick him around here. I believe the runners haven't quite gotten the right setup yet.
Yeah, they have to get him up onto this tree here. So it seems like they're both having a little bit of a struggle with it. Oh, almost there by Kuroto. That was really close.
Yeah, this is another really difficult strat. So you can also charge up your kick, and you kind of like move in like angles in a really weird way as you're charging it up.
Okay, it seems like Kuroto got it. Nice. And then we have to bounce off
double bounce off of here. This gets us up and over another trigger that I believe would be for a cutscene.
Yeah, so there we go. We skipped the cutscene. Nice.
Okay, so something that we're gonna see in a moment, I believe, is it's not time for this strat yet. Okay, never mind. So I think we got some more. I'll avoid talking about it.
There's so much to talk about in this run, by the way, that like we're struggling to keep up. Like, there's a lot that we skipped over and glossed over. So just know that like there's so much that goes into this run.
So we get a free Wolfen kill here. There's a puzzle we did earlier that launched a Wolfen into the air, and then once you get here, a cutscene plays, and he just bonks into the bridge and dies. It's like I like died when that happened to me for the first time. That made me that made me laugh. Part of the reason for the order in which we, the way in which we kill these enemies is also to enable us to avoid some like cinematic slowdowns that'll play sometimes when we defeat the last enemy of a group.
Yeah, you may notice that this game has like a lot of like really tough glitches, but it also just has like small movement things as well, like small things that add up over the course of the run. So yeah, it's got a lot to remember. And it's also just very tech heavy too.
Yeah. Okay, so Kuruto's about to come up on the pretty critical glitch. This is one of the trickier ones. So if you knock the Mikken into the air cannon and are kicking it as the cannon is ready to send you off, it allows you to do the kicks kind of mid-air here once you go into free fall. And if you then like unfortunately, we missed it here, so Kuruto's going to have to go for it again. But essentially what we're trying to do is hold very slightly forward and then mash the crouch animation, which allows us to like re-cancel into the crouch animation. And if we do it enough times, it allows us to get low enough to the ground where we can skip to this part of the area way earlier than it's intended. That was really
There we go.
Nice.
Oh, nice. All right, cool.
That's a really difficult strat.
Like Jaxo said, it's a very complicated glitch.
And so right here, we're going to get 2 ledge grabs. It's going to get us up and over this fence so we don't have to do a lot of this intended section. A lot of the way that these sections work is they kind of have some stealth bits, so you can go and clear like the big bad that will kill you so you can take care of the enemies a bit better. And yeah, you can just jump through that wall.
Yeah, you just jump at a specific angle and you just go right through the wall. Walls are optional in this game, actually.
Yeah.
So coming up, we're gonna have a skip by dropping on a rune at a very specific angle. If this fails, though, we do have a backup strat. It's just gonna take a little bit of extra time.
Yeah, and it will prevent them from going for another skip later on. I also believe we are at the point now where we have enough Wolfen and don't need to deal with anymore. I might have my numbers wrong. No, I lied. So
I haven't been keeping track.
Yeah, so the reason that they're doing it like this and the reason that they skipped killing or like exorcising some of the enemies here is because ideally they will fall down next to some of the ones we already took care of. And so we are just waiting right here for that Wolfen right there he's on a cycle where he's kind of going back and forth. And so you need to take care of one of them so then we can get into range of the other. Those guys have guns, which are really tough to deal with, especially when you're at this point in the game. So go ahead and take care of these 2 for 5 points. And it looks like Red Shooter got the skip pretty quickly as well. That's awesome.
Yeah, nice.
So something we'll see a bit later, I think we had a use case of it that we didn't have time to talk about, is that if you get damaged while you are trying to regenerate at a crystal, it will allow you freedom of movement while you are regenerating, and that's something that can be really helpful. So we got one more Wolfen that we got to fix up, and then that'll be our 30, I believe.
Yeah, the Flying Forest is like a pretty long section of the run. It has so much part of it.
Oh, I didn't quite get it.
Oh, it looks like, yeah, so we're gonna save here and go for the backup and got it first try there. So the backup, if the jump strat fails, the dropping onto the rune, instead we use an electric bomb for a damage boost over it. But yeah, as Jaxo said earlier, this is going to prevent us from performing another glitch later on because we now lose the electric bomb. So that's why Kuroto saved there, just in case he missed the damage boost.
And it's worth noting as well that the really tricky skip that they had to do to get to this fortress is a pretty big sequence break, because you're supposed to come back here after visiting a couple of different spots, I believe, before you can activate everything you need to gain access to this area. I think it might be a boomy upgrade that you need, but I might be incorrect. You need something. Oh, it's these. You need the ability to jump up walls with the oven mitts here. So doing that all in one trip is really nice.
So now the important thing is if Red Shooter hits this, then he might actually be able to gain some time on Kuroto here. Oh, it seems like he also missed it. No, okay, he got that. He didn't do the safety save, so I'm glad he got that.
Really risky. So something you'll notice with the climbing sections is that we can jump off and re-grab, and that's just a bit faster than the normal climbing animation. We're going to go ahead and regenerate right here. This crystal in the center does not cost any green orbs, I believe. And then we also do a save and reload, I believe, upon heading into this section so that we can reactivate the autosaves. Oh, we did that before we took the warp. Sorry.
Yeah, again, there's a lot to talk about. I was like, I think we passed that part already.
Okay, so we also bought the board. This is going to allow us to jump when we're on the slip-on slides, which is mission critical for getting through to the final area. And so, welcome. It's a great market. And so because of the 30 Wolfen we saved, that opens up the shop that allows us to get these climbing mitts, I believe. And it's also going to let us get the surfboard to go down the slides as we're supposed to.
Yeah, also the cutscene we skipped when we first went to Native City, it's actually still active. So we can't enter that bubble, so we actually have to enter the shop in a weird way by going around the shop, climbing a wall, and then going in through the roof. So that's why we do that. It's a little bit slower than just entering through the front, but like we literally don't want to hit that cutscene because it's unskippable.
All right, and I believe we're back in Flying Forest because if you were to take like the normal, if my memory serves me correctly, if you take like the normal like things for warp gates, it would cause you to. Oh, that was sweet. Did that work? Oh, it didn't work.
Oh, I thought it did. I couldn't tell there, but yeah, he's gonna go for it again here.
I believe they're doing this to get to a place where they can quit and reload, or not quit and reload, but get just another. I think I need a weapon. What do I call it?
The area.
Get to another area, obviously, but like to. So it might be doing this earlier than.
Hey, Gaia, do you need anything? Good choice.
Oh, so we're going for this skip again here. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not sure why we're doing this again. I'm looking at the notes that the runners gave us for this, and I'm a little confuzzled.
I am too.
All right, so we're doing a bit of a funky strat here on Red Shooter's screen, again, to skip that massive cutscene. Oh, did he miss one of the Wolfen? Is that what happened?
Oh, I think
short.
Yeah, I think so, actually.
Unfortunate.
That confused both of us. We were like, we were like, "Where's Kuroto going?" Okay, that's unfortunate. Okay, so Red Shooter is definitely ahead now because of that. So Red Shooter's now in the next area, which is Hunter's Domain, and this is now we're back on track with the knowledge we know about this run.
Yeah. So we're going to see a lot of skips with this mount where we can jump on precise ledges to get up and over stuff. That was a pretty straightforward run right there. And we're just going to be seeing another one right here. Go through this wall that just isn't solid on that side. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of stuff where there's going to be a really sick sequence here where we use some of the slope momentum to get up and over that. And we're going to get up and over that rock wall right there.
That solo momentum is a very tight jump, by the way.
So this section, a lot of these sections kind of expect you to not have access to the mount here because they kind of take it away from you. But with all these jumps that we're doing, we're able to completely bypass areas with the extended jump that we get. And so now we're going to go through this wall in order to gain some height. This is going to let us go into this tunnel. And so now some pretty crazy stuff's going to happen. There's going to be some like wind sections here that are supposed to push us around, but as long as we're mounted, the wind does not affect us. So now we can go ahead and after the wind stops blowing here, if you get here quickly enough, you don't need to do this wait. But we're going to wait here. I believe the wind's on a global cycle, which is why we needed to wait there. But now we're gonna make our way up to like the top of Hunter's Domain into Amber Quarry, which this is another pretty big skip. I believe you're supposed to have the wall jump upgrade in order to get to this section. And then this is a pretty mid to late game area that we're headed to. So coming up after this, okay, so right here, we're going to go ahead and fall down onto this and then take this air cannon, which takes us all the way to the top, just a little bit faster than climbing the rest of this tower. And now we're kind of just at the point in the game where we're just trying to dash our way straight to the end. We don't have to worry about nudies or wolfen or anything like that anymore.
Yeah, all that we have already done. We have everything that we need to beat the game. So yeah, just basically trying to get to the end as quick as we can. Welcome to speedrunning.
All right, so in Amber Quarry, we're going to see that regeneration glitch again, where we're going to regenerate and then take damage from the poison. Which is going to cause, it doesn't look like he got it, unfortunately. So he's going, I think he might be dead here. No, he lives, okay. So he went for the regen glitch there again, but it's a little bit tricky to line up with the poison fog, so not a huge deal. Yeah, we need just enough health here so that we can survive another electric bomb, which we're going to use in just a moment for the biggest sequence break in the game. So this skips all of the runes in this game. We're going to do another shock bomb jump. We're going to go over here and save just in case we miss this. And then you'll see that we need 350 energy in order to open that door. Nice, Red Shooter got it first try.
Nice.
So the way that this game works progression-wise is that each of the major areas of the game, except for the last two, I believe, have what's called a rune, which increases the amount of energy that you can store in your pendant. And you have to have all of the runes in the game in order to be able to open that door, because you get an additional 6 runes, I believe, which gets you to 300, right? Or it might be more than that. I might be.
I think you're right. I'm not the one to judge this, though.
Yeah. So now we're just in Wolfen City, which is like the second to last area of the game. And so the way this section is supposed to work is that we're supposed to get captured by the Wolfen. We're just going to go ahead and take care of this guy right here so he doesn't bother us while we're trying to platform. We're going to jump off of this torch and then up and over the rocks. This is going to let us into the front entrance of Wolfen City. So the way this is supposed to work is you basically casually you get lured into a trap and get taken to the bottom of Wolfen City, which has like, they basically take away all of your gear, and it's like this really cool, honestly really cool segment where you got to stealth around again and you slowly get your abilities back over time, and it's really fun, at least to me casually. But now we get to go ahead and grab this mount. Normally the goal of Wolfen City is to get all your stuff back and then get to this room to get the mount. But now we don't have to do that. So we just have the mount right away. And we're gonna go ahead and check a bomb right there. That'll explode once we go through the other way here. I don't know why these puzzles are here, by the way, that let us in and out of this section. Nice first try from Koruto.
Very good there, yeah.
The rune skip. And so there's supposed to be a trigger here as well that prevents us from the ambush, but we're just going to jump over it. And we're going to do a bit of a tricky strat where we fall off in a specific way so we can bring our mount with us. This allows us to skip from having to use shock bombs in order to activate generators that we would use for this section. And it allows us to also jump to that cutscene trigger, which is really funny.
That's so cool.
But we need more shock bombs as well, because we have one more shock bomb jump that we're going to be doing before the end of the run. We're headed into the fortress now, and this is like the final area of the run. So we're already coming up towards the end here. This has been a great race so far.
Yeah, the only thing that like kind of sucked about it was having to go back for that one Wolfen on Kuroto's side, but still like managing to still keep pace with Red Shooter, which is good to see.
So we're holding to the right here in order to avoid aggroing. There's a buttload of enemies in that area, and we're avoiding aggroing them by doing that. And then we're going to do another shock bomb jump. We're going to go into this corner and set this up here, detonate it, and this is going to let us get an invisible ledge to ledge grab, and then we get up and over. Nice.
Nice.
And this is the regen glitch. So I talked about earlier, if you take damage while regenning, you regen while having freedom of movement and being away from the crystal. All right, we got a really sick out of bounds coming up on Red Shooter's screen here, where once we hit the airbag here, we are going to jump through a part of the wall that just isn't there. And we're going to try to dive bomb and fly into the slide so that we skip a cutscene. See if we get it here. Nice!
Nice, that was
and
really good.
Not done yet. I think we're going to be looking for that. Nice. You do a boomy swing at just the right time and angle, and that lets us go into a trigger here that we can save, and then load, which is going to put us at the bottom of the slide. That's a really hard sequence.
That's really well done.
And so, because I forget the reason why, but if we do the save and reload too late, we take a ton of damage. So we actually need to take an intentional death to get our HP back to full. And we just skip the mini boss by doing a ledge grab there. Yeah, Korich is actually catching up really, really quickly here. That's pretty impressive. Okay, so you are supposed to have an upgrade for the board here in order to make use of those speed boosters. But instead of doing that, we can do a jump at a really precise time if we build up enough speed. Nice, there we go.
Nice.
And then we're just on our way to the final boss now, so we just got some pretty standard platforming, but we're gonna see a really funny way to cheese the boss here coming up. So one of the critical things with how we took care of skipping the mini boss is that because of the way we did it, the lava is never going to rise, and that's going to allow us to take out the final boss in a very, very funny way. So Kuruto is going to give the strat another try. This is a really hard skip, so it's pretty impressive that Red Shooter got it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, he made it look far easier than it actually was. Like, pulling off all that in succession, like, if you fail one trick, you have to do it all over again, so...
All right, and we're just taking these corkscrew slides all the way up and around, and this will let us get to the final boss here in just a moment. We're also going to be... Oh, that always tripped me up casually. I thought that was the end of the slide, but it's just not. I was like, huh?
Oh, he's gonna keep you on your feet, Jackson. Okay.
Exactly. You know what? I respect the hustle.
I like it, the amount of love this game is getting from the chat as well. People are like saying like they want the sequel and stuff like that. It's awesome to see.
Oh yeah. All right, so here we grab the ledge to the right and like go into this arena in a weird way. So that the final boss starts T-posing, and you're seeing Red Shooter dance around with him. This gives us a free hit, and then if we spam the helicopter kick, it'll keep him in block stun. Our goal is not to deal damage to him. Our goal is to knock him to the end of the arena here. Because the lava didn't spawn in because of the way we skipped the mini boss, if we knock him off the ledge, he will void out and instantly die. So that's the final boss taken care of.
And there we go, yeah.
And then this cutscene will also look very, very funny because the lava isn't here and we did things completely the wrong way.
What do you mean? This is definitely normal.
Exactly.
This is exactly as the devs intended.
Yeah. So, even though Kuruto had a bit of trouble with some of the skips and that unfortunate Wolfen situation, like, Kuruto managed to keep this really, really close to the race. So this has been really impressive to watch.
Even before then, too, like we were saying, they were neck to neck for, like, pretty much the first 20 minutes, which is crazy. So, very good race and a good showcase by both of them.
Yeah, so time isn't coming up yet. There's a little bit where you gain control after having defeated the final boss, where we are going to go ahead and talk to our brother. Once we initiate that final cutscene, that is when time is going to be for Red Shooter. So we got a little bit of chill here, and then the game is going to give us the worst cliffhanger ending of all time. Again, we need the sequel. Please give us the sequel. I believe the devs that made this game are no more. Oh my goodness, Kuruto went for the swag strat. I forgot about that. That was crazy.
Pay the price for it, though. We have to do this again.
I mean, Kuruto already knows that Red Shooter kind of won the race, so I respect trying to swag out.
I respect it. I respect the hustle. Oh, going for it again?
Oh my God.
No! Kuruto, please.
All right, and that's time for Red Shooter. A 36-41 is pretty bonkers. That's like really, really dang good. So to give you all context for how good that run was, world record by Kuruto is a 32-18, and Red Shooter's PB is a 33-19. So to play that close to PB is really, really impressive.
Yeah, and again, a lot of the skips are like very punishing if you miss them, so...
yeah, we're finishing up the final fight here on Koruto's end. So I guess kind of here's probably now a good time to do some shout outs. So I've been Jaxler. You can find me at twitch.tv/Jaxler1. I will be on for one more run tonight. I'm going to be on for the Medieval run that's coming up. Do not miss that run. That run is fire. And
no bias
whatsoever. Not like I run the game or anything like that. Joey, where can people find you?
Yeah, I'm on twitch.tv/KingJ0444. This has been really fun getting to commentate these 3 runs tonight with Jaxler, even though neither of us ran these games.
I'm learning this game. I'm putting it on the record. I am learning this game.
I'm learning Bennett. Okay, anyhow, so... but I will actually be back for one more run during SpeeDons for the Restream commentary. I'm going to be commentating Mario 64 blindfolded on Saturday morning. In Eastern time, so yeah. Anyhow, I want to quickly shout out Kuroto and Red Shooter. Be sure to check them out as well. And then the next run coming up, make sure to stick around because it's Final Fantasy Adventure. And your English Restreamer commentators are going to be Bowie the Hero and Vanny Van, both very good commentators, and I'm excited to check out that run. I'll be watching it as well. So
yeah, that'll be a great time. I also just want to say, well, again, SpeeDons is raising money for Medicine du Monde. If you're interested in helping out, hit !donate in the chat, and that should take you over there. Additionally, GG's to Koruto. And additionally, they also have an event T-shirt that, if you purchase, a good portion of the proceeds will go to charity as well. Other than that, be sure to follow GDQ if you haven't already. Toss them your Prime sub if you happen to have it to support restreams like this, as well as the weekly hotfix content. That's been the King J and Jaxler Power Hour. Thank you so much for putting up with us for 3 straight, or not almost 3 straight runs.
With a Liza P break in the middle.
Yeah. Thank goodness. I had to go to the bathroom so bad. With that being said, thank you so much for having us. Enjoy the rest of the event, everybody. Go get a glass of water, take a bathroom break yourself, and enjoy the Final Fantasy Adventure run. See ya, folks.
Merci beaucoup. On peut applaudir encore une fois Peter Fight et évidemment les runners qui ont fait un magnifique travail, très belle race en tout cas. Bienvenue, bonjour à tous, bon matin, bonne nuit à ceux qui vont aller se coucher parce que voilà, on est en transition entre ceux qui vont se coucher et ceux qui se réveillent tout juste. J'espère que vous allez bien. Ouais, pour l'instant, je suis un peu tout seul, mais vous inquiétez pas, ce ne sera pas pour longtemps. L'occasion pour moi de remercier évidemment tous ceux qui font des dons. Et alors là, en plus, moi, j'ai 2 PC, donc il va falloir que je switch entre les deux. Vous inquiétez pas. Un don de Yamini de 10 € qui dit bonne chance, mon frère Red Shooter. Un don de Horus, 5 € qui dit For the Emperor. On a eu plein de dons évidemment pour Kia, le roi des mouettes qui a donné 10 € qui fait Kia, le jeu de mon enfance. Quel plaisir de le voir se renaître. Ouais. Ok, je vais vous réveiller un petit peu tranquillement, vous inquiétez pas. Un autre don anonyme de 60 balles. Mais là, c'est pas pour Kia, c'est pour Emma Chouette, mais qui dit ouais. Ça va, ils sont encore à peu près réveillés. Peut-être qu'il y en a qui se réveillent tout juste là. On n'a pas dormi, ouais, bon, ouais. Pratiquez le sommeil, c'est important. Il faut être là jusqu'à dimanche. Hein. D'accord. Platon qui a donné 10 € qui a dit j'avais emprunté la copie de ce jeu à un pote. Aucun regret, j'aime. Un don de Babou de 30 € qui dit le bonheur de se réveiller avec SpeeDons. Bah, merci à toi. Un autre don de Nanoum de 50 € qui dit un gros bisou à ma pote Clarisse qui est restée dans la salle pour son jeu préféré Kia. Clarisse, t'es encore là? Ok, parfait. J'ai fait mon devoir, je peux retourner dormir à tout à l'heure. Il y a eu un don aussi de 10 € de Reciello qui dit don apolitique depuis le Mexique en lune de miel. On peut applaudir quand même. C'est pas mal. Il y a pire. Merci en tout cas de penser à nous pendant que vous êtes en lune de miel. Et félicitations. Un don de 50 € de Rookin qui dit merci SpeeDons et bon run à tous les runners. Merci à toi. Il y a aussi des dons qui sont là depuis un petit moment, notamment Ewian qui a donné 10 € qui dit pour la reine de Jarmou et run de 20 € de Tsukis qui dit pour la race. Oui, parce que vous pouvez, notamment lorsque vous faites des dons, influer sur des incentives, et notamment il y en a une pour la run de Gosland Yard où Jarmou peut join la race. Alors attendez, je vous dis où est-ce qu'on en est à ce niveau-là. Jarmou, où est-ce que l'on est? C'est presque là. On est quasiment à 8 000 € récoltés et il en faut 10 000. Donc vous savez ce qu'il vous reste à faire si vous voulez que Jarmou participe à la raid de Ghostland Yard qui va avoir lieu tout à l'heure. Donc voilà. L'occasion aussi de vous rappeler que la prochaine run, donc c'est Final Fantasy Adventure, donc Mystic Quest, et que vous pouvez choisir le nom donc, des deux protagonistes du jeu. Les deux premiers choix gagnent. À l'heure actuelle, c'est EU et Kaku. Mais voilà, vous pouvez peut-être faire un snipe. Il y a la team BZH. Voilà, elle est là. Ils sont où les Bretons là? Alors, on compte sur vous pour donner pour que BZH soit un des protagonistes donc, de Mystic Quest. Mais bon, il y a un petit peu de retard, mais bon, considérez que c'est pour la bonne cause. Et d'ailleurs, juste après, pour la run de Mystic Quest, on vous présentera un petit peu ce qui va se passer, parce qu'il y aura une petite chose, voilà. Et bah, du coup, c'est parfait, ça va me permettre de faire la transition tout de suite, puisque nous avons quelqu'un qui va venir faire un dessin, donc, qui est Pikukito. Comment ça va?
Bon matin, SpeeDons.
Bonjour à toi.
Ça va?
Tu es prête?
Je suis prête.
Ok, tu sais déjà un petit peu ce que tu vas faire?
Oui, je sais ce que je vais faire.
Ok, on n'en parle pas?
Bah, ils vont découvrir.
Ils vont découvrir, on fera un petit point de temps en temps. La run dure 2 heures, donc il y aura peut-être des moments où on pourra faire un petit switch sur ce que tu es en train de faire.
Pas de souci. Quand vous voulez, ça marche.
Voilà, Pikukito qui sera là, donc vous pouvez voilà, déjà commencer à applaudir parce que ce que va faire Piku donc, durant cette run de Mystic Quest donc, sera à gagner si vous faites des loups pendant la run de Mystic Quest. Donc ce sera signé évidemment par la main du runner et certainement peut-être des commentateurs, on verra bien quoi.
Si vous voulez venir.
Ça marche. Eh bien merci à toi. On repassera évidemment te faire un petit coucou pour la suite. Et puis oui, voilà, je disais qu'il y a des lots évidemment à gagner quand vous participez, donc vous faites des dons, vous rentrez automatiquement dans des tombolas où vous pouvez gagner des lots, vous pouvez gagner notamment, voilà, vous avez le t-shirt évidemment, et qu'est-ce qu'on a là en ce moment, il y a quoi là? Bon là c'est que des choses qui sont à gagner donc, pendant toute la durée du marathon. Vous avez l'affiche du design officiel évidemment fait par Zo, vous avez pas ça c'est pas tout de suite, mais voilà, vous avez notamment cette illustration, vous avez petite Game Boy Advance SP, voilà. Hein. Rien que ça, hein, ça a été fait en collab, évidemment. Vous avez un superbe poster fanart avec tous les éléments de toutes les runs. Un superbe skateboard custom, voilà, de SpeeDons 5. Je termine dans ces cas-là. Un tableau, donc. Et aussi, n'oubliez pas, si vous êtes féru de musique et que vous voulez vous faire plaisir, il y a le collectif Résonance donc, qui a fait un album, Out of Beat, où cet après-midi, c'est sur leur Bandcamp et l'intégralité des bénéfices donc, sera reversée directement à Médecins du Monde. Sur ce, on me dit que c'est prêt, donc c'est parti pour Final Fantasy Adventure, Mystic Quest. Je vous laisse choisir. C'est parti.
Merci beaucoup. Bonjour, SpeeDons.
Bonjour.
J'espère que vous allez bien, que vous avez bien pu profiter de la première soirée et que vous êtes prêts pour continuer toute la suite du marathon. Je suis Coxla, je suis accompagné d'Akaeli. Comment vas-tu?
Ça va très bien. Et toi?
Super. Et surtout, on est là pour vous présenter en effet Mystic Quest, Final Fantasy Adventure, runné par Prière 57. Salut Prière. Comment vas-tu?
Ça va très bien, merci.
T'es prêt?
Oh, good morning. If you're in Europe, good evening, I think. Yeah, good night. If you're over the Atlantic, welcome to SpeeDons on the GDQ English Restream. My name is Bo the Hero, and I'm joined by Vani Van, and we're going to be your English Restream commentators for Final Fantasy Adventure, run by that chap right there in your window, Mr. Pryor.
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
We'll be blessing your eardrums for the next 2 hours as we take you through this absolutely phenomenal Game Boy game being run by Prior 57, or I guess it would be Prior 57 if we were being more accurate. But
yes.
But this is going to be a lot of fun. Oh, Uwu is the name.
Fantastic. Straight with the memes. Yes. We should clarify for a couple of things. Final Fantasy Adventure is its American name. It was known as Mystic Quest in Europe. This is Seiken Densetsu 1, the very, very first game in the Mana series. So if you know Secret of Mana, Trials of Mana, this is the game that started it all off. And just like those games, it's a fantastic and very robust action RPG. And we've got plenty of stuff to go through, plenty of mechanics to talk about, and some differences. If you've seen this run before, some differences, because Prior has changed it up a little bit, but we are off.
Yes. Yeah. So this starts out with a fight against Big Cat. There's going to be some tech here right away. When the cat dies, it's going to explode, and you're going to see right there, Pyre took a swing in the middle of the explosion right as it ended. Now, the reason for that is that we're going to, spoiler alert, fight Big Cat again in about a minute or so after some cutscenes here. And when we do, that hit of the explosion at the end of the first fight actually carries over into the beginning of the second fight. So when you see Big Cat come out of the gate, look very closely and you'll actually see him do like a damage blink right away as soon as the battle starts, and that's from the hit that he took in the fight before.
Yeah, so this is a technique called boss damage rollover, and essentially it's a thing that I noticed when I was like having a look at like the final fight in the game really weirdly, where my NPC partner was flashing, and essentially the enemies will basically that flash can be stored, and so whatever damage you put into the boss when it leaves will be thrown out here again. So once again, the second fight with Jackal now, it depends. I mean, I'm going to see if Pyre does the faster fight. I'm just going to see if he gets it with the moving up stab. Does get it, and it gets knocked to the left as well. Yeah. So that particular technique requires you to like, when you move up and stab and then you move through him, whilst the enemies are flashing, they do have iframes for a little bit, which allows you to get somewhat into the enemy's hitbox, which then knocks you to the left rather than down, which allows you to get that follow-up stab, slice, which is the fastest way to fight Jackal.
So here we have a cutscene here where we see the two main villains of the game. On the left is Dark Lord, and on the right is Julius. And what they're trying to do is trying to figure out how to go up this waterfall that they're looking at here, because at the top of this waterfall is the Tree of Mana, and they want to harness its power for obviously evil purposes. Unfortunately, our hero here, who in the Japanese original games, the hero was named Sumo, and the girl who we'll be meeting here in a few minutes was named Fuji. But here it's and I didn't catch the
I think it was Kaku. He named her.
Okay.
Fun fact. So really weirdly, actually, it's actually hero and heroine. People always thought it was Sumo and Fuji, but when I spoke to the Japanese community, they were like, "Who's Sumo?" I was like, "It's the main character," but they were actually just called hero and heroine. Sumo and Fuji were added in, I think, to like a mobile re-release much later on. It's really strange. I thought so as well, but yeah, really odd. So this part of the game actually is a grind, but not what you think it's for. So we're not actually grinding for experience, we're grinding for money. The game starts off with a very, very neat little glitch which requires some equipment changing, but we need 140 GP to get that. So Pyre is going to be focusing specifically on the goblins, or the ones that have the little cat hoods. They're worth 3 GP. They take 2 hits to kill. Potentially 1 if you get a good damage roll at level 2. The mushrooms are only worth 1, or the myconids is their name in the original game. So you want to basically leave 1 enemy on screen, because if you defeat all the enemies don't respawn when you re-enter the screen. So you want to leave 1 enemy, focus on the goblins, and leave the myconids free.
Yeah. Now, you probably saw there when Pyre leveled up that there was a little fanfare, and then there was a screen where you had some choices as far as stat allocation. Now, in this particular setup that he's going to do, he's going to pour almost everything into power every time he levels up, with a few exceptions that we'll get to a little later on. He's almost at the 140 gold. In fact, he can get it on this next screen. He's got to go up 1 screen and to the right, or to the right and then up, and then he goes into the town to purchase he's actually grinding. Oh, I think he was just grinding for that next level. I think he wanted to get that now.
Yeah, I mean, and also, I mean, like getting a little bit of extra money helps, because he needs to get an axe afterwards, which costs 150 GP. And the more you get now, because the goblins are worth quite a lot. Right. They're worth the most amount of money in the first area of the game. That's an annoying NPC spawn.
No.
Yeah, this is going to be a thing. So enemy and NPC spawns are random on each screen. I'll just quickly explain this, by the way. So what we're going to do is we're going to equip. So we'll buy the iron helmet, equip it, move it to the second slot. By then save resetting, it means that the list is empty at the beginning. What that does is it overwrites the defensive value of any item after it with the item slot number, or like whatever its kind of like number is, and it's numbered 1 to 12 from the bottom up. So the second slot is actually valued at 11. So it overrides the iron helmet's defense, or the bronze helmet's defense, from 2 to 11, giving you a massive defense increase. And specifically, this game's damage formula is additive. It's not multiplicative or any kind of nuts formula. It's enemy's damage roll minus defense. So that's a keen minus 9 damage taken. At this point in the game, you're going to be taking 1 damage for a good long time. And if you don't do that, you're taking 8 or 9 damage from like the next enemy that comes along. It's actually quite a severe like defense increase.
So in that little cutscene there, we see we rescue the girl from the monsters, and her friend Hasim there was talking about going to see someone named Bogard, who is a Gamma Knight, and we'll get a cutscene on this in a minute. But something that I wanted to point out there that we actually saw earlier in the game too was we saw somebody die, except they didn't die. They, quote, passed away. This is something that will be a theme throughout the game. Nobody dies, they pass away. And also, if they're actually dying, they're not dying, they're falling. And the literal falling in this game is a theme too. Our hero does a lot of falling from heights in this game. He already did it once, he will do it more. So just kind of these funny little themes as far as what you see throughout the game.
And really weirdly, it's a bit of a mana staple, falling from waterfalls, because, you know, Sumo does it here, Randy in Secret falls down, the characters in Trials get knocked down a waterfall as well. It's like a mana thing. Don't really know why, but there you go.
Yep. So this old man... Oh, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
So this old man here is the Bogard that they were talking about, and you have to talk to him 3 times in order to get him to eventually give you the information that you need. And what he's going to do is he's going to unlock the door up here, and in there we're going to grab an item called Mattock. This is going to be used mostly to bust open certain walls and also to clear certain like rocks and whatnot to make our way through certain dungeons and caves. So that's the necessary part of this conversation.
Yeah, the thing with the Mattock as well is that it's actually a charge-based item. So when you get it, you have 7 uses, so you can run out of them. Now, the fun fact about this is that if you don't know where to use it or how to use it, if you run out, until you do that, well, when you do that cutscene, you can start buying Mattocks from shops. So Topple, which is where we bought the iron helmet earlier, didn't sell Mattocks. But now that you've got one, you can buy it if you make an error and use up all of your charges. Now, this is kind of important because you need, I think it's, if I'm not mistaken, it's 20 keys and 25 mandatory uses of Mattocks to get through this game, which is why we need 4 sets of Mattocks and 5 sets of keys to get through the game. Like that's mandatory minimum. So it is important to like not overuse your charges. So as you saw there, equip the Mattocks, broke the boulders, and crack on.
Yeah. Now, and to note that it's not when you use the Mattock, it's when you swing the Mattock. So if you swing the Mattock into air, you lose a charge of it. It doesn't necessarily have to hit anything or do anything. It's just as it's used, just generally speaking. So
that's unfortunate. Yeah, it is. And it's kind of, so it's very important to be very clear with when you're using it. Unfortunately, I mean, I don't think he's going to get to 165. Maybe? No, he's not. He's going to get, but 165 is a nice amount. He's going to grind it out. But you want 165 GP because you can buy the axe you want and as well a key, which gives you 4 keys. And he's going to need a key for the next dungeon. You can get key drops, but that's RNG, and you don't really want to do that. So we buy a key instead. And that's 15 GP. Now, I want to quickly talk about weapons because this is where it goes and it kind of gets fun. This game, again, it's a really, really like solid action RPG for a Game Boy game where you have different weapons that have different attack properties and different attack types. You've got swinging, got stabbing, you've got slashing, you've got bashing. And the axe is the first new weapon, which has a wider swiping arc. It hits behind him and a little bit in front and to the side of Sumo. So you can see it swings a little bit beyond. It's got a really nice wide arc, whereas the sword only hits like to 90 degrees. This hits to like 120 or 140. It's quite wide. And it's also a nice upgrade of 4 damage. So yeah, pretty solid.
something else in regards to the different types of weapons is you see there across the bottom of the screen, there's a very slowly filling gauge. That's your will meter. When that will meter is full, when you do an attack with the weapon, it does like a special type of attack. With the sword, you can do like this diving attack. The chain whip goes longer. You throw the axe when it's full. So this is actually going to be necessary in a couple places, because not only do the weapons have certain different swings, but there's certain things that they do, like axes will chop down trees, the sickle will chop down certain bushes, things like that. So we'll look for that as well. Now, what's happened here in this cutscene is the girl has taught us our first magic spell, which is Cure, but she's also gone missing, and now we got to figure out why.
Yeah, she was taken in the night. So introducing magic is kind of important, because again, we were mentioning that, you know, this run that Pryor's doing is the physical build, which is the most popular build in the game.
Yes.
There's only one runner crazy enough to be really good at magic, and that's Crow. Shout out to Crow. And magic is very hard. It's a lot more RNG heavy, I feel. Magic is very, very powerful. So to kind of like bounce off what Varney was saying about the will gauge, the will gauge is not just gives you more abilities with your sword or with your weapons, like throwing or increased range, but it's actually a damage multiplier. So at base value, that's 1 times damage. So if you hit for 20, that's 20. But as it increases up to a maximum of 2 times damage for weaponry. But if you're using magic, it's 4 times damage, which is ridiculous when it gets to end game, because like end game magic is so powerful and fast. It's just you have to get through a lot more stodgy early game to get there, which is why physical is so popular. It's also more intuitive. Like it's much more like built into the fabric of this kind of game.
The magic route takes a ton of very careful planning to do right. Ooh, nice. Okay, so what just happened there is Pryor killed one of the land leeches. Shout out to Muppets in Space. And what they do is when they do drop items, they drop Maddox. So he now has another stack of this Maddox here for free. And this is going to be something that will be really, really handy to get through this next part of the game. So now he has the next weapon, which is the sickle. Now, those 2 kind of like ice tiles there, the ice tiles you're going to see throughout the game, and you can only move on them a certain direction, and those didn't allow him to move back the way he came. It's the game forcing you to use the sickle to cut down those bushes around you in order to get out. It kind of like teaches you about the property of the weapon. That's a non-obvious tutorial in a way, I guess.
Oh, wow. I think it's quite obvious. It locks you in place until you have to use the weapon. But no, I know what you mean. It's like teaching by showing, right? Look at this. You've got a weapon. Use it.
Now, that red mage guy that we completely ignored both times were on the screen, he's important even though we didn't do anything with him. So if you talk to that guy, he becomes a companion, and the companion will kind of just walk around with you in kind of random directions and whatnot. The reason we don't talk to him is because it's not necessary, and the time that it takes to talk to him is a waste of time, so we ignore him. Pretty much all companions in this game are virtually useless, with one massive exception that we'll get to near the end of the game. So yeah, but that red mage, as far as the story, actually is important. So just keep him in mind.
Yeah, so it's more time than you think. It's not just the cutscene of talking to him and accepting him to join you. You can say no, but if you get him, you might as well say yes. But at the end of this dungeon, there's also going to be a little bit of an extra conversation. So the Mattocks are important, as we said, because it is actually a random drop. If he doesn't get one here, he needs another stack for the next dungeon. So he'd have to go and buy one from a shop. I would rather go and buy one than like grind one out, because it takes too much time. But it's one of those things where having that is really, really handy. And if he gets more drops, the more you get, the less you have to buy later, which saves money as well. And that is important for a couple of points.
Now, one thing to mention about this game is that you have the ability to save anywhere you want, basically at will. Now, we are going to use this liberally in certain places when it comes to manipulating enemy spawns. Now, what you can do there is you can save and reset, and then all the enemies will respawn on the screen. So if you wanted to just grind those land leeches on one particular screen, that's one way you could do it. So here we have the first boss of the game. This is Hydra. This boss is not terribly threatening. It's just we kind of just get to the points where it lunges out. We hit it with the sickle as much as we can. If we get low on HP, we just use the cure spell. He has 2 of them. That's going to be plenty. And then not much longer. In fact, there it goes.
There is some nuance to this fight. He doesn't deal much damage because of the helmet glitch, which is really, really handy. But he does have a variety of dives. He can either go really, really deep, or he can go really, really shallow, which gives you more or less hits. And actually, that Hydra went very, very nicely. Went deep a lot of times, allowing him to get multiple hits. And basically, there is a way that you can time it, so you kind of like, poison, lovely. Very high chance to get that. I don't know why, but that's just life. A pure drop though, that's going to save him. But yes, just to finish off the Hydra thought, you are able to kind of like mitigate some hits by when you do take damage yourself when you're flashing with your iframes. Attacking actually stalls the reduction of those iframes, so you are able to actually like mash your way through a situation sometimes, which he kind of did there to make sure that he wasn't getting hit multiple times when the Hydra was coming through. We're now into our next dungeon though, which is Ket's, and the point of going to the Marsh Cave was to get the magic mirror or the moon mirror. The moon mirror reveals the true form of people, and that happens to be that Ket's servant is actually a werewolf. Equipping that axe is actually increased damage to werewolves versus the sickle, so it's actually, even though it's a weaker weapon, it does more damage to that werewolf, which actually is better, but there you go.
Yeah. Something else that was picked up at the end of the Hydra fight was fire magic, which in the physical build, we probably will never see this used. There's one particular enemy where if it does get in our way, fire magic is effective against it. But other than that, you probably won't see it. Now, Pyre is going out of his way to kill these owl enemies specifically because they drop an item called the crystal. And what the crystal does is, on use, it will immediately fill your will meter. And
it's a very good weapon.
This is
a very good item.
Yeah, very, very good item. Also sells for a decent amount. That's a secondary benefit to it, but the primary use is why we want it. There's going to be one particular place where if we have the crystal, it will save several seconds as opposed to having to wait for the will gauge to fill up. And we get there in a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, personally, when it comes to running this game, I want 2. I really want 2. Yeah. 3 would be lovely. If I get any more than 3, I'll probably sell them. And again, that 500 gold is actually really good. The money route is rather specific, and it's really handy when it goes in your favor. Now, there is a trick coming up that may happen. You never see it. Well, I'm saying I see it very often, but we'll see if it's possible. The pumpkin's jumping away. Maybe we'll get it. No, he isn't going for it. But when you take damage, I mentioned that you flash with iframes. You actually have no collision detection when that happens. And if you get hit by a pumpkin when screen transitioning, you can actually walk through that invisible button that created the blocks. So then you can just walk out. Prior decided to do the save reset to reset the state of the room so that he didn't have to worry about the button press. Normally what you do is similar to the sickle, you'd use the whip to chain whip yourself outside of the trap and then back around.
So Prior just demonstrated the special thing that the chain does. When you whip it to those posts, it draws you to the posts, and it allowed him to get over that particular gap there. One other trick or one other little piece of tech that Prior did before, and we'll see him do several times throughout the game.
Heal.
Yeah, and it's actually that actually is a convenient time to talk about it. He does something called cure canceling. Now, when you use the cure magic, you stand still while those little stars are spinning around you, and you do cure. But if you press the B button to use cure or use a curative item, it doesn't have to be the magic, as you're stepping onto a staircase, then you'll see the stars start to appear. You'll get the effect of the heal, but you'll also trigger the stairs at the same time, so you essentially skip that part of the animation where you're standing still and not walking.
Yeah,
so just a little technical time save there.
Yeah, I mean, if I want to be super intense with the information, I can talk about the whole movement pattern of this game, where you actually move in half tiles. When you tap, you'll move a half tile. So if you look at each character is one tile, right? Let's say it's four little quarters, but you move in half tiles. When you activate a movement, that movement will complete. and then you can basically input actions whilst you're doing the movement. So you can actually like walk into the distance of certain things and then do something. This allows a variety of nuanced actions. Like cure cancelling is the main one, the most obvious one. But this is where you also have things like stutter slicing with your sword. The sword is a unique weapon insofar as that it has, there's a nice crystal. It's a unique weapon where it has 2 attack types. You've got a stab and a slice. Now this is because of context-sensitive combat. This game's amazing. Where with the sword, if you just press A to attack, you'll slice. If you press forward and then A, or if you hold forward and then press A, you'll stab. So you can actually move forward and slice by doing that same action by utilizing the half tile movement. Let the half tile play out and then release the forward and press A. That allows you to do that. This game is nuts how like intense it is. I don't know.
Shout outs to Willow, which has the exact same mechanics. So
nice.
when I picked that up after learning the run for this, I was like, oh yes,
I know this mechanic.
How this works.
Yeah,
yes.
exactly. Yeah. So we're coming up to our next boss, which is going to make us feel like we're in a very different series. Key drop, beautiful.
That's
again,
very nice.
Again, you need 5 of those. 5 key sets and another crystal. Beautiful.
Another crystal, awesome.
The biggest thing about those pickups is that you save time, like buying. You don't have to buy as many, which adds time. So yeah, this is Lee, or the vampire. This fight is very, very cool. It requires very like nice positioning. He's going to go for the 1-hit follow-up. He is. This allows him to get like 5 or 6 hits here before moving on, which those bats do hit hard, even with the helmet glitch. The enemy's going to start hitting really hard now. Yeah, that was a clean, simple, straightforward fight. The enemy's going to start hitting hard now, even though we got the glitched helmet because we've been building pure power. Which means we deal a lot of damage, but damn.
I was going to say, we develop ourselves into quite the glass cannon.
Yeah. it's real glass cannon. I mean, like, taking one, like, killing enemies in 1 hit, lovely. Dying in 1 hit, less so.
Not so much.
It happens. I think, one thing I should mention as well, actually, is that there are 4 types. We did talk about the fact that you can choose your stat, but there's power, wisdom, will, and stamina. So depending on what one you increase, the one you choose will gain will gain 2 stats. The opposite stat will gain 0, and then the ancillary stats will gain 1. Stamina and will are stats that will always go up no matter what. If you choose power, you get no wisdom. If you choose wisdom, you get no power. And then stamina is linked to power. So if you choose stamina, you get 2 stamina, 1 power, and will is linked to wisdom. So you get 2 will, 1 wisdom. So will and stamina will always go up. No matter what happens, but they either go up by 1 or 2, but then stamina and wisdom will not go up if you choose the opposite element or the opposite thing. Stamina is also directly linked to HP. So whatever your stamina value, your HP will be a set value. So not only do you have less defense, you have less HP as well. So it's like a double stat. It's not just defense, but it's also HP, and obviously that balloons the more stamina you have. And I actually use that. Sorry, just quickly. I also use that as like a note to know what level I am. I know what level I am based on what HP value I have, and that's really important to kind of like be aware of in certain places.
Yeah. So this cutscene here is we meet Siba for the first time, and he takes a great interest in the pendant that this girl is wearing. And with that pendant, we summon a vision of this girl's mother. Now, this girl's mother is essentially embodies the spirit of the mana tree that we were referring to in the beginning of the game. And basically what she's saying here is, I've put up this seal, this barrier, so that people cannot use its power for evil, but they're finding a way, and you've got to stop them. And so that's now our objective. Now the town is being attacked, and you see this man here. This is the red mage that we were referring to before. Here, I'll take the girl to safety. And in our panic, we're like, sure, okay. And so we go to see what's going on, and we're going to make a very startling discovery about the true identity of this red mage.
It's Julius.
It's Julius.
Wow, you helped me once before. Yeah, he says here, yeah, I wasn't sure if she was the one I was looking for until I saw what happened inside there. So to kind of like add into what Vani was saying about that cutscene with Kaku's mother. They're members of the Mana tribe. So the Mana tree is obviously kind of protected by the Mana tribe, and that has that different implications depending on the game, such as like Randy in Secret of Mana. He's a member of the Mana tribe, and his mother is the Mana tree. Because the Mana tribe, they basically are the Mana tree essentially. That they are the seeds that grow the tree, and so that's lovely to know. That's an unfortunate bit of movement. Why would you move right there, please? So talking to NPCs is actually, you don't have a button to like press A to speak to them, because if you press A, you'll attack them and deal damage to them, and you can eventually kill them. But you interact with NPCs by walking into them and moving into them. This is a bit of a double-edged sword in some places. If you take damage and you get knocked back, that counts as an input. So if you get hit into an NPC, you'll talk to them over and over again until the knockback stops, which is really annoying, especially on that bit there with the attack on the town. If you get knocked by like a chibi devil or by a rabbite upwards, you'll be speaking to the dead soldier for a while. Do you get a nectar drop?
This particular section, we have 2 drops we're looking for. One of them is nectar, and then those pigs, the pig soldiers that throw the tridents, they can drop an item, it's called gold. Now, what nectar does is when you use it, it will temporarily increase your strength, and this is going to be useful on a couple of particular bosses. Now, what the gold does is it's really just meant to be sold. Oh, you saw a cure cancel there. You saw how the stars kind of started to appear as he walked in the door. So what Pryor's going to do here is he's going to sell off a whole bunch of stuff that he doesn't need. Oh, he's going to sell one of those crystals. Interesting.
That's fair.
Now, he's going to buy oil, which he's going to need coming up here, but now he's going to stock up on Matic and keys. He's going to buy all the Matic and keys he needs for the rest of the game right here. So he's just getting this out of the way.
It looks like he bought 3 Matox and 3 keys. I think he bought 2 keys, which means I think he might be missing one. Maybe he'll be aware of that.
Well, remember, he got the drop in that first cave.
Yeah, but but when you find one, then buy 2. You've only got 4, and you need 5. So I'm a little bit worried. Unless he did buy 3 and I just didn't see it. Like I might have just missed it.
Well, the next time he goes, he's going to go into his menu to equip the oil, so we'll be able to see then, hopefully.
Because he hasn't used a full stack yet. He should have 5 now. A thing about the orcs as well and their drops is they have a chance to get 2 drops. They actually have candy and gold. That was 5, I think. Yeah, I think I saw 5.
Yeah.
So even though you want to kill them, you may not get the drop. Yeah, I don't know. It's the thing. Now I save for this screen because every now and then you miss it. I've been doing this run for about 10 years and I still save. 10 years?
No.
12.
Yeah.
Jesus, I'm old.
Yeah. So you have to hit those 2 switches along the rails at very specific times. Now, normally, I like to use the axe to do this because the swinging motion gives you some more opportunity to hit it, whereas the chain, you got to be a little more precise because it's a direct attack. So nice little swag there by Pryor, and especially getting it on the first try with no safety save. He's awesome. All right, so we pick up now we have a companion here, the dwarf. Now,
Watts.
The menu, Watts, yes. In the menu, when you can, do your item, your equip, your magic, there's also a 4th command. It's called Ask. And when you have a companion with you, different companions have ways that they can contribute to helping you out. When you ask Watts for help, he opens up a shop and you can buy things from him.
He's amazing. He's so good. There is a time that, Watts, you're not really going to see him being used in a speedrun unless you get a really early gold. I like to actually buy my X cures from him rather than doing it in Jad because it saves you a lot of time going to the Jad shop. But you need to get like a gold drop to make it worthwhile. Yeah, it's very, very particular. But yeah, that's a really good ability. Some are less good. Like, I mean, there are some unique ones which we'll talk about when we get there. And there's some useless ones. I'll mention that Bogart's useless. He just tells you how to like use the will gauge, which is great. Okay, so this is the fight against the Megapede, which is a really, really cool fight. Using an audio cue to know to attack early now, and then get as many hits as you can by spacing yourself well and using the good length of the chain whip to like get as many hits as possible. Take damage through as well. Lovely.
The Megapede's movement pattern is completely set. There is no RNG to its movement. We know exactly how it's going to move every time. Oh, this is another lovely thing about this game is that when bosses explode, the explosions that come off of them can damage you. So you can essentially double KO, where if you kill the boss and then your HP is low enough, that explosion hits you, you die as well. And guess who wins that fight? They do, not you. So you have to be mindful of that.
Yeah. One thing we haven't really talked about as well that I noticed that it didn't really matter because Prior healed anyway, but it does say it on the screen, when you level up, you gain all your MP and HP back. Now, this is really good, and you actually want to, and I think Prior and I do, I'm pretty sure you do as well, Vanny, is that you actually set your level ups for certain points. Like you'll try and root out experience as best you can to ensure you get level ups when you need them. Because like there are ways of like standardizing your level to a certain point. Some of them are a bit slower, some of them are really, really good. But if you don't know where your experience is, and don't know where your levels are, you can actually find yourself in a bit of a tears was. But yeah, now that we've defeated the Megapede, we've got the silver. We can speak to Watts here, who will allow us to then make silver stuff. We're only going to buy the silver armor. I should mention that helmet and body armor increases defense. The shield does not increase defense, but it increases projectile defense properties. Every single shield has a different defensive property. Thanks, Watt, other dwarf. So yeah, it's kind of, you don't really need the shield. And the silver sword is nice, but it's not strong enough, really, and enough of a difference to be worth purchasing it. Yeah, we just leave that. But you only need one bit of silver armor to go through Gaia. If you don't have any silver on you, or mithril on you, I think it's meant to be mithril, Gaia will be like, get out of my mouth, that's disgusting. But he really likes silver.
And if you didn't see the cave, the entrance to the cave that he just walked in here had eyes, so that was like the mouth of this cave. One last point, we were talking about being very judicious about when you level up or whatnot. We talked about the magic routing or the magic build that you can do. Leveling up in specific places is critical to that route, because there are times where because for the most part, you just completely ignore your physical power. So the only way to damage enemies really effectively is with magic. And there are times where you use every last magic point to get to your next level. So you can't afford to miss a single attack in some places. It's a very, very delicate route. The power build here is definitely much more marathon safe, which is why I'm not surprised to see that this is what Prior is doing.
Yeah. Now, if you've seen this run before, this is perhaps where a massive divergence is happening in routing.
Hold on, Bowie, real quick. This is the place we were referring to before, where it's nice to have the crystal, because there's a post that is out of the reach of a normal whip attack there. And again, when your will gauge is full, it makes your chain about double length there. So instead of having to sit there for, I don't know, at least 15, maybe 20 seconds, waiting for that gauge to build, in order to get through there, you just pop the crystal and you can go right through. It's a nice little time save. I just want to mention that. Go on.
No, it's fine. No, you are right. It's nice interesting that he picked only one crystal, because that happens I think a couple of times. It's less of a obviously, as we always get will every single level up, which increases the speed of the gauge on the bottom. It's less of a thing. That is the biggest time save for crystal usage. But there is another one that I think is still quite worth it.
Yes.
But what I was talking about earlier in terms of the route divergence, Prior is the current world record holder. He beat me about I want to say 3 months ago now, and yeah, he's got like a 151 time, like the gold time I was always after. The man's been missioning it and is so good at this game. But nice, the ghost is playing. This is the enemy that Vanny was talking about, that if it's in the way, why didn't you use fire?
The fire, I know, and you had the full gauge too, Brian. So one thing, so this is what he could have done there as well, and he actually did it a few screens ago before we got on the airship, is to do the save and reset. Now, for those of you that don't know or weren't familiar with the Game Boy, if you press Start Select B and A at the same time, it does a soft reset of the system. So what you do is you save, you do a soft reset, you reload right away, and it puts you in the same screen at the exact same position that you were in when you saved, but where the enemies spawn when you do that is totally random. So we're going to use this when enemies get in our way in certain places to kind of just shuffle them around the room in such a way that hopefully they won't be in our way when we reload.
Yeah. Now there's a little bit. I mean, Prior could have done some item management there. And when you like equip items, you can when you equip them, you have to like double tap them. You like select the item, then you equip it. But you can actually swap the item location in the menu. He could have brought a key that was further down to the top of the menu, but he chose not to. That was your fight. Basically, when you have an item that's on its final usage of a stack, it's good to shift it around so you don't have to spend as long in menus. It's not a thing that's absolutely mandatory again, but it's just like it saves a little bit of time. Now this screen here is quite important. There's no enemies on this screen right now. That is because when Prior came down this screen earlier, he left one werewolf alive. If you defeat all the werewolves, it kind of like makes the game think that there was no enemies there, so it has to spawn. But actually, if you keep an enemy alive above, because those kind of two rooms are connected by the stairs, it kind of removes the spawn. And the enemy spawns are ice spies, and they're really annoying. So, yeah.
Right, because we have no way of killing them currently.
Yeah.
Also, I believe these, I know later ones do, but these ice spies, when they hit you, they have a chance to inflict the Moogle status on you, which makes you incredibly... Oh, wait a minute, hold on, pay attention here. Okay, so he's actually going to go start using stamina here.
Yeah, that was his second stamina level.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if we pointed it out the first time. But
no, we didn't.
The reason why he does this is a couple things. I remember, when I was running this, that there's a boss coming up called Davius who does. Oh, wow! Double gold.
You can see it on Prior's face as well. You can see him laughing away.
What absolute luck on those drops! My goodness, the blessing.
Couldn't be me.
So, oh yeah, we're sitting over here seething with jealousy. Like, oh yeah, great, congrats, Prior. Love to see it, right?
What a guy.
So here we go. We're going to try to rescue the girl out the window. Everything's good. Just give me the pendant. Oh, but look, here's Julius. He's going to burn the bridge, and you'll never guess what our hero's going to do. He's going to fall from a great height.
Oh yeah, we were on an airship by the way, and the airship took off when we were talking to the girl. It's really hard to kind of like see because everything's static, but there you go. So yeah, the stamina is obviously for an upcoming boss called Davius. Actually, the way Prior does it, this is a big thing. I've been talking about the difference, the divergence in like a standard route, because I think the route that has been around for about 7 years is, really good. But then Prior has a few differences, and that's that he actually gets a little less stamina than normal. I think I have 49 HP. I think he's got 44. He should level up again. Wait, is it 49 or 59? Can't remember off the top of my head anyway. But it not only helps for that boss, but actually for the next bit coming up. Because again, stamina is HP as well as defense. The next dungeon we're going into, Medusa's Cave, has very, very powerful enemies, mummies and shadow zeros that are going to be very, very tricky. And just having a little bit of survivability is going to help.
This cave is where, if you're learning this run, this is where the difficulty of the run really starts to spike. Well, by the way, you're supposed to go in a figure 8 around these trees, but you just got to tap those 3 points in a certain order. That's all you got to do. So what's happening here is we're meeting our old friend Amanda. What Amanda has done is she has stolen the pendant that our hero took from the girl. And the reason she did it is because her brother, whose name escapes me right now, he was cursed and turned into a bird. Lester, thank you. Sorry. He was turned into a parrot And so she is going to exchange the. Okay, here's a great. Oh, okay, he just saved there and then pushed the mummy out of the way. Mummy, we have no way of killing either. So anyway, so she needed to steal the pendant in order to try to save her brother. Yeah, these mummies do a truckload of damage, and so do those. I call them shadow puddles. What do they call them?
Shadow zeros.
Shadow zeros. Okay. So yeah. Also, you will notice that our companion here, Amanda, she throws daggers, and these are of little use. But they can also be extremely disruptive and to us and not the enemies. And we'll explain exactly how that works in a minute here.
Yeah. Only really the lizardons can be hit. Like the little, I think there's clues in the name. The lizards, they're the only thing that can really be hit by her daggers. That's the thing. Like everything else doesn't really do anything. So it's kind of annoying. But this is where the game kind of takes a nice little switch. That's our 5th spell, Ice. And what it does is it turns enemies into snowmen. They get frosted. And there's an interesting thing with this game where there are different types of puzzles. There are some buttons that just you need you to stand on them and like the player weight is enough. But sometimes they are like context buttons. And so to teach you how this works is you can create snowmen and push snowmen onto the buttons, which is what's coming up now. Earlier, Vanny was mentioning that the daggers can be quite annoying. If there's an enemy on the screen, she will attack. So on this next screen, if he leaves more than one spider alive, she could attack and destroy the snowman.
Yeah,
but she didn't.
Which is really irritating.
Yeah, but yeah, so it's good.
Good, definitely good. The puzzles with pushing items onto them, whether it be snowman. Yeah, see, this is why he saved right there, because he kind of saw that coming and was able to mitigate the time loss there, basically minimize it.
Very nice. Good.
Very smart. Oh, good.
Yeah.
Good.
So I'll talk about this after this next boss fight, but this next boss fight is Medusa. Now, there are times to use Nectar. Don't use it here. Medusa has 2 parts to her hitbox. She's got her head and her body. Her head has low defense. Her body has high defense. If you use a Nectar, you will make your attack enough to hit the body by a little amount, and not her head. So your chain will only hit the body, not the head. And then you'll deal like 1 damage. So actually, it's really not good to use Nectar because it gives you too much attack. Yeah. This is also why Prior attacks from the side rather than the bottom. I attack from the bottom because it's a little bit safer. But
that was a really quick fight.
Yeah. Went very, very well.
Well done.
Good kill.
Yes.
Medusa. The one screen where she's not Medusa, she's Medusa.
Yes.
So we're looking for the tears of Medusa because this is the way to stop or to free Lester from his curse. Unfortunately, Amanda can't find any tears of Medusa. She wasn't crying when we defeated her.
Right.
Unfortunately.
But even more unfortunately is she got bit in the process of the fight, and now she is going to turn into a Medusa herself. So she asks her friend to kill her, take her tears that result from her death, and use them to free her brother Lester from his birdie curse. Now, fun fact here. Okay, so that level up is from the fight from Medusa. You're going to see now this. So right here, you have to actually hit her. That's not part of the cutscene. You have to actually do that attack.
You have to slay Amanda, your friend. Yeah.
You have to slay your friend. Gorgon Amanda gives you an experience. It is possible to level up off of killing Amanda herself. I have done it a couple times.
Yeah. She gives you one experience. Literally one experience.
Right.
It's precise. It's so funny. Yeah. I've had it a couple of times as well, and it's just like, this is great. Why? Yeah. So now we're going to Jad. Now Jad currently has no music in it because, well, I have a little joke I like to talk about this, so I'm not going to explain why just yet. There's no music. However, we have 2 golds, and we need to get some items. So he's going to sell both of his golds, and then buy gold helmet and gold armor. This is going to just give him, 51? 47. Defense. Now, he's also going to go and buy X Cures. X Cures are a 2-charge item that heal 32 HP per charge. And you need to just basically fill your inventory with this stuff because it's such a powerful healing option. There are times when you might need your magic for casting ice and not casting heal. So this is a really, really good way to keep yourself alive, and is going to be required in probably the next 3 or 4 dungeons to help get you through. And even beyond. Now, old man, don't be a troll. Thank you.
Yeah.
He can spawn on the left.
One thing I want to point out there is that when he was doing the sale of his items before he bought the X Cures, he was selling not only the golds to get a lot of gold, but he was selling a lot of unnecessary equipment. Now, one thing he could have sold there, but he didn't sell, was the broadsword, which is the weapon you start the game with. There's a very specific reason why he didn't sell that broadsword, and it's for a really, really cool trick to cheese a particular puzzle later in the game that we will be sure to point out when it comes up. So this here is Lester. We have used Amanda's Tears on him. He is now himself again, and Lester by nature is a bard. He plays the mystic tune. Now, fun thing about Lester is that if you ask him to help you, he changes the music. Oh, and he did it! Oh, that's awesome. So
he didn't get the good music though. You get a variety of tracks from like The Cave, you get Endless Battlefield, and a few others. Now, that's Lester's ability. Completely useless functionally, but a bit of fun.
Yes, indeed. Now, one thing I'd also like to point out is Lester shoots the arrows. I don't think the arrows do damage to any single enemies. You hear that ding, 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 that tinking noise, which indicates that, hey, your attack is doing no damage. So I don't understand why he even has this attack here. Now, these black mages are not a lot of fun because they can disappear, reappear in certain places. Their fireballs do massive damage. So dealing with them is not fun.
No, they're very, very powerful and very scary. And this is why is it they always do this? They know exactly what bit of the room. Please save prior. They know what bit of the room you're trying to get to. So it's 59 HP. I just remembered.
Yes.
But yeah, so that is doable. You can so the thing that moogles you, by the way, is the projectiles. Those little rings that they fire is the thing that does this. I should also mention as well, the reason that those fireballs are really annoying is because they spawn like next to the person in entirety. They don't come from the center of the enemy and move towards you. They will just start next to the enemy. You can literally just be walking past one and they can just frame one, cast a spell, and you die. So it's tricky. Very nice, good room. But yeah, it's kind of tricky to get that to kind of like understand that and knowing how you move around things, because your hitbox, enemy hitboxes, and like projectile hitboxes shift the frame they move into another half tile. So even if they haven't completed their movement, their hitbox shifts early. So it can look like sometimes you don't get touched by something, even if their hitbox is shifted. So that should be fine. Now he is saving here as well for multiple reasons. A, you don't want to die, but also, this is the major divergence between, that's really nice, between magic and physical, and that is that you need to go and get the were axe here. It didn't work. Okay, so this is a thing. This is a thing. I'd save personally, but I'd reset rather.
No, Lester.
Yeah.
I thought Lester was going to arrow that.
Yeah.
That's no bad.
So some buttons don't actually work, quote unquote, and it's not because they don't work. It depends on the. You really should have just done that earlier.
Snowman's toast.
Yeah,
I saw that coming.
It kind of depends on kind of like what I'm trying to think of the word. It's how your interaction status is, essentially. Like if you've been touching stairs or you've been interacting with things, then you'll kind of like sometimes kind of like be in a state where when you push the snowman onto the button, the game is already trying to process a bunch of like interaction states and doesn't follow through with one. It's really hard to track, but there are just times when I go, I know it's not going to work, which is actually why when I come to those screens that are worse for it, I will do a save reset just to ensure that I can reset the interaction state.
This room is really, really tricky because you're just bottlenecked in here, and you've got these very narrow gaps that you have to get through here. And if these two black mages are just playing like shell coverage defense on you, it can be very difficult to get through there. Yeah.
So the were axe is worth it. Unfortunately, that in a run, you don't want to be, dealing with that. But it absolutely is worth it. It's such a powerful weapon, and there's loads of enemies that are also weak to axe type. So, or the axe is cutting type. So it just deals insane damage. Hello. 1 second. But yeah, so we're going to be moving on to Davius now, and this fight is really interesting. There's multiple ways to do it. Like you can face tank, which is like I guess the most common way of doing it, but he opts for the nectar route. Now, what he does is actually this very very tight amount of space. Lovely usage there. That was a good decision. Going to equip the X cures here. And he's not going to save. I would save on Davius because it's just Davius, but he does a very interesting fight. Now Davius has. That's a horrible start. Get into the middle. He needs to get inside the barrier of fire, and then he can basically... He's essentially not taking contact damage because the fireballs don't deal as much damage as body contact, and this is why he takes less stamina and gets less levels, which actually increases the speed of the early game. This is a lovely bit of movement there from Davius. Good fight.
Nice fight. Okay, great. A little rocky at first, but he made it. So, phew, that's a relief. Yeah, that's and the placement of where you're at when it comes to knowing enemy movement patterns is going to be really important for a couple more bosses coming up. Well, really for most of the rest of the bosses here.
Real quick, we now have music in Jad. Because we have the bard back, which makes me believe that every single village in every single RPG has a band playing the village music somewhere. This was always the theme of Jad, but the bard wasn't there.
Right.
Very important. Sorry.
Crucial. Yes. Yeah. So yeah. One thing that we haven't talked about that I think is worth mentioning is tell me about the category that Prior is running.
Oh God, I was going to say
the any percent warpless category. Now, with the exception of a couple glitches that you've seen here, and there will be a couple more that'll be coming up. This is basically a glitchless run of the game. Now, Bowie, you run the any percent category and have done so recently. So I don't know. Maybe take a minute to talk about what the warps are and where you do them, how they work, all that good stuff.
Oh gosh, that's a lot. There's a variety of different types of warps in this game. So just for difference's sake, the current record is 23:08 for any percent. You just get to the end of the game in like 13 minutes, and then you do a bit of grinding, and then you fight the final boss. It's great. Yeah. That's a horrible mummy thing. But yeah, it depends on the type of thing. Go ahead. Sorry.
For perspective, the world record for any percent is 23 minutes. The world record for any percent warpless is 1 hour and 52 minutes. So yeah, but you basically skip about 80% of the game with the warps.
Well, and the rest, it's quite nuts. You literally go and get the axe from the beginning, and then you kind of go back to the very very like I think the second screen in the game, and you do. It's kind of a tricky thing to explain. Whilst we've also got a boss coming up, we'll go through the boss, and then I'll explain it. So this is the Full Metal Hugger, or the Metal Crab as he's called. This is where the were axe really shows its teeth. If you actually want to be standing up here now, if the guy moves to the right, you can get loads of hits in. He didn't move to the right. If he moves to the left, you get less hits in.
Move to the right up top every time.
Yeah, because he moves to the right, and then he can just get more and more hits. So I should mention that the axe's swing is faster when you're facing left and right rather than facing up and down. It has a longer swing, so you get less hits, and you get less time to attack him, and you also get less hits because it's slower animation to attack upwards when he goes to the left. But you can also see that the Metal Crab does a metric ton of damage. So, you need to pretty much heal after every single bit of damage you take. There we go, finally. There we go.
Excellent.
Nice. So to explain the warps, it's different types of warps. You can do things like you can remove your collision detection by breaking out of the half-tile movement by using ice tiles. You can... do zips. Now, zips are kind of interesting where if the game has you walking, or basically you can essentially create a state where the game doesn't know where to put you because you've kind of you've interacted with something off screen, that it basically puts you up to the it basically zips you up to the zero coordinate, the 0 Y coordinate. And then you just kind of go around, but you can do really really fun stuff with that. But it allows you to get
Chocobo Knight.
Yeah. That's Sumo himself.
Cool.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we should mention actually there is a chocobo in this game that we are going to see later, but you can get it earlier. Yeah. So obviously, because it's Final Fantasy Adventure, even though it's a mana game, the full Japanese name is Seiken Densetsu Final Fantasy Gaiden, which means that it is an offshoot of the Final Fantasy series. Hence why you have chocobos and Moogles. That's really nice to see some live art.
Right. Yeah. Well, I mean, there's plenty of other references. There's the red mage character, the black mage character.
Fun fact! Actually, Julius, his sprite is the Black Wizard from Final Fantasy 1.
Right.
When you're on the world map.
And the ninjas in the Mana Tower are the overworld sprite when you're using the ninja in Final Fantasy.
Nice.
Yeah.
There you go. I should mention, these things, the barnacle jacks, the jumping springs, these are ridiculous. They hit for like 30, 40. They have wide damage rolls, but also they can Moogle you. Now, the Moogle status is not only are you cute and you get a little fun bit of music, so hopefully we see it. It reduces your defense to 0. So the next hit is guaranteed death, pretty much. Maybe not if you have like... Oh, there it is.
There it is. There it is. Right on cue. And of course, you can't attack while you're Moogled, and the only cure for it is to just wait.
Yeah, there is a Moogle potion that is meant to like cure Moogle, but you can't use it because you're in a Moogle. I think it's really ironic. They kind of forgot to turn off the whole "you cannot interact." That was lovely to see some art being done, though. It's always good to see live art being made.
Yeah.
Please, Prior. This is so scary, bro.
I know.
He's just shy of a level up, right? So he's not healing because why heal when you can just kill a barnacle jack?
There you go. Okay.
Yeah. So he's going to get a bit more stamina here now.
I think that's his last one that he'll do. I think he's going to be going power the rest of the way.
Yeah. So I actually like getting 1 wisdom. Now the reason for this is getting one wisdom level gives you 2 extra MP, which means you get 1 extra cast, and your heal, rather than healing 22, will heal 24, which means that you go from 66 healing from a full charge down to 96. So you have an extra 30 HP in healing, which is a big deal. I would it's really nice and quite safe. Don't need it, but it is really kind of like, it doesn't really affect your damage really. So it's kind of nice. This is an interesting puzzle. There are 4 chests.
It is.
Don't worry, just break one. You push one chest onto a button and break it.
Tile.
Yeah, and then that's all you need.
Yep. Now, do you know how that works? I just know it does work. I'm not quite sure what it is that allows that to
essentially.
be a thing.
It's essentially a similar thing to like the snowman button and like the interaction state just needing to change. Because I don't think you need to push all the 4 chests onto the button, because essentially it goes, I think the whole point of the thing is you need to have 4 identical interaction states, right? By changing 1, it becomes 3 in 1, and then by breaking the chest, it becomes 4 again.
Got it.
Yeah,
Reset
it's weird.
the screen, please. There you go.
Nice. That's really good.
Nice axe throw. Perfect. All right. So coming up here is the Cyclops boss. Now, this is another good candidate for using the Nectar if you have one, mostly because this boss just takes a lot of damage. So being able to shorten this fight is a nice little time save, but electing to use it on Davies instead because of the way that he had his setup makes a lot of sense. So what this guy's going to do is he's going to move from the top to the middle to the bottom to the middle to the top. He's going to move back and forth. Now, whether or not he does that running lunge out like that is totally random. Oh, by the way, if you touch this guy, you're dead. Like he just does like a gigaton of damage. So you have to be very careful with where you're standing. Now, fortunately, you can use the pattern on the ground, the little grass, as kind of a guide for where you need to stand. There's going to be a couple of bosses where there is no pattern on the ground. It's just plain white, and that can make figuring out exactly where you need to stand a little tricky. Now, our reward for winning this is essentially getting Cyclops' weapon, which is the Morning Star. Now, this is a really useful weapon for several reasons. First of all, it's rather powerful. Second of all, you're going to see the pattern in which it swings. You swing it around you and then forward. Now, this is going to allow you to do multiple hits in certain cases with one swing. But the other really nice thing about the star is that it will break walls and rocks just the way that Matic would. So essentially, you don't technically need any more Matic for the rest of the game. You can just use the star instead.
Yeah,
but we
this is
immediately
what
go
you need,
right
like-
into another golem boss here.
Now this is a game where you can use the 2 hits of the star, just because bosses have slightly less iframes than a regular enemy. Now I could get into the nuance of iframe cancelling, and only certain enemies do it. If I see it, I'll bring it up. But essentially, enemies can cancel their iframes. So it's really important to kind of like make sure you're getting these double hits. He hits hard as well. Now that's perfect. You want him to do these dashes past you so you can kind of like mitigate all the damage you can take. Nice quick golem. It's a 59, so yeah, it's good. Anything sub-hour is good, really. I mean, obviously you want to be like 57 if you're going for like the really, really fast times, but now this next dungeon is Dark Lord's Castle, or Goliath Castle, Glaive, however you want to say it. We were talking about warps earlier, right? Well, at about the 7-minute mark in the any percent, or the 6-minute mark, if that, you get here by doing a warp. So yeah, the warps are powerful, but yeah, and you can jump from here to like a dungeon that's coming up in like 30 minutes. Yeah, so the enemies here, there's a bunch of stuff. So you've got the flying faces, I can't remember their name, and the minotaurs. The flying faces drop X ethers, really, really handy. It gives you like 16 MP or something, which is more than you have. And you want to use it every now. It's handy to get them, because if you are healing a bunch, or using a bunch to kind of get through puzzles, you might need to restock, so it's kind of handy. This screen sucks. All of those enemies you can't push because they have a certain type of, well, you can push Rabbites, kind of. Enemies, there are certain enemies that only hit you when they have hitboxes active, and some of them are like static and you can push them, and some are not. So ghosts here, you cannot push them. They are just walking hitboxes. But there are certain enemies, like the mummies, can sometimes, if they're standing still, if they're inert, they don't have a hitbox. But some enemies are always moving. So.
Now this tower, we're going to see 2 enemies a lot. We're going to see those knights, and we're going to see these black wizards, or these black mages. Hold that thought. I forgot. We got the Chimera boss fight here.
Yes, we do. Yeah.
So what we're going to hope is that
is that he doesn't dive. He does a lot. You can see he did like 48 damage there. It does a lot, which is why you want these X cures to last as long as they do, because you need to get past this fight, because we're about to be getting a good NPC back. But yeah, you can get double hits on here, and hopefully he doesn't do too much diving, which is nice. Thank you.
The Chimera will only dive when it swoops to the middle from one of the sides.
Yes.
So that would have been an opportunity, but he killed it before we got a chance to see another dive. That's good.
Yeah, which means that we can now meet back up with Kaku or Fuji. So we didn't really use it earlier, but her Ask ability is regen, and it ticks, I think, 6 to 7 times, depending on clock speed. I don't know. 6 to 7 times. You can sometimes get a 7th tick, and the amount it heals by is based on your stamina and your max HP. It's not a flat 10%, but yeah, you'll get a certain amount. It'll probably heal for about 4 or 5 at this point.
So now these enemies here, these knights and these wizards, you're going to see that Prior is going to be killing a lot of these enemies. And the main reason why he's doing this is he's actually grinding for gold. There's going to be a weapon we'll be buying right after we're done with this tower here. It's called the Flame Whip, and it's pretty expensive. So the money that he's going to get from killing these guys is going to allow him to buy that. Now, if we're trying to budget our time properly and we want to prioritize killing one enemy over another, we want to kill the wizards for a couple reasons. First of all, as compared to the knights have kind of like a directional protection. Think Dark Nuts from Legend of Zelda, how you couldn't hit them from the front, you could only hit them from behind or the side. The knights behave in somewhat the same way. whereas the wizards don't have that. And also the wizards have less HP. They take less hits to kill. Oh, those twinkle stars on the ground, those things do massive damage. That's why you see him avoiding those. In case you saw him in a couple of rooms before, in case you were wondering what those were. This is the room we were talking about earlier where it's nice to have another crystal, because there are 2 posts actually for him to get over to the left side of the room.
Lovely.
And then to get across on the bottom there, you need to have full will in order to get that. So if we had a crystal, you'd be able to save a little time here. But like Bowie was saying before, because we've just been gradually getting more will with every level up, this will meter is moving much faster than it was the first time that we used that crystal. So the time save here isn't as much as that first use. So but nice to have it if you do, but if you don't, not a huge deal, especially for a marathon.
I think also like the 500 gold that you get for selling a crystal is so worth it. Like it's so worth it.
That is very nice.
So not only is it gold, because you need 6,300. Now technically, if you wanted to be like, you'd only need 5,550 because you can just sell your wear axe. But just getting it outright also gives you more nice using the damage boost. He got hit by the ghost and then used the iframes to run through the stars. So there are 3 types of damage hazards.
This puzzle's fun. Okay, so he's going to go up, stand on the top part of the half tile there. He's going to wait for about half a second and then walk off of it, and then he's good there. So that another nice little use of the save and reset here to cheese your way through a section of the game.
Yeah. So when you do that save reset, because you're actually standing on the half tile where the box is. In order to do that, you need to press left or right, because left or right pushes the chest to the south of you, but not off the button. If you press up just to move away from it, the game will like forcibly push the box off the square completely and close the stairs. So you need to press left or right to get that to like trigger for you, which is kind of nice. But yeah, save reset's powerful. You could go around the edge, but it's just not as fast. There's no reason to. I can't remember what I was talking about. Oh, it was somewhat relevant. Somewhat.
Now, while you're thinking about that, so another important reason why he wants to kill these knights and wizards is because the knights drop X cures and the wizards drop X ethers. And he used all of his X cures up to and through the metal crab fight. So he needs to restock his supply, because as we were talking about before, with us pouring 0 resources into our wisdom stat, our ability to heal ourselves, especially as we get into these higher levels, we have higher HP thresholds, and obviously we're taking a lot more damage, is severely diminished. Now this next room here, oh God, I'm going to let you talk, because just thinking about this room and sometimes gets me upset.
No worries. To be fair, yes. So there are some screens where it requires 2 buttons to be pressed, which means you need 2 snowmen. Now, these enemies can spawn 1 of each or 2 of each. That's fine. That's completely doable. Be careful here with heal, because if you use heal, it reduces your defense to 0. You don't want to get hit for 1.
And just like that. Yep.
If you reopen the menu, it resets your defense. This is perfect. Before you ice them, kill that guy. Thank you.
Yeah.
Now, perfect. That's good. And then you want to make sure that that is lovely.
Beautiful. Okay. Right.
And he wants to want to move behind it and then put your thing on now.
Oh, okay.
Now again, those buttons. Yes. Save. Even though there's 2 buttons, you can still get the thing where the button doesn't work. So you can actually just push those particular snowmen. You can push off and back on. But there are screens where you can't do that. So this is why saving and resetting is really handy.
Yeah.
He did get an X cure though. Oh yeah, that's what I was thinking about. Not only is it a money grind, but also you do get a lot of experience from these enemies. He's gone up like 4 or 5 levels here, which gives you a nice chance to like pump up your HP and attack with levels.
King Prior sitting on the throne for a second there. Can't say I blame him.
Okay. Didn't want to just see if he got a drop. That's fine. Okay, so next up is the Dark Lord fight. So Stroud, as he's called in other games or other remakes of this, is the Emperor of Glyve, and he's not the final boss of the game, or you thought it was, but no, he's actually the mid boss. This is the halfway point. We get Battle 2, which plays wonderful track. He also has the directional shield, which is funnily enough exactly where his shield is. So you can use iframes from taking damage. Try and get like, slightly adjacent to him and like use the very wide hitbox of the Morningstar to kind of like deal as much damage as possible. And also use the iframes because it lasts a long time. When the attacks, you actually have a lot of iframes. You can sit there and do that basically and just keep hitting him.
I can't believe we're over an hour into this run and you made the first reference to, well, I guess we were talking about Lester a little bit, but when you made the reference to the soundtrack of this game, the soundtrack to this game, especially for a Game Boy game, from top to bottom, absolutely rips. Like, the music is phenomenal in this game. So, yeah, it's...
What do you expect from the GOAT? I mean, Kenji Ito, or Ito Ken as he's like commonly known, is a fantastic composer. Is the composer for the Saga games as well. There are a bunch of Final Fantasy quote-unquote Game Boy games for the Final Fantasy Legend series, which is the Saga games, which would then go on to do Romancing Saga and Saga Frontier, is also composed by Kenji Ito, and he's a beast. He's just a beast.
Yes. So, yeah, fantastic music in this game. So now that we have taken out Dark Lord and we tried to find our girlfriend again, we find her missing, only to see that she has been essentially hypnotized or put under the spell of Julius, and you will see here that the waterfall will become a water rise as it reverses direction and allows Julius to get up to where the mana tree is. And this is a big problem. And so we need to do something about this. And you'll see that what we're going to do about this is something that we've done a lot before. And I'll see if maybe you can guess what it is that we do.
We've been here before.
Yeah, that's right. We fall
from a great height. Although we land in a different location now. If you thought that Endless Battlefield was an absolutely slamming track for an overworld, get ready for In Search of the Sword of Mana, which is this is such a good track. You don't get to hear it immediately, and you're not going to hear too much of it at the beginning, because we're going to get our Chocobo. You would have this guy earlier, but
speaking of upgrades.
Oh yeah, Chocobot, baby.
Yeah.
But yeah, so there was actually a big thing revealed by Julius there. He revealed that actually he's the last remaining member of the Vandolian Empire. At the beginning of the game when we spoke to Bogard, he said that many years ago, the power of mana and the world was under the attack of the Vandal Empire. They were like trying to seize the power of mana and use it to take over the world. Julius is the last surviving member of that empire. And that's a big reveal, because the Vandolians are kind of involved in the majority of the mana games. So if you've played Secret of Mana, Thanatos is a Vandolian. Yeah, he's not very nice. There are two groups. There's the Mavolians and the Vandolians. So Lee, the vampire at the start, he's a Mavolian, and then the Vandolians, I think. So here's the flame boat that we were talking about. It's 6,300, which is a lot of money.
Yeah.
Also, you don't have any purchase confirmation. You just press A and it buys it for you. So if you buy the wrong thing, you're knackered. So don't buy the wrong thing.
True. One thing that I'm actually a little surprised to see was that you can go into that item shop there and you can restock on X-Cures, especially for a marathon here. I would have maybe liked to have seen him grab at least a couple of them. He did not sell the Wear Axe. He had enough money to buy it outright. So if he wanted to sell that Wear Axe to A, free up some inventory, and B, buy some X-Cures, he had that option here. But anyway, forget what we were saying here, because what we have now is some of our favorite sprites in the game. That is Dr. Bow Wow. He's basically a beard with arms. And he's also a fantastic mechanic. And what he has done is he has upgraded our Chocobo, who is now Chocobot. And you notice kind of like he has the metallic beak and legs and all that good stuff. Now, why this is important is that not only is Chocobot really fast, but he's so fast that he can run on water. And this is going to be really important for basically where we're going to next. Now, so you have to actually talk to your Chocobot, say you want to take it with you, and then ask it to essentially allow you to get on its back, and then you can run around. The other nice thing about being on Chocobot is you notice here, we run right through enemies. We are completely impervious. We do not have to worry about taking damage at all whatsoever while on Chocobot.
Yep. So this is going to be our like next bit of movement where we're going to be trying to like run to loads of different locations we haven't seen before, in search of the sword of mana that will help us, defeat Julius and find a way back up to the Mana Sanctuary where he is waiting or trying to take over the power. So, got to be a bit careful here because now there's a new technique. Actually, I should bring up this thing. There's a new technique, and hopefully he does it.
Yes, this is huge.
We talked about like half tile movement, right? There's a very particular technique that you can do where this only works left and up. If you move and then before the tile completes the movement, you save. He's going to save just to make sure he gets it. There we go. He didn't complete the movement, then he saved and resetted. That actually, by save resetting, you complete the movement. That tile just there is a tile where the Chocobo goes, oh, this is too cold for me, I can't continue, and he runs off, and you're meant to do this just sumo alone. However, by doing the save reset, you complete the movement onto the tile, you don't activate the tile's properties of removing Chocobot from the party, and you can now enter this cave. You can actually enter it as well with Chocobot. He's in the cave with you, which is normally impossible. Normally you say, wait for me here, but this overwrites it. So you can do this entire dungeon, skipping all the enemies. This was discovered, I want to say, a couple years back.
Fairly recent.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure, I think PvP people had done it, but it hadn't been implemented into the speedrun until a couple years back, which now just, A, gives you In Search of the Holy Sword inside the dungeon, but also makes you impervious to everything in here. Now, here, sorry, just to kind of finish this final point, that is another big thing. He also was on the ice tiles. Now, earlier, Vanny was mentioning how ice tiles, they slide you. They're not they're not like simple ice, like they just move you in one direction that you press. They are like conveyor belts where they will push you in the direction they choose. But if you save and reset on the tile, you've got a little bit of like time when you're on the tile that you can move without being impacted by the ice. So you can save on an ice tile and run off the tile and be safe, which is really, really handy for like mitigating the amount of time you spend on certain screens.
And this is something that is really important with having Chocobot in here, is that otherwise, without having him, as far as the speedrun goes, this is one of the worst dungeons in the game. It's just so brutal and unforgiving. So the fact that we have found a way to effectively cheese the crap out of it with Chocobot is such poetic justice. Now, unfortunately, what you'll notice here that he is dismounting the Chocobot anytime he needs to go through a door or downstairs. Chocobot, unfortunately, can't do that, but he can speed you through everywhere else, and it just makes this, even to just run from the bottom of the screen up to the top, even though you have to waste the time going into the menu to get on it, going into the menu again to get off of it, it's still worth it, even to move from one side of the screen to the other. So that's cool. I'm noticing he has no curative items right now at all. So
yeah, he's got to be careful.
Yeah, he does.
That is an X-Ether. I would grab that if I was in this situation, but it's fine. You don't need it. It's just safety. I should bring up one other thing as well, if I can remember what I was going to say. Why do I keep forgetting this? It was something that was really important earlier. Oh, yes. So ice tiles are quite unique, and Prior isn't making use of it. You don't need to, again, but it's like a little cool thing you can do. When there are two tiles that have different movement directions, you can actually run between them. And you can use that on a couple of screens before, but notably on this screen. Which you can just do this instead. You can just do a save reset. But basically, you can run, if you get into the center and you like press the button, you can run like down through the bottom right tiles. You can run between them and like not get onto the, you can like not get onto it basically, which is like a really, really cool thing.
Yeah, trying to do that screen without Chocobot and trying to do it without getting hit like 5 times is very tricky. So Chocobot definitely makes that a lot better.
Yeah. So you can see that you need a variety of items to get through this, and now you're probably noticing a big thing about this game is that the menu is quite unwieldy. You know, you can only equip one item at a time. You can only equip one weapon at a time. So you need to like spend a bunch of time in the menu when you're doing a bunch of stuff. And yeah, talk about, oh man, some of these screens where you just have to hope that you don't die to any of this is kind of fun.
Yeah.
This is a nice way of doing it. Just you're really abusing all of this save reset.
2 save and resets to get across that double wide ice track there.
Don't know if that's I don't know if it's faster than just like, you know, doing it normally, which is just like stay on the Chocobot, run up and then flame whip across. But you know, it's just personal preference. Now again, this is another time you have to wait for the bloody will gauge.
Yeah.
Ooh, he's going to go for this one this time. Be careful of that hole though, because if you hit that thing,
yeah, you'll essentially send yourself careening into the enemy, and guess who wins that fight?
Yeah, we talked about this before. Not you.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is the end of the dungeon though. A couple more screens, then we get to the carry fight, which requires very particular positioning again.
It's another great example of the positioning being so precise and important. Oh god, yeah, right there.
Now this is one of those screens that has only a white floor, but there are some tells you have. So you've got like the little cross or the little triangle on the bottom where you can be on the right hand side of it and get your 3 hits. Get 1 hit to the right, move to the top, and then get another couple of hits here. And then get another one more, and then you go stand. Oh, okay, he's going to go underneath. I like to go to the top and use the back hit of the whip, because you'll notice the whip has startup. That back hit does actually have a hitbox.
And if you haven't noticed, there's a pretty common theme with the boss patterns where they'll move either from the top to the middle to the bottom to the middle back to the top, or middle to the left to the middle to the right, and back and forth they go in a very predictable pattern. There's a couple of enemies where they're not quite as predictable, like the Chimera when they when it would do the dive, the Ifrit boss, which is going to be coming up fairly soon. As far as its movement goes, that can be kind of unpredictable. For a lot of the other enemies, you know exactly how they're going to move, more or less. The bosses specifically, I mean.
Just move past that so you don't activate the Chocobo thing, otherwise it would just disappear on you. Okay, so re-equip the battle axe just to get past this again, and then we're going to go to the right. Now, what you can do is, rather than going straight to the ice field, casually you'd go to the right, you'd go to, I can't remember the name of this place. Anyway, there's a village to the right over here. I'm going to remember it in a little bit, and I'll shout it out for no reason. But Kibber has gone from Wendell to here. And he is basically, he has some information for you, and he tells you about the Sword of Mana. But if you can't actually chat to him just yet because everything's frozen. So you defeat the carry to unfreeze everyone, and he gives you the bone key, which tells you where you can use the bone key to get to float rocks at the Ammonite coast, which is where the sword is being held. That's the information he learned and came here to tell you.
Now, something that it's funny you mentioned carry and unfreezing now.
Lorimar.
Sorry, say again?
It's Lorimar. That's the name of the place. Sorry, go ahead.
Right. Oh, there you go. Oh, thank you. Okay. So, having played Final Fantasy before I played this, I always associated Carrie with the volcano where you find her, and she was essentially the fiend of fire. So to see Carrie be a boss in a place out of ice was something that confused wee Vonnie as to why how that could be, because obviously with the Final Fantasy association, there's a Lich boss here, spoilers, just like there is in the first Final Fantasy. So I was a little bit confused by the inconsistency there.
I couldn't be confused because Final Fantasy didn't release in Europe. The first Final Fantasy we got was 7.
Oh, right.
Well, I mean, technically, if you want to call this a Final Fantasy game because it's a spin-off, or what is known in general as Final Fantasy Mystic Quest was called Mystic Quest Legend over here. Just Mystic Quest Legend. It didn't have the Final Fantasy name. So, yeah, I didn't know that it was part of the series either. So,
now, interestingly enough, in what we got here in the United States, that was Final Fantasy Mystic Quest, wasn't that called Final Fantasy USA in PAL regions?
No, Japan. In PAL, it was called Mystic Quest Legend in PAL.
Oh, Mythic Quest Legend. Oh, got it. So in Japan, it was Final Fantasy USA.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Got it. Okay, that's what it was. So now we are on the what's called the Ammonite Coast, where we're going to. This is going to be a lot of switching back and forth between on the bird, off the bird, on the bird, off the bird, because we've got these what are called float rocks here, which need to be taken out by either Matic or obviously the Star, because we can use this infinitely. So but some interesting speed tech here is deciding, is it worth it to go through the two menus to get on and off the bird to move, or do you forego that and just walk in between, between when you have to break each of these rocks? So that's, you have to be mindful of that as far as really fine-tuning your movement speed. Oh, wow, look at this drawing. It's getting even more detailed. This is fantastic.
It's nice to check in every now and then. Yeah, it's coming along really, really nicely.
Yeah.
Oh, nice, to death. Do we get, when did he recently save? He saved a couple screens back. So I do want to quickly take this time actually to bring up... the iframes, dude. The iframes. That was so close.
Clutch.
I want to bring up the fact that this game has been remade a ton of times. Seiken Densetsu 1 is very popular. It got remade on the mobile, it got remade on the Game Boy Advance, and got remade again on mobile and Vita. So there's Seiken Densetsu, then there was Seiken, which was the mobile remake. Sword of Mana is not really a remake, but more of a reimagining of this game, which takes a lot of liberties with the narrative, adding a lot more detail in places, adding a route for Fuji's route as well. You can see the story from her perspective. And then they also remade, when they did the current HD remasters that have come out, so that eventually led up to Visions of Mana being released. Adventures of Mana was its fully localized title. The Chocobo is even more broken in that version of this game, because at this location you can get off the Chocobo and go underneath the map and skip so much stuff by doing.
Really?
Yeah, doing Chocobo
nice.
Getting on and off. It's really, really cool. That game is very, very, very faithful to the original in terms of setup and overall look, and the screens are all the same basically, just in HD. There are obviously a lot of quality of life and UI changes, but it's really cool. But it's only on Vita and mobile. I can't wait for Collection HD.
Yeah.
Now that level up is perfect, and he's been waiting for this. It gives you 115 HP, which is necessary to not die to the Kraken in one hit, or potentially die to the Kraken in one hit.
Yes.
Essentially he doesn't want to take any damage because of that.
So one thing that's really annoying about this dungeon with those the floating eyeballs and then those kind of tornado-looking enemies is that the eyeballs take damage from the Star, but not the Flame Whip, and the tornadoes take damage from the Flame Whip and not the Star. So if you wanted to clear enemies out, you would have to keep switching your weapons back and forth, which obviously in a speed run is a huge waste of time.
The game does that a lot. The game does that a lot, putting magic property enemies and physical property enemies in the same screen. So this is the Kraken. Now this is just a damage race. You equip your Flame Whip and you attack, and hopefully you don't get hit. Now you can heal. I would advise healing. But if you're really, really good with your timing, you can. Unfortunately, if you're good with your timing, you can maximize your iframes. And if he doesn't attack that much, you're okay. Now, again, with one extra wisdom, you can heal up completely and take another hit. But that eats into a lot of your iframes. So
Now this is what we can get instead is what we like to call the Kraken dance, where instead of him throwing the tentacles up onto the bridge, he kind of just does that, just pokes them up and down and doesn't actually attack, which is really nice because you don't take any damage when he does that. But unfortunately, he's swinging in here and making life. So here we go. God, again, right off the bat, he gets attacked. I think Pryor is hoping that. He's hoping that he doesn't get attacked there.
Well, he has to. He hasn't got any healing, has he? Because he's only got 2 charges of heal because he had to use an extra one. So he can't. In that last one, he could have healed up and potentially taken another hit. But now he's kind of forced into this situation.
He's taken an attack right off the bat.
Yeah, it's not good. I've had fights where he never attacked me once. It can happen. But unfortunately, Pryor is kind of put himself in this position now where he has to do this because he hasn't got any healing, which is a bit of a shame.
6 times in a row. Yeah. Jeez. Okay, just do the boogie, just do the boogie, just do the boogie, just do the boogie, just do the boogie.
Nice.
Yes,
Good,
perfect. Okay, nice. All right.
A thing I'll also bring up as well, because it's kind of important, is you don't want to mash. You actually want to time that press, because button pressing and you want to try and maximize that timing. That's really nice to get an execute now.
Ooh, sure is.
But yeah, mashing actually may not give you the perfect amount of space. Now, we're actually going to equip the ice sword here. There is reasons that this is good and reasons that this is bad. It's magic. It has ice property. Remember that. Now, the earth elementals and the wasps here, they are pretty... They take a lot of damage from ice. The earth elementals are worth so much experience as well. They're almost as much as the mammoths at the very, very end. They're worth they're on average 200. Because fun fact, experience rolls. You can roll high and low experience. Not by much, but it can happen.
They also those earth elementals do quite a bit of damage.
Yeah, they're huge.
Pryor demonstrated when he first got into this cave the attack with the sword when you have your will gauge full, which to do this essentially this diving attack where you go back and forth across the screen. Now the back and forth is pretty important actually for a fight that's going to be coming up later that will that will I mean, the flying sword attack is pretty important, and it's very, very strong. Right now, Pryor is going to be jumping into the next next screen with snowmen in it. The snowmen will be there's on the top left and the top right. You can see the buttons, and he needs to basically create 2 snowmen and push them on there. Now, because these buttons are in the corner, if he gets the situation where the button press doesn't actually take effect, he will unfortunately have to reset the screen. So I'm hoping. Okay.
Now what?
No, gotta reset.
Yeah, he has to save.
There's nothing to do there.
Oh, he didn't save after. He didn't save after Kraken. No. What are you, Brian? My brother in speedrunning. You always save before that ice screen. You always save before that snowman screen.
No.
Oh no.
Oh shoot.
Let that be a lesson to you. You always save before that snowman screen. I don't care. Even if you're confident, you always save before that snowman screen.
Yeah. Okay, so we got a lot of boogieing to start here, and of course the fight goes beautifully. So that's what we were hoping for the first time. Okay. Why don't you save right here, Pryor? Right here.
Yeah. Go on, buddy.
Pryor, s'il vous plaît, mon ami, save your game.
Save ou play. That was a bad joke. That was a bad joke. Do not let me have that. Do not let me have that.
You wedged it in there, Bowie.
No. Very crudely. I wouldn't say it was glamorous at all.
No, I would agree.
Thanks.
There's a save. Thank the Lord.
Perfect.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I'm right on cue. He dies. So,
okay.
Okay. Now he's going to be getting a level up soon, I believe. Again, because like you were saying before, these earth elementals are very, very rich in experience. So, so he should be. Oh, and there it is. Perfect. I would save after this.
Yeah. No, you're right. You should. Yeah, these things are good. I mean, again, at this point, your levels kind of don't really mean too much. It's just every now and then you'll get more and more HP. So, the reason I save, and I normally do a reset before I enter or before I'm on this screen, because I want to reset the interaction state of buttons, so I guarantee that the snowman won't not balls up my. That's kind of nice. He's got it set up.
He does.
He needs to be careful though, because he needs to make sure that. Oh no, he pushed the snowman.
That's too low. Yeah, you can't get. You unfortunately need a full tile between the wall and the snowman of empty space in order to be able to get under it to push it up. So
now, make me scared.
Something we didn't. I don't think we talked about this before. Is that while ice is in the air, you move that icicle around with the D-pad. You don't move. You personally don't move while ice is on the screen. The D-pad you use the D-pad to move it around to wherever you want. And so that's why you saw the icicle kind of dancing around or back and forth. He was kind of just essentially delaying or trying to buy time for the enemy to get into the right place so that he could freeze it where he wanted him to be.
Yeah. Just a quick thing coming up as well. We haven't really talked about. We mentioned that they're there and they deal damage, but this is the third type of damage floor. There are 3 types: spikes, stars, and lava. They deal respectively 2 times level. Your level times 2 damage, your level times 2.5, and lava is your level times 3. I'm not absolutely certain on this, but I think there is a particular level where if you go pure power or pure will or whatever, or wisdom, and you don't build any stamina, there is a particular level where your HP is so low you'll die from full HP. Because the level times 3 just beats out the damage curve, which is really weird. I need to find out what level it is, but I'm pretty sure it is a thing. Be careful, Prior. You're making me so scared. Yeah. Okay, there we go. Anyway, to go back a bit, ice is obviously very, very powerful. Now, chest drops. These are great. Chest drops are really lovely. He got a little bit of X ether earlier. They also act similar to snowmen, where they are a movable object that you can push around and interact with certain buttons. You can use that if you get a drop. Now, the ice sword is very particular. It's magic property, but it's also ice element. The game, you can break that with a sword. Does he still have the sword equipped? Or did he early change to the... Yeah, you could have done that, buddy. You could have done that. Yeah, but it doesn't break snowmen when you attack anything with the ice weapon, because it's ice element. The snowman doesn't break. So earlier, Vanny was mentioning that Prior did not sell the broadsword, and this upcoming screen is what it's for. It's really, really cool. Yeah. It's kind of, if you remember at the beginning of the game when we were in Ket's mansion, there was a thing where Prior used the chain whip. He used the chain whip to hit a chest. Yeah, that's annoying. Yeah, that was 90 damage for those of you scoring at home. Because again, defense is 0. Yeah, so he used the chain whip to knock a chest into a button and activated the button from where he was standing. And he basically remotely activated it. So he's going to do something similar here. We're going to cast ice on one enemy. Now, if you look at the makeup of the current screen, they're in the top right-hand corner. Hopefully, an enemy is going to play ball. An enemy is not playing ball. Maybe they will. Yeah,
so you see, he's just pressing up, down. Oh, there you go. Okay.
So now he's going to move this onto the right side button. He's then going to face to the left and knock the snowman into the second button while standing on the first one. Normally, you'd think you'd have to create 2 snowmen and then put them both on, but no, you only need one and use that particular technique to push the second snowman in, and now we fight Iflight. Or Ifrit.
Yeah. Now Iflight is interesting because what he does a lot here is this attack where he turns into a big fireball and then bounces around on the screen. Now, Iflight has armor essentially on his back. You can only hit him from the front. Thankfully, because of the mechanics of the Morning Star, it allows you to whip through his back and into the front. So that's when he's able to attack him from above and still do damage. Yeah. Now, if Iflight goes up to the top and does its thing where he kind of just crawls around like that, this is where you can stand in a certain place, and because you throw it around and then out, you can do 2 hits with every swing. And just like you did there. That was a nice fight.
Yeah, not bad. I mean, you can also fight it with Ice Sword as well. Ice Sword, I mean, from what I saw, that looked roughly the same kind of time.
No.
You're getting more hits. Yeah, that's very rare. That's very rare to have the Chocobo spawn up there.
Yeah.
But yeah, you get more hits with the Morning Star against Iflight there, but that's risky. Jeez. Yeah, so again, using the Chocobo just to get you out of bad situations. Now you could risk it, but the thing is the Griffin claws that are kind of similar to Barnacle Jacks, where they are really tittery enemies that decide to every now and then jump. So if they spawn below you and jump at you, good night. If you haven't saved, that's it.
And the upward momentum from their jump is very fast, so it's very easy to have it take you by surprise.
Right, okay. How are we doing? Yeah, so now that we've got the rusty sword, and Sumo was like, huh? This is the sword of mana? It's a rusty sword.
Yeah.
Well, it is a rusty sword, but we need to unleash the true power of the sword of mana, which we're going to go and do. But beforehand, we need to go and get one more item. Now, this is a mandatory. You may think it's not because it's like really out of the way, and like I don't even remember off the top of my head. I don't even remember how to find out about it. Like I'm pretty sure some NPC somewhere tells you about the Lich Cave, but we're gonna go fight the Lich, and the Lich will drop the Nuke spell, the final spell in the game. It's called Nuke. It's called Flare in other versions. It's called Nuke in this. Lovely localizations. And it costs 3 MP. It's the most expensive spell, and it hits like a truck or several trucks. And especially as like the magic build. The magic build full will gauge nuke one-shots a Julius clone. Let's just say that. So you'll know what that means, Vanny. I'm pretty sure you've seen the run.
Yeah.
It's essentially a boss that takes like 3 or 4 hits with full gauge of physical is like a one shot for magic. It's crazy. But the thing is, it has a very, very extra property, which is really only effective once, where there is a particular tile in the Crystal Desert, which is where we landed after when Julius knocked us away. Excellent picture. I'm hoping we get a close-up of that later.
I really do too.
It's really nice to see.
It's looking phenomenal.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think the reason why it's called Nuke in this is if you notice all like there's the Slep spell, which we obviously know is sleep, but every spell is limited to
4 characters.
Is limited to the 4 characters. Yeah.
Okay, so again, Pryor is the current record holder. He's done a few things different to like the standard route, which kind of like has sped a bunch of things up, and also just playing really, really cleanly. Now, there's going to be a big divergence from what most of us, myself included, and I think you as well, Vanny, did, where it's not going to take place until the next dungeon, where the chain whip will basically be the thing. He doesn't pick up the dragon sword, basically.
And or the dragon shield.
Yeah, you don't really need it. It's just a nice safety, but you don't need it at all. I like it, but anyway. So I think he's going to go. Yeah, he should be going back to the flame whip for this for the Lich. The Lich has the exact same movement pattern as the Megapede, a figure of 8, but the thing is he's got a much like squarer hitbox, and every time that arm comes out, he'll fire a skull, which will one-shot you. But also the arm is also a hitbox, so you've got to be very careful about positioning. Yeah, the thing is, you're thinking, why don't you just try and get these attacks as you're running around? You don't have time, I'm afraid. You don't. It's just, he moves like in a much more jagged nature. You can see him just moving like half tiles at a time, all the time. Oh, Pryor. I think he expected it. He expected it to die, and then it didn't, and he didn't know if. And one more hit would have killed it, so he had to move out of the way he did. Cause I think he missed one whip, and that's why it didn't kill. Which is, if you know your damage numbers and you know your damage averages, you're counting hits. Unfortunately, he missed one hit, so he was in a position where it should have been dead, and was like, I have to respond. That was very good from him to respond that quickly, though. Very nice. The Crystal Desert. Go ahead. Yeah.
So now with the Nuke spell, we can go into the Crystal Desert. There is one particular crystal where you can cast Nuke on it, and it's on this screen right here, and it will reveal a cave and the next place that we need to go to in the game.
Yeah, we're going into the ruins now. The ruins hold a way of unlocking a very ancient tower called the Dime Tower. This screen sucks. I hate it. Yeah. These snails take like 19,000 hits from the Morningstar. The mirrors take less, but the snails, they deal like 400,000 damage and just take so many hits.
The mirrors are also incredibly rude because you'll see they have a projectile attack, and the sprite for the projectile attack is essentially you when you're taking damage. It's really strange. This is my favorite screen in the game, by the way, favorite room, because there's nothing in there. You just walk right through it, and there's no stress. Whenever I would stream this, I would always point that out. That's my favorite room in the game.
That's fair. That's a good one.
Yeah.
Oh, that's horrible. No, it's fine. He can take the damage.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. It's fine. It's kind of annoying that it's there. Morningstar does break those robots in one hit. They fire little laser beams. Very nice.
See, there you go. You saw those projectiles there where it's
It makes sense because it's a mirror. It's a mirror, so
yeah,
it's a reflection.
Never thought about that. Oh yeah.
Please tell me.
Now this boss is interesting because you notice as soon as you come in the room, you have to take about 80 damage just for the privilege of walking into the room. Oh, by the way, speaking of things that are thematic, this is the Mantis Ant, which is a boss that is seen in pretty much all other Mana games. You see a Mantis Ant of some sort. So this is the version here. So you don't want it to do this dive, which again, just like other bosses, when it swoops from left to center, sometimes it can do a dive attack. We saw it with the Fleet. We saw it with the Chimera. There's one other boss that kind of has a similar property. So the dives here we don't want to see. Mostly just because it wastes time. I mean, if you're just moving carefully, this boss is never going to hit you, and you're never going to accidentally step onto those stars. But speaking of stepping onto those stars, you'll see there's a door there to the right, which is now unlocked now that the boss is dead. But you need to make sure that you have enough HP to go through that, because you take another 80 damage just on your way out of the room. Now, that rusty sword that we had before, we have to equip it in order to stand on here so that it can release its mystic power.
Yeah, if you save after the Mantis Ant, I don't have healing. You've just bricked your save, I'm afraid. I'm sorry.
You've essentially soft-locked.
Yeah, so now, by touching the button with the sword, you put the sword into the button and it releases its power, which essentially reveals the location and entrance or to the Dime Tower. Basically, the Dime Tower is a tower that reaches to the heavens that is hidden in the desert, and it kind of comes out by the Mana Sword, which is currently rusty still, allows it to kind of like re-reach the heavens. This won't take us directly to the Mana Sanctuary, but it'll take us to where we can get to the Mana Sanctuary. This is a really, really cool dungeon, and with the best NPC in the game. Her name is, I say her name is Marcy. I don't know the gender of the robot.
It's Marcy the robot homie is essentially what we would call it in our community. Marcy is incredible because, first of all, she shoots lasers, which do a lot of damage.
That's
but also
cool. And lasers are cool in general.
When of course. But when you ask for her help, she refills your MP, which is, I mean, obviously that's self-explanatory how incredibly useful that is. So that's the main reason why we like Marcy.
There's also one other
thing at the end.
Yeah, there's that. But there's one specific thing that I think is really weird about this game. The Japanese text speed is really, really fast. You may have noticed that the English text speed isn't so fast. Marcy, however, has the Japanese text speed. So when you meet her at the start and when you ask for her help, her text is lightning quick. So I don't know.
See, I always interpreted that as kind of like, because she doesn't speak like a normal person, she speaks like a robot, that was kind of, they were trying to, I guess, simulate that in a way. Oh, nice triple kill. They were kind of trying to simulate that in a way with that text box. That's always how I interpreted that.
I mean, it's a nice way of interpreting it. I mean, you wouldn't know if you hadn't played the Japanese version, you wouldn't know about the text speed difference. But
sure,
yeah, I don't know why. I mean, that could be a way that they kind of did that. They were like, well, we want to make this special, so. But yeah, it's amazing. Also, the MP regen is like maximum instant. It's not a regen like Fuji's HP regen. It's instant full HP.
It is a replenishment. Yes.
Yeah. Regen's the wrong word. You're right.
Yeah.
And just all going into power. 141 HP, it's nice. There should only be one more level up in the run, really, like 147 HP or 148. I'm still unsure about this HP. So he is going to go get the Dragon Armor. The Dragon Armor is, I think it's 19 extra defense at this point? Should be 83, yeah.
Yep.
That's a lot. Taking 19 less damage, as I said, the damage formula is additive, so that's just literally you're taking 19 less damage. That's straight up, and that's so handy, considering the limited amount of cures you have and the limited amount of HP, all prior.
And a couple of boss fights that are coming up here where it is very difficult to avoid taking damage. So, yeah, having that extra defense is very, very nice for that. So,
especially if you want to go fast, you know.
Yeah.
Very nice. They played ball very nicely. Good
Sure
job.
Sure did.
One more key here.
Yeah. So now we were talking before about selling the weir axe, which he ultimately didn't do, but most of the times you do. You cannot sell the battle axe, however, and the reason for that is that you can't sell the battle axe or the sickle or the chain, because those are things where you need them in order to get through certain sections of the game. So they essentially don't want you to, to use the boost to get through those spikes.
Very nice.
But they don't want you to sell those weapons so that you essentially would soft lock yourself. Okay, so this is the Garuda fight. This one's going to be a little different from others, where it is going to swoop back and forth. It's got these feathers that it can throw out, which do, stop me if you've heard this before, a lot of damage. But fortunately, with Marcy the robot homie, if you take damage, that's fine. Go ahead and just ask for your MP back. Cure yourself 3 times, and then you're good as new.
Yeah. Now, this fight has a lot of nuance to it as well, where, Marcy can obviously fire lasers, and if there's a lot of hits landing, there's a lot of extra damage coming from Marcy as well. Oh, that's a bad idea to throw. I think he should have kept with the iframe the iframe stalling with the mass block, with the Morning Star. Probably would have been a better shout, but it's hard to see it in the moment. I do this fight with the Dragon Sword. Now, the thing I've noticed is that you don't get the Dragon Sword, it's faster to not go and get it. But these boss fights are so quick with the Dragon Sword. It's like 30, 40 extra damage. You do get double hits, but also it kind of creates an interesting relationship between certain fights and the way the mechanics work. Now, because Garuda has his swooping animation, you can see him swooping his wings. When the wings are down, you can see that his hitbox actually extends a half tile, and actually you can use that to hit from the very, very center on the top of the screen, which makes for a very nuanced sword version of this fight versus the I'm just going to swing away, Meryl swing away. Which works. Gets the job done. There you go.
Oh, nice kill there. Okay, so the tower has lost its balance. We got to get out of here. It's about to collapse. So Marcy and our hero are going to get out of here. But unfortunately, a piece of the tower breaks down. There's a gap here. Marcy's going to throw us on over, and then Marcy will jump with us, and we will go and conquer the Tower of Mana together. Only Marcy shows her extreme nobility, and her lack of mobility, I guess. She was meant to stay there, and so she's going to collapse with the tower. So, chat, F to pay respects to Marcy, the robot homie, who makes the ultimate sacrifice and then tells him, "See you sometime, kid." I love that line. So unfortunately, no Marcy for. Could you imagine
having Marcy for
there
the
was
end,
some sort of glitch to have Marcy for the Mana Tower? That would be incredible. But
we're going to be now rising with the waterfall where we left Julius and Fuji the last time. We're going to be rising up to the Temple of Mana and the Mana Sanctuary to face off against the last remaining Vandolian member. Now, this next track is absolutely sublime, one of the best tracks I've ever heard from a Game Boy. It has so many layers to it and so much emotion just dripping through it. It's gorgeous. The Temple of Mana is like a 3-sectioned dungeon, ordered off by 3 different bosses. 2 dragons, 1 blue, 1 red. You can't tell this from a black and white game, but trust me, they're blue and red. And then a dragon zombie. And this is where the Dragon Sword, I think, it really kind of shines. You deal so much damage. So if you were running low on keys, there are still some skeletons there that you can get a key drop from if you need keys. So the game's quite nice to you. But we're going to be making our way through 3 fights. The dragons will move around in like a circle, and they will be annoying. They'll fire loads and loads of fire breath shots at you, and you just have to kind of hope that you can deal as much damage as you can quickly. Again, the range of the whip will allow him to kind of stay somewhat safe and stay away. But this is a fight I would do right in the reaches of that of this guy. But
so a couple things. You talked about the music here. I think one of the things that makes the track for this area so brilliant is kind of that you get that kind of echoing effect from all of those, all of the arpeggiations there, which kind of gives it a very ethereal feeling, which I think is perfect for the theme of where you're at here. Also, these enemies here, these kind of demon heads that float around, they are absolutely awful because they can essentially teleport to anywhere on the screen without warning. And yes, that includes right under your feet. So you can just be walking along and then all of a sudden, demon head appears right on top of you and you take like 70 damage. So it's rude. Also, what I remember as a kid thinking that ninjas were cool, right? This game just completely beat that out of me. Ninjas suck, they're awful, and this game is a prime example of why.
Yeah, ninjas suck.
They're so terrible.
They jump, they have powerful projectiles, they can also teleport as well. But the thing is,
they have a directional shield too.
They do have, sorry, I should have mentioned that. Yes, you're right, they do have a directional shield. They do have, however, have a really good drop chance. Well, a drop. It's, all drop chances 1 in 16. But they have amazing drops. So you can either drop an elixir, full MP, full HP, lovely, or they drop the samurai armor, which is the strongest armor in the game, which is like a further 14 stronger than the dragon armor. Now, hopefully, this is not going to happen. Now, if the first Minotaur decides to go to the right, you can get this in 1 Blizzard cast, but unfortunately, we need 2.
Yeah, you just need to freeze the first one to kind of free up its hitbox so you can get the second ice through to the one that actually needs to be frozen.
Now, we've had the blue dragon. It's time for the red dragon. Now, if you're playing on the Super Nintendo to run this, or the Super Nintendo, the Super Game Boy. Yeah, you want to run it on Super Game Boy too, just for clock speed reasons. But obviously, like the basic palette for that is like a red and like bluey kind of color. I like to play on black and white, but then I'll change it to red just for this fight, just for just for the comedic point of this is the red dragon. Because earlier when you defeated the last one, it said you defeated the dragon, and when you defeat this one, it will say you defeated the red dragon. So that's how you know.
Which should be any second now.
Any second. There we go.
There it is. There we go.
Yay. The red dragon. Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
For it.
Just in case.
Yep.
Okay, a couple of cure cancels here. Don't use the other one quickly. Again, he'll use any teleporter to do the cure cancel. What I also like as well, you were talking about the ethereal nature of the music and how it kind of creates this kind of sense of openness and halls being really old and ancient. Every time you go to those outside sections, the background changes. It goes from like grass to like to please save. Please save.
Or what an awful spot.
Yeah, and the background is now sky, right? Because you're now going up. The next time you see it, there'll be mountains, and it's like the idea that you're climbing up this climbing through the temple to get to the sanctuary. There's a lot of visual and like an audial kind of like reinforcing. So you got these gates and cages as you go higher. So. Oof. I know we've done pretty much game commentary for the entire time, but obviously, like SpeeDons is obviously you can see if you look on the bottom right, raising money for Medicine du Monde, who have been helping help people all over the world. We've raised 260,000 euros already, so thank you so much indeed for that.
Yes,
it's really kind of you to support the charity and the event. There are also multiple restreams. We've got an English restream here. Obviously, the original show's in French. If you're French, you want to watch it there. There's also a German and Japanese restream as well, happening on Germensch and Japanese restream channels.
Yeah.
Don't know why we didn't mention that earlier, considering that this is a Japanese game, and
Right, indeed.
Too busy enjoying the video game to do that.
Oh, well, I mean, it's so easy to enjoy because it's. I mean, obviously, you and I are going to be biased here, but in my opinion, this is the best game that was made for the Game Boy.
100%. 100%.
Yeah.
Like I mean, the thing is also this game came out in '91, right? And things like Link's Awakening came out in 1992. Like other popular games were like 93, 94. This is a very early game, right? And sure, a game that comes out later is going to be better in certain ways. Like Link's Awakening has much more flexible movement, right? This is very tile-based. But I just think that there's so much like context-sensitive combat and like really interesting nuance to like the design of this game that just makes it an absolute like banger of a video game. It is unreal good.
This is a masterpiece for the Game Boy, absolutely. I mean, and it's you mentioned it before. It's had numerous remakes. Well, there's a good reason for that. It's a really good game. You know, you don't remake crappy games.
You don't, that's true. You don't. Now, you don't. That's a good point. There's only one. No. There's only one button on here that is the real one, and it's the the second from the bottom. There you go. There's the button not working. There you go.
And now it does.
Because it hasn't happened to him today, so I'm glad that happened to prove my point. Like that can happen on the room where the buttons are in the corners, you know. And then when that happens, it's over. I wasn't making it up. That's genuine, real. I'm traumatized by it. Can you tell?
Yeah. Right. Oh, it's happened to me plenty of times too. When it's taking me like 3 minutes to finally do that one with the 2 buttons that you have to do, and I finally get it, and it's just like lol, I'm not going to activate, and I'm like. And then I spend another 3 minutes trying to do it, and at that point your run is ruined.
So this is, as an aside, this is a fight that actually the Flame Whip is a good shout for. I used to use the Flame Whip here as well. Even though I get the Dragon Sword, I used to use the Flame Whip here too. The Dragon Sword is powerful, and a really good Dragon Sword fight is faster.
Yeah.
But the average Dragon Zombie fight with the Dragon Sword is not faster. Because if the Dragon Zombie doesn't go deep, because this is the same Hydra movement. So if he does this long movement, the Dragon Sword's faster. But I think because he's undead, the Flame Whip actually does good damage because it's fire. So, but you kind of need to get
allows
lucky.
You to just do a lot more hits.
Yeah, exactly. Then this is the thing, like when you have the Dragon Sword, if you're playing as ballsy as you have to play to make the Dragon Sword work, you actually get a lot of hits off, but you need that good RNG to work in your favor.
This is that's another boss fight where having the blank floor with no pattern or whatnot is really not, that is really unhelpful. Because there's so much specific positioning that you need to do. Because body contact with that dragon zombie is basically instant death. It does like well over 100 damage. So you just got to be so careful there. All right. So here's Mom, and she's like, "You've done a great job. Here's the Excalibur. It's the strongest sword in the game.
Yeah, it's very powerful.
Equipping it.
Or the Excalibur. Now, in the any percent, right, you get here really quickly. Now, the Excalibur basically replaces the Rusty Sword. What Fuji's mother does is she restores the Rusty Sword to its true property, the Excalibur. But when you do the any percent and you get to this point, when she says take the Excalibur, it just gets put into your inventory. So that's why you can complete the game at such a low level, is because you get the Excalibur, you can grind up a few levels and then go and fight the final boss. Now, the final boss is a 3-part fight. The first part is the hardest by far, because he deals a lot of damage and he creates 3 clones of himself that all fire nukes, all move around, all can like teleport and warp, and also do the frame 1 warp, similar to the demon heads that was mentioned, or the fiend heads that was mentioned earlier. Nice menu buffer just to check movement and positioning. Very nice. Now, this is where the flying sword is absolutely critical, because you have iframes when you're doing the flying sword. Good first kill, very quick. It's not as hard on warpless because you're so much more powerful, but on any percent, this is hard. But yeah, you want to use the flying swords to deal double damage and have iframes to keep you safe. You want to finish this fight on the left side of the screen if you're going to do a flying sword like this, because the Julius 2 will start in the middle left-ish and move to the right. So if you're on the right when you finish this fight, it's GG's. Here we go. Oh, he teleported the bugger. What a guy.
So trolly. And Pryor is, oh my gosh, still not dead. All right, now Julius moving over to the left. This is not what we want to see.
If you are going to finish it from the right, you do it on the bottom.
Fine.
You do it on
That's
the bottom
safe.
if you're going to finish it from the right. Yeah.
As long as you're all the way over on the left, you're fine. So now we get into the Julius 2 fight. Now, Julius 2 is going to have some specific movement patterns, and something we've been talking about before, where they move from the left to the center to the right, whatnot. Now, Julius can do these dive kicks. Okay, now he can dive straight down, or if he's on the left or right side, he can dive diagonally toward the center. Now, there's a couple things that are that we keep in mind when it comes to his movement patterns. First of all, when he floats from the left to the center, he will never do a dive kick. He will always float back to the right. So that's why you see Pryor standing right in front of him. I mean, Pryor was 16 HP. It should go without saying that if he gets touched by Julius here, he dies. So he's got to be very careful here. The other thing, too, is that Julius will never dive more than 3 times in a row. Oh, nice fight. Very well done. Again, being on death's door there, to do that the first time, no problem, is good. Now, on to Julius 3, okay? Julius 3 is going to appear in what seem like random places. They are in no way random. It is a very, very set pattern. Also, on final hit here, after Julius 3 disappears, that's going to be time.
So yeah, because it's all set, we know the positions, and you can basically like put yourself in very advantageous positions. He can be closer than that if he wants to be, but he's playing it safe. You can get 5 to 6 hits if you're in the right position. You want to basically make sure that when you get the final kill, you're on the bottom of, you're in that position below him. The first like explosion flame when you defeat him hits to the left. So if you're to the left of him, which you can be like not here in this position, but if you're kind of like stabbing him from the left in certain positions and you kill him there, you might die. And I've lost runs to that before. I think everyone has. It's a rite of passage. But yeah, it's all set, the positions, so it's going to be quite straightforward, and he'll be dying quite shortly because Warpless is so powerful. Your HP or your attack is so high, it's like 140 or something.
Having the Dragon Shield here helps because it allows you... Oh, was that it? Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Did it he was disappearing? That's time.
When you get the kill when he disappears, you actually don't get the explosion flame, so that's very, very nice to get that one. That was why you saw him stab and move away, in case he blew up. But yeah.
Very nice.
That's a really, really good run from Pryor. 2:03 marathon time. Like 2:05 is like a really, really good marathon time, so it's kind of like...
Absolutely.
Solid.
Yeah. So GG Pryor, well done. Couple spots here where it was kind of tough, but other than that, that run was very well done. Was hoping to stick around a little bit to see if we could see that Chocobo drawing done, but it doesn't look like we will. So, alrighty. Well, that's a very, very well done run by Pryor. It was a lot of fun to commentate, and I think that at that point, that's pretty much going to do it for us here as far as our commentary for that wonderful Final Fantasy Adventure run. So thank you so much for watching and for listening along, and we'll go ahead and pass it on off. So until we see you next time, take care, everyone.
Have a good one.
Le dessin qui est terminé également. Oh, le dessin.
Est-ce qu'on peut voir ça avec notre chocobo, c'est ça? Alors attends, ça va s'afficher,
Oh là là. Mais d'accord, tu as commencé au début de la run, tu n'as pas travaillé avant. Tu n'as pas triché. Ah, on t'entend pas, par contre, je ne sais pas si tu avais...
Ah, c'est moi. Ah, voilà. Donc oui, j'ai bien commencé en même temps que le runner. On commence toujours en même temps que les runnereuses. Et j'ai fait juste le cadre.
Magnifique.
Avec l'ombrage et tout.
Et donc, voilà.
Ça va être tiré au sort.
Ça va être tiré au sort, voilà. Ceux qui ont fait des dons pendant Mystic Quest, sont dans la boucle, ne vous inquiétez pas, il n'y a pas besoin de faire de démarche particulière. Et il y aura un tirage au sort qui va s'effectuer et vous pourrez tenter de le gagner.
Magnifique. On te retrouve plus tard aussi. Hein. On me retrouve demain. Demain pour Metroid. Et dimanche, pour les plus lève-tôt d'entre vous, pour 2 jeux indés d'horreur, Crow Country et Limbo. Ok, super. On a très hâte de voir ça. J'aimerais inviter aussi le runner à venir signer.
Ah oui,
dessin.
Prière, alors je ne sais pas s'il entend, il faudrait que tu signes le dessin.
Ouais.
Tu veux bien?
Oui, c'est bon.
Ok, d'accord.
Il viendra pour dédicacer ça.
Il m'a demandé combien on devait lui donner d'argent, je n'ai pas compris. Bref.
Allez, bravo à toi en tout cas. Et avant de lire quelques noms, alors d'un point de vue planning, qu'est-ce qui nous attend ensuite? On aura donc Short Adventure, un jeu que je ne connais pas du tout.
C'est ça, un petit jeu de plateforme avec un petit mouton.
Ok.
Qui a la particularité, c'est qu'il est gratuit. Et d'ores et déjà, vous le procurer si jamais vous voulez. Si la run vous pourrait y jouer.
Donc ce qu'on économise en n'achetant pas Short Adventure, on peut le donner par exemple pour SpeeDons, marathon caritatif, 75 heures de speedrun non-stop.
Sock, t'as vu la tranche?
Je suis impressionné. Quel professionnel.
J'ai dormi aussi. Hein,
oui, c'est vrai.
Donc voilà, on aura ça, on aura pour cette matinale du Jack 2 en 1%, du Medieval, 1% nos DGS. Nul ne doute que tout le monde sait ce que ça veut dire. Tesla Grad, pardon. 2,5%, un Tesla qui est très en vogue en ce moment. Et à midi, on aura bien sûr le Pokémon Fire Red, Leaf Green. Oh là là, j'ai très hâte, surtout des commentaires. Pokémon en speedrun, c'est toujours un grand
moment. Si vous ne connaissez pas Pokémon en speedrun, vous n'allez rien comprendre. Mais c'est normal.
Et puis ça sera très bien expliqué par notre maître Étienne, bien sûr, qui connaît tout sur le des voix.
Qui sera avec... quelqu'un d'autre, j'ai oublié le pseudo, je suis désolé, malheureusement, force à toi. Ce que je te propose, c'est qu'on lise effectivement les dons qu'on a durant cette run, parce qu'on en a reçu pas mal.
Tu commences ou je commence?
Vas-y, commence.
Allez, bon, merci beaucoup à Kowayo pour les 50 €. Quelqu'un qui me demande de mettre le feu, moi personnellement, vous êtes là, c'est trop bien l'ouverture hier, on se revoit dimanche, la salle 3000, et oui, parce qu'il y a 3000 personnes, normalement, enfin 3000 places assises là en ce moment, il n'y en a que 30.
Là, voilà, d'accord, vous êtes 3000.
Voilà, en attendant, bourrez les dons pour Médecins du Monde et grosse force à tous les bénévoles. 5 € de redon, le dessin est trop beau, je le veux.
Bah écoute, tu es...
Mais il fallait donner il y a plus de 6 minutes, malheureusement.
Il y a 5 minutes. C'est trop tard.
Il y a 5 minutes, c'est quelque chose. Peut-être sur le site.
On va en discuter, c'est pas sûr. Dino qui a donné 15 €, qui a dit on commence par un petit don. Alors, je rappelle qu'il n'y a pas de petit don. Non. Même la team 1 €, c'est déjà énorme ce que vous faites. Merci bien à vous. Pour pas trop mal banquier, mais Mystic Quest, Cat Banger absolu, premier souvenir de RPG quand j'étais drôle hier. Bravo, le speedon, plus petit que 3, et un don de 50 € de Igultam. Désolé si j'écorche le pseudo, ça va arriver. Une bonne vieille disquette pour vous rendre hommage aux ordres 8 et 16 bits pour le triple A du nom Amstrad et Amiga.
Et oui, c'est vrai que d'ailleurs dans le chat, j'ai vu beaucoup d'amateurs, d'amatrices aussi de musique blip blip, hein, le chiptune, certains n'en pouvaient plus. C'est vrai qu'à 5h30 du mat, le petit...
Oui, c'était bien, la petite musique de Chocobo à la Game Boy.
C'était bien. Ça nous a bercé et dans la salle aussi. Allez, merci Elflim pour les 20 €, premier don du week-end. Let's go et bon courage à tous les runners. PS, à moi le dessin. Oui, pour le coup, c'est possible. Gaffel pour les 100 balles et Shunlight, 5 €. Je veux le dessin. Je suis en train de contacter Maître V.